And the other time was in 2022 when I reached out to some of the current folks that I used to know to tell them, hey, there's a space on the top secret chambers computers that they're talking about UFOs. And I pointed them directly to this delta-shaped craft because I was like, I know what this is, and I know what they know it is. So I was trying to let them know you need to look at this imagery that we have our hands on. And ends up, they ended up showing up with it. And they showed me flying in flight. They followed me home the next night, and it was right there above my car. And I'm looking kind of like.
So is this ours?
It's ours. Yeah, it's a hybrid or it's ours. I've always told people.
A hybrid meaning what?
Well, here it is. The whole thing is that in the 90s, I know they were on mission with me at Red Pat, and we saw a delta-shaped craft. It had different nacelles at the time, or engines at the time. That's what a nacelle is. And then, so this new version looked very similar in shape. However, it had these glowing. Orbs that looked like they were part of the propulsion. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside, and nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn in front of my mom, and nobody responded. And we both got to see it taking off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house at the bottom of the street. And that's where she's got to see me the other night.
Did it make any noise?
Zero noise. It just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong, kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front end to back. So it was pretty big. It was enough for probably your eye to stand up and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had another couple of experiences that my family members and other friends probably write up some.
And so this was all when you were young. And so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to the whole idea that this is a real thing?
Well, I know it's on mission because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years. And I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it was something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Right Path on a mission, when I was in the program. And we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, and NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of this?
I can pretty much talk to you about the culture and the presence of the NHI. Better talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want enemies to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail?
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called an Eden.
An interview?
Yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that is, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else that's, it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal, forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do as an intel guy, is you have to be really specific about what you're recording, make sure it's accurate, even whether you believe it or not, what's going on. You have to be able to transcribe word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team when I was on for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force. And in this case, I'm monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was like, was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team who was an officer, who was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that. And they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but they were talking about these, and we get the scientists to come and talk to us, and they say, "Oh yeah, that's this, and this."
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. Me Undies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for a huge site-wide savings. MeUndies. Work from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them, when I picked up the call and started the recording on it, there was some guy that was there at White Pat, and apparently he had been talking to this Eben. And he said, "Yeah, not today's session. I've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen." He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happen.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, "Well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people?" And the guy that had given the interview was like, "You don't want to do that." And the guy's like, "Well, why?" He said, "If you don't, they're going to be put to death." And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So I had to finish out the call. They talked about sundry other things, and stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear, like who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals.
Retrievals.
Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me is, "Do you want to be part of the retrieval program?" And I said, "Well, tell me about it." And they said the things they said, I was like, "No. Number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't get me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much."
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the craft?
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fucking smart? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do this psionically. I guess the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness, and apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in the headspace of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing; it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it. The ugly side of the program is that what you've got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well that go out for these retrievals. And that's where Take Barter comes in, that you see some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievals would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech,
Exactly.
figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that the NHI was flying on that day in Roswell.
But radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine what even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened in Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and were just sweeping like a radar, and it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So,
please.
I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic, but as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right. And he said, imagine this: you're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing, and then, because remember that night there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off, and that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area and the one that landed somewhere else.
Yeah, there were two.
So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that one, what Jake just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by the same race of NHI, and this guy says that they actually recounted what happened is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon, and then they quickly found out that no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second enough to cause the crash to happen.
But it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised that they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, hey, man, we should be real careful that they might have arrows. They might shoot us. So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947, you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing, wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was World War II, so it was right around the 1950s, right
around the same time.
Right, so it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
And there could have been some type of arrogance there, because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened, and then all of a sudden,
this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being. And besides that, they do not always I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here.
Right.
They're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. I mean, he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. Nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have a Tesla. You would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. Or you're going to come here from another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around. If they have lightning, let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, your pilot says, we're going to take this plane above 45,000 feet to, to let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds.
Yes.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How come they can't do that?
You've got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand.
On my missions,
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of had the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles.
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume
100%.
they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
No, it's not.
Fucking work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well and all these other things. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like, otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like, this was the question about artificial intelligence. We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human need, it doesn't have the desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have the desire to achieve status, why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say, logically, it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us. And this is where I think there's a commonality between us and the NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
Some of us. And then
go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity. You're right.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, take back what I said. But actually, though,
no, obviously, I'm joking.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great.
Oh yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today. A big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, unless there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, Star 15, remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet.
Yeah.
They got there too late. And they realized, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing but, microbes, and it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then. And
for another test case.
yeah, so let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. Because maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers, like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves, just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic, free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing, you record what they're doing, and then they would leave, and then the humans could come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
for me, again, I wasn't. Yeah, I like just calling them aliens, but yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days. That's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to Holloman and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine the UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah,
He'd probably try to tax him.
Yeah.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. So, but when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
Pull back.
And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight look, like, oh, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information. Because probably we're like a bunch of children. We're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However, we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, sure. We're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when we talk about the things with the nuclear bombs, where the missile silos, they started counting down and whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. I'll turn it off. But go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. We have collars on bears. We set them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species. Like, it only makes sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other
multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yeah, mad world.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I was like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what are you talking about? We go to the jungle to study a frog. Like, of course they would come here. We're so strange.
We protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA says, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
They believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there and they can find something in that water that's alive.
Yeah.
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right?
That's huge.
Bro, I ain't drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars water.
It could be better than Red Bull.
Imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals.
Yeah.
And you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
Mm-hmm.
That's a war right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if Mars water just makes you go back in time? You look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right, though. That's kind of how we are. So we're very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff. And it's going to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere? And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth?
That seems to be what people are saying.
That's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? how much is left after a couple of billion years? You know, like, what is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage. That alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened.Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are out there.
Yeah, we
Or
don't know.
maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
Can logs.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks the 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, you know, does normal stuff. They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and the world government is not all broken.
I think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country. Let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society, if aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So,
you know,
along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human.
Sorry, the hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which any child you're thinking about,
right?
What inherently makes them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
But what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if you know, like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So a bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, is that, yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, two sets of wings.
Right.
Or two heads or something. I don't know. Just because
this ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, like, I mean, the birds vary so a lot. I mean, you can get a sparrow, you can get a fucking eagle or a condor.
Yeah.
There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet and life forms in a completely different way?
Yeah, I would think that that's true also, is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth, that
Right.
we've got some really strange creatures that roam around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that's evolved around
Right.
the Earth and stuff
And
like
there's
that.
no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
That's why. But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar. Because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. So is that a part of the grand design, that is as intelligent as you get further up the food chain, you start to stand on your two legs and whatever. And then I think about, if it's a mantis, whatever, how did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what, the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that
Yeah, I didn't mention that.
they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? A mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
Taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like, if you looked at them, like, the hummingbird's probably like 4 times heavier, at least, probably more than that. They just like, gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of like durability, and also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
Because
that,
like crabs do.
I know crabs can.
yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them as just armored spiders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're bugs. I mean,
And if you think about it, when they said that the oxygen level was at 35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
so they can. It said praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, and then they regrow that limb.
That
But
makes
they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt, I guess.
Wow.
And
That makes sense, because the harder shell would prevent that limb from continuing
Right.
to grow. Yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of a structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself.
Asexual, yeah.
And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises.
That's a good point.
Right? Like,
Okay, I need to reset that.
this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And, we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything with our mind.
Mhm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like, this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposedly worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls. That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes.
Yes.
Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that. With
Have you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Basic, yes.
Yeah.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jackson Foddy about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
This is what I was going to say. There's just, all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it. There's no.
Maybe that's so you don't use your phone. So you don't get distracted. Just use your hands. Put your hands down on the thing. Okay,
So there's no
focus.
technology.
Who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe that's
they're
part of
fucking
it.
around.
Yeah,
Maybe they have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
yeah.
So they're putting their hands on the thing. Wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls, and somehow or another, putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that yes, it's possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light onto how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team and what exactly is meditation. What are they linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity? Because when you hear Jake talk about his experiences, he had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in the interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said that he felt, well, he called it the 8-gon, I think, craft. That one is the one he had the spiritual.
8-gon?
8-gon, like a hexagon, but it has 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the actual term. But he said it had like an 8-sided kind of disc.
So this is not the thing we're talking about
Yeah,
with the
not the egg
helicopter?
one, this is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
so he encountered a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see that interview.
Yeah, well, the detailed one, I think you can pull that one out of there. But he mentioned that one, he had like a real, no kidding, it was beautiful. And he cried about it because it was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow.
And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at a Skinwalker Ranch when they saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? And I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yes.
We can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. There's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to prove you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head, and then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened. Well, because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone.
100%.
And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? Is love, pure love, just pure, just untethered love. Yeah. It would make sense to like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we, we try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being guys,
Sure.
we want to do that.
When we visit uncontacted tribe, we give them free food.
Yeah,
We
but
just say, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's what my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, in a way, I kind of package that up, is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only
race?
seeing the military.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tact I did instead of going through all the other channels. It's just, I just was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people, get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but, for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it
Right.
actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
Yeah, I got asked a question, and they said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the UAP experience, what would you tell everybody?
That's a good question.
And my answer was, we don't need you anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people, like you said, you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way, because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman.
Mm-hmm.
So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the world. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. Mm-hmm. And we just, we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey, guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? All the white people put their hands up right away. All the black people were like in the corner going, no, let's think about this. What are you actually asking? And I sat there and I go, why is it that we're so, reserved about going? And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it. But you don't run towards it, because that, whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else, and now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
yes, you may be.
Do you really want that in your life?
Distraction.
Yeah. So, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again? And then you have a wife and kids and a house, and you're just sitting in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game. You're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. Yep. I know they're real. Yeah. Well, it would ruin your whole life.
Remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy, I remember the name.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There was a
Not that Amy.
Yeah, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Both you guys were in the program, which is a UFO. That's why I wore my Boswell shirt. UFO disclosure documentary, all about what's going on behind the scenes. Why don't you tell everybody before we get started, Jay, tell them what your background is, what you do.
I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force, worked 22 years, retired 2007. Started off as an airframe guy, ended up in Intel, and that's when things got strange. Had my second duty assignment as an Intel guy and got introduced to the program. And that's how I ended up in the movie. Because I had some strange experiences that I could talk about that were unclassified. So I came forward, and that's where James found me. And we got it all along pretty good. And everything's a history from there.
And Logan, you were in the documentary as well, so tell everybody what you do.
So I am a.
Pull this up.
I'm sorry. So I'm also a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Started off as a B-52 crew chief, cross-trained into Intel, retired after 21 and a half, and I ended up being part of the UAP task force, and I was one of the first people to come across Jay here and some other people, and from that, James found out about me and said, okay, we need to talk. So him and Leslie Keene approached me, and I was like, yeah. But I kind of got outed by Jay Stratton. Everybody was ganging up around him, and he was like, why are you asking me? I could work for me. And everybody was, he's like, okay, I guess I'm out.
Oh boy. Let's start with you, Jay. What was your first introduction to this whole concept that we are in possession of alien crafts, or that we have communicated, or there's been some contact? Like, what was your thoughts about it before you had these experiences?
I had a childhood experience with a UFO previous to that when I was 10 years old. So I didn't really get an interest in UFOs at all. I just thought it was strange. It's a shared experience with my mother.
What was the experience?
Well, it was just a red orb that came down. It looked like it came from the atmosphere, distance, and then kept approaching my bedroom window and ended up kind of hovering near the bottom of my street. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside, and nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn. Finally, my mom was the one that responded, and we both got to see it taken off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house at the bottom of the street. And that's what she's got to see with her and I.
Did it make any noise?
Zero noise. It just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong, kind of a ship or a craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front end to back. So it was pretty big. It was enough for probably your or I to stand up and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had a couple of experiences that my family members and other friends probably write up some.
And so this was all when you were young, and so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to your whole idea that this is a real thing?
Well, I know it's on mission because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years, and I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it's just something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Right Pat on a mission, when I was in the program, and we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio,
Yes.
And NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of
I
this?
can pretty much talk to you about the culture and the presence of the NHI, but I can't talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want our enemies to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called Lieben.
They had an interview.
Yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that is, onto the rest of the folks in the group, or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else. That's it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do as an intel guy. Is you have to be really specific about what you're recording and make sure it's accurate, even whether you believe it or not. What's going on? You have to be able to transcribe that word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team when I was on the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force, and in this case, monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was like? Was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team who was an officer, who was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that. And they had like very technical parameters that I can't discuss, but then we're talking about these, and we get the scientists to come and talk to us, and they say, oh yeah, that's this, and this.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. Me Undies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code ROGAN. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code ROGAN for huge site-wide savings. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them. When I picked up the call and started recording on it, there was some guy that was there at Right Pat, and apparently he had been talking to Des Eden. And he said, yeah, today's session, we've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen. He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happen.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people? And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, you don't want to do that. And the guy's like, well, why? He said, if you don't, they're going to be put to death. And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, what's going on here? So I had to finish out the call. They talked about sundry other things and stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear, like who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals. Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, do you want to be part of the retrieval program? And I said, well, tell me about it. And when they said the things they said, I was like, no, number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much.
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the crash.
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fucking smart? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do this psionically. I guess the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness, and apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in the head speaks of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing; it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's the other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it. The other side of the program is that what you've got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well that go out for these retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that he sees some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievers would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech,
Exactly.
figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So if
Even
the
before I
tech,
was born.
but if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that the NHI were flying on that day in Roswell.
But it's just radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine what even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened in Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and just sweeping like a radar, and it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So, I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic, but as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right. And he said, imagine this: you're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing, and then, because remember that night there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off, and that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area and the one that landed somewhere else.
Yeah, there were two.
So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that one, what Jay just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by the same race of NHI, and this guy says that they actually recounted what happened is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon, and then they quickly found out that no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second, enough to cause the crash to happen.
It almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, hey man, and we should be real careful that they might have arrows. They might shoot us. So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947 you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing, wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented? You know?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was World War II, so it was right around the 1950s,
Right around the same time.
Right, so it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
And there could have been some type of arrogance there, because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened, and then all of a sudden,
this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being. And besides that, they do not always. I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here, or they're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. And he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. Nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
Again, if you're going to have a Tesla, you would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're going to come here from another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around if they have lightning. Let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, your pilot says, we're going to take this plane above 45,000 feet to, let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. How come they can't do that?
You got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of had the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles.
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
no, it's not.
Work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to live the life well, and those other things. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like, otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like, this was the question about artificial intelligence. We're talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have the desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have the desire to achieve status, yes. Why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? And why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us. And this is where I think there's a commonality between us. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
Some of us, yes. And then...
Go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, take back what I said. But actually, though, they...
No, obviously, intelligent, I'm joking.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great...
Oh, yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that, yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's, whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today, a big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, unless there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology, and a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, oh, star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet. They got there too late, and they realized, oh, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up. Yeah. And now there's nothing but microbes, and it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then. And
for another test case.
Yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. And just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers. Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic, free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing and record what they're doing. And then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since...
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
For me, again, I wasn't... I like just calling them aliens. But I think it happened in the Eisenhower days, that's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to home and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine the UFO talking to him.
Oh, yeah.
He'd probably try to tax him.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is, which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
pull back.
Yeah.
And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight look, like, oh, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information.
Right.
Because probably we're like a bunch of children. We're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However, we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, I'm sure we're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when we talk about the things with the nuclear bombs, where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. I'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. We have collars on bears. We set them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species.
We do. And
it only makes sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth. And we're pointing at each other
multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yeah, mad world.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, "Why would they be interested in us?" I'm like, "What are you talking? We go to the jungle to study a frog. Of course they would come here. We're so strange.
We protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA said, "Oh no, you can't mess with those turtles."
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
They believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there and they can find something in that water that's alive.
Yeah.
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon Musk says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right?
That's huge.
Brian, Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars water.
It could be better than Red Bull.
Imagine, bro, imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals,
Yeah.
and you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
That's
the
a
new
war
thing.
right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if
I tell
Mars
you.
water just makes you go back in time? You look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right, though. That's kind of how we are. It's that we're very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff, and
Well,
it's going to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere?
Me too.
And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth? You know,
That
and
seems to be what people are saying.
that's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if you know, Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? How much is left after a couple of billion years? You know, I mean, what is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage, that alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are out there.
Yeah, we
Or
don't know.
maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
And locks.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks on 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, you know, does normal stuff. It's, They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and their form of government is not broken.
I think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country. Let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society. If aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So
you know,
along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human. I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which end of child you're thinking about,
right?
What inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them from us.
What I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if you know, like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So, I agree. I think when I talked about it first time on the phone, is that there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, two sets of wings
Right.
or two heads or something. I don't know. Just
Right.
because
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook. And if sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59, scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 160 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, the birds vary so wide. You can get a sparrow, you get a fucking eagle, condor.
Yeah.
There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet and life forms in a completely different way?
Yeah, I would think that that's true also, is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth. That
Right.
We've got some really strange creatures that roam around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around
Right.
the Earth and stuff
And
like
there's
that.
no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar. Because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. So is that a part of the grand design, that is as intelligent as you get further up the food chain, you start to stand on your two legs and whatever? And then I think about, if it's a mantis, whatever, how did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what, the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? Well, a mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
Taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like, if you looked at them, like the hummingbird's probably 4 times heavier, at least, probably more than that. And just like, whoosh, gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of like durability, and also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
Because
that,
crabs do.
yeah,
I know crabs can.
yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them as just armored spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're bugs. I mean,
and if you think about it, when they said that the oxygen level was at 35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
so they can. So praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, and then they regrow that limb.
That makes
But they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, or maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt, I guess.
Wow.
And
That makes sense, because the harder shell would prevent that
Yeah.
from continuing
Right.
to grow. Yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of a structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself.
Asexual, yeah.
And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises. Right? Like
Okay, I need to reset that.
this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything with our mind.
Mhm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposed worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls.
Mhm.
That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes.
Yes.
Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that.
We've
Have
heard
you
the same
talked
thing.
to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Basic, yes.
Yeah.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jack Sarfati about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to sort of do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
That's what I was going to say. There's just all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it. There's no.
Maybe that's so you don't use your phone. So you don't get distracted. Just use your hands. Put your hands down on the thing. Okay,
So there's no
focus.
technology.
Who knows? Maybe that is
No
part of it.
fucking around.
Yeah.
Maybe have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
Yeah.
So if they're putting their hands on the thing, wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls, and somehow or another, putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Yeah. Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that yes, it's possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light onto how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team, and what exactly is this meditation? What are they linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity? Because we hear Jake talk about his experiences. He had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in the interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said that he felt, well, he called it the 8-gon, I think, craft. That one was the one he had the spiritual.
8-gon?
8-gon, like a hexagon, but it has 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the actual term. But he said it had like an 8-sided kind of disc.
So this is not the thing we're talking about.
Not the egg one. This is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
so he encountered a different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He
I didn't see that interview.
Yeah. Well, the detailed one, I think you could pull that one out of there. But he mentioned that one, he had like, no kidding, it was beautiful. And he cried about it because it was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow.
And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at a Skinwalker Ranch when they saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? And I'm not saying it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yeah. Yes.
We can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can, there's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to approve you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head. And then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened. Because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone.
100%.
And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? It's love, pure love. It's just pure, just untethered love.
Yeah.
It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we, would try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized. And,
Sure.
we'd want to do that.
When we visit uncontacted tribe, we give them free food.
Yeah, but
Just like, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, and the way I kind of package that up is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We're just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only seeing the military thing.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tact I did instead of going through all the other channels. I guess it was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people. Get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
Yeah, I got asked a question, and he said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the UAP experience, what would you tell them?
That's a good question.
And my answer was, we don't need you anymore, because these groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people like you said, you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way, because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman.
Mm-hmm.
So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet.
Why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the world. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. And we just, we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey, guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, here we go. And all the white people put their hands up right away. And all the black people were like in the corner going, no, let's think about this. What are you actually asking? And I sat there and I go, why is it that we're so, reserved about going? And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it. But you don't run towards it, because that, whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else. And now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
Yes, you may be.
do you really
may
want
be
that in
causing
your
a
life?
distraction. You know.
Yeah.
So like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again, and then you have a wife and kids and a house and you're just sitting in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game when you're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. I know they're real.
Yeah. Well,
It would ruin your whole life.
it's remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy. I remember the name.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There
the
was
movie,
a
Not that Amy.
no, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After you have a first experience, and in this particular case, there was talking about your first orgasm. You're always chasing after that first best feeling that you ever
Right.
had. You're never gonna get there, but you're chasing it.
They
This
talk,
is the same thing with
say that
dating.
about heroin too.
Yes.
They call it chasing the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those people that had a really profound experience with a creature from another world,
Yeah.
you can't really explain it to everybody else. So you're looking for something else to make it seem real, because you start questioning everything
Right.
that you know. You know, and that's how I was. My first experience was when I was a kid in England, and me and the friend were just throwing the ball back and forward. And you know, in the old days, people used to wrap the sneakers around the telephone lines.
Mhm.
So I just happened to see that there was some sneakers up there, and then all of a sudden I look off in the distance, and there's this UFO that looks like an iron, but you would iron your clothes with. The whole bottom part was glowing, the top part was just dullish gray, because England and gray skies.
Was
whatever.
the shape to top like an iron as well?
Yes, yeah.
So it had like a hump to it?
It kind of had a hump to it. So I'm sitting there going, well, what is that? And he goes, that's got to be a helicopter, because it's just standing there. And I was like, but I don't hear any noise, And then next thing you know, we saw, I believe it was 2 F4 jets coming, because you could hear them. Those engines are loud. And these 2 jets come out, and this thing just goes. And this is when I was living in Nottingham, England, because I'm British by birth. All right. So, our parents were like, too much imagination, da 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 da. And I just kind of kept it in the back of my head. And then I saw things later, and I just kept questioning them. And finally, it was like, I'm really going to have to look into this.
So how old were you?
I was about 10.
10. So you said you were like 10 as well?
10, yeah.
This is one of the things that I keep hearing about, this idea that children in their innocence, or they don't have this blockade in their head to keep them from, they don't think it's ridiculous to think about aliens. They're open to it more.
We talked about this. And
Their
that was
program is we get
Yeah, we don't want to be fools.
right. So I believe, and this is just my belief, not anybody's, but I believe from the mid 1950s all the way up to the mid 1990s, I think there was a deliberate attempt by these entities to reach out to school children and go into the schools. Because remember the rules,
Zimbabwe,
right?
That one's crazy.
Right,
That's
right.
crazy, because all those years later, they all have the same story.
Yeah.
They all drew the same thing independently. They
all
pulled
the
them
way to
aside.
adulthood to remember it.
Yeah. And then there's the stuff in Australia, there's the stuff in England, there's the stuff in France. It's constant. I think
The Australian one's real similar too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think his name was Preston Dennett. He wrote a book. I hope your viewers read it or take a look at it. It's like the top 100 school sightings, and half of it is based on just the sighting. Another part of it is based on the actual thing landing and trying to communicate with the kids. And I sat there just thinking, were they doing that to prepare us for now, for when they do come back, so we're not so afraid? The kids are more open-minded. I'm not sure, but you have to think about those things and go, aren't your Arsenio whole thing?
Things that make you go,
So those were some of the things that we just started thinking about and going, well, what if? And then I hate to play what if games, because my favorite what if is, what if worms had machine guns? Mess with them. But you have to play that game sometime and just kind of draw it out, and then see if you have a hypothesis that can start repeating itself, and then you go, hey, there is something to this.
Yeah, well, the real question is, how long have entities been visiting us, and are the same entities visiting us over and over again, or like the Zimbabwe incident, is that like the first time that species has ever been here? And did they just seek contact and didn't know that they're dealing with little children in a school? They just knew they were dealing with a group of intelligent beings that they could communicate with. They probably don't even have the concept of a school, right?
Right.
So if they're landing, I mean, they probably understand basic culture for human beings, but as they land and interact with people, this might be the first time this species has interacted with anybody. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with hundreds of billions of stars just in this galaxy alone.
Yeah, and personally, from just my belief in it is that we have millennia of these sorts of encounters, all through manuscripts. Even George Washington's got his story.
George Washington had a story?
Yeah, he met a green somebody before he actually went into the
Yo, pull that up, Jane. George Washington had a UFO encounter?
Well, yeah,
Or an entity encounter?
An entity. He just said that this was
George Washington also had lead poisoning. Shane Gillis has the best bit about George Washington. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's fucking hilarious. But going to the George Washington Museum and seeing George Washington's teeth. And George Washington's teeth, well, no, they were slave teeth. First of all, they knocked some of the teeth out of slaves' mouths, and the other ones were from horses.
Oh my god!
And it was all in lead. So he had lead in his mouth.
I always thought they were.
So his joke is all about like George Washington being fucking mad with lead boys, like fucking killing everybody. That's why he's at the front of the boat. He was out of his fucking mind. Yeah. It's a great bit, but the point is, like, George Washington was being poisoned by medical science at the time. They didn't know that lead was bad for you.
Yeah, it's
just crazy. He kept lead in his mouth.
Yeah, but
they didn't know. I know, but like, makes you wonder, like, what are we doing right now that the future people are going to go, these fucking idiots were doing that? Mm-hmm. But George Washington, have you found his account name? So,
from Ancient Aliens about the founding fathers.
Good enough, solid reference. Ancient Aliens. If it's not Ancient Aliens, it's legit. Yeah, get Giorgio Tsoukalos to say it was. Yeah.
So all those things that happened to those kids, we don't know if it was. I mean, we're hearing stories now that they can mess with your mind. We don't know if they're pushing these kids forward mentally. We don't know if they're dumbing them down because they know that these kids are going to be the ones that are going to make a difference, because it all depends on
what they're all adults now, right?
Yeah.
Are any of them like real exceptional, or any of them like PhDs or something like that?
I have not gone to check any of that, but one of the things that coincides with that I think there was exceptional people usually have to do some exceptional things to get noticed. And I think even if you're exceptional, you may not have fit the right block to get noticed, so that someone would sit there and go, hey, what's going on in your past, whatever. And then there's a lot of these people, they just don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Because of whatever the stigma. But now that the stigma is being lifted, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk will come up and say.
The stigma is being lifted, but people still live with the haunting memory of the stigma being a part of their life. So I think people that have had an experience a long time ago, even though the stigma is lifted, they're still reluctant to talk about it. It's like there's still people that are in the closet. Yes. Like homosexuality is like way less taboo than it's ever been in modern history, right? Mm-hmm. But yet there's still people that have been in the closet for 20 years and they're trapped. And they just like, fuck. And they can't be themselves. They can't get out. I think for a lot of people that have had these crazy experiences, they probably had some moments where they told people, friends, they got mocked, and people called them liars. They felt like an idiot. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm just not telling anybody this anymore.
Yep.
Which totally makes sense.
Yep.
And it's the same thing that's happening on X and other platforms, as well as people coming forward trying to speak their truth,
mm-hmm.
and they get shut down by people that have never been there. They're just opinionating.
Yeah, but that's just toxic internet. That's just
100%. I agree with you.
As just human beings online, they're just not good at it. We're not good. It's too new. We suck at it. We're real shitty to each other. And too many people, it's like they're mentally ill. And what I mean by mentally ill is like if you're on Twitter 12 hours a day and you're constantly tweeting before you go to bed, you're mentally ill. You might not think you're mentally ill. Just like when you're an alcoholic, you're mentally ill. If you're a gambling addict, you're mentally ill. You're not well. right? You're
Yeah.
fucking trying to bet your house on a football game. You're out of your
Right.
fucking mind.
You're addicted. It's
Yeah, you're
probably-
mentally ill. You're mentally ill if you're on Twitter all day just arguing with people.
Mhm.
It's just the nature of the technology and the very crude way that people interact with each other, which leads you to think that as technology evolves and it gets to the point where we're communicating telepathically, like supposedly they can, it sort of eliminates the need to even know our language. They can just come
Right.
and give us thoughts and express things in a pure way without the need to like decipher it through syntax. And
But there's still the worry of misinterpretation because my family was pretty religious. And when I was growing up, they're like, God is omnipotent. God knows everything. God doesn't make mistakes and everything. And then I was like, yeah, that's not exactly true. But if you think that God is omnipotent and he's communicating with everybody, how is it that all the leaders of a church have different views on how we're supposed to talk to God? If God is, why isn't he
It's a
just
personal
saying,
experience, really?
yeah,
And it's the same thing with I think the NHI is that, like you're saying, you'd like to put a pattern to it,
yeah,
but maybe there's not. There's some, very random things that have happened in other encounters, but there's some of them that do seem to have a concerted effort, a prolonged effort through even millennia, because we do see like old stone, ancient, monuments and monoliths that do have these depictions of what look exactly like graves.
yeah.
You
The
know?
craziest one is it in Australia? The one that's on the wall where there's all these dudes with big eyes. I forget
Yes.
there's a couple of places where that
There's a
is.
couple of those cave paintings that are like that. Right?
where are those from. Do you remember?
I think there's some down in South America.
I saved one. I'll send it to you, Jay, because you
Yeah.
just I
I've read
saw
so
it
much
the other
stuff
day
like-
online and it freaked me out so much. I saved it on my phone. I was like, this is so crazy just to look at.
Yeah, and
So
there's one on the side of a hillside or a cliff face. Yeah, that was.
May I ask why it freaked you out?
This-
Arizona.
Well, because
Great, yeah.
I just sent it to Jamie. Take a look at it right here. Jamie, you can run that through a Google search. You can find out where it is, or I'll do that while you put it up on the screen. It freaks me out because these people were starving. These people were like barely getting by, right? They have stone tools, and they took the time to draw these things with these like weird helmets on and these big black eyes, which is very similar to so many different encounters that people have.
Mhm.
They all describe a very similar thing: a big head with giant black eyes.
Mhm.
So those are the typical grays. But I heard in South America there were people that they showed that picture to, and they called them the ant people because they said they came from underground.
Yo. Well, that's the other question. Like, we're just sort of assuming that these things are definitely from another planet, that they're not here and they haven't been here all along.
Isn't it the
That is just an
Anasazi and the
assumption.
Navajo?
Yeah.
So yeah,
the
the
ant
Aboriginal
people.
drawings or Aboriginal painting.
Yes.
Yes,
So this is from Australia, which is just
Australia.
wild.
And you
All
get
over
them
the
all over the
world,
world.
all over the world,
Yep.
and real similar all over the world.
Yeah, you
Yes.
got them in Ireland,
Yeah.
Europe, you got them in the United States, yes, and all the Central America.
And the vast majority of those children that saw UAP, that came down with their school, if there was an entity that was there, it was usually the typical gray-looking ones that were there.
But the ones that they saw in Virginia, Brazil, are kind of similar, but they seem like a darker color. Like it was almost purple, right?
It was reddish purple or something like that.
But they did have the black eyes and the large heads,
And
and
they had horns.
they had horns.
So it was a very specific
Well,
thing that they said.
The pictures that we're seeing for Rahimia, this one had red eyes. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because a friend of mine contacted me, a future friend that we talked about.
Oh, okay,
He was talking about something known as the Dover Demon, and it's over by Dover, Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
And there was supposed to be an incident where a UAP came down and there was a creature, and it looked a lot like the Varhini creature with the red eyes and whatever. So he was asking.
That's what the Virginia thing. Oh, that's the Dover demon.
The Dover.
Yeah, that looks like a shoe-bill bird. A crazy bird.
Yeah, but he
Doesn't
said it had bright red eyes. And,
Oh, fun! Imagine
See-
that.
see,
Imagine
like-
running into that thing in the night.
right.
Yeah.
So the question
Never
was,
seen
All
it.
the eyes.
Never see it again.
all I know is I could
It
Travis.
does look a lot like the Virginia one.
Yeah,
That
does.
go back to that last drawing you drew, Jamie. Oh, you pull up brother. Now, if you can, will you pull up the image of the Virginia drawing? Because they had an artist who talked to the little girls that saw that, and those women, and You know, the really, look at it. Come on, man. That looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and there's those bumps on the head.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see that.
It's exactly the same fucking thing, man.
Right.
Like literally exactly.
So I told Travis, if you ever get me to come to Skinwalker Ranch, I said, know that I've got a plan. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, I will not be the slowest runner. Okay. However, I will not be the fastest runner because I don't know what's really going on there. I don't want to run from one thing into another. So I'm going to make sure I have an escape plan.
I went to Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, you did?
Well,
Yeah.
how did that go?
Well, I was doing it for a television show, and we interviewed a bunch of people that lived there. And one guy, there was a lot of people that they wanted to be interviewed. Then when we got there, they chickened out. It seemed like there might be some drug use going on in the surrounding areas. A few people seemed like a little on tilt, but I think that's a good part of America.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people, you could find some packets of people in America that are just doing drugs. So I wouldn't say that was what it was, but this one guy that I talked to didn't seem like that at all. He seemed very respectable. I don't remember what he did, but he was a very smart guy, blue-collar guy, and lived in this very modest house. And he had this story of this thing that flew into his yard and through his house. And he said it was a small orb, and he said it seemed to be communicating with him. And this guy didn't have any other bullshit stories. He didn't have any claims of just this one experience that he said was beautiful. He said it was incredible that this thing seemed like it was alive. It seemed like it was communicating with him. And it went right through the walls, and then it went through the wall again and disappeared.
I had a similar case. So every March I go to Seaside, Oregon, because they have a paranormal conference, and I'm not into the paranormal stuff, but my friends are. So I want to listen and I want to learn,
Right?
Because this is me trying to get over my fear of going in there.
You have a fear of paranormal, or a fear of being around the people that believe in paranormal?
No, of the paranormal, because of certain things that I've heard from when I was a kid. You know, you have to overcome some of those childhood fears and stuff like that.
Okay.
So when I was there, I was talking about my app and all that sort of stuff, and these two Asian ladies were watching me walk on the stage, and I was like, why are they looking at me like that? I was like, is my flies down or something? What did I do? You know? And as soon as I stepped off the stage, I said, listen, what are they? What are they? And I was like, what do you mean? She pulls out on her phone the most beautiful, pristine picture of an orb sitting in a doorway. And I'm like, what happened there? And she said, it was my birthday. And she said, all my family was there. And she said, but I got tired, so I was laying down. And she said, I heard like this electrical discharge going on. And she said, it came right through her wall, started flooding across her room. She said, it got to her doorway. She screamed, and all her family came. And the son, I guess it was, took the picture of the orb. And I was so amazed by her story, I even forgot to ask her to give me a copy of the picture.
How long ago was this?
This was like 2 years ago.
So fairly modern phone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone. She was they were from Northern California, and they drove up to this thing, and I'm just like, what happened? She said it actually sat there and did this like a heartbeat, getting bigger and smaller.
Whoa.
And then she said it just kind of went back out the way it came in. And she goes, what are they? You were on the task force. Don't you know about these things? And I was like, whoa, we're not, I'm never doing, we're trying to learn just like you are. And every year, I've been back there twice now. And every year I go, hey, if those two Asian ladies are in here, can we talk? And they haven't shown back up. But it sounded just like your story of what happened to this other.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was compelling. There was a bunch of other people that had goofy stories of bulletproof wolves that appeared out of the mist. And like, okay. It just seemed like some people just wanted to be on TV, which is normal, right? You're right. Show up with cameras, people tell stories. And this is another show that I worked on once. It was called Game Show in My Head. And this is pretty funny. We told people, so there was the game show was, we would take a contestant. The contestant knew that they were going to pull pranks on people, but they didn't know what the prank was going to be. And so we had a piece in their ear, and we would put them out in the public. And my thing was that I had to tell them that they are a news reporter, and that someone had just seen a UFO and had an encounter with an alien. right there in Hollywood, but the person who was the witness took off. Would you be willing to go on camera and say it was you? And everybody said yes. They all did. And people had crazy stories. They talked about being abducted and being on the ship and experience, and they were communicating with me. They just fully made up stories. And that was an eye opener for me. I was like, wow, you put a camera on people. They just are so hyped to be on TV that just bullshit you.
Yeah, they can.
That was
Because the guy who was in on it was shocked too. Because he was like, I can't believe that these people just started fucking lying.
Yeah, when you get aggrandized like that, that's where you kind of have people that do that, is just to aggrandize or enlarge themselves.
Sure, everybody wants to, especially when you put a camera on people.
But then you get in with other people, like the whistleblowers I know, they've
Yeah.
pretty much given up everything. Like me, you know.
But this guy was not interested in, much attention. He just wanted to tell us his story, and he was a regular dude.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about all kinds of stuff. He had a big trout on his wall. He had a trout. Like, when they make trophies out of fish, they don't really make trophies anymore. What they do is they take a photo and the measurements, and then they make like a plastic version of that fish that looks exactly like it. That's how they do it. But this guy had like a real trophy fish that he had mounted. I'm like, they don't even do that anymore. So I started asking him questions. And yeah, that's it. But a long time ago. But the point is, this guy was a sincere dude. He was telling me how he caught the fish. When I'm asking people questions about stuff, I want to know how you think. When I'm talking to some guy that tells me he had an encounter with an orb, I want to hear what you talk about. Like, how do you talk about you at work? How do you talk about you with your kids? How do you treat your dog? How do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to like get a gauge of this guy. He seems super sincere. Just a regular good guy, very accommodating, like very friendly.
You would have made a good analyst.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the thing that we're trying to do is the all source analysis, to look at all aspects of what happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just go in there, well, I mean, the thing that really upsets me is when I was part of the task force, was someone just handing me a picture and just going, so what is it?
Oh, right.
No context, no nothing.
Right.
You're just like,
okay.
Fake.
Right.
So you put it through the image analyzer.
Right. I don't know if you've had any mental issues or,
Right.
I mean, someone showed me something that it was a button on a glass. And at first I was like, it looks really intriguing. But there was something about it that was just, it wasn't quite right. And I'm like, I think this is fake, but I don't know why. And then finally the guy said, button on a glass. I was like,
That's the thing that, do you know that feeling? Have you ever seen photos of miniature cars?
yes, there's that autistic kid that does that.
I was just
really
looking at
good
that
pictures.
yesterday.
Yeah. There's what I was getting at. There's something wrong with the car that even in a photo, it's not a real car.
Yes.
It's a miniature car.
Your brain is very good at that.
That's a real weird one because it doesn't make sense. Like there's a perception. You look at it like, oh, that's a miniature car. It's a fake. That's like a Hot Wheel because they're really good now. Like if you pull up a photo of like a miniature Mustang.
There's an autistic kid out there that's all he does. He gets miniature cars and puts them in a real background.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
So these are miniatures? Okay, well that's
Yeah,
really
that's kind
good.
of the
That's
quality.
really good.
Yeah.
That's a lot better than normal.
Yeah, but
That's really
the tires are not resting, flat, like there's weight to the car.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
See, those are things as an analyst you look at in the image. It's just you're looking at, things like that.
Actually, yeah, that's the kid, 13-year-old kid.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so he's really good at it because
He's
these look, other than what you said, Jay, that you don't see the weight of the tires.
Mhm.
But it's like, okay, that one right there, that Nissan. Click on that one, the blue one. Yeah, that's a Nissan GTR. I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's a fake car. I don't know why.
Yeah, that looks like a model.
But why does it look like a model?
It's got to be that driver's window.
It's the decals to me.
But everything looks pretty fucking good.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks good, but there's just little details that your mind is picking up on going, it's not quite right.
Right. I mean, there's something about it, right? And what is that something about it?
This kind of falls into the area too of when you do see a UAP, something about it is what's telling you that it's a UAP, but you're also looking in your mind's memory bank to say this is fake. This can't be real because it's not doing X. It's not doing whatever.
Right.
And then sometimes you end up going, it's just not real. I'm throwing it out of my head. And then all of a sudden, someone either tells you something that makes you go back and go, oh my God, that thing did that. So maybe it was real. Or you see something about it, something weird about it that just triggers you, and you're like, oh, OMG. And now your whole thing, your whole view on the whole universe is changing because you're like,
Yeah,
I
it's,
can't.
that's one of the litmus tests I give people when they, because I have a lot of people ask me, can you vet this guy? He says he's had an encounter, and then I kind of go through the experience because, the one that I had in the desert, the telepathic kind of a thing that happened during that conversation I had with that gentleman in the desert. And there's parts of that that people have only really experienced it, they actually know about, like the residual data that, or information that's left behind in your own mind, because you're sharing a mind space and things like this. And there's certain things that when I ask questions of people that, sometimes I can tell right then and there, you weren't there. That's not my experience, but the people that do describe it, and I know that they're telling the truth, there's certain characteristics about that communication type that you only get when you've been talking, kidding, telepathically with them.
Right. Well, especially you as a person who's had an experience.
Correct.
You have something to gauge. There's certain things like in your field, like if you ran into a dude at the airport that was a faker, there's a lot of guys who put on like fake military outfits and pretend and then they get questioned by
Stolen valor.
Yeah, it's weird.
It
But
is.
But people are weird. People will make up crazy stories. So
Yes.
like when you're dealing with the craziest of crazy stories, which is UFOs have been in contact with me. I'm special. They chose me to talk to me.
You don't feel special at all. It was accidental.
Well, that's probably because it was a real story.
So when he first showed up, I was one of the first people to get his.
he knows my whole history. And
When he first showed up, first thing I read through everything, and I was like, I'm gonna have to run a background check on this guy.
Right, you might be kook.
Right, and then I was like, so I did the basics, and then I called up David Grush, and I was like, boy, do I have a doozy for you. I can't do anything with this guy because I there's not enough here for me to do a thorough background check, but boy, you got to listen to what this guy has to say. And from there, David took it on, and I was like, he came back to me and goes, this guy looks to be the real deal. And I was like, holy crap.
So we kind of teased that then. So let's get to your experience. Why don't you tell everybody what happened?
Just doing my job at Nellis. We had two things we did. We did the telephone monitoring. Like
Where's Nellis?
It's in Nevada. So working at Nellis Air Force Base for the Det 3, and that's where the program, they have a shop that of 4 guys, that was one of them, that would go out and monitor for the program. So anyway, the other side of my job was also doing monitoring for everybody else that wasn't in the program.
And when you say monitoring, what do you mean by that?
You're actually plugging into, like, just like you heard, tapping, telephones, all the ways we all the telecommunications stuff. We made sure we listen to radios, we listen to radio, all that, and we gather it all in. And what we were tasked to do is, say a commander at Wright-Patterson, we went to do, it's always a 2-week mission mostly, unless it's part of an operation like Desert Storm, and you stay for a month or 2, and then you change out teams. But the 2 weeks is the standard. So we go 2 weeks to Wright-Patterson. We gather all the information we can on all the telecommunications units, and we also have an OSI team that's trying to sneak in the doors and get into the facilities they shouldn't be at, just to test the security. And that's all we're there for. And at the end of the day, on the last Friday, we go in and we talk to the staff. And then about 90 days later, we put in a final report and give that again back to the staff. And that's kind of how we roll. So we're going up range for those kind of things. We don't do the telephone monitoring. When we go up range to the test range at Nellis, that was what we called red forcing. And what our job was there is we were also trained to do combat ops against our own pilots so that we could help them survive in a wartime plan. And that was done at the top of Black Mountain. And we call that there was a little schoolhouse there. And then if you walk up another few yards, there's really this big golf ball looking radars or satellite dishes. We're up at the very top. But anyway, that's where we were heading this one day. So we all packed up. We're in Beatty, Nevada, which is the Berlin. I can tell you that's where we always hold up at. And we take off from there every morning to go do the AM and the PM push. That's what you call it when the war is on. You call it the push. So we had one in the morning called AM push, one in the afternoon PM push. So we were all heading up for the AM push in a convoy. There's 3 vehicles, probably about 3 to 4 people per vehicle. I'm in the lead vehicle with the ranking guy. He's driving, and I'm right behind him. And then there's another gentleman, a passenger, across from the driver, and then there's a young lady next to me. And we're all going up. And the ranking guy had been there the week before, and he had seen the craft fly by, because that one's out there on the internet. You can pull down the video. There's a report that goes along with it.
There's a video that we can watch right now.
Right now, yeah.
What would he search?
Search for, let me think, Nellis Test Range UFO 1994.
Dun, dun, dun.
So this was filmed by the operators on the range, because we're putting these pilots in a risky situation by playing war with them, but we're training them. So if there is any kind of a mishap or a pilot or plane goes down, everything needs to be recorded. So they have
it right here.
Yes. So this video is being taken by one of these cameras that's up on the range. And along the bottom, you see that this it's also trying to lock on to the craft so it can, follow it as it goes in and out, because this is the kind of way that you want to track if there's a craft that is having problems.
Mm-hmm. It's just moving very erratically.
Right. So this is what the ranking guy saw.
Can I pause it for a second? This tracking, is this manual, or is this like some sort of automated system?
It's an automated system.
So the automated system is having a hard time
locking on to it. Yeah, if it locks on, you'll see a big spike, and that means it finally locks on. Right now, it's trying to. Something is stopping it from locking on, and they think it was the craft.
It's moving like crazy, side to side, all over.
There's actually a recording that goes with it where you hear the guys going, "Hey, does anybody know what this is? What's going on here?"
You hear that? Okay, the sound's terrible. They need better mics.
Honestly, that's the way it sounds when you're working with it. But
anyway, I'm
anyway,
sure, but he's saying, what is that? I don't know. We're having a hard time locking onto it.
Right. This is the video operator. So the following week after this happens, this video is taken. The ranking guy who had been there the week before and saw this thing flying, he takes us in this. When you go on the range through this one gate here, it goes up a little ways, and then there's a cantonment area. It's got a very small place where you can change your tires, get gas, just minor maintenance to get you back home if you have a car that's busted. And then in the back of that cantonment area, there's 2 huts that look like campers, really, glorified campers. So the video operator's in the one that's off to the northeast of the cantonment, in the very corner of it. And the ranking guy just says, we all have to go in here. We're going to go talk to the video operators. We have to do this. And this was because the week prior, everybody came back to garrison or back to our unit, and they had seen this thing, and they were all talking about this UFO. So we go in there, and there's the video operator. He has us all write our names down, whether we were there and saw it the first week or not. Then he makes us all sit down and watch that video. And he says, do you know what this is? And we went, no. And then he just said, okay, thank you. And then we, after everybody that was there saw it and had their name down, we were allowed to leave. And that was all that was required. And, so I was like, well, what was that all about? But then as I'm exiting, this lady that had been sitting against the wall in the far part of this little hut that we were in, and she grabs my arm and she just says, there's somebody on the range. Don't talk to him. She was really, really freaked out. And I'm like, thanks, strange, freaky lady. Got it. Whatever. So we all hop out, we get in the vehicles, and then start taking off towards Quartz Mountain, because right at that cantonment area, there's a hard right. There's a hard right that goes off to Quartz Mountain. And about a mile, half a mile to a mile, down that road, it's all dirt road, by the way. There's this guy. Looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. Got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and starts to look like he's running. And he's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind him. It's like he was running against the hurricane wind, and it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange. And then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here. Because it was a very cold day, and the wind was blowing. It was, those cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And so we're getting closer. I'm talking to the ranking guy. Hey, we need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull off my jacket. I need to give him something to get warm real quick. So I'm starting to do that, and we're approaching. And by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the corner of the front of the car. And
so he looks pale? Is that what you're saying?
He looked like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you can imagine,
So you're assuming you're immediately associating that with like he's freezing.
Yeah, because that's all I could equate it to.
Right.
And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to administer aid to this guy, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears, and I thought that was pretty rude because I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on? He's
got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I just thinking it's really rude. And then I close the door and I look up and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just went like, yeah, what the hell did I just walk into? This guy's not from around
How
here.
far away from him were you?
Probably from
Just a few feet.
Yeah, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm starting to freak out. But then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language. But it's coming, the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying.
So he's actually saying words.
He's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
But I'm understanding. So I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I can find some tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about tritium at the time. But titanium, he's like, no, that's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was, and I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range and I said, Dreamland's just over there. And this wave of emotion hit me like disgust. Like, I am not going to talk to those barbarians and murderers.
Wow. So he was saying that to you, like his reaction to going to the military base.
Exactly. Yeah. He did not like it. He said, I am not going to talk to those people. And then I was like, oh, shit.
And it was barbarians and murderers?
He literally, that was what he called them, yes. And mentally, that's what it was. But the emotion.
Tritium, is this a real thing?
Well, that's what, I've had a lot of friends, there's analysts also that were on the top secret network that were trying to help me understand what material.
We're throwing everything at it. We're like, is it this? Is it this? And he's
then
like,
finally,
no.
That's the one. When I hit tritium, I was like, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
What is tritium?
It's a type of, can he bring it up on the?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it should pop up on Wikipedia pretty quick. But it has some properties that probably.
Tritium. Are you saying tritium?
Yeah, tritium is, that's the stuff that's in loom. Like in your watch, when your watch glows, that's or is it, they make those where they're basically radioactive isotopes that stay lit. So like if you get like a Marathon watch, Marathon makes military watches, and it doesn't need like this watch. You need the light, and the light charges the loom. And then when it's dark out, you can read the hands for like a few hours.
It's the thing that they used to put on the end of the guns, right?
Exactly. They still do. A lot, like SIG has.
Look up tritium also. Put
tritium
in
is
there.
just, I did that.
not giving me much.
So tritium, chunky glow in the dark glitter. What is that?
These are game websites.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so that's tritium, then I maybe mispronounced
But
it.
tritium that's that radioactive isotope.
Mhm.
That's the stuff that emits light.
Yeah.
So it emits a weak form of radiation.
Yes.
A rare radioactive isotope of hydrogen with a half-life of 12.3 years.
Hmm.
Okay.
So this is what he's asking me for.
So he's asking you for that stuff? Tritium?
And I'm like, I don't know where to get
Oh, look at that. It's used in boosted fission weapons and thermonuclear weapons. Oh, great.
That sounds pretty sure.
I wonder what the fuck it's doing on your wrist.
This is what the best image that we have of what he could have looked like.
Oh, boy. Can you send that to Jamie?
Yeah, I don't know Jamie's number, but we'll
Here.
find a way to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
If
an iPhone?
if I had my phone, I would, but it's out there. Nothing.
Yeah, airdrop it to Jamie. Do you know how to do that?
There was that
How dare you
one.
not know how to do that?
And there's a
Your guy
three-dimensional.
works with UFOs. You better know how to do that.
Well, there's a three-dimensional image of the craft as well that is really spot on from what I saw that day.
Yeah.
Because not only did I see this guy running towards us and talking to him, but off the shoulder on the north side of the roadway, that's where the craft was just resting on the desert floor. And I got a really good look at it at that point. And this guy did a 3D rendering of the description, and it's spot on as I've ever seen. It's almost perfect.
So he asks you for tritium. You tell him dreams. This is what it looked like.
This is what the guy looked like. Pretty close to it.
Yo.
The nose was a little bit rounder on the end, but that was a really good rendition. Yeah, his eyes almost came out to here on the temple.
Wow. And that would freak me out.
It freaked me out. I mean, honestly, I'm not an easy guy to get freaked out, but that really put that, like you just saw an alligator pop up out of the water, kind of.
Right. So when you tell him go to Dreamland, it says, I'm not going to go where those murderers and barbarians are. And then what happens?
And he said, no. So I was like, well, where else can I possibly point him to? I'm like, a metallurgist or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, and I relate to him. I said, well, I'm taking college classes down in the city of Vegas, Las Vegas, at the community college, but I have a geophysical professor that I'm taking a class from. Maybe he has a metallurgist friend, and he's like,
so you're thinking at this time, though, it's a metal.
I am, yes.
Right, because you're thinking it's some kind of like titanium, some type of...
Right. And there's also
This is the 3D image of what the craft
looks like. That is almost as spot on as I've ever seen. That is about it right there. That's almost exactly what I saw resting on the desert floor.
And so you were trying to find different people that you can connect this being to.
Yeah.
And what is it saying to you while you're...
He thought that was a good idea, I think, or he was like, and they made him, he had that kind of, and he wanted to take action, so he doesn't really even say goodbye. He just kind of turns and off he goes back to his craft. And I'm thinking, well, okay. And I get back in the car, and sometime during that conversation with this entity, I remembered looking over at my friends in the car, and they had the weirdest look on their face, like they were all zonked out, totally zombie, like they were just drooling on themselves.
Were they just because they were flabbergasted, or was it because
know.
something was going on?
Well, I figured out that maybe it was done by this entity, because none of them seemed to even remember the incident. Only a few people seem to remember that we stopped, that we had talked to somebody on the roadway, but it was mainly the people that were in the back of the convoy.
So they didn't see it up close like you
Right,
did.
like we did. The
So
people
how
that were
far
right
away would they be?
they'd probably be a good 2 car lengths behind us.
That's still enough to detect whether or not someone looks blue, though, right?
Correct, and that's probably what they saw. But you know me, I'm kind of wide and big. I was very muscular back then.
And you're standing in front of this thing.
So they'd have a difficult time because this guy stood about a good half foot shorter than me. And so they probably could see his arms from time to time, maybe catch clips of his face or something. So they probably didn't get a very good view because if you're looking at me, I'm standing next to my door. And they're behind me, kind of almost obfuscated by just the angle that they're looking at him. So all the windows are tinted in those vehicles. Mm-hmm. And they can't just see through the windows right to the center on the left.
And the people that were in the car with you, you feel like something happened to them that like froze them?
They did look like that, yeah. Like you said, just a look of just utter like,
The guy who said he has no ears, does that guy have a recollection?
that guy they can't find.
They can't find.
No, I've tried. I was asked by the UEP task force to Brush to reach out to these folks, the people in the car. I got a hold of one, got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and we started talking, and just hey, how's the wife, how's the kids, that kind of stuff.
How about that UFO we met?
And as soon as I did that, the guy just disappears and goes me. And I don't know what happened, but he was the ranking guy in the car. The guy that was the passenger, nobody can seem to find him because they did try to verify the people in the car, and I gave the names. And the young lady that was off to my right, I don't know if they contacted her, but I've heard from other people that were part of this background investigation about my story. They found 2 people that verified my story, and I don't know who they are. They've been told to keep their mouth shut by somebody, and I'm kind of pissed about that. But I think James Fox knows who they are, and knows exactly who told them to shut up as well. But
what was that incident where James Fox and you were on a show? What's that?
I shouldn't have said that James Fox knows the guy who told him to shut up, because I'm not sure if that's true.
So this thing, does it tell you why it needs a tritium? It just says it needs it to fix its craft?
Yeah, well, along with that, this is the other part that was telepathic. Then he mentions this metal and the part that is.
But it's not metal, right? Do we think it's not metal, or do you think maybe it's a metal that we don't have?
I think it's something or an alloy that we don't particularly make a lot of, and or just can't make. But when he spoke about this, the telepathic image was almost like he opened a Sears catalog in my head that had all the specs for this part that he was needing fixed. And it was the strangest thing. It like described some of the nano channeling of electrical and electromagnetic stuff that was flowing through it that caused these toroidal energies to emanate on both sides of this piece of the equipment.
So you, because it was describing it to you, you all of a sudden had access to all this information that
he just put it into your head. It was like me, if you and I were telepathic and we were talking about a science project, and I could just
all the information.
Yeah, and I could just give you all that instead of talking it out. That's what he did.
Did you then try to talk to someone and relay that information? Download it?
I've had once, because in the forum, we have scientists and stuff like that yes, were very interested to get me in a room and talk to me about this. I had people from DARPA wanting to talk to me, people from threats departments all over the place that wanted to know more. And even when I talked to Jack Sarfati and Gary Nolan about this stuff, I was telling them things before they even opened their mouth about it. Like when I talked to Gary Nolan, I just said, you got that part. You know that it has that nano size atomic level layering that can't be reproduced unless you actually physically are putting these atoms one at a time next to each other. And he's like, yeah, that's it. So I'm telling him this, and he already knew. But that was the first thing, and so that's why I knew that what I'd been given in my head, he was giving me that high sign that yes, that's exactly what I analyzed, is that piece of material I had. It sounds just like what this guy described to you and gave to you telepathically, that there's these really minute little things that create toroidal forces. They're doing things at a very small level. And then when I talked to Jack Sarfati later, and he's got all these fantastical physics equations about how things work. And I'm looking through his documents, and no, I can't do the math, but I can understand what he's doing with it. And I just flat out asked him, I said, so the smaller you get, because there's always that resistance level when it comes to, putting in energy and then losing it due to, atrophy and all these other right before. The whole thing is just that when you get smaller, it actually reverses itself. Is that now you get even more power out of things if you have a small enough energy source that works at it's kind of like miniaturizing a fusion device of some kind.
And so did you talk to someone from DARPA? You said these people wanted to talk to you?
I emailed back and forth. I gave them what information I could. But,
they didn't want to interview you? They wanted just email?
At the time, that's the way it went. Yeah, I've had a couple of meetings though with at different places that I can't discuss, but they did talk to me. Yes.
And is that information still in your head?
Yeah.
So does it seem like a memory, or what does it seem like in your head?
To me, it's like a very clear, like this is. It's just like a picture that never goes away.
Could you draw that picture if someone gave you a pad and a
Yeah,
pen?
I've already done it. Yeah.
Is that available online? Can someone see that?
I don't know if I pulled that down off the Top Secret network, but I can reproduce it. All I did was just recreate it in like a PowerPoint raw thing. But yeah.
Does it remain in your head like normal memory? Like, like you learn certain things in
Oh
school,
yeah,
they stay in your head.
the telepathy, it felt absolutely normal. I mean, there was no headache, there was no dizziness, no buzzing.
What I mean is the memory the same as a regular memory,
Oh,
or
yeah,
is it clear?
No, I remember it as just being part of the conversation, just like a normal conversation. That's what it feels like.
But it just somehow or another in that conversation, he put this information in your head.
Exactly.
And then it just leaves?
And then he leaves when he realizes that, maybe there's some other venues, maybe me mentioning that there might be a metallurgist on staff somewhere that maybe that prompted him to think, oh yeah, maybe I should go research this or that, and then maybe I'll find somebody that I can talk to. Something like that may have happened.
Did you get a sense of where this thing is from?
Yeah, there was a star map from that day, but it also relates to the lunch hour after we started going back up to Black Mountain. I had a very strong compunction to go eat my lunch outside, even though it was deathly cold. And I don't know what prompted me to do that again. Maybe he was giving me a telepathic message, but after I walked about 150 feet down the road, the dirt road, from the top of Black Mountain, I don't remember what happened after that. All I have are two images that keep on flashing back. I remember seeing the schoolhouse about 150 feet above, or 200 feet above the schoolhouse. I remember looking at the rooftop. And the only other memory is I've got this star map in my head. And David Brush made me reproduce that on a PowerPoint slide. And I handed that in to him because I have no idea what it was. But he's like, do you understand what this is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He's like, do you know what star constellations are? I said, I know what the Big Dipper is. That's about it. And he's like, this is the constellation Leo. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And so he's like, yeah, this is a really close rendition of that. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool that I could reproduce it just out of my head. And not even know what the heck it was. But I did know it was a star system.
And for some reason, you just felt compelled to draw this particular star system.
Well, just after David Crush asked me to, yes.
And was there a specific planet in that star system?
Yeah, the red star. That's kind of like, there's a part of the Leo system that has like this, like very sharp turn into it. I guess it's it looks like a nose or part of a triangle, and at the tip of that is the red star, and it's reticulate, I think. But anyway, that one seems.
Isn't that what they always say about aliens, Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah. And then the strangest thing about this is what I'm talking about when it comes to telepathy, when you're sharing that mind space, there's some residue memory there. Because Dave kept pressing me on it. And he said, can you tell me about the red star? And at first I'm like, oh, no. And then I was like, and all of a sudden some memory came back. And I was like, holy crap. Yeah, that's where he's from. That's his home star system. And he came from there. That's his home. And then we just went on from there. And he said, did you know that they've actually just now discovered a few years ago that there's exoplanets around that star? And I was like, no, I had no idea. So all these things started coming together at that point. And that's when they started saying, okay, we're going to do some more vetting. And within about a month or so, they were bringing me to Congress, and everything else happened after that.
Now, what is the rest of your life like after that day? So you have life before you experience this creature, and then now you know that this is a thing.
It's a thing, yeah. And it changed me. How do you explain this? If you can imagine the entire human race, you and me, you don't have to talk to me, but you can feel my presence. You can feel who I am, my personality, and share in all of that. And then imagine that by millions. The entire planet, you can actually commune with them. It brings with that a level of civility in the control of your thoughts, because right now we don't read each other's minds. So our minds are like, oh, look at that girl. Oh, look at that, the sports over here. There's a football game on. We're so distracted. This guy's, when I was engaged with him telepathically, it was like civility to the maximum. It was like very courteous. He waited for me to say. He talked. And it was like just like we do. We have certain etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, there was this part of him that he left me with that was part of the community of the consciousness that he is able to feel all the time. And that has never left me, that there's a community of consciousness out there that when they've been living for so many years with this sort of ability, it has changed them for the better because their minds are under control finally. Their emotions aren't running them, like we were talking about addictions and things like that. They don't run their lives like that anymore because of it. And if you do, they end up on a criminal list somewhere, I would imagine. But there was such ever since then, that feeling of peacefulness and stability is what I've strived for. Never has left. Never has left.
It stays with you, but what is your experience trying to relay these thoughts and this experience? That had to be weird in the sense that, like, it's very hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but it's one of those things where, you talk to an alien, like, that's, most people gotta think you're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that's why I need people to back me up on it, because this is the thing that we're trying to do with the whistleblowers. We all kind of know each other, just like Lo would tell you, or not Lo, but just like Logan would tell you, just that I call him Lo for short sometimes. It's just
Understandable.
Anyway, we get to talking about stuff that we don't know what's going on daily with each other.
Right.
It's like I've brought whistleblowers forward to Congress since I went forward, but I don't know their lives. I don't talk to them every day like I do some of them. And it's a strange thing, but the more we seem to be coming out now that we've got these few weeks now where we've got folks like Jake Barber and folks like that coming forward, now I'm starting to piece things together in my mind, because now I'm hearing his side of the story, because I didn't want to be part of the retrievals, but guess what? He was on it. And he's telling that part, and I'm like, oh, no wonder they did that to me. Oh, that makes sense. Now I'm making those conclusions now because of what he said. But then if you try to put us all in a room, we're all deathly scared that, some jerk is going to come out of the Department of Defense and shoot us all, or do a drone strike on us. They kill us all, just have done with it, and they can get on with their lives again. So you've got this problem here with us coming forward in a group.
You're really worried that much that someone would try to take you out?
They've already messed with my clearance. They've already shown me that they can break into my car on the NSA campus. They're letting me know they were trying to intimidate me.
Because they don't want you talking about this.
Exactly.
But do you know why they don't want you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why?
It's because they know that what they have done, that there are some parts of it that are really bad decisions in the long run. And they don't want anybody to crack open any part of this, because they know it's going to cause questions to happen. And they're going to get put on the spot. Okay, so you finally are coming clean on the fact that we've got NHI here, but we've got other whistleblowers that have these concerns. That's what they're going to have to face.
And when you say bad decisions, like, what do you mean by bad decisions?
Well, think about it. If Roswell did happen, what did they do? They chop up some, think about it. You'd have etiquette if it was a Russian craft that fell. You'd catalog every part of that crash site. Then you'd repatriate the dead bodies to where they came from. We give them back to the Russians in honor. And here we are. We've got a civilization just crashed there in Roswell. And look at what kind of crap we did to them. And we took all their stuff like it was some kind of a treasure trove. And now we own it? Hell no. You're talking about a craft that was manufactured on another part of the galaxy or something that they can't explain. Nobody knows where it came from. And here they are treating these people like they're just some kind of a lab experiment. Let's chop it up a little more, And then, if they ever got approached by the people that came to look for them afterwards, I wouldn't want to be the person that answered them. Well, I'm sorry, we chopped up your buddy.
We had an interesting talk about this. There's a online where it shows like some gray kind of strung up, and they're asking him questions and whatever. And I was asking him, I said, if you were in NHI and you saw that, and this is what the humans are broadcasting. Sorry, and this is what the humans are broadcasting. I said, I'd be like, yo, they got Jimmy. Look what they're doing to Jimmy.
Right.
It's on. We're going to Earth. We're going to go get
But
Jimmy
that
back.
video of the alien, that's fake, right? The video of where they're
I truly
interrogating
believe
some
it is
gray.
fake because, like,
It looks so fake.
everybody
Looks
says
like a puppet.
they
Yeah.
talk. Yeah, they talk telepathically, and here he is. Oh, here's this voice coming out and whatever.
Yeah.
It's. But we've always assumed that they've got the some type of emotions, a lot like us, but maybe they're much more controlled, much more refined.
Yes.
Kind of like how we could. Not that I'm
Kind of
saying
like us now versus us 50,000 years ago.
Well, honestly, when I had the
Yeah.
telepathic experience, it was very difficult for me to distinguish what emotions and feelings were coming from me as opposed to him. It was very obvious when he felt disgust about going to ask about things because I was like, well, I'm not disgusted at him. And I had that ability to go, well, it's not me feeling that. It must be coming from him.
Right. But it was your emotions.
Right. But everything else felt like we were sharing literally not only the thoughts, but the emotions that went along with it. It was a true sharing of a mind space. And he felt just like me. His inner voice is just like my inner voice. His feelings are just like our feelings. He feels sadness. He feels all the things that I do.
Mm. What is the general consensus in the people on the program about Roswell?
They don't like talking about it. I think that was where they probably are trying to bury it even amongst themselves because they know they made some very bad mistakes about that first confrontation that could have been
But
a lot better than it could have happened.
so the general consensus is that this is a real event.
Yeah.
And they don't like talking about it, but does everybody sort of agree? Or are there people that are dissenting? Do they have dissenting opinions about whether or not
I've
it
never
was a
heard of
crash UFO?
dissension. I've heard people say they don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to talk about it, but that it wasn't ours.
Right. They know, well, the only thing, so again, about the intel analysts and everybody else that was on that forum, it's totally weird that you can go through all these different things as an intel analyst and say, okay, it's not China, or it's not them, or let's look at Russia, anything. Nope, it's not Russian. Is it one of ours? Well, hell no, it's not one of ours. Well, who the heck is it then?
Does anybody talk about it? Is there anybody that has shared information about Roswell to you?
Yeah,
Is there anything that you can talk about?
no.
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 It's all top secret.
I just gave the person the confidence that I would not mention
Got
it.
it. Got it. And Logan, have you had personal experiences other than the one when you were a child?
But I didn't know what I was seeing. But after the program came out, I mean, not came out, but after James Fox finished editing everything, he said, well, you haven't seen everything put together, so here you go, and tell me if you don't like the way you look or whatever. But I'm going through it, and he starts showing. I see the stuff about Calvin, the Calvin Scotland image. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So that image was taken, if I remember correctly, in August 1990.
Pull that image up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You can just type in Calvin UFO, whatever. So I had just cross-trained from, that one. I had just cross-trained from maintenance into intelligence. And I was going to my first intel assignment. And I'm flying from Philadelphia to Frankfurt, Germany, to Rhine-Main Air Base. Somewhere between Iceland and Scotland, this thing is zipping around in the clouds, doing this ziggy-zaggy thing. I don't know what it was doing, but it was doing this. The sun was just coming up, and I'm eating a Philly cheesesteak, and the other guy is with me is eating a hoagie, and the other guy that's standing up over the top. I'm like, anybody know what that is? And they're like, dude, what is that? And then all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, oh, this is my first intel assignment. I'm going to get clued into some cool ass shit. But I don't know what the hell that is. But I'm just thinking
It looks just like that.
it looks just like that. And the way it was moving in the clouds, it was like, because of the shadow, it was like going from like that color to like dark and then light again as it was moving it. And it would go into a cloud on one vector and come out on another vector. And I'm like, what is that? So didn't know what was going on. So I called James back. I was like, dude, where is this? Talk to me. We're all excited. And he goes, explain to me everything. And what happened was I get to my unit and I talk to them and I go, we have a weapons tactics guy who's, they're the best of the best and they're leading the group. And I was like, so what is that thing out there? He goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, this is in January 1990. That picture is August 1990. And what I didn't realize was that the Belgian wave, I don't know if you were familiar with that, a whole bunch of triangular devices were seen over Belgium for almost a whole year. So they just call it the Belgian wave. Police officers saw it. They launched F-16s after them, whatever.
Are there photographs of that at all?
No, but the general that's in charge actually gave a briefing to everybody and showed what the F-16 radar was seeing. And I guess every time they tried to get close to it, it would just pull away just far enough, that they couldn't catch it. And then when they would try to cage it in the radar system, it would move to the left. It was playing with it. So, but I didn't know any of that. So I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Maybe it was part of my imagination, but what I saw as a kid kept coming back into my head. So Desert Storm happens, whatever, and I'm at my base, and British AWACS shows up. And they're looking at me. I still had my accent, my British accent. They're looking at me going, what are you flying with the Yanks for? And I go, what do you mean? They said, and I told them my family thing. They said, why don't you come fly with us? I'm like, sure, let me ask my boss. My boss says, you ain't got nothing going on, go fly with me. So we're flying around, and finally I go, hey guys, what's that thing in the sky that does the ziggy zaggy thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? And they're like, And I was like, no, I don't know. Don't play with me. And they're like, come on, Logan, And then finally they pull out this tape and they plug it in and it shows Europe, all the aircraft flying around. And you see this thing go through the middle of it real fast. Like all the other aircraft, the sweep of the radar, you're just seeing these minute movements. This thing is like, it's gone. And I was like, who's that? And they go, you do. I was like, look, stop playing with me.
Right.
Come to find out, they said, well, that's your SR-71. And I was like, well, that ain't him. And they're like, okay. And then he looks at the other guy. He said, show me the other one. And they show me this radar scope again. This time there's a target in the middle of, not in the middle of the screen, but out to the side. It was like, it could have been like East Germany or whatever. But every sweep of the radar, he was somewhere else. And I was like, that guy, I was so excited. I said, that MF right there. Yeah, who's that guy? And they go, I was like, look, stop this. I don't know. And they finally said, we don't know either. They said, we just assumed it was you Americans playing with us.
Yeah,
We don't
that's
know.
what happens a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know.
Our
who this guy
adversaries
is.
think that too. Everything's America if they can't explain it.
Right.
Did you see the Trump administration address the drones today?
We heard about it, but I didn't see
Yes, I had a friend tell me they made an announcement, but we were getting in the car at the time.
Essentially, they said it was all ours, and there was some sort of scanning that was done that was approved, and the other ones were hobbyists. And there was some
Hobbyists.
sort of test that they were doing, but they were saying that it's ours, which is the whole thing stinks.
It does. Because
Stinks.
I
It's a
actually
poor
had,
explanation.
Yeah.
I actually had a person that was up there, and she said one of those things came down low and slow over her house. And she said it had the sound of a helicopter. So she was like, her and her husband were like, oh, it's a helicopter. But then all of a sudden they realized, she said, Mr. Logan, were you ever aircrew? I said, yeah, I was a special ops and flying helicopters and da-da-da-da. And she goes, when it came down low, it had the sound of a helicopter, but you couldn't feel it. And I go, huh? She goes, when you can feel the rotor wash and it's hitting you in your chest, like boom, 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 boom. She said there was none of that. She said it came down slow, low over her house, and then it went back up, and then she said it looked like it went back into formation with something else. And she said, That's not any drone I know of. And she said it sounded like the actual noise of the helicopter and several of the other noises from the drones were all pre-recorded just to make them sound like they were conventional aircraft.
And those are the same things I've been hearing too. A lot of people are shoving videos at me a lot in their descriptions of things. And some of the stuff, looked like maybe it could be a spotlight from a helicopter. And then when the light moved, then you could finally see the helicopter behind the light. Then there was these other ones that was like, this is really weird.
My friend Mark saw one. Mark Norman, how did he describe it, Jamie? He said it was triangular, right?
I remember him saying SUV size.
Yeah, he said it was the size of an SUV. He said it was triangular. He said it moves really fast.
So when they initially came out, they said, "Oh, they're all manned," right? I think it was John Kirby who was the speaker, and I used to work at the FAA. So my first thing was, well, if they're manned, you just call them up and say, "Cut it out."
Right.
Simple.
Right.
But it kept going on, and then later on, there was a report that DHS said, "Oh, one of the drones has come down in a mall parking lot," but DHS is assessed as just a regular drone. So when you hear that, what are you thinking? DJI Mavic, something small, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Someone on X is on a train going by that exact same spot, and they show a drone next to two police cars, and this thing is as big as the police car. And I'm like, so I have no way of confirming if that's what it really was.
Right.
But I have no reason to believe that this particular person was leaving. He goes, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm passing that mall right now and take a look. And it's like maybe a 30-second clip or something, and you see this thing. It's as big as the SUVs. So
and what does it look like?
It looked like kind of like a gondola with like large blades on the four corners. And
so it looks like a very large conventional drone.
Very large conventional drone. And so I'm sitting there thinking, was this a test I don't know about? What is going on for this to? And nobody got any answers. So
the other thing that is they stay in the sky for like 5 hours at a time.
Right. That's what puzzles me is that takes industrial sized power generation.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. What are you using? What is that thing using? Yes. Jamie, can you see if right? Cold fusion. Can you find the video of the disclosure today? It was
While he's talking about the disclosure, the one thing I do want to mention is when I talked to that AWACS group, I thought it was kind of interesting because I said, so how many know about this? Because the whole squadron knows about it. And I was like, what? He said, yeah, but we just don't talk about it because people lose their jobs over this. And I was like,
I've heard that as well.
And I was like, so this is an AWAC. And I said, am I to assume that if you're a British AWACS, then American AWACS can see it, French AWACS can see it, NATO AWACS can see it? And he just kind of, yeah.
And everybody doesn't know what it is, so no one's talking about it.
And everybody just says it's got to be American.
Let's hear what this lady says.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news.
Part that gets me is the hobbyists being included in that. It's like,
well, they definitely were hobbyists too, because there was hobbyists in Austin around that time. There was a ton of drones. And it's like people were like, "Whoa, it's a drone party!" Everybody with drones is just flying around.
So,
okay, well, that kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense because there's so much drone activity.
Here's the thing that I got to look at it from an analyst point of view. The first thing that came up, I was like, so they knew this the whole time. Why couldn't they have said that from the very beginning?
It's a different administration.
Right?
Right.
And then two, why were they required to have a skiff briefing on drones? Nobody's ever answered that. At one point, Congress guys all went into a skiff and got a skiff briefing on drones.
And then they didn't have a press conference about the results.
You're right.
Which would have been, could it be that they wanted to see what happens when you fly things over a metropolitan area and you fly a bunch of drones over highly populated
I would think
parts of
that
the country?
There's only a few reasons why I would say that you include both federal and hobbyist drones in any kind of an activity. And there's only
Well, the
very few
hobbyists are including themselves, right?
Yeah, and that could just be that they're accidentally there, but the feds, what were they doing?
And why would they have a skiff?
that's my point.
Explain a
It's
skiff to
something.
people that don't know what we're talking
A
about.
skiff is a place for information above secret, and it's a special compartmented intelligence facility where we can go in there and talk about things that are above
And there's no recording devices. just,
Right.
you know,
No
no
phones, no
phone,
nothing.
no
Just
nothing.
right. But the thing is this. I mean, most of us that are in the intelligence community or whatever, we're going to look at it and say something's not quite right here, because this is something domestic happening over the U.S. So would it really require a skill? You know,
Especially if it's authorized.
right?
Correct.
You know, so would it really require that level of security to go on and
Doesn't
have
make
these
sense to
guys
me.
talk? It
Mhm.
just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the federal presence, to me, dictates the fact that if this was innocuous and unclassified, like you're saying, why was there not a press conference that described it and said the hobbyists are out there flying too, and they're just kind of interfering with our lanes where we go and fly normally between one place to another? That never came out. So why was the skiff even mentioned? That's something that they did release in the press, is that they were receiving briefings that were in a classified environment.
And then
Why?
there's still
Why?
there's still the problem with these drones popping up all over the world, especially over military facilities, and that part's not been addressed. It's just the other stuff that they,
Right.
Hey,
That was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had to get closed down, right?
Wright Patterson, Langley Air Force Base. There's others, and then there's reports of stuff in Australia. There's reports of things in other places in the world.
Let me ask you this, and tell me if this makes sense. If you were the government and you knew that there were non-human intelligence that were operating vehicles above our cities, would a way to sort of obfuscate that, to launch a bunch of our drones as well, and have some shit that you could explain, and then tell people, don't worry about it, it was just drones, it was our drones. Like, see, here's our drone. Here's a drone that crashed. Look, it's got propellers, normal drone. Yeah, it's big, but it's normal.
You have no idea how,
Yeah, you're
how many
obfuscated.
people have said that already.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're
you've
going
heard
in the
that.
right direction.
Yeah, you've heard that one. You've heard the other theory. They're looking for a dirty nuke.
Yeah.
Right.
They're looking for
That one scared the
HVTs.
shit out of me.
Yeah, I did too. Honestly, I thought that's what it was about. But then they have looking for HVTs, like anti-terror or looking for terrorist groups,
Mhm.
because I think at that time it went through the press that there was over 1,000 of these, jihadists that were in our midst. We don't know where they're at.
Right.
Kind of thing. Maybe they're looking for those. And those are just some of the theories that you come up with this kind of a scenario.
And then there was the guy, the congressman that said, "Oh, there's an Iranian mothership out there," and we were like, "What?"
In the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of this stuff was making any sense. And then you have to wonder, where was he getting his intel? Because if it's that crappy,
Right.
those people need to be.
Well, you got to take another thing into the calculus, and that is, wasn't this worldwide? I mean,
Right.
didn't we got reports from China even
Right.
that this stuff was happening,
Right.
and they don't just have hobbyists flying stuff around in their country.
Maybe they don't,
Right.
Maybe they have a much tighter control over their media, so they don't have to obfuscate. They don't have to trick
But see,
us.
that's the one part that I find very confusing. It's just like, if it's happening in Europe and China and all these other places, what really is going on?
You could have just did a NOTAM and just said, "Hey, we're
Yeah.
going to be doing a test in this area. No, don't want to scare anybody, whatever. But we're just going to test in this area."
If it's just ours.
Yeah.
Right.
And-
But if it's not ours and there's a bunch of shit flying around there and we want to confuse people, wouldn't you have a bunch of conventional drones and fly them low over cities so people could clearly
Could have
see
been
them?
done a totally different way and not had all this stuff up going on. So yeah, you're right.
Why would you, if you knew the truth, why would you leave the Americans afraid of what's flying over their head?
I think they're still, look, assuming you guys are completely accurate about all this, if they have had this information for a long time, I would assume that there's a lot of pressure to never release it. I think there's probably a lot of problems with lying to Congress about budgets and allocation of resources for these programs that are all top secret. Like, how have you done this? What have you done? Who's responsible? Who made that call? Is that even legal? And who are you that if you've been in contact with non-human intelligence and you have retrieved crafts, who are you to keep that from the rest of the world?
Exactly.
And speak for the American government for that if you're not.
Yeah,
official.
right.
Yeah,
Right, especially if
yeah.
you're not officially, I mean, you don't have the clearance to do what you're doing.
Right.
Is-
I mean, they're making decisions for the entire human race,
Right.
not just America, but the whole race. And that's what my beef was when in the film when James Fox asked me about that. Well, why are you doing it? You know, kind of a thing. And I was like, well, I feel like this is the right of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth to know the truth about we're not alone. That has nothing to do with the weapon systems and the classified parts that I know of. But the fact that we're not alone, shouldn't that be something that everybody should be invited to make their own decision on?
Yeah, I would imagine that. But I would
Yeah.
also imagine if you wanted to keep your job, and if you have a high intelligence clearance and you're working for the government and you're a long time career employee of the government, you want to keep moving up the ladder and keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right, and that's what
Yeah,
people have to make that decision on their own. That, you know, have they seen enough malfeasance to want to report it or not?
And they're going to throw their whole life into a tizzy if they do that.
And that's what happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And what has it been like since then? Have you gotten support from more people than you thought you would, or have more people thrown you under the bus than you expected?
I actually feel more support than I expected. I've made it through. It's not been easy financially for me. When they messed with my clearance, like I haven't gotten the job since. I've been out of work since August of last year. So that's not been fun.
Was there a reason why they said they messed with your clearance?
No, it just made it sound like, oh, it's just an administrative order. Sorry. Yeah, we still have your clearance here. Everybody that wants to employ me, I've had quite a few employers want to hire me. And they say, yeah, we can see your clearance over here. It looks like DOD is trying to reactivate it. But month by month by month, it just sits there. And they won't pass it to the employer. Somebody is just sitting there going, oh, another request for Jason. That's what's happening.
Because you stepped out of line.
That's what it feels like to me.
Okay. Logan, have you experienced the same kind of situation?
No. He's in a different class than me. He's an official whistleblower. Me, I just stepped forward to say that I don't think we need the government to do this. I think we as the public need to do this. And I created an app to do that. I was hoping that.
What is your app?
My app is called Phenom. It's an app to report UAP, paranormal, encrypted like events. And the idea is that we can get multiple people to see the same thing, record it, and then look for the outliers and get people like Jacques Vallée and Dr. Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and others, the graybeards, to look at it and say, okay, here's what we can figure out. You know, Gary Nolan and all these people. Let's get them the information that they need. And then after we get them the information they need, let's get it out to academia so we can have kind of like a more organized approach to finding out what's going on. I wanted people to use my app on the drones. Some people did, but not enough. And I had a little bit of a problem because when I put it out on Android, there was only one other app that was close to it that was in the same name. Go back there's like almost 10 apps with the same name, so people didn't know what was
They're
going
getting
on.
confused. But anyway, to answer your question about the support, yes, I do get a lot of support. There's people like, you know, Stephen Diener, there's David Furneaux and Tom Thompson, there's UFO Sarah that's on X. There's a ton of people that I can mention, but not let alone how much support James Fox has thrown at me. That's what's getting me through this.
How many different versions of these life forms have been discussed with you?
On mission, I can say 3 I know of. 2 mainly, tall whites, rays. Those are the main.
And the tall whites like this one that you encountered, the one with the big eyes?
Yes, like that.
But that wasn't that tall, you said.
Right, but apparently, have you seen the video from Mr. Hall, the guy that was supposed to be the weatherman and actually interfaced with the tall whites?
No,
Yeah, I
Maybe
totally
I did.
believe.
I've
Well,
seen too much.
but anyway, he says
It goes in and out of my brain.
well, I can verify the fact that what he said about his position there as a weatherman, that he could walk around anywhere he wanted to, because that's what the base commander told me when I got my orientation drive-through on
Mhm.
Greenland, and he mentioned the weather site, and that person can walk wherever they want to.
And what did they report?
Well, just what Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that the tall whites go through a growth cycle where they're kind of normal height, but they're very long lived. They live like 800 years or more. But when they start getting older, then they get very tall, like 7, 8 foot tall, and then they begin to, their bodies begin to not function properly and they die. Kind of like somebody who has a growth problem.
Oh, good job.
Exactly. Yeah, and their vital organs just can't pump enough anymore.
Kind of large dogs that die early because of
Right.
their heart problem.
Right. So the guy that I saw was probably a young person, probably only like 70 years old or something like that, which is kind of an adolescent to them or a young adult.
Oh, okay.
So,
And this was explained to him through some sort of telepathy?
well, he would actually, as the weather, if you listen to that video, I really encourage you to do that. But Mr. Hall also published some books on it, but he claims that when he was there at this one place that, I can verify it's there, that on the other side of that mountain or that hillside, that's where the trail goes off into where the tall whites are apparently have been given an annex of land to live, where they don't get bothered. I mean, it's a part of the military complex.
Is that on Google Earth?
There is parts of it, yeah.
Can we look where the tall whites live?
I tried to, yeah, I'd have to get my laptop out, but yeah.
What does it look like?
It does look like there's some circular patterns. It does look like there's some possibility that there are some like doors inside the mountain that it looks like it's camouflaged to look like it's part of the mountainside.
So the idea is that that's a base for them when they visit us?
Yeah, because apparently, according to Mr. Hall, they come here for a 5-year stint, I guess, and they have to refuel, and then they have another ship come through, and the other one's refueled, and it takes off.
So they're closer in the evolutionary chain to us than some of the other ones.
That's my
safe
assumption. Yeah. Now the other third type that got mentioned on mission was reptilians, but every time that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up, don't say it. Is what they were doing.
That don't want to talk about the
They don't want to talk about the reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab of the armaments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation that anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No, the only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different, things. They're like, well, how many races are there? But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that.
And the thing is, we don't know if it's because of their appearance. You would assume something that's reptilian is maybe a demon or whatever, and a Nordic with the blonde hair, blue eyed is considered like an angel, or is it that's just our perception? But that's what you hear.
Well, every reptile here is evil. Right? You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a goat? It's horrific.
Yeah,
They're fucking monsters. Every single reptile is a monster.
Yeah,
that's here. There's not one cuddly reptile you can hang out with, cuddles with you. He brings you your newspaper in the morning. No,
I thought that was funny because the lady was
Right.
like, "My snake sleeps with me every night," and the guy says, "No, it's laying next to you because it's sizing you up for eventually it's gonna eat you." I was like,
one day it's gonna eat you. You have a monster that you feed. As long as you keep feeding, it won't eat you. Yeah. People with pythons or pests.
Well, to give it some credibility, I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a reptilian race that is very maligned like that, and they even have, according to what I read, this one race has a penchant for blood for some reason. It's like a shark frenzy with them. They have
Like a real
It's a
reptile.
euphoric experience for them. Yeah, a reptilian race that does that.
It just makes you wonder about human history, about the stories of demons and angels. And this is what Tucker Carlson believes, that they've always been here, and that this idea that they're coming from another planet it's not that simple.
No.
That's more complicated. And he thinks that it's the demons and the angels from the Bible.
So they could be seen that way, but here's something that we were just talking, throwing ideas at each other. He said if humans have actually been on the earth, like say this long,
Right.
all right, when the dinosaurs were here, they were like
Yeah.
this long. So is it possible that some of them could have evolved to a certain point, know that something bad's going to happen? They're so advanced, they go off world and then they come back and go, hey, what happened here? You know?
Or is there a place where the Yucatan impact never happens? And so those dinosaurs eventually evolved to become super intelligent.
Yes. Because remember back in the day, there used to be an Omni magazine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. One of those hypotheses was if mammals like us hadn't shown up, what would we have looked like? And it shows a lizard walking upright and doing, everyday things that.
Hey, wouldn't you think that they would have done that already? Like they were around for like 100 million years, 200 million years.
Yes.
Like in that time period, they didn't evolve at all. Those fuckers, they just kept eating
Well,
each other
well,
the same way.
That's the assumption. But
Right.
now we're going back and looking at all kinds of different things. Like they said that maybe it wasn't the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. Maybe it was a combination of things like some kind of mutation, something that they drank in the water, and all at the same time. Maybe the asteroid was the catalyst to start it. And then all these other things that happened after, the fireball, all the other stuff. But if there was a group that was so advanced that they could sit there and go, that's an asteroid, it's going to kick our butt. We better get off world. Or let's go under, because there's some lizard-looking things that can go underwater and do their thing.
Live underground, that kind of thing.
Because I heard a story.
Oh, I know. But anyway,
go ahead. You heard a story?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just heard a story that someone just said, imagine this. The aliens are coming down. There's another society here that lives on the ground, highly advanced. And they like to keep things the way they are. So they're going to direct all their energy to make sure that the NHI that we're seeing are paying attention to us, not them. And I was like,
But see, for me, the way I look at all this reptilian presence is just like I've read in the Bible. That for some reason I feel like this whole experience I've had in my life actually increased my faith in the Bible, in God, because even in the Bible it mentions the serpents, and that Lucifer being the head of that genre or species did cause the fall of mankind, and all this other good stuff. So to me, I feel like I just got experience with the reality of the fact that these things exist, and even though they try to keep it all hidden, that I got exposed to the program where I could see some of it. And I think that there's some credence also to that side of it as well. So to give credence to the whole thing is to say that I that's what I believe, but at the same time, I wasn't there.
This Eben thing that you talked about initially, this creature, what did that thing look like?
They didn't really describe the Eben.
They didn't?
Nope. They just said that it was just like them reporting on something for that day. So it was kind of like a daily thing with them.
So they had already described it. You just weren't privy to it, and so they were just going on the assumption that everybody was talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of like somebody asked me what you look like today.
Right.
After the first time they asked me, they're never going to ask me about that again. It was like that. Just not
got it. So this Eben, was it here against its will? Was it here to
It sounded like
interact
it was
with
in
us?
prison. It sounded like an interrogation result. Is what it sounded like.
if you hear any of the stories, they make it sound like he was one of the survivors and he got stuck here, and he started working with us, and eventually he died.
He eventually died, yes.
Natural causes, but it's all speculation because we're hearing all this stuff,
Right.
but we don't have any way to verify.
And how many other stories that are similar to that, like the interactions and a thing being here with us, have you heard?
There's another one that actually escaped from captivity.
Yo.
But he actually convinced his interpreter or his interrogator to help him escape because the program was trying to get him to open a portal for them, and they wanted to control it. And the guy, eventually, the interrogator actually pushed him into the portal and had surreptitiously given him back to his own home world. And it ended that guy's career, probably.
A portal.
Yeah.
And what kind of portal are we talking about?
You're talking like it's kind of like a way of opening a wormhole that you can control.
And did they say where this thing was accomplished and how?
I think it was also in Reticuli. I think it was another being from the Reticuli system.
Right, but the portal. Where's this portal? How was it accomplished?
Oh, the portal, I thought, I was trying to think, where was that called from into? Because you always get the originating location, but you're always trying to figure out who the distant end is. Trying to think all the parameters, because you have to write down the phone number and stuff sometimes. It sounded like it might have been on the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast area is where this was taking place.
And did they say how the portal was made? Was this made by them?
They had recovered parts of one, and they were trying to complete it, and they were trying to get this being complete the portal so that they could use it for their advantage.
Like a Stargate.
Yeah.
Like a real Stargate.
Correct. Yeah.
Remember what I was telling you, that story about, let's go get Jimmy?
Yeah.
The rumor that I heard surrounding this was that he convinced his interpreter that if he didn't get back and if he didn't get home, really bad things were going to happen. And that guy just kind of felt like, hey, I got kids. And
right. I don't want society to be destroyed.
Right. Plus, he had some compassion for him.
Yeah.
Because he's been working with him for a while.
Yeah. So when he got the chance, he was just like, get him in there.
I can't remember all the things. I think they had to keep this entity tied to a chair or something so he couldn't do anything. And that's why he needed the help of the guy that was the interpreter. He had to push him into the portal on the chair that he was tied to.
So the rumors I heard, I didn't hear the portal part. I just heard that he was able to get him outside, and just as he got him outside, they just showed up above and did a snatch and grab, and he was gone. And next thing you know, he's out there.
So there's different versions of this
right,
story.
There's different versions. I'm just telling you that's the only other one I've heard that you're mentioning that you wanted me to describe.
Right.
Was there any other entities that we've captured and had something similar? That's the only other story I've heard.
Do you know the Richard Nixon story?
Yeah, where he went with Jackie Gleason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that's bullshit?
Actually, not for that time frame, no. I could see Jackie Gleason and Richard Nixon soaking some suds down.
That I definitely could say. And also, Jackie Gleason did become obsessed with UFOs afterwards and even had a house built the shape of a UFO.
Yeah.
It's a wild-looking house that was apparently for sale recently.
Yes, really?
Yeah.
It wasn't in Palisade, was it?
It was in it was in upstate New York. It did look like it's a very bizarre looking house. Like you see, you're like, why would Jackie Gleason build it? Want to see it?
Yeah.
You look at it, you're like, why would Jackie Gleason build a house like this? But then you hear that story, you go, well, maybe that's why I did it. Maybe because the word was that he had become obsessed with UFOs at one point in his life, and this story came out, I think, as told by his wife.
Oh wow, yeah.
This was Jackie Gleason's house, which is so weird.
Yeah.
Spaceship-like house, very strange. Very fucking strange.
For someone to do something like that,
yeah,
I would have to believe they had something profound.
Or they were me. I would build that. I've never had a UFO experience. I build that fucking house. I love that house.
I kind of like those too. It's like when I'm down at Navarre Beach, where I have a home down there in Florida, but there's a UFO house down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it looks just like a UFO.
I think there's a UFO house in California somewhere. I think there's one in the hills above Studio City. I think there's one. It's like a famous UFO house. But I think they filmed things there. I think it's like on stilts, and it looks like a UFO. I mean, people are always going to want things that look like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Jackie Gleason, that one. That's in the Hollywood Hills, like the chemosphere. Yeah, that dope is pretty cool. Fucking dope.
Yeah.
That house was cool as shit.
But I'd be terrified living in California with the earthquakes and it being all those things.
Stupid place to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it as your main house.
No.
That's a house you visit every now and then when you want to get drunk.
Yeah.
Let's get drunk at the UFO house.
Just someplace private.
Yeah, have a party. Have a little cocktail party at the UFO house.
There you go. That's exactly how I treat it.
Yeah, it's like fun.
Yeah.
But so the grays, the tall whites, the reptilians, but then there's the mantis too, right?
Right, and those are things, honestly, we've only discussed a part of my life. I've had experiences all the way from 3 years old on. And even after I was out of the program and I was just working in Florida, and I've seen the Delta or triangular craft like 3 times. And one of those times was my daughter when we were coming back from her gymnastics class, pretty much just before I retired.
And what did that look like?
It was like the size of a 3-story home, but it was, pointed, and on the top it was kind of angular, kind of like what you see the F-117 look like, where it's angular. It kind of looked like that. It had pale grayish white lights on the underside, on the cardinal corners, and then in the back there was a flat panel that looked like a grill, where there was a light. There was like this stack of straight up lights, like fluorescent lights are, that would go to the right and then to the left.
And did it make noise?
Zero noise.
And it was just flying through the air.
Yeah.
Fast? Slow?
It was going fairly slow. And then when it banked, it turned, and then that's when it sped up a little bit, and then I lost it in the trees. Then I saw it 2 other times. One time was going to work, and the other time was in 2022 when I reached out to some of the program folks that I used to know to tell them, hey, there's a space on the top secret chambers computers that they're talking about UFOs. And I pointed them directly to this this delta-shaped craft, because I was like, I know what this is, and I know what they know it is. So I was trying to let them know that you need to look at this imagery that we have our hands on. And ends up, they ended up showing up with it. And they showed me flying in flight. They followed me home the next night, and it was right there above my car. I'm looking kind of like,
So is this ours?
it's ours. Yeah, it's a hybrid, or it's ours. I've always told people.
A hybrid meaning
Yeah,
what?
well, here it is. The whole thing is that in the 90s, I know they were on mission with me and my Pat, and we saw a delta-shaped craft. It had different nacelles at the time, or engines at the time. That's what a nacelle is. And then, so this new version looked very similar in shape. However, it had these glowing orbs that looked like they were part of the propulsion system. So they had upgraded part of it, and now it looked fully functional and operational, because back in the 90s it was not.
So this is the other thing that I keep hearing, is that we are in possession of technology that is many, many years ahead of anything that anybody could anticipate.
And when we get that, I call that exotic material, and or whatever you want to call it, but we get our hands on that, and about every 10 years we get a breakthrough on it, because we do study it, and sometimes somebody is smart enough to figure something out. And the next thing you know, we've got fiber optics, or we've got cell phones, we've got transistors, nanotech. Where did all this stuff come from? Is some of this part of this NHI presence, and that they've taken a patent that was developed inside the program, and now these people from Lockheed and Northrop are patenting this stuff and then making lots of money on the outside.
Other than the beings that we described, are there other ones that people have talked about?
Yes, I've actually, like I said, as a young adult, I probably encountered more of a spiritual sense, but they were Nordic looking. Platinum hair kind of a look, blue eyes.
Like the tall whites are different?
No, different. They.
How many documented different species have you heard of?
If I'm talking about my mission days, it's only that handful. And then if you're talking about other things that I've had other people tell me about, I think I've heard enough from enough people that I trust that I think our concept of life in this universe is totally off. I think there are literally trillions of other life forms, and anything you can imagine is probably true.
So that's an interesting thing, because one of the things that I wondered when we used to talk in the task force was, if this is we're the alpha species here on Earth. So what if what we're seeing is the alpha species from another planet? Think about what other critters and other things are running around. And maybe if we see something wild and crazy over here, what if it's somebody, who's got a dog like Psycho? And all of a sudden, something goes, what was that? We just don't know. So we can speculate and everything and build all these hypotheses up, but we're constantly looking to add to what we think is out there, so we can figure out, here's what we figured out, here's what we haven't.
Now, is the conventional explanation that these things are from other planets, or is there speculation that they're interdimensional? Is there speculation that they live in the water?
Yes.
All of that.
All that.
All of the above.
Yes.
I would say that the way they appear and disappear is interdimensionalism. That and I've had other friends that have had encounters that have talked to me that they could see a larger craft and then it turned and all of a sudden there was a door opening and a creature coming out, and yet this other part of the craft seemed to be like a long way off. So it's like interdimensionally large. However, you know, when it turns, it's not like our four-dimensional world.
I've heard of a craft that you go inside of it and it looks like a couple 100 feet on the outside. You go inside of it, and
Yes,
it's bigger than a football field.
Yeah,
Doctor Who stuff.
because
Yeah.
it's going into this other dimension, and there's actually more space to that. Yes, and that's what this
So-
guy was describing.
So we've all heard that too. The other thing too about the dimensional thing, because of the speeds that they're moving at, it could be that they're moving so fast it looks like they slipped into a dimension. Because sometimes you'll see these things go off into the sky and then do some weird whatever, and then they're gone. And then other times, what you're seeing is this thing is moving slowly, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and you're like, did they just slip into a different dimension, or is that their
Is the
Yes.
speed so fast that you can't track it with your eye?
Yes,
I've heard people tell me that they were seeing some of these things moving at 16,000 miles per hour plus, and they're still accelerating. I've never been able to verify that, obviously, but these are some people that seem to know what they're talking about, and they just kind of come forward. I would just have, when I was on the task force, I would just get a phone call and they said, "Hey, are you Mr. Logan?" Oh yeah. And they're like, check your email in about 5 minutes, or hey, there's something I want to tell you, and I had no way of verifying it, but the idea would be to put it in a little box somewhere to say, hey, this is an unknown, and maybe someone like Jason would come along and verify what this guy just told me, or verify what I just saw in a video that maybe he can corroborate on. We would look at, primarily for the task force, we were looking at the safety of the pilots, because they were having so many problems, and they kept filling out all those safety reports, so we're like, and I remember asking the task force director, Jay Stratton, I was like, what about all the commercial stuff that's going on? And he says, I want to incorporate that, but I can't, because with their stuff, we don't have a good chain of custody on what's happening, and if someone's manipulating the data. With the stuff that's coming directly from the pilots, we can. So I was always looking at what the pilots told me they saw. And then me and several others in and outside of the task force were looking through the commercial stuff to see if we could find the same exact thing. Because that's how I when I first got it pulled into the task force, it was, I talked about my app, and I was going to do this just to figure out just something for a hobby when I get older, when I grow up. And then Lou Elizondo came out with Leslie Keane and their story. And I went and found Lou, and I said, if you're serious about what you're talking about, stop by my office, because I just wanted to see if you could do it. And he showed up with the gang, and they presented their story about the pilots and everything. And we were like, oh, okay. And I said, well, what about this weird thing over here? And they're like, how do you know about that? And I was like, I got friends in low places, kind of like you. And they looked at me and they said, don't worry. That one's, we've been told that something mundane is nothing important. And I was like, I beg to differ. And I was able to show them in a video of the same thing, seen somewhere in the world through civilian stuff. And I remember when they were leaving after they heard everything, and all of a sudden Lou just turns back around and goes, you're in. And I was like, in what? And he goes, you'll see. And next thing you know, I was in the task force. So, and for me, I was like, oh, my life just came full circle. I saw some things, and now I'm actually going to investigate these things. And so that's how I kind of pressed ahead. And then just to add, on top of that, remember I said when Jason showed up, I called David Grush, all right? But the funny thing was, I hadn't even been in the task force that long, and I was trying to look at things. All of a sudden, I get a phone call, and I'm like, "Yeah, how can I help you?" And he goes, "My name is David Grush. Are you serious about all the stuff you're tracking?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "I want in." And I was like, "Huh?" And he goes, "I think I have something that can help with you guys." And I was like, "Well, I'm not in charge of this. I got to introduce you to, Stratton and Company." And so I introduced him, and every now and then I would say hi to him, and we talk, and he'd call me on the phone. But who else? I mean, I'm going to Stratton. I'm going to all the people in the task force, and he pops up, and I'm like, "Oh my God, what do you do with that?"
Right.
I don't have the
I
resources.
didn't get invited like you did.
Yeah, I didn't have the resources to check out everything that he did.
One of the things that we keep hearing, Christopher Mellon's talked about this, many people talked about this, is there is evidence that's been classified that is high resolution video and photographs that are very distinct, very different than some of the blurry stuff that we've seen. Have you guys seen any of that?
Yes.
You have. Can you talk about it?
All I can say is that there's some really, really good, clear, high def stuff out there that
Can't explain.
you can't explain. You're just sitting there
We
going,
went through the whole rigmarole on these projects. You had people on one side of the fence, people on the other side of the fence, people in the middle of it all, and no people walking.
"Which thing we're trying to do is go, okay, could that be Russia? Could that be China? Okay, who else is there?" And you go through your whole list. Then once you put that off to the side, you go through, now what are we observing? And some of the things, like Lou said, the 5 observables plus the 6, which is, the psychological effect on that. But you're kind of going through those, looking for all those. They're not always there.
Yeah.
But they're super clear. And some of them, you're like, you look at it, you just keep saying, how can that be?
Yeah, because you got to understand that these are professionals. We had imagery analysts go through looking for false positive, like camera artifacts that look like something they're not.
They can do AI analysis of images now. They're pretty accurate.
Exactly, and we had a whole database of all these false positives to go through, and it wasn't matching any of that. We were going through the imagery analysis of the video, looking for flaws like artifacts. Couldn't find anything.
And this, you're talking about high resolution video.
Yeah.
Like it's much clearer than the stuff we're seeing.
Exactly.
Yes. And what's the resistance to that stuff getting out there to the general public?
It's just classification.
It could be where it's at, those type of things. It could be anything.
Because one of the things that I think the community really gets hung up on when it comes to the intel community is that the classification is one thing, but when you don't know if something is a threat, you automatically assign a value to that as being credible or not credible. And right now they can't draw a conclusion, therefore they don't want to declassify it, therefore it will not be divulged to the public because of those reasons.
I was telling him, my first thing as an intel analyst is to go, friend or foe.
Right.
And then the next thing I'm trying to do is, break down all the characteristics, and we would sit there and you're looking. When I first joined the task force, I remember there was a group that I used to walk in their office because they're smarter than me, so I want to make sure I'm getting the best input. And the first couple of times I showed up, everybody pulled out the aluminum hats. They started playing the X-Files music, and I'm like, okay, guys, well, what about this? And I throw it out there, and they're like, oh, yeah, what is that? After about the 4th or 5th visit, no more music. No more. I come in, everybody's already hunched over what I've already sent them. They're like, yeah, what is that? Because Jay Stratton asked us he said, lean forward and get out there and use an all-source approach to looking and gathering all the information on what we can find. So I would capture, I'd call up a drone guy and say, I need you to come to my office. Take a look at this. And he would look at it and he was like, holy crap, how big is that? What? How? And I was like, yeah, I need answers. He would take a look, and he would, Logan, I'll get back to you. A couple of weeks later, he's like, dude, I got nothing. And then, we would have an imagery guy look at it. And, sometimes they could sit there and say, that's this.
If you had one piece of footage or image to release, would there be one that really stands out? Like if they said, look, you can release this just one of these classified high resolution videos, is there one that really stands out as being unique?
It's a group for me. It's a group of
Can you describe any of it?
I think Lou Elizondo described one. There's the story that he talks about. I think Commander Fravor discusses about the torpedo.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember that one? Where the story is that they were launching torpedoes, and they blew the ballast on the torpedo. The torpedo came up to the top, and the divers came to hook the torpedo, and just as they were about to hook it, something very large, like an island, came up underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I get this weird call, and you have to play devil's advocate, because when you try to tell guys that they were the observer, and you're trying to say, hey, well, it could have been this. Some of these guys get downright angry. They're pissed because you're questioning their ability to discern what's going on. They were there, you weren't. So
And
you have
you've seen
to
something life changing.
right. So you have to be careful, because after a while, nobody will want to talk to you again because Logan's an asshole because
Right.
So you're very careful. So this guy just sends me this thing, and I'm looking at it, and I just maybe a couple weeks before I'd heard this story with Fravor and Elizondo. So I'm like, what is this? And there was this. All I can say was there was something very, very, very large moving under the water, but not too far that you can't see it. But it's moving under the water, and it's passing objects that I know are really large, and this thing is bigger than them.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going,
Well, I think they mentioned one of them, and that was the oil tanker one.
yes.
That one confused the hell out of me. And there were people saying it was just a shadow.
That's the
of
one that was
something-
going 500 knots.
Yeah,
Is that the
yeah,
one?
it was going
I think
pretty
so.
quick,
Yeah.
But some people were saying it was just some kind of a round object that the sun is just making a
The
large.
shadow of the moon going across
But
space and
then
Earth and all
somebody
this.
did another analysis. They looked at the wave tops, and they're like, "This is not a shadow. Otherwise, it would show up on the wave tops. This is under the surface." And this thing,
And it's disturbing the water underneath it. As
this thing made this oil rig out in the ocean, but it dwarfed it. I mean, this is like 3 or 4 times bigger.
So the speculation is that they're hiding in plain sight in the water, or is the speculation that there's always been a civilization down there?
I'd say, in my opinion,
Yes.
no, in my opinion, I would say that they have been there a very long time, and that underneath the ocean and underneath the ground are two of the best places to stay hidden and out of the way of prying eyes.
You go out in the booty somewhere, or you go, like, there's a whole bunch of activity going on around Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
There's a whole bunch of activity that is going on, where the Nimitz incident is.
Mhm.
All right. So there's things that we want to verify, because you hear stories about things like you've heard of the Baltic anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first thing you want to know is, well, first of all, is it actually there? Once you verify that it's there, you want to know
What's its composition?
what's its composition, all those things. There's another thing on there. You can look it up right now. It's called the Cuban Atlantis. It's supposed to be 13 nautical miles west of Cuba, all right? And it looks like there's triangles and everything else there. And I'm like, from the moment that thing came out, I've never heard anybody else say, we've been there, we've checked it out, we've verified it, it's there, let's send a dive team down. The thing on the right there,
That's it, yeah.
yeah.
That's under the water?
Yeah, that's supposedly 13
Is that
miles
real?
off the coast of Cuba.
Oh,
Well,
it's
that's
very
what we
real.
want to know.
Yeah.
We want to verify it.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, where's the
Crazy.
National Geographic documentary on that?
Wait a minute, is that for real?
Just the
Why have I
one,
never even
all
seen that before?
all the other ones I'm thinking are fake, but this one up top right there where the thing is.
Click on that, Jamie.
Yeah.
Ancient Origins. Is it a crackpot site?
Doesn't give the vibes of a place to start looking for
Right.
relevant information.
Right.
That's a good way to put
Right.
it, Jamie.
There's
Yeah.
no vibe.
So supposedly what was
Bad
happening,
vibes, man.
there was some people doing something coming across the water and they saw it. So could it be that the Caribbean,
We analyze this one.
the Caribbean's hot, and
Oh, wow.
there's something else You know,
It eventually goes in the water.
yeah.
It's very weird.
Even this one, we've looked at it.
We argued over this for months.
How
Yes.
fast is this thing supposed to go?
It's not going that fast.
Yes, it's kind of quick, like a Learjet would. You know,
But
It
but
just
it,
looks.
not
Now it just went
remarkable.
right in the water.
the two
Right.
things that stick
That's
out
what's
about
nuts.
this,
That it goes in the water.
it does. There's no
And it's going
rooster tail.
fast in the water.
Yeah, there's
Right.
no rooster tail that
Right.
comes off it.
Right.
And the other thing is, at one point near the end, it actually looks like it splits in two. There's like one's a holograph and one's
Right. And now there's some other imagery guy that's saying, "Oh, that it didn't actually go in the water. It's just an
yeah.
artifact."
See, it splits up.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's the part that you can't. And what are we seeing with the drones? Some of these are splitting.
Yes.
And these are the ones that I find very curious because those are the ones that get sent, and they're like, it's an orb, but now there's three of them. You know, how do I explain that?
Well, listen, I want to thank you guys for having the courage to even talk about this because I know it brings with it a lot of ridicule. And for people like me that have no idea what's going on, it's very fascinating. And
You know a lot more than most.
well, I still don't know anything though, so that's not good. 'Cause I know more than
Wait a
most.
minute, wait a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, all I know is what people have told me. So I don't know what's real and what's not real, you know. But I appreciate you guys very much, and thank you for being here. If you got social media, tell everybody where they can get a hold of you.
I'm on X Space mainly. Just my name, Jason T. Sands, is my moniker. So,
Logan.
I am at phenom.earth. Just look it up and you'll see information about my app and a little bit about my background.
Okay.
and I've got a first-hand fund. I'm trying to get further whistleblowers to come forward as well.
Okay.
James Fox did ask me to pass you something. He said if you could put out a shout out to anybody that has information on the Varhemia stuff because he's found some new information and he needs to start cooperating.
Ah, okay. Where they get a hold of James?
Uh,
It's James Fox Director, I think, on Instagram.
I believe so.
Yeah, and his X Space is also good.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. But thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Very
Thank
fun.
you, Joe. Very good meeting you.
Bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Joe
Good to see you
Rogan,
again.
you're gorgeous.
You are too, you beautiful
Shut up.
bastard. Come on.
Can I read you something?
Oh, okay. You want to read me something?
This is from my son, just
Okay.
before I came on the show. Hi, Daddy. I was wondering if the show will be live anywhere, and tell Joe that I say enroll, and I love his show.
Oh,
You just made his life.
how old is it?
Well, last week was his bar mitzvah.
Oh, so he's 13.
He's 13,
Okay.
and it was
That's about the age you shouldn't be listening to my show yet. You used to disturb me when I would meet my youngest daughter's friends when they were before high school.
Yeah.
And they would say they love my podcast. I was like, geez, this is really not for you. Like some of the subjects,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
for you. But the kids today, they're not 12-year-olds when I was a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
These kids have a far more advanced understanding of the world, for good or for bad.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad, because I mean, I think our childhood, we were more exposed to things than our parents were. I don't necessarily think that's bad. So why would I think it's bad for kids today?
I think the explosion, though. Is,
Yeah,
you could go on and see porn that you and I don't even know they exist.
yeah, it is an issue. Yeah, that most certainly is a problem. But I don't know if it's worse or better.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather have the loss of innocence that I had as a 14-year-old than the loss of innocence my parents had. I think they just lived in a more ignorant time. And with knowledge, you're also going to get all the bad stuff. Like, I see a lot of assassination videos.
Okay. You know, it's funny you say age of innocence because I've always said that the two things that protect me in life were my Belgian shepherds, whom I love. And I saw, by the way, that you were talking recently about Belgian Malinois.
Yeah.
So my kids have grown up with By the way, the Belgian Malinois is one of 4 types of Belgian Shepherds. The only difference across the 4 types is that the Belgian Malinois has short hair, whereas the ones that we had have longer. They even look more wolfish, more intimidating.
Scary dogs.
And so, anyways, so I always said that the 2 things that protect me when I sort of entered the sanctity of my home was the love of my family, my Belgian Shepherds, and the innocence of my children. Because, you know, the world out there is ugly. And then you go back home.
True.
And so once that becomes polluted because they just know more, I feel like I can part of it.
That's interesting. I don't think you should think that way. I think they're human beings and you should want them to know things. It's just that we enjoy the position of being the person that has all the deep, dark knowledge of the world and dealing with this innocent child that wants to watch Dora the Explorer. You know, Dora, you know, like
Peppa Pig.
Yeah, Peppa Pig, all those kind of shows. And there's, you know, there's something beautiful in watching a little person learn stuff about the world and shocking when they find out about like murders and danger and scary things, and you know, and then their realm of knowledge expands to, you know.
What amazes me is seeing my children get a political awakening. So my son, who's really precocious, he's 13. My daughter is 16. She wasn't as into it, but during the last U.S. elections, maybe because of the TikTok stuff and so on, she sort of woke up to it, and she would come to me and say, you know, why do we like Trump? Why don't we like? And so I saw an awakening in her that my son already had. I mean, he literally will sit with me, watch. I mean, Tucker's no longer on, but he would watch Tucker with me and have conversations with me when he was 11, 12. My daughter came a bit later into the game, but it's so rewarding to see them wake up to these things and have meaningful conversations with me on these topics. It's really beautiful.
God, I didn't know anything about politics, blissfully unaware when I was 13.
Is that right?
Right, but I did worry about Russia. When I was in high school, everybody was terrified. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, we were terrified that we were going to go to war with Russia. It was like a thing that was hovering over our head every day.
Yeah.
That was kind of all I knew about politics. Like, Russia bad, United States good. Russia bad, wants to kill United States. Like, that's what we were basically told. All the movies like Red Dawn, you know, Russia invades America.
Can I incorporate some professorial elements what you just said?
Please do.
So one of my intellectual heroes is John von Neumann, who was a Hungarian Jewish polymath. He was a mathematician. He was a game theorist. And one of the things that he did, he was one of the pioneers of using game theory. Do you know what game theory is?
Yes.
In economics? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain it for you?
Yeah, please.
So a classic example of a game theory context would be the prisoner's dilemma, right? You capture 2 prisoners, you take them apart, as the cops do. Each of them can either squeal, confess, or not. And depending on whether, so there are 4 possibilities. Both can confess, one confess, the other one. So it's a 2x2 matrix. And there are different payoffs in each of these matrices. And then the question is, what is the optimal behavior? So that's called game theory, because you use game theoretic, framework to model what should be some optimal behavior. Well, in the context of the Cold War, that's when game theory was first being applied. That the Soviets can nuke us or not, we can nuke them. Mm-hmm. So there are all these models that were developed. So, for example, mutually assured destruction is a outshoot of understanding game theory. And so for the ones who are watching the show, John von Neumann is the definition of how I think an intellectual should be. Very broad thinker. He can both discuss mathematics or economics or game theory. He died, I think, too young, but he got his PhD at the age of 23. Check him out, John von Neumann.
Wow, 23.
23 years old from Hungary. Incredible.
Wow. Yeah. The people like that just make you feel like such a dummy.
I mean, I was impressed with myself because I got my PhD at my late 20s.
That's still pretty good.
Well, he beat me by many, many years, so I'm a little ant compared to him.
It's bizarre when you see like young teenagers that are in college already because they've gone through their entire high school course. By the time they're 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Now at 16, they're in college.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Of course, as you know, the danger of that is that you're not at the right social developmental phase.
Yeah.
So yes, you can solve calculus really easily,
Right.
but you can't speak with people who are 4 years older than you. So you end up
Isn't
being
that crazy?
yeah. So it's so I'm not sure if I support this kind of fast tracking, because there's an element of just being with the right people at the right age.
That is true, but also when you have an extraordinary mind, you want to give that extraordinary mind fuel. You have someone who caught lightning in a bottle,
Yeah.
you know, and you want to help that.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe there's a way to do it where the parents come with the kid to school or something like
Right.
that. But isn't it strange though that you and I at our age, the idea of talking to someone 4 years older than us is like, so what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the big deal? Isn't it weird? Like, the
Yeah.
accelerated learning that you have as a child is so rapid and so profound that a 4-year age gap is nuts.
Well, speaking of accelerated learning, my biggest regret, I may have discussed this with you before or not, but my parental regret is that we never taught our children all of the languages that we speak at home. So I speak, my mother tongue is Arabic, and I also learned French because from Lebanon and then moving to Montreal. Then I learned English, and I also speak Hebrew. And then my wife, because she's Lebanese Armenian, she speaks Armenian. So between the two of us, we speak 5 languages. But here's the rub. If I speak to them in Arabic or Hebrew, my wife won't understand. If she speaks to them in Armenian, I won't understand. So we just settled on French and English. So rather than them now being these super exotic, 5 language speaking kids, they only speak the very vanilla French and English.
Yeah, but it's still 2.
It's well,
99% of
compared to
Americans,
Americans, I agree. They don't even master one language.
we barely know English.
Very
We had to have
English.
separate versions of English. You know,
Actually, I was
slangs and dialects.
I posted on X that I was coming to Texas. I'm also soon going to South Carolina, to Georgia, to Florida, to Mississippi. And so I said, if I'm going to fit in the South, since I'm doing this big, what are some absolute must expressions that I must have? So the ones I came up with, and you'll add to that, I'm fixing to leave.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Y'all.
Y'all.
All y'all.
All y'all.
That's all I got.
Yeah, don't use any of those.
No?
No.
Why?
No.
Because it's too cliche?
They're going to know you're faking it.
They're going to know I'm faking it because I'm not tall enough to be a Texan.
No, there's some drunk Texans. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such a routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. But the thing is, like, saying it like that, you can't. If you don't have a Southern accent and you're throwing y'alls around, people are like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
It's just a weird one. And not that the accent here is so dense. Like, the Texas accent is probably much stronger in the rural areas, or in small cities and stuff like that. Austin is pretty mixed with a bunch of people from all over the place. So I think even the general Texas accent here is fairly muted.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Jamie? Does that make sense?
Definitely, y'all's are
A lot of
thrown
y'all.
around, but that's about it.
Right, but it's not a
Yeah.
Texas accent
Yeah, it's
like
not
you
Texas.
hear in other parts of the state. There's other parts of the state you talk to people like that's a full motherfucking Texas accent. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a very specific way that they talk that's pretty cool, but it's very distinct. It makes you know where you're at. Like New Yorkers, like if you're in New York and you go to an Italian deli and you're talking to this fucking guy and he's making you a sandwich, like my friend Giovanni, it's fun. It's like they're talking the way they talk. It's like it's a very specific way of talking. It's cool.
I was going to say that you're going to get me in trouble because I think I mentioned to you last time that the biggest trouble I ever faced was 2 shows ago when I was here. And I made a joke about the French Canadian accent.
Yes, you did.
So
I get very upset at
I
you.
am hereby stating that in nature, the most beautiful auditory orgasm is to listen to the French Canadian
But now
accent.
they think you're lying because now you're
No,
a
I've just
flip-flopper.
learned.
You're a flip-flopper. Flip-flopper is a weird one to me because it's like, wait a minute, what do you do when you encounter new information?
That's right.
Don't you change your mind? Like this idea that someone who's running for office, especially, right? It's always like presidential candidates and
Yeah,
Senate
that you
candidates,
should never,
never
you should
flip-
always be consistent. Yeah.
which is so crazy. Like, shouldn't you learn from new information?
So in behavioral decision making, psychology and decision making, there's a whole field that studies what are the types of cognitive traps that people succumb to precisely to not alter their original position. And Leon Festinger, I don't know if you know, he's the pioneer who developed the theory of cognitive dissonance. And so he has an amazing quote, which I use in one of my earlier books, in The Parasitic Mind, where he basically says the types of mental machinations that the average human being will engage in to make sure that there's cognitive consistency in his mind. Because incoming information that contradicts my anchored position makes me feel icky. So what are the kinds of mental gymnastics I'm going to go through to make sure that everything stays consistent in my mind? Which, as you might imagine, is a big obstacle for me because I'm in the business of administering mind vaccines to people, right? Getting them to think properly. But if the reality is that the architecture of the human mind is not built to change their positions, then I'm up shit's creek.
Well, if you pay attention to X, you will see you are up shit's creek. Especially liberal people on X, like super hyper liberal people that are unwilling to look at any positive aspects of any Republican ideas or policies, or it's like that's what they're doing. They're doing that 100%.
Albeit, there are a few people that have come around, let's say to Trump. No, don't you think?
Oh yeah,
So
a lot of people have, but it's like they had to see, 4 years of an awful administration to go, oh, okay, wait a minute. I think these people are bullshitting me. I think these people are fully incompetent. I don't think that guy's really the president. I think there's like a bunch of financial institutions and deep state operatives that are involved. Like, and that's when did you see that interview with Mike Johnson when he was talking about conversations that he had with Biden about liquid natural gas?
I don't think so.
And that Biden had signed an executive order and it limited liquid natural.
Oh, and then he said, I didn't do that.
He said, I didn't do it.
That's right.
And so he couldn't get a meeting with Biden. They wouldn't let him have a meeting. It took a year before he got a meeting, and there was a bunch of people in the room in that meeting. And he wanted to be alone with Biden, but Biden kicked everybody out. So when Biden kicked everybody out, then he was talking to him. And then he found out that Biden didn't even read these executive orders. He was gone, man. We knew he was gone. I said he was gone in 2020.
Yeah.
The presidency ages you faster than radiation. Whatever the fuck happens when you're in that, when you have all that information and all that pressure and like the whole world's watching you and then there's fucking chaos everywhere and probably a bunch of terrifying shit that most people don't have information on, but you do. And all of a sudden you have this crazy position, like you age like crazy. So he was already gone 4 years ago. So 4 years of getting cooked by being the president, like that poor guy.
So I'll tell you a background story, because we're talking about Trump, and of course he came on your show. I was speaking to one of his senior advisors prior to him agreeing to come on your show. And I was saying, hey, I would love to have President Trump for a chat and so on. He goes, oh, that's fantastic. What would you like to talk about? What angle would you like to do, to pursue? And I said, well, I think that a lot of people have this wrong impression of President Trump. If it was given a long format setting where we can just chat, people would see that he's funny and he's not this over. And of course, he came on your show. There's no point coming on my show once he's been on your show. And I think you did exactly that with him. So that a lot of people, several people that I know who hated Trump, after they sort of watched on through, they're like, it's kind of cool. And so that was exactly what I was hoping to do had I had the privilege of having him chat with me. And of course, you pulled it off.
Yeah, that's the only way to talk to people. And I wanted to do that with Harris too. I wanted to be able to talk to her as a human, just have a conversation with you. I know there's a human in there. I know this whole system's fucked, but I've talked about this before, but there's this one interview that she does where she talks about meeting her mother and father-in-law for the first time. And it's so funny. And she talks about her mother-in-law grabbing her face. He goes, "Oh, look at you." You said she's laughing, but she's laughing genuine. It's not
Right.
that
Not the
weird
cackle,
performative
yeah.
laugh that she does sometimes. It's really funny. I'm like, there's a human in there. Like, that would be fun to just talk to a person.
I mean, obviously you've spoken to thousands of people for 3 hour chunks. Do you think, had you had the opportunity, you would have been able to pull out 3 hours of worthwhile conversation with her?
I don't know. You don't know until you do it. You know, you don't know also based on people's conversations with other people, because people are different. It just, some people, they go into conversations like it's an interview, right? And so they can't establish a flow, right? A conversation like where you and I are having is a dance.
Exactly.
We're both moving. We're moving. We have to like.
I actually call it a tango, like literally.
It is a tango. It's a tango. It's a dance, and you have to know that. And some people literally are having these things and don't know it's a tango.
Yeah.
They think that it's an opportunity for them to expose people's flaws or catch people in viral moments, or an opportunity to flex your intellect. There's a bunch of things, so it fucks with the flow, because as a person listening, I want to feel a genuine conversation. That's what I want, right? And you can get that out of almost anybody if they're willing to do it, but that you have to be skillful in how you negotiate it and how you do it. You have to think about it like it's like a dance.
So I'm gonna maybe be a bit more less charitable than you. I don't think she's capable of doing it, because it takes a couple of things to be able to do what you just said. Number one, it takes vulnerability, in that you're laying yourself out there. Right now, I'm speaking straight without any script,
Right.
and I might say something stupid that's going to be caught by millions of people, but I'm willing to take that chance for the joy of sitting and chatting with you. But if you're tight and you can't let yourself go, if you don't have the self-assuredness to be able to be vulnerable, then you can't. That's why she could only speak in those little chunks.
Perhaps, but it's also perhaps who is she talking to? Do they have the ability to, or do they have the personality? Do they have whatever it is that allows people to be comfortable and have a conversation? Because all these conversations is just like the way I talk about, like these rambling speeches that she does, which she kind of rambles on. It's because I know what it's like. She's trying to dismount. She doesn't know how to dismount. So it's pressure, right? But how is she verbally when there's no pressure? I bet she's a lot better. Everybody is. So that's the goal. The goal is to talk to her like a human. Like, there was a few things they didn't want to talk about. I said, I don't care. We can talk about fucking groceries. I don't give a shit. We talk about flowers. Don't give a fuck. I just want to talk. Like, let's talk. You don't want to talk. Anybody who doesn't want to talk about something, I don't need to talk to them about that.
Right.
You know, if you've had a UFO experience, you don't want to talk about it. Like, okay, let's talk about ghosts. What do you think about Bigfoot? I'll find out what you're about.
We did. You and I talked about Bigfoot last time when you explained to me how you got off the Bigfoot train.
Yeah, I want to believe. That's the problem. The problem with Bigfoot is the same problem
here we
that I have with. No, I don't believe. But it's the same problem that I have with UFOs.
Yeah.
The problem is I am very biased. Look, there's a UFO right behind me. Very, very biased. There's a UFO on the desk. Look, that's the sport model from Bob Lazar, what he found in the Area S4, Area 51. Okay. I am I'm a romantic in that way. I want to believe in stupid shit.
Right.
I do. So I have to be careful. I have to be careful in what do I actually believe versus what do I want to believe. Like, what does the data show me? And the data shows me, especially what I know now from being a hunter for 12 years and spending a lot of time in the woods and knowing how many people are out there and how many people have phones and cameras and how many trail cameras there are and how many we have like real accurate. There's only 2 jaguars that we know of that are in North America, and they know exactly where they are. Like, you telling me, this fucking giant ape is wandering around Seattle
without anybody seeing it? Right.
It's just not likely. Also, there's a bunch of reasonable explanations. First of all, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest? You've been up
I've been to Seattle.
The woods up there are fascinating because it's essentially a rainforest. So there's so much rain that the forest is dense like these fingers.
Right.
Like it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what I always describe it as. Like there's no spaces. It's just trees everywhere.
Right.
There's no like big open spaces where if you go to Montana, you go to the woods, there's mountains and there's trees, but there's like space in between the trees.
It's expansive.
There's no fucking space up there.
Right.
It's a rainforest. It's like this.
Right.
You don't see shit. And bears are known commonly to walk on two legs. They do it all the time. I've seen bears personally with my own eyes. I've seen bears in the woods walk on two legs.
Right.
They do it all the time. So if you're looking in between all these trees and something 100 yards away is going in between trees and standing up tall, you just saw Bigfoot.
Right.
Meanwhile, you saw a black bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Normal, everyday, average black bear standing on its back legs. They do it all the time, and they could easily be 7 feet tall.
So, earlier we were talking about how would you change your opinion once you have a position that's anchored.
Yeah.
So, and now I'd love to believe in this stuff, but then incoming information comes in, and then I kind of have to accept the fact that I can't believe this stuff. Well, that, in a sense, was the exact topic of my doctoral dissertation. I actually celebrated 30 years in 2024.
What examples did you use?
So I brought in subjects into the lab. So let me tell you what the topic was, and then I'll tell you how I ran it. So the idea was to study what are called stopping strategies, which means when is it that a person has acquired enough information to stop and make a choice? Now, why is that important? Because classical economic theory argues that if you're going to maximize your utility when you're making a decision, you should look at all of the available information. You can't choose the car that maximizes your utility if you leave some information unturned. So that's called a normative theory, meaning that's how you ought to behave normatively if you want to be a perfect decision maker, a rational decision maker. But objectively speaking, that's not what we do, right? Like you and I, every decision that we make every day, we don't sample all of the relevant and available information before we make a choice. We sample until we have sufficiently differentiated between the choices that you say, there's no point in sampling more information. I now have enough information to vote for Trump. I have enough information to marry this girl, to choose this girl. So that's called the stopping strategy. So I was studying the cognitive strategies that people use when they're making the stopping decision. So what I did, so to answer your question of how I went about doing it, I brought in people into the lab and I made them make sequential binary choices. Binary choices means it's a choice between two alternatives. Sequential means that they acquire one piece of information at a time on these alternatives. This was on a computer, and it's called a process tracing algorithm, meaning that it keeps track of every single behavior that the decision maker is making. It does that in the background. And so what I was looking at, they could acquire up to 25 attributes, let's say choosing between apartments. And I was tracking the cognitive processes that they were using and deciding when to stop and choose apartment A or choose apartment B. And then later, I applied that to other types of decisions. For example, mate choice, right? So you could apply for anything. You could apply choosing between fitness instructors, choosing between political candidates to vote for anything, right? The reason why it's binary, it's because it only operates once you're down to two final alternatives. You might have used another process to go from 10 alternatives. Like let's say the primaries in the US system, we first go through Republican primary, then we choose one final one, and then we go through a Democratic primary, we choose one, and then the final two go head to head. That's when my model comes in. And so my model really explains how we make decisions across a bewildering number of cases, specifically how we stop and say, I'm marrying her, I'm hiring him, I'm voting for him. So it was a big deal.
So a tipping point of information, like when you have enough information to make rational quality decisions.
Exactly. So what you do actually is you set, I mean, if I could show it to you on a curve, it would really be cool. It's you set a what's called a differentiation threshold, which basically says that I have now sufficiently teased apart the Mazda and the Toyota, that I've hit that threshold, that I'm sufficiently convinced that that decision will never be overturned, even if I sample all of the remaining information.
That's a good example. Good example, because when people are looking at cars, and they're trying to figure it out. Like you start going over, especially today, start going over all the details and different things they do, and then you get online, like, what's more reliable?
Yeah. And some people use what's called the core attributes heuristic, which basically is there might be 60 attributes that I might look at in a car, but I really care only about 4 attributes. I will sample those 4, whichever car is ahead after those 4, I'll buy that car. And so I studied all of those decision rule strategies.
What about emotions, though? Doesn't that play in there?
Great question. So later, once I had gotten my PhD, I started incorporating various types of emotional states to see where people shift those stopping thresholds. So one thing I did, it never got published, and we could talk about that. So I wanted to look at what happens to those stopping thresholds for dysphorics. Do you know what dysphorics mean?
Like gender dysphoria?
No, not gender dysphoria, emotional. So dysphoria is like a mild state of a clinical depression. It's not, I'm going to kill myself.
Okay.
But my wife left me, my dog died, life sucks. So that's called dysphoria. It's the opposite of euphoria. So there is a psychometric scale that you could administer to people, measure their dysphoria scores. And so I wanted to see whether non-dysphorics, people who don't suffer from dysphoria, would make their stopping decisions in a different way than dysphorics. And I didn't have any a priori hypotheses. Why? Because the literature was very confused. Some theories said that dysphorics, by virtue of them being helpless and apathetic, life sucks, will actually acquire less information before they commit to a choice. Then there was another school of thought that thought, no, dysphorics are so helpless that one of the ways that they can gain control over their lives is to look at more information. So because I couldn't come up with any a priori hypotheses, and being an honest scientist, I said, I'm not going to posit any hypotheses. I'm just going to run it and see what I get. So I think I had 18 different measures that were comparing the dysphorics, maybe 17 measures that were comparing the dysphorics to the non-dysphorics, of which on 16 out of the 17, I got no effects, right? Now that to me was worthy of publishing, meaning that in this particular task, dysphoria doesn't seem to moderate the behavior. I send it to the STOP journal, actually called Cognition and Emotion. You're asking about emotion. The editor writes back to me, "Gad, gorgeous study, beautiful, the design, beautiful. Unfortunately, given the number of null effects you got, I can't publish it." Now, this is literally called in science the null effects bias, or the drawer box, which means what? You only end up publishing findings that give you an effect, and you put into the disappearance bin all of the findings didn't get any effects. So when you then run a meta-analysis, do you know what a meta-analysis? When you run a meta-analysis, it's not an actual accurate depiction of the totality of findings, because all of those null effect studies were never published. And so I tried to tell the psychologist in question, who, by the way, several years later, he was at USC and was hounding me because he's a super wokester. I couldn't believe how much he fell in my esteem. But anyways, that's a separate. I won't even mention his name, although he's worthy of being shamed on the Joe Rogan show. And I wrote to him, I said, but I really think that, you're succumbing to the null effects bias, because it's worthy to publish this. This was, I think, in 1998. It's information. It's information that is worthy of certainly the scientific community should know about it. Well, one of the first times I've ever discussed it was on this show, so hopefully at least it gets that attention, but it's not on the record. What a shame.
That is a shame. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It's that time again where we all look ahead and plan out what we want to accomplish in the new year. There's the usual resolutions like wanting to travel more, get a promotion, or get healthier, which I think is a good thing to do any time of the year. If your goal is to hire more talented people for your business, though, you've got it pretty easy, because you can use ZipRecruiter. You can even try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/Rogan. When it comes to hiring, ZipRecruiter does a lot of the work for you. It's powerful. Matching technology works fast to find candidates for your role. There's also a feature that lets you invite top candidates to apply for your job. That's a smart way to encourage people to apply sooner. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's interesting that one of our biggest hurdles is the human ego does not want us to ever be wrong.
Right.
It's a giant hurdle. And human beings, for whatever reason, I guess it's part of the motivation of acquiring information and of advancing your ideas. We attach ourselves to ideas. And one of the things that I always tell young people, like if you want to do better in life and not get tricked by your own bullshit, don't be married to your ideas. Ideas are just ideas. You are not your ideas. Ideas are some things that you fuck around with in your head and you explore and you talk about with friends, but you have to always be honest about them and never be attached to them.
Yeah.
The problem with ideas is that ideas are just like everything else. Human beings grab them and they're stingy and they're like, mine. And I want my idea to win. And you'll lie so your idea wins, and it'll advance your career if your idea wins. And if you can, even if you can unfairly dismiss, or you can be unethical in how you're ignoring certain aspects of data for your opposing ideas. Like people do that and succeed because of that, because academia rewards them, the media rewards them, especially, if they can publish in the New York Times or something like that. Like if they can make a story, like you get rewarded for lying.
Yeah. So I can tell you a million. I mean, this is my 31st year as a professor. I can read a paper, and I can, just by looking at how clean their presentation of the data is, tell you that they cheated. Because the structure of the reality of data is never as clean as how it is presented in many of these journals. And then, by the way, not to sort of tap myself on the shoulder, but some of the top people that I know who ended up getting caught for fabrication of data, I was in private circles saying, I bet you 80% of this guy's research is bullshit, and then it comes up to be the case. Because I'll give you an example. So I did a study, and speaking about being wedded to your ideas. So I had a graduate student that worked with me on a really, really cool project, which we ended up publishing in 2009. Gorgeous paper on testosterone and so on. Really beautiful paper. I noticed that as we were getting ready to run these studies, there was always a delay where he wasn't yet ready to kind of cast the die. And so one day we had gone for coffee. I said, you know what I think? I think that maybe you're afraid that if right now, in the rarefied world of us having just posited the hypotheses but not run the study, we live in a world where it hasn't been falsified yet. So you're wedded to the idea. But I think you're scared that if we run the studies and the data doesn't come out and support, but guess what? It doesn't matter because we're going to reap some benefit from that. Well, true. And he looked at me and he was like, actually, you're exactly right, Professor. I'm afraid to find out whether we're correct or not. I said, just let's do it. It was actually a study on, so there was 2 parts of the study. And I'm not sure if I've ever discussed it with you. So I wanted to look at what happens to men's testosterone levels when they engage in acts of conspicuous consumption, and what happens to men's testosterone when they see other men engaging in acts of conspicuous consumption. And the general story, as you might imagine, is when I engage in an act of conspicuous consumption, my testosterone goes up because I had a social win. And when I see you, who's a competitor to me, getting into your fancy Maserati, then my tail goes between my legs. So you feel bad. So my testosterone goes down. So we designed 2 gorgeous studies. We ran them. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. By the way, I always joke that for study 1, we actually had people drive a Porsche that we rented and a beaten up old sedan. And after each driving condition, we took salivary assays so that we could measure the testosterone. And I always joke, try to get from a granting agency research funds so that you could rent a Porsche. Now, only when you can do that, you're a good scientist. Anyways, and so we ran the studies, and several of the hypotheses that we posited turned out to be veridical, but several were falsified. But to the credit of the editor, unlike the other guy, he found value in even the findings that were contrary to what we had expected, because we had an post hoc explanation for why it didn't work out. And so, lesson to everybody who is an aspiring scientist: always be honest. Don't fudge the data. Don't go back and pretend that you have hypothesized the stuff after you see what the data results are.
Oh, is that what they do?
Oh, tons. As a matter of fact,
Human ego.
Well, that's. I
Yeah.
told this whole story to your point. Exactly.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful because we rely on experts.
Yeah.
And a lot of times experts are just like everybody else. They're competing with these other experts and they're trying to get ahead and they're willing to bullshit. And also there's financial reward in bullshitting. There's people that would like them to bullshit a little bit, or make it a lot easier for us to pass this thing that we're trying to do a little bullshitting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll add something else. Actually, I'm giving a talk at one of the universities in Austin as part of this trip, and I'm going to talk about so I'm old enough at this point, although I'd like to think I still have many years left, but that I can sort of look back at, what are some of the great things that I've faced as a professor? What are some of the things that I'm disappointed in? Probably the number one thing that most disappoints me in my fellow academics, and I don't mean that as a haughty thing, is how non-intellectual most of them are. Most of them are just playing a game. I mean, obviously they're intelligent. They're in the sense that they've gotten a PhD, they've gotten a professorship, they are stay in your lane professors, they know their little methodology, but you can't sit with them at a party and talk about things that is not within their areas of specialty. They're not these big polymaths. They're not Leonardo da Vinci. And so that has disappointed me, because sort of my fantasy of becoming an academic was that every Friday for Shabbat dinner, I'd be inviting all of these intellectual colleagues of mine, and my children would be growing up hearing the art historian and the mathematician and my children and I are immersed in an endless orgy of ideas all day. Whereas most professors are just sort of mundane, publish or perish, get tenure, game the system. And so that left me with and that's why I do my thing, because I don't play those games. And so that's been disappointing.
Well, that competition, it creeps into medical science as well.
Yes.
And the really scary thing, I was reading about this case where this doctor was treating people for cancer that didn't have cancer. He was giving chemotherapy to all these people that didn't have cancer. And when they confronted him, one of the things that he said is, you have to eat what you kill in this business. Wow. So it was essentially, he was saying, in order to thrive as a cancer doctor, he had to diagnose more people with cancer than actually had cancer. And he was, in some way, if not justifying, explaining the thought process that led him to do this, which is so crazy to think that. But that's the reality of being a person. It's like your ego and your mind and the justifications that you can make for doing certain things. I mean, this is why we have war, right? This is what war is, the ultimate expression of that justification of the most horrific things, because you believe it's the right thing to do. Exactly. Or because it benefits you, or because if you don't, something's going to happen, and...
Well, I always say, and you might have seen me post it often on X, I always say the most dangerous force in nature are parasitized minds.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the tsunami is devastating, but it's a one bleep.
Well, what's interesting about you and your work is you predicted essentially the entire COVID reaction and the freak out and the woke mob, the whole left freak out way before it was going on. You caught like the first sounds of the drums in the far distance. You're like, guys, we got to get the fuck out of here. And everybody's like, relax. I don't hear any drums. And you're like, dude, I heard drums.
I mean,
I heard Viking drums.
That is literally my autobiography.
Yeah, well, that's what you did. You really did do that. You were way ahead of it, and you were widely criticized by a bunch of those people who turned out to be these woke dipshits. They eventually fell into the trance, and they all, put their fucking bios and their gender bios and their Twitter.
Trans, TRANCE.
Yeah, the trans.
But they fell into the trance of trans, TRANS.
Well, trans was just the ultimate expression of this preposterous idea.
Yeah.
This inclusion, like this idea that the more suppressed you are, the more maligned you are, the more social credit we have to give you.
Yeah.
And this is in the name of equity. So we bump a biological male who thinks he's a woman ahead of actual biological women, to the point where it's like literally victimizing these women, and we ignore it. We try to pretend it doesn't happen, whether it's in schools or it's like in the workplace. And that's the ultimate expression of this ability to completely ignore reality because it doesn't align with your ideology.
Well, so I have some good news, not phenomenal news, but in the same way that there's now this cataclysmic change that's happening because of Trump and so on, DEI is out and so on. I'm definitely seeing certainly a growing number of institutions that are reaching out to me, who are suddenly very interested and keen on speaking with me.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so that's wonderful, and not in a gleeful sense of, hey, I was right, but in the sense that,
well, hey, you were right. First of all, hey, you were right.
No, but we're redirecting the ship. People are waking up, so it's not just about me. And so like this year, I'm a visiting professor and global ambassador at Northwood University. I took a leave from my home university because I couldn't stand the Hamas crazies and so on. And if you go to that school, you'll be hard pressed to see one parasitic idea.
That's great.
There are, University of Austin here is trying to do big things. There are several other schools.
How's that going?
It's coming along. It had hit a bit of a couple of obstacles, but I think things are moving on track now.
Now, is the idea behind the University of Austin? I only peripherally know what's going on. I know they brought in a lot of very interesting people that are going to be a part of it, and Barry Weiss is a big part of it.
Yeah, she's on the board of trustees.
So, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to have a real university like every other university? We get accredited.
Completely real university. Actually, they're now. I think they just admitted their first class of 2028, fully accredited, and the idea is to return to broad, classical, liberal, not in liberal in the political sense, but like you read the ancient Greek stories, you read Homer, you read Socrates and Aristotle, like real basic education without any of the parasitic stuff. But it's not just an anti-woke school. It's a return to that broad education. I mean, I was reading some of the stuff that the founding fathers write, and no disrespect to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. When you read stuff that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and James Madison wrote, those were men of letters, right? Sure. Right. I mean, they can quote Cicero and so on. Well, I think what University of Austin, I haven't gone to visit yet, but from my understanding is they're trying to create students who are really well read, have critical thinking abilities. So it's not just a correction to the woke stuff, but let's return to meaningful, well-grounded, all-encompassing education. And if they pull it off, what a great thing.
Yeah, education is not supposed to be just indoctrination. It's supposed to be giving you a broad perspective on a bunch of different ways that people look at the world. And what we know about the world, that's a fact.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be able to form your own conclusions. The way you're supposed to be able to do that, you're supposed to see people of different ideologies debate and have conversations about things. You're not supposed to pull fire alarms and shut people off because you don't like what they're saying. You're supposed to have someone from your side who can calmly and reasonably and, in a way that's to other people to think the way they're thinking. Like you have to be persuasive. There has to be something about what they're saying that, go, wow, that guy's making some really good points. Or wow, she just shut all that down. Now I'm thinking about it differently. Like that's like a beautiful part of education is that you might have somebody like how many people are there? Like, wasn't Ronald Reagan at one point in time? I think Ronald Reagan was like, he was so left wing that he was investigated by the government. See if that's true. I think I've read this, that Ronald Reagan at one point in time was like a hardcore lefty.
Well, he certainly was lefty. I don't know how hardcore, but
I think he was a hardcore lefty. And I think during the McCarthy era, I think somewhere around then. I
So
think
the
he was even
50s.
investigated.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's true. I'm not sure if that it was during the McCarthy era, but he was a really hardcore left wing. It changed his mind. People, and how do you change your mind? You change your mind by evidence, by interacting with people that have different opinions that you didn't consider before. Now you do, and you have to be honest about your ideas and mull them over in your head and figure out, why do I think this way now?
So one thing about uh, sort of this broad education, I was mentioning earlier, John von Neumann was this kind of polymath. He's an expert in so many things. He's a generalist. Yeah, Joe, many of the biggest scientific innovations have happened at the intersection of interdisciplinarity, because many of the biggest scientific problems necessitate expertise in many different domains. So the mapping of the human genome could not come from only one discipline. It took biostatisticians and biologists and geneticists and bioengineers, all kinds of different expertise to put it all together, right? And so one of the things that I've been trying, I mean, certainly in my own research, I publish in medicine and in marketing and in psychology and in behavioral science and evolution. I've lived my life as an interdisciplinarian, but we don't train our students to be this way, right? You are an accounting major. You are
Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. You stay in your silo. As a matter of fact, our universities are architecturally designed so that we never speak to people who are. If you are in the psychology department, you never talk to someone from the finance department. But what if we were to speak to each other to study the psychology of personal finance? And now we've just created a synergy that we never thought of before, right? So one of the things that I'm hoping to do with some of the universities that are now interested in, making me an offer, is to build something that I've long dreamt of, which I call the Consilience Institute. Consilience. Have we ever talked about consilience on the show?
I don't know.
So even if we have, let me repeat it. So consilience is a term that was sort of reintroduced into the vernacular by E.O. Wilson, he recently passed away, a Harvard entomologist. He studied social ants. In the late 90s, Joe, he wrote a book called Consilience, Unity of Knowledge. So consilience refers to, are you able to create links between different disciplines? Can you create an organized tree of knowledge? So he was arguing, as I believe as well, that evolutionary theory is the meta-consilient framework that can link many different disciplines. So for example, you could study literature using evolutionary theory. And this field is called Darwinian literary criticism. And can you guess what that might mean? Or do you want me to just jump?
Yeah, just jump.
Okay. So Darwinian literary criticism means when you study certain literature narratives that have stood the test of time, the reason why they tickle our fancy is because at their base, they have certain universal themes that map onto key evolutionary, right? Paternity uncertainty, sibling rivalry, romantic jealousy. So in other words, there are 6, 7, 8 key evolutionary templates that drive much of the great literature, whether it be Arabic literature, whether it be ancient Greek literature, whether it be Japanese literature. There's always that same template, and that's why they cater to our sense. That's why I could understand what an ancient Greek poet had wrote 2,500 years ago, and I get how he's feeling jealousy, because you and I are running on the same softwares that guy did. And so that would be called Darwinian literary criticism. You could apply evolutionary theory to architecture. Okay, so I'm trying to give examples that you wouldn't have thought of. So architects usually are trained in how to design buildings to minimize cost and maximize the speed with which you can build a thing. They're not trained to design buildings that are consistent with our biophilic nature. Biophilic means love of nature. So there are certain architectural designs that actually make us be more productive. Here's a simple example. Just having more windows increases productivity. As a matter of fact, there's a great study that was published in maybe Nature or Science, one of those two journals, in 1984, I think, where the researcher did only the following experimental manipulation. Half the people who had just done a surgery were placed in a room with a window, and the other half were placed in a room without a window. Everything else is controlled. It's the same surgery, everything else was controlled. The one that was in a room with a window had many better outcomes, different metrics. Just that one manipulation, being able to see the light, right? So there are also, by the way, there's a field called biophilic architecture, which tries to incorporate our innate love of nature in the design of architectural, buildings or interior spaces and so on. So that would be another example of using evolutionary theory in a completely different field. You can use evolutionary theory in medicine. You could use evolutionary theory in consumer behavior. And so I argue that we can build an institute called the Consilience Institute, where filmmakers from Hollywood can come to this institute and do a 6 months stage studying about how to develop cool scripts that adhere to evolutionary principles. And evolutionary computer scientists can also come in. What's unifying all of us is an understanding of the importance of evolutionary theory in these very disparate disciplines.
That's fascinating.
Pretty cool stuff, huh?
It's very, very cool stuff. Because it's always so interesting to think of what are the motivations of human thinking, and how where do we trip on ourselves, where do we trip on our own programming, essentially. I mean, we're essentially operating with a system that was in place back when we were hunter and gatherers. We have the same system.
And that's, by the way, called in evolutionary medicine, the exact words you just said, it's called the mismatch hypothesis. The argument is that many of, and I know you're very interested in health, so I think you'll like this. This is not my research. This is from other evolutionary medical guys. I think the top 9 killers in health are related to the mismatch hypothesis, which means that something that could have been perfectly adaptive 100 years ago in the modern world becomes maladaptive. So, for example, and hence the mismatch. So, whether it be colon cancer or diabetes or heart disease or so on, what ends up happening with each of these diseases is that misalignment between what was evolutionarily adaptive back then and evolutionary maladaptive now creates that health condition. Let me give you a concrete example. We've evolved the taste buds, the gustatory preferences, to prefer fatty foods, because of caloric uncertainty, caloric scarcity. That makes perfect evolutionary sense when, as a hunter-gatherer, I have to spend 30,000 calories to go out and hunt, and I may not return with game. But then when I do get the game, then I gorge on that meat because I don't know what I'm going to eat next, right? In today's environment of plenitude, I don't face caloric uncertainty and caloric scarcity. I become fat. I overeat because that mechanism of gorging on fatty foods still is in me. So we still have that mechanism, but it becomes maladaptive. And so incorporating an evolutionary lens into medicine often ends up with completely different medical interventions than that which the typical physician who's not trained in evolutionary medicine would have come up with.
That makes sense. Well, unfortunately, so many doctors don't even take into account so many factors in health. And this thing that you're talking about, this desire for fatty foods, that's a great example. One of the best ways that people found to sort of mitigate the effects of that is to only eat protein. When you go on one of those carnivore diets, one of the things that's so interesting about it is you naturally limit the amount you eat. Your body achieves sort of a homeostasis with your food because you're not consuming, like, I can sit down and eat a steak alone, and I'll be fine. But if there's mashed potatoes sitting right there with gravy, or there's some pasta, or there's a piece of bread with some butter, like, I'll go in. But if I'm only eating steak, I don't feel the need to eat anything else. Fully satisfied. I'm not starving. I'm not like, oh my God, I need more food. It's like, I've had plenty of food, but ooh, that looks good. And that is just the trick. That's the trick. But if you can get past that trick and just be disciplined with your diet and eat as much as you want of eggs and fish and meat, and you will lose weight, like in a shocking way, and you'll feel a lot better. And it's kind of disturbing.
So are you on an all protein diet right now?
I'm like 90+% only meat. 90+%. Every now and then I'll eat a cookie. Like, I'm not ridiculous. Like, I'll have tacos. I love tacos. Good, solid Mexican taco.
Right.
But it's like, I know the reality of what food is. Dessert is just fun. It's just mouth fun. It's just mouth pleasure. So it's like, oh, this is so good. This tiramisu is delicious. I love it. But that's just because I enjoy life. I like going to a restaurant and a great chef cooks you a great meal. I don't think, oh my God, there's gluten in it. I'm not doing that for nutrition. I'm doing that for enjoyment.
Right.
This is for passion and love and a glass of wine, and, good conversation with friends, and eating delicious food. You just enjoy. You're taking part in a pleasurable experience that's essentially art that was created by a chef.
Right.
So that's different to me. But when it comes to food, like what do I use to fuel my body? It's mostly meat, mostly
Right.
wild game meat and ribeye steaks.
Yeah,
that's what I eat.
I had a ribeye yesterday myself.
I need fat, I need a lot of protein, and then I'm good. And if I just eat that, my brain operates better, my body feels better, less inflammation. The brain fog's the craziest one. When I went back to the carnivore diet, I took a lot of time off, and I went back to it. I was telling Jamie, I was like, dude, I feel like I have like a whole nother gear, like intellectually. Like I don't search for thoughts as much when I'm eating only like that.
It's palpable. You feel
Palpable. Yeah, but for me, it's because I have so many conversations with people. I know when I'm off. I know when I'm like, oh, I'm slow. Like if I just flew in from fucking Italy or something like that, I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm jet lagged. It's a little harder to get the gears turned. I don't feel like I'm at my best, and I always notice the difference when I'm eating well. Always.
Right. What are your thoughts on? And I know very little about this, so I'm really asking because I don't know anything about it. All that Ozempic stuff. Are you for it? Are you against it?
I think if you're morbidly obese, it's probably a good idea to do something that helps you get going.
Because even if the side effects are bad, it's
You're good.
better
You're dying.
than you're gonna.
Bro, you're dying.
Yeah.
If you're 500 pounds, you're fucking dying. You have all the comorbidities. You probably have diabetes. You probably have all sorts of shit wrong with you. You can't be that big. And if you just don't know what to do and you don't know where to turn, and your habits are so deeply ingrained in your psyche that you can't pass up ring dings and you can't stop eating sugary cereal or whatever the fuck it is that's your thing, Ozempic is probably going to get going. I wish people would just get going with discipline, and they would just get going with food choices. I would like that.
Yeah.
But goddamn, that's hard, especially if you're so far down the road, because it takes a long time. When someone, says like, how do you stay in shape? I'm like, because I stay in shape.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, right? I'm 57 years old, but I worked out like this when I was 17.
Yeah.
So like, I don't do anything different. I keep this thing going. I keep the party rolling. And I never let it get fat. Because I've gotten fat before, but never out of shape. I just gotten fat because I ate too much food.
Right.
I've never gotten to the point where I wasn't fit. I wasn't exercising. I don't think you should ever let yourself get there because it's too fucking hard to get back. Now, if you've gone 39 years of your life doing nothing and just eating potato chips and drinking Mountain Dew, and now you're 500 pounds, you don't know what to do, you're looking at a long journey. You're looking at a long journey to getting healthy again. Yeah. It's a long road, and it's hard to do a long journey because you're not going to see it every day. You're not going to see any results. You're going to look in the mirror, you just still see all this extra meat and fat. You're going to be disgusted with yourself. You want to look like the guys at the gym. It's going to take forever.
Well, I wonder. I mean, I guess we can calculate that, but for every amount of weight that you put on or lose, what's the ratio of the speed? Meaning, it only takes me 3 weeks to put on 10 pounds if I eat badly. Let's suppose that number was 3 weeks. What's the number, the temporal number, the time number of how long it would take me to lose 10 pounds? It's probably 3, 4, 5 times that. So that there's...
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Okay, right. So it depends on how you're losing the weight, and it depends on do you have multiple things going on simultaneously? Like, have you started exercising? Have you stopped drinking sugary sodas? Right. Have you changed your diet completely? Are you getting enough sleep?
Right.
All those things factor in. Getting enough sleep is a giant factor. One of the times that people make the worst food choices is when they're tired.
Yes,
I know that for a fact. If I come home from the comedy club and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm hungry, I fucking eat everything that's there. I eat everything. I'll eat cookies. I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. Because I'm like, I want to eat what I want to eat right now. I'm good most of the time. Tonight, we're having spaghetti. I'll cook a pot of spaghetti. But the tired is one. But it's like, what are you doing to mitigate this? And have you changed your mindset? And if you haven't, if you're kind of dabbling in losing the weight, how long is it going to take? It might take a long ass time. You might not ever lose it. You have to like get into calorie deficit.
Yeah.
Calorie deficit is hard. So here's the thing though. You can't starve yourself, because some people do it the wrong way. They go too extreme and they fucking starve themselves, and which is fucking dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for your heart. It's dangerous for your mind. It's dangerous for your body. Your body starts to eat itself. You know, there's a process. What is it called? Autosis? What is it called? I forget what the process is called. Where your body starts eating its own tissue to stay alive.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing when they're on Ozempic, unfortunately. And this is the thing where people that are just a little overweight, that get on it, disturb the shit out of me.
Right.
Like, you lazy fuck. Just go to the goddamn gym.
Yeah.
You lazy fuck. You're 10 pounds overweight. You're going to get on Ozempic? That's so crazy. Autophagy.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Wait, go back to that again. The body breaks down its own tissue to survive. It's called autophagy. I never heard that word before. Marasmus,
Yeah.
or muscle atrophy. It can happen when your body's deprived of nutrients or oxygen or when cells are dead.
So here, so remember earlier I was saying how you can incorporate evolutionary thinking into all kinds of areas. So there's these great studies that were done looking at how the human mind can be tricked because of its desire for variety seeking. And then I offer an evolutionary explanation for it. But let me tell you the two studies that I have in mind. I think because when you mentioned spaghetti, it triggered that in my head. So in one set of studies, they took, I think it was M&Ms, and M&Ms you could create a bowl with only one color M&Ms, or you could create a bowl with many colored M&Ms. That colorant, objectively speaking, doesn't alter the taste. It doesn't alter the smell. So it is only perceptually it affects it in that your eyes see a different color, but it doesn't alter the gustatory experience. And it turns out that when you offer people the multicolored bowl, they eat more.
I wonder if people that are colorblind make better food choices.
You just there's your research project.
It's kind of interesting.
That's
right?
kind of cool.
But some things that are brightly colored are really good for you. Like peppers.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
bell peppers. Like pretty bright red and they're pretty.
Yeah.
Apples.
Sure.
Oranges.
Although there are some cases where I want to talk about another variety study in a second, but there are some cases where colors in nature are called. This was actually my first book in 2007. I talked about aposematic coloring. You know what that means?
Sure. That's to warn you from
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then you and then I use it to explain the hair coloring of all the wokesters. I say that that's a form of aposematic hair coloring. So check this out. So the Amazonian frog that lives in a very dangerous neighborhood, you'd think that it would evolve camouflaging. Right. And yet you could see it from a satellite that's so brightly yellow or red, because it's saying, hey, idiot,
Listen,
if
bitch.
you could see me, you want to sort of stay wide of me.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to hide.
Exactly.
That's how dangerous I am.
Here's the beauty of nature. Another species will co-opt coloring scheme, and it will evolve it, but it's completely harmless. But the predator doesn't know which is which. Do you get it?
Yes.
So,
right.
I use that mechanism when I'm talking about deceptive signaling, and I use it in the context of deceptive branding, where people, Canal Street in New York City is all about you going and buying a Prada bag that should be $5,000, but hopefully if they faked it well, I can buy it for $50. And so that's how I take all of these biological examples and try to apply them in economic or consumer decision making. But let me go back to variety seeking.
Please do.
So you mentioned earlier spaghetti. So they did another study where they took the exact same pasta and they either gave it to you in a plate of one-shaped pasta or in a plate of multi-shaped. But it's the same pasta, so it doesn't change anything. But I can give it to you, whatever it's called, fusella or this, and I guess you can guess what they ate more when it's the multi-form pasta.
That's
interesting. Isn't that cool?
You know what's interesting too? You just brought up brands. Like brands are interesting. It's really fascinating how brands have status attached to them, and people are so attached to acquiring these brands that they'll have fake ones. Of course. And the fake bag thing to me is the nuttiest one, because it's just a bag. It's not a fake Ferrari. Like if you buy a fake Ferrari, you're gonna notice the moment you start driving. Oh, this thing's a piece of shit.
Right.
It's not gonna handle well. It's gonna sound terrible. It won't be fast. A real Ferrari, it's like what you're buying. You're paying for the engineering of this magnificent piece of technology.
Well, most people are buying to show off.
They're doing that too.
Yeah.
But the rich people aren't stupid. All right. The reason why Ferraris are so expensive and they sell so many is because you buy them and you go, holy shit, it's worth it. The reason why it developed this brand status is because they win races.
Right.
That's why.
Although
Lewis Hamilton drives for Ferrari. That's why they.
True.
That's why they sell Ferraris, because Ferraris are the shit. You know. But also, I would. You know.
by the way,
Wouldn't recommend a long trip in one.
do you know that the uppers usually, and you've met many of them, don't drive super ostentatious cars.
They downplay it. They get like a regular Porsche 911, not even the turbo.
Not even that, maybe. But
Maybe
do you know why?
Lexus.
Do you know why? From an evolutionary,
Because they have to hide. They're
No,
hiding a little bit.
it's
They're
because-
camo. They're like the frog that pretends to look like the leaf.
perhaps, but it's because when I'm nouveau riche, I just entered that thing. I want to demonstrate to everybody that I'm
Right.
the real deal.
Right.
And for many other people who are in my circle, they may not be able to afford the ostentatious $350,000 Ferrari.
Right.
But when I am an upper in the billionaire class, then me driving a $350,000 car is not a costly signal in a biological sense of my worth, because every single member of my billionaire friends group could match that signal.
Right.
Therefore, the way I can then compete with my billionaire friends is if I can spend my money in a lavish, wasteful way, such that I buy an art piece that a monkey could have come up with, and I pay $180 million of it.
Right.
That
That's the
makes
big
me
flex.
big dog, because you don't have enough money, Joe, to be able to buy what a monkey, and I paid $180 million.
Right.
Both of us could buy the Maserati.
Right.
And so that's where I use the principle of costly signaling from biology to explain ostentatious behaviors and consumer behavior.
God, that's the dumbest flex, isn't it? Especially the modern art flex.
I can't stand that.
I used to go to LACMA, the LA Modern Art Museum, and I would get angry.
Yes.
Like angry. Like
I've done the same thing.
just just furious.
Because
Like,
you're,
some of the
you're
art-
feeling that they're cheating you from
Yeah.
the experience of seeing real art.
This is not art.
Yeah.
There's one of them is literally a plexiglass box that's sitting on the ground. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers. You dumb motherfuckers. And meanwhile, if you go on Instagram, you find amazing art. There's so many artists out there, like legitimate, incredible artists. Like what you're doing is bullshit. Like one of them was a video of people playing catch. That was their art. Fuck you.
That's postmodernism, by
Yeah,
the way, right?
fuck you.
There are no objective aesthetic standards.
Yeah.
So anything goes. So in the parasitic mind, I have a section where I talk about. So like you mentioned, where was it? It was in the LA museum. Okay. So I had gone to visit. I think it was in 1996, a couple of years after my PhD. One of my fellow PhDs from my school had gotten a job as a professor in Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. So I went to visit him, and so he was busy teaching or something. So I said, "Oh, I'll go to the Carnegie Museum and hang out and see stuff." So exactly like the experience you had, there was an empty canvas.
Whoa.
So I went, looked for someone who was working there. I said, "Can I see the curator, please?" "Well, how can we help you?" So I said, "Well, I'd like to discuss this art piece." So then this other woman comes to me, says, "How can I help you, sir?" Super, I said, "Well, what is this bullshit?" So she goes,
Did you say bullshit?
"Well, maybe not bullshit, but like, what is this? Can you explain this to me? I
Yes.
paid an entrance fee to see this."
Right.
And what do you think she said?
I don't know.
"Well, it triggered a reaction in you. Isn't that what art is all about?" I'm like, "Oh,
I went to see Yoko Ono's exhibit once.
of course you did."
She had an exhibit at in Boston. I was living in Boston, and one of the pieces was a block of wood with a box of nails and a hammer. And she encouraged people to take a nail and knock it into the piece of wood. She encouraged people to participate.
That's right. They're creating the art with her. It's a collaborative process.
This was the art, was nails on a piece of wood.
Do you think that when she does that, she believes it, or she knows in the deep recesses of her mind that she's a charlatan.
I would have to talk to her. I don't know.
So forget about her. Just in general,
Well,
when people,
the way she separated John Lennon from the Beatles, the way, like everybody, like if you're in a band and one of the band members has a girlfriend, the girlfriend now gets involved in the band and starts talking about like, you need to treat him better. That's Yoko Ono. Everybody calls her Yoko Ono. Like that's like a standard thing that people do because they think that Yoko Ono was a wedge that drove. So a person who can do that with an intelligent guy like John Lennon, and John Lennon was very smart, right? Very smart guy. So a person who could like serve, and he wanted to spend all of his time with her. That's probably a master persuader. That's probably someone who's like really good at playing you, really good at pulling your strings.
how about playing herself? Because remember, the best way to tell a lie is to first believe it yourself.
Did you ever see when she appeared with John Lennon and they played on television with Chuck Berry?
No.
And she starts singing into the microphone and Chuck Berry freaks out?
Because she sucks.
She's screaming. She just starts screaming into the microphone while they're playing.
So
They're playing Johnny Be Good.
Oh my God.
You never saw it?
No.
The best version of it is Bill Burr, because Bill Burr talks over it. He like explains what's happening, in his inimitable Bill Burr way. He's just getting angry watching Yoko Ono just scream like a banshee, and you see the look on their faces when they're looking. It's one of those things where if you see it, you can't believe it's real.
You know that a friend of mine recently told me, he was actually a former student of mine who's a good friend now. He told me that famous sit-in that they had happened in Montreal. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah.
I did not
That
know.
was like 1969 at I think Queen Elizabeth. Maybe Jamie would pull it off.
A lot of crazy things happened in Montreal. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Roberto Duran.
That is true.
That's right.
I guess I would expect you to know that. Yeah. That was like 81?
80s.
Is that
somewhere in the 80s, right? Because he won a gold medal in the 76 Olympics. And by then, he was a world champion. Somewhere in the 80s.
So, yeah. So, you've met all these guys?
I never really met Sugar Ray. I saw him at a UFC. I did meet Roberto Duran, though. Okay. It was amazing.
What did you think? Okay, that's what I love about our conversation. It just goes anywhere. What did you think about the Mike Tyson thing that just with the Jack Paul?
Jake Paul. I'm happy they made money. I'll leave it at that. That's what I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it looked like sparring to me.
Yeah.
It looked like sparring. It didn't look like anybody was trying to hurt anybody, really.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good. And whatever. You draw your own conclusions. I have no facts.
You've met Tyson.
I paid for it. Yes, I love Tyson.
Yeah.
I've met Jake Paul too. He's a cool guy. I'm happy they made money. I paid for it. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. I was hoping it was going to be a real fight, but I was like, I don't care. I see what's going on.
Right.
Like if you and I sparred, we could put on the gloves, we'd go back into the gym and we could spar and it would look almost like we're really fighting.
No, because you punched me once.
Yeah, I would do it like at your speed. I would do it at your speed and just bring myself to your speed and just move around with you. That's kind of what.
Can I tell you something? I would actually be interested in doing that.
Okay, we could do it. It's fun.
But I'm gonna suck so badly.
No, I won't suck. The thing about doing that with someone who's going to be nice to you is that you can actually learn how to do it because you don't worry about getting hit. Okay. So like the best sparring that I ever got was when I learned to spar with people who had the same intentions as me, just getting better and we're not trying to kill each other.
Right.
So my early days of sparring, when I was a young man, I trained at a very hard gym, and in kickboxing we tried to kill each other, and so there was wars in the gym essentially every day. You were fighting. Whenever you sparred, you were essentially fighting. You weren't pulling punches. You were hitting each other as hard as you could. It's a really dumb way to do it, but that's how you make a tough guy, right? Like that's the idea back then. Now I think people are much more concerned with CTE, brain damage, the longevity of a fighter's career, that they would have people fight smart. And so the thing is, like training partners, especially in jiu-jitsu, you learn to really value your training partners because your training partners help you get better and you have to trust them. Like if somebody gets me in a heel hook, I have to trust them that they're not just going to rip my knee apart and they're going to let me tap. They got me, give me a second, let me tap. Or I know I can't get out, let me tap. Don't rip it apart and then let go as soon as the person taps. This is like if you don't do that in jiu-jitsu, you won't have people to train with you, and you get kicked out of schools. And people have been kicked out of schools because they don't let go of taps. They don't let go of submissions. So like you develop this understanding that you both could get hurt really easily. I trust you. I know you're going to go hard, and I'm going to go hard, but I know that we're going to be safe with each other. We're not going to do anything to each other that we know is going to hurt each other.
Right.
So this is what you do in kickboxing too, but you have to trust that the person who's going to do this, they're not going to hit you hard.
Yeah.
Like, the guy's going to hit me in the body. He's going to hit me in the body like this, where we're both at. We know he could have really hurt me, but he just touched me.
Right.
So he's getting his timing, he's getting his movement, and we're both moving fast, but we're both really good, so we have the ability to control. So instead of blasting through someone and punching them,
Right.
you punch them like that. You literally punch them like that. Or you're
withholding.
just touching. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You're not even going 50%.
Right.
You're just touching. You're going fast, and occasionally, unfortunately, sometimes you hit someone harder than you mean to because they move into something, or you both hit each other at the same time. It's occasional, but you mitigate a whole lot of impact, and then you also develop your timing better because you're not worried about getting hit.
Right.
So the best way to learn boxing is, first of all, before you do any kind of sparring, is learn technique. Technique is everything. It's everything. Mechanics are everything. Learning, getting it ingrained in your body's system, where you know that if you're going to throw a punch, you're going to lean your body into it. You're going to keep your hand up. When you throw a right hand, you're going to do this. When you throw the left hook, you're going to cover up with your right hand. You can learn these things so they're ingrained in your movement patterns. And then you do them on pads, and the pad holder will like throw things at you so that you cover up,
Right.
and you learn distance, and you learn to pull away and counter, and you learn all these things. And then slowly you start incorporating moving targets. You start incorporating a person. And the best way to do that is not get two people to try to kill each other, because that's what we used to do. You don't learn anything. The best way to do it is have someone gently move around with you. And they're like, hands up, and you move around, and like you go through a whole round where you're not even allowed to punch. Just do defense.
And I suspect
I just want you covered. I just want you moving good. I want head movement.
Right.
I want you to be an elusive target. And when punches come at you, I want you to be able to move away.
because I was going to say that when I was a soccer player, the type of trainings we do, because you have to do a lot of sprints, is very different than the type of fitness that I do now, which is usually I just get on the treadmill and I do a bit of interval training, but I just kind of either run or fast walk uphill without these kinds of anaerobic, right? And so I'm kind of looking at, hold on, I just turned 60, by the way, in October.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm looking to do something that raises my heart level in a way that is akin to what I suppose would happen if you got into a ring, how your heart rate would kind of go up in ways that I'm probably not testing my heart currently, because I just get on the treadmill and I just jog.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of workouts you could just do online. You could find online on YouTube. There's hundreds of different people that put out free workouts. And, you could do them with 2 10-pound dumbbells.
Yeah, that's true.
And, they'll take you through all this different stuff, like pistol squats, do this, do that, overhead press, do this, do that. And then they'll work you through the reps.
Right.
And all you have to do is follow along.
Have you ever seen the training regimen of Alvin Kamara?
No, who's that?
Alvin Kamara is, recently he's kind of had a couple off years, but he's sort of the feature running back of the New Orleans Saints. He's an all-purpose back, meaning that he both runs, but he also catches the ball a lot, right? So he's a generalist, he's a polymath. And I've always loved the way he moves. He moves very, very elegantly, like almost like so he's both power, but also, if you remember how Barry Sanders was in the late 90s, do you remember who that was? He was in Detroit Lions running back. And so I thought, this guy runs in a unique way that's different from all the other players. And I know who I was thinking. I had Dean Cain on my show. Do you know who Dean Cain?
Sure,
is?
Superman.
And who used to be a football player.
Right.
And so we were discussing our favorite football players, and I was telling him, this is about 3-4 years ago. I said, my favorite player is Alvin Kamara. So then he tells me, go on YouTube and watch the types of trainings he does to develop those movements. And as a big fitness guy, just go watch it.
There's a lot of plyometrics.
A lot of stuff where they throw a ball and he's standing on a balancing ball. What is that called? The platform. And he's trying to catch balls that they're throwing. I mean, I would have a time just staying on that. There you go.
Oh yeah. That's crazy.
That's exactly his training. You have to see what this guy makes him do. It's unbelievable. He's like a ballerina.
Well, that makes sense that he would be so agile and mobile because he's doing all these different
Look at his
things.
body.
You can't just like do squats. If you want to be an amazing athlete, you have to do a bunch of different things. Oh, this is cool. Oh, a lot of explosions left and right.
He's look at this.
Wow. That's crazy. Hopping back and forth on ball to ball with balance on one
Isn't
leg.
that unbelievable?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought. Thank you, Jamie.
It does make sense though that you need to develop all this stuff if you want to look at that. He's got
That's it. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff.
crazy.
He's got to stick with the right ball, standing on one foot.
I bet he has insane balance.
Look at those legs.
That balance is insane. That thing is so hard to stand on anyway, especially with one leg.
It's exciting that I shared something with you. It was like this huge fitness expert that you didn't know. Cool.
Yeah, I've seen people do similar types of workouts, but that's very impressive.
Yeah.
That kind of, I mean, it just makes sense that if you want to separate yourself from everybody else, like, what do you need to do to separate yourself? Like elite balance. There's this guy, Arman Sarukian, who was supposed to be fighting Islam Makhachev for the world lightweight UFC title, but he hurt his back literally like the day before the weigh-ins. It's probably because of the severe weight cut. He cuts a lot of weight. He's very muscular. But one of the things that this guy does that's really extraordinary, they put out his workout. He does these incredible mobility exercises. Like he's insanely flexible. He's like jacked, like super muscular, but like ridiculously mobile and pliable. And he's doing, see if you can find his workout routine. He does all these crazy exercises where they're like twisting him in weird positions. And it's very unusual for a guy that's that strong to be that agile and mobile.
You have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, but that's just because I started when I was a really young kid. I started in martial arts, and I was stretching from the time I was developing.
I genuinely believe that my muscles are made of glass.
No, that's all horseshit. See if you can find this. He does a lot of this stuff. Like look at these twisting motions. He does a lot of like weird mobility stuff, like hip mobility. Like look at all this. It's all very. So he's pulling on a cable machine, and like look how flexible he is.
Wow,
it's nuts. And this is like a core part of his training that is very different than a lot of other people's training. Like look at
my goodness,
his ability to stand on his head like that and move his whole body around in a circle.
what the hell?
Incredibly agile.
So this is not something that every person.
No, this is super unusual. I mean, there's some wrestlers that do this kind of stuff. Is pretty common. I do these, but he's like it's a core part of his training. Is his physicality. His physicality is very. This is him with Khamzat Chimaev, who's one of the top middleweight contenders, one of the absolute best fighters in the world, and he's giving him a run for it. Wow, they're really good. I mean, watching him roll, like Khamzat rolls through everybody, and he's having a hard time controlling this guy. And this guy fights 2 weight classes below him. That's how good he is.
The blue guy is the smaller guy.
The blue guy's much smaller.
Yeah.
So Khamzat is he's a 185-pound guy, and at one point he fought at 170, but he was cutting a shitload of weight. But even at 185, he's next in line for the title, and this kid's fighting at 155. Right. So he's quite a bit smaller, and still giving him, he's not allowing Khamzat to run him over, which is very impressive.
Wow. So what's the trajectory of MMA next? Is it all turn it into an Olympic sport? I
hope so. I hope MMA becomes an Olympic sport. It should.
Is that on the agenda?
I know they've pushed for it.
Okay.
It should be. I know there's combat sports, obviously, in the Olympics, boxing and judo in particular, and taekwondo now as well.
And you've got the Australian breakdancer too.
That one was amazing.
Do you think that was a troll or was real?
I think that was hubris. I think that was a person who didn't think they were going to get scrutinized, who used their position of influence to acquire
a PhD in this stuff. She has.
But also, there's like legit breakdancers in Australia. If you Google Australian breakdancers, there's people that are legit. I love breakdancing. I love watching it.
Yeah.
It's so impressive.
Like the locking and all that stuff?
No, the physical moves.
Okay.
All the when they do a flip and land on one leg and then flip back the other way. Okay. There's a couple of guys, Richie Martinez, that are black belts under 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, and they started out their career as breakdancing. And they were so hard to hold on to, and they were so mobile and so agile that Eddie started incorporating like breakdancing into his training. like
Wow.
learning breakdance techniques, because it's just basically kind of gymnastics,
Right.
you know. And a lot of these guys, they can stand on one arm and spin around in a circle with their feet in like a lotus position. Like it's
Isn't there a
bananas.
Brazilian self-defense or an Israeli self-defense?
Capoeira?
Yeah, capoeira. That's
Yeah,
right.
capoeira. But capoeira was like a dance that the slaves created, that they were disguising a martial art in a dance.
Mhm.
Allegedly, I'm not an expert in capoeira, but a lot of the capoeira moves, they dance, but they're dancing into wheel kicks. They're dancing into like
Right.
tornado kicks. Like
Right.
these are weapons.
Right.
Like they're techniques, but you could pretend that it's just a dance.
Right.
But it's kind of,
Oh, that's so the origin is a slavery thing. Okay.
I might be wrong about that. I don't think I am. I think that's one of the things that they did was they hid it. They hid their martial art in dance.
One of these left turns we take through our connections of conversation. I recently had a guest on my show who's an expert on Frederick Douglass. Do you know who that is?
Sure.
Regrettably, not enough Americans, not enough anybody knows who he is. And of course, he was in the era of when slavery was being abolished. And have you ever seen his face?
Yes.
Doesn't he look as though he's like a Nubian king? The way how regal he
Let's
looks.
see a photo of Frederick Douglass.
And I told that to the scholar, and he goes, "You're exactly right. Look at that. Look at that.
Mm. Imagine that guy teaching classes.
Oh my God." I'm getting warm, and I'm a heterosexual male.
And also imagine to be an intellectual and a black man in that day
And
age.
he didn't know how to read, and learned it later. And if you read his stuff, it's unbelievable. Like the eloquence that he had. It's not as though he learned how to read the way a typical child learns at 3, 4, 5. That happened later in his life, and then you see the production of quality he produced. It's unbelievable. So I really recommend everybody, certainly Americans, as part of it, read about Frederick Douglass. He's unbelievable.
How old was he when he learned how to read?
So I don't want to misspeak. I'm not sure, but let's go. Probably Jamie can pull it off, but probably 12, 13.
Connection, literacy, and freedom. Not allowed to attend
Well, he
school.
taught himself
to read and write in the streets of Baltimore. At 12, he bought a
There you
book.
go. So that's exactly what I said.
So he was
12,
young.
13.
Do you know who Rick Ross is?
No.
Not the rapper, but Freeway Ricky Ross. Rick Ross was a cocaine dealer in the 1980s that didn't know at the time, but he was a part of the whole Oliver North thing where they were selling cocaine in the LA streets, and they were using the money to
Oliver
fund
North,
Contras.
the colonel.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The United States, so this is like pretty established. They sold cocaine in the LA ghettos to fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
Right.
And this guy was the guy who was funneling all the cocaine through. He was making millions of dollars, couldn't read, goes to jail for selling cocaine for the government. In jail, learns how to read, and then becomes a lawyer, and then retries his own case and gets out because they tried him on the 3 strikes rule. This is how they convicted him on 3 strikes. But it was 3 strikes from one incident. It's supposed to be 3 strikes.
Separate things.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so he got out. So he's out now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
He's been on my podcast a few times.
Oh, so I'll check it out. So
Brilliant guy.
he learned how to read while in jail.
In jail, yeah. Could not read.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest stressors I face when I travel, speaking about reading, is I've got a very, very big personal library of books, many of which I've yet to read. And I wake up every day worried that am I going to run out of time in life and not read these books? So whenever I travel and I'm going to bring a book to read on that trip, I sit there. The guy who studies psychology and decision making, I have complete decision paralysis because usually my wife will tell me, "You're leaving in 24 hours. Why don't you now go and get in anguish for the next 6 hours?" As my hair is.
And pick a book.
Yeah. So I'm like, "Oh, this one. No, this one." And I'm literally sitting there.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
I think you listen to books. You don't read them, right?
I do read occasionally, but like 90% of them I listen to.
Yeah, I need that tactile thing. I can't do
the tactile thing is great, but for me, it's a time thing.
Okay.
I can get listening in when I'm in my car and when I'm in the sauna. So those are just.
And you feel you pretty much retain as much or not? As
it's hard to say because it's kind of the only way I'm accessing information these days. But I retain a lot of it.
Okay.
It depends on what It always depends on whether or not I'm excited about the information. Always. If I'm very excited about it, I retain most of it. If I'm just like forcing myself to pay attention and then my mind drifts off into something else, then comes back, then like that's a little bit of a problem. Like if things become like lately, I have been listening to a lot of UFO stuff.
Okay.
A lot of UFO abduction stories, a lot of UFO. I'm going through Jacques Vallée's stuff because he's coming on the podcast again. And so I've been going through all of his books. He's got several books, and he's got a very nuanced perspective on this whole UFO thing that is, I didn't know, and I wish I knew the first time I had him on. Because the first time I had him on, I knew that he was the guy who was, he inspired the French scientist in the Steven Spielberg movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Okay.
Did you see that movie?
I did see it.
Do you remember the
when
French
I was like 12.
scientist?
This is 1977, right?
Yes. Yeah. So there's a French scientist in that film that is coordinating all these people that are trying to contact this
Right.
UFO, and they're working this out, like how to do it. It's based on Jacques Vallée. And Jacques Vallée has been involved in the research of these experiences that people had or allegedly had with being abducted, with sightings, with crash sites, and all these different things. He's been involved with it for a long time.
Where are you on the 0? I absolutely don't believe any of this. 100. I fully believe in this. What's your score?
The more time goes on, the more I think it's way weirder than we think. I don't dismiss the idea that something from another planet can come here and visit us. I have a feeling it's weirder. I have a feeling there may be that, and then also other things. I have a feeling it's way more complicated. I have a feeling it's like life. Like if you told me that if you go to Earth, you can find life. Okay, well, what kind of life are you talking about? You talking about like fish? Are you talking about raptors? Are you talking about dogs? Like what kind of life? There's so much life. There's so much different life. I have a feeling that alien contact, intelligent beings from somewhere other than here, is like that. I think it's probably more complex than we can imagine, and probably there's an interdimensional aspect to it. There's probably a non-physical aspect to it that seems physical too. There's probably an area of this phenomenon that plays on human consciousness and dreams and our interactions with the unknown. Because I think there's more to life than we can perceive. I think there's more to the existence, this conscious existence in this moment in the universe. There's more to it than we're picking up on. I think we have limited senses, and I think that this is what things like the telepathy tapes and all these different people that are studying paranormal phenomenon, I think that's what this stuff is all about. I think it's part of an emerging aspect of human consciousness that we're developing stronger and stronger senses in regards to things that aren't, they're not something that you can just put on a scale. They're not something that you can take a ruler to. They're not something that you can quantify, but they probably exist. And if you, I don't know if you've listened to the telepathy tapes.
I haven't, but I just started watching, I think 3 days ago, a Netflix series. So you'll know this better because I don't remember what it's called. It's supposedly a New York case in the late 1980s. That's the most famous UFO abduction case. Is this ringing a bell?
I don't know about the 1980s. The most famous case is like Betty and Barney Hill, and they were in the 1950s. And then the other one is Travis Walton. He's this guy right here.
Oh,
they made a movie out of it called Fire in the Sky.
But maybe I don't know if Jamie can pull it. It's a Netflix series it's a documentary series that I think came out this year or this past year. There is kind of a guy. I don't think he's a professor or something, but he's a guy who's like the investigator who collates.
What's it called?
That's the one.
Alien abduction.
That's the one. Thank you, Jamie.
You
don't know this one?
No, I'm not.
Because they sold it as the most famous, most documented case of UFO abductions.
It might be.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what to think of those things. I read John Mack's book. John Mack was a psychiatrist at Harvard, and or a psychologist. I forget which one. He wrote a book called Abduction that was all about hypnotic regression therapy that he did with all these different people that had these abduction experiences, and they're all really similar, like eerily similar.
And there's no way that they
No,
could have.
they weren't communicating with each other. They didn't know about it. They were ashamed of these stories. They didn't want to tell other people. They were telling them to their shrink, but they weren't telling them to other people. It's a weird thing. But here's the thing: they all come back. Like, no one gets abducted and gets kidnapped. Like, what's going on? Are you really leaving, or is this in your mind? In your mind, did you leave? Like, what happened to your body? Were you? If I had a camera in your room, were you in that bed the whole time? Is this experience all happening inside your mind? And is it still real? Like, just because something's, I think there's dimensions that we don't have access to that exist around us. And these guys that pretend to understand quantum theory and all that stuff, talking to you about it, talking about multiple dimensions, it leaves room for the possibility of these things.
I actually have. So I've had a lot of amazing guests on my show, top professors of all kinds. Arguably the best conversation I've had, which is saying a lot, with a guest on my show, is one of the pioneers of quantum computing. And not to serve as his publicist, but I think he'd be a great guy for you to have.
I'd love to talk to him. What's his name?
His name is David Deutsch. He's a physicist by training. He wrote 2 best-selling books. I think one of them is called The Edge of Infinity. And we tried to discuss, what is quantum physics, how do you apply that principle to quantum computing, and remember earlier I said that there are too many professors who are not intellectuals.
Yes.
Well, he's exactly an intellectual, because we could sit down and have a conversation where at the end of it, you were so hedonistically, tickled in your brain that it's as if you just had sex, but with
You get excited.
You get excited. And so we had 2 conversations. I'd urge you to listen to our conversations. It was not too long ago, maybe 3-4 months ago. Amazing guy.
Okay.
I'll
try to have him on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm fascinated by quantum computing. Mark Andreessen was explaining the experiments that they've done where they did a calculation that if you turn the entire universe into a computer, every molecule, every atom of the universe was a computer. It would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death first.
But you do it in quantum computing and it does it in 4 seconds.
Yeah, quickly.
Is that amazing?
A couple minutes.
Is that amazing?
Yeah, it's bananas. Like, what is happening? He said it's proof of the multiverse, because somehow or another this computer is contacting other quantum computers in an infinite number of universes. So using all the computing power and solving it instantaneously.
Forgive me for being eager to jump on what you're saying. I think, if I'm not mistaken, David Deutsch is one of the pioneers of the multiverse theory.
Well, it kind of is the only theory, at least as it's been explained to me,
that could work with quantum computing. Exactly.
They're all like, they don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's like these guys are making magic.
Do you remember the famous quote? Do you know who Richard Feynman is?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a quote, I might get it off.
The quantum computing.
Yeah, where he says, if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel when I try to understand. I'm like, what is this shit? I don't understand any of this.
It's so bizarre. Yeah. Just what's measurable about it is so bizarre. Like particles in superposition, so they're moving and they're still at the same time. What? They're quantumly entangled photons. What are you talking? What?
Yeah.
What does this even mean? Like, where is this stuff? Yeah. Like, what is this?
I first was exposed to, because it was just about the computational power that would be required that you could reduce with quantum computing. When I was first exposed to AI, so my undergrad was in mathematics, computer science, and so I had taken an AI course before AI was the shit, right? This was in 1985, and the professor who taught me his name is, I can't believe I remember his name, Monty Newborn. He was part of the Deep Blue team that was developed. Do you remember that stuff?
Sure.
So
that's the computer that beat Garry Kasparov at chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so actually, for one of our assignments in that course, we had to develop on a game. It didn't have to be chess, but it could be some other game. What's called alpha beta pruning, which is if you blow out the decision tree of a typical game, let's say like chess, you would need 10 to the 100 nodes, if I'm not mistaken, which is more nodes than there are particles in the universe. I think in the universe there's 10 to the 80. So there are more nodes in a chess game than there are particles or atoms in the universe. So it would take you infinite. So what alpha beta pruning does, you're pruning. So what it's basically doing is it starts testing going down the tree, and if it seems like no good outcome can come here, you prune that tree.
Mm.
So what you're doing is you're reducing the computational complexity of the tree so that you can arrive to a final solution much quicker.
Mhm.
And so that was the original time that I was exposed to AI. And at the time I thought, wow, AI is going to take over the world. And then AI went through a winter where it kind of died out. And it's only in the last 3, 4, 5 years that really it has exploded. But I want to tell you a few assignments that I had back then, and I would challenge someone to solve them on your show and post the answers. I still remember them.
Okay.
I was an A+ student. So here's one. If you take a string of ones and zeros, right? Any string. So it could be 111001010,
Right.
or it could be 1 million long. It could be okay. You and I will play a game. We start. Let's say I start. I have to either take out the end digit from this side or the end digit from that side. Then when it's your turn, you take out the end digit from this side or that side. We keep going until we get to one digit remaining. Whomever is left with that digit, if it's a 1, they win. If it's a 0, they lose. Do you follow the game so far?
Yes.
So what Professor Newborn had asked us to do as an assignment, 1985, 40 years ago, is can you tell us, this is called the deterministic game, meaning that there is a way to a priori know who would win the game before we even play, just by looking at some characteristic of any string. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then my question to your, and don't cheat and go check it on Google, or even I have it on my YouTube channel somewhere. So the thing is, what are the characteristics of any string that would allow us to deterministically know before we begin playing whether Gad or Joe will win? So that's game one.
Okay.
And let's see if anybody's going to post it on the. I know you don't read the comments, but whatever.
What would be a characteristic that you would take into consideration?
Okay, so this is not a correct one,
Okay.
but it's too bad that I'm saying it because you can go down that path for 5 hours before you realize it's not correct. So I'm saving a lot of people alpha,
Okay.
beta. Is it a ratio of how many ones and zeros that any string has? So, for example, is it if it's 2-to-1 ratio and I start, then I will win, or is it? You know,
Right, got it.
It could. So, I could look at a string that's 4 million digits long or 5 digits long, and I will know ahead of time. Jesus, it's unbelievable. So
I
that's
can't
one.
even possibly guess.
Okay. I could give you the answer or not.
No.
Okay, don't get it. Number 2,
Let people simmer in it.
you know what I would love? I
What?
would love for Professor Newborn, if he's still alive, to watch this show and say, my God, I must have trained the student well that he can pull this out of his butt 40 years later.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so game 2 or problem 2, and imagine now you have to go off. It's due next Tuesday, and now try to solve this damn thing. That's why I always tell people, just study math and computer science. Whatever you end up becoming, it doesn't matter. You're never going to get as good a training as being a math and computer science undergrad. Anyways, second game, you have 12 coins. This one I think is a bit easier. You have 12 coins, of which one is counterfeit. It's counterfeit in that it's either heavier or lighter. You don't know. Okay. What is the minimal sequence of weighings that if I had a scale that I can place these on so that I can unequivocally identify which is the faulty, the counterfeit coin, and whether it's too heavy or too light?
Is this based on odds? So because if you have 12 coins?
Yeah.
So I could say 12 because you might fuck it up until the end.
Right. No, but then I asked you for the minimal number of weighings.
Well, you get lucky on the first 2, and the second one could be heavier, and then you do the third one. The third one's lighter, and you go, okay, so it's the heavier one.
Okay, but then that depends on what the outcome of the weighing was.
Right.
What is the minimal number of sequence of weighings that will invariably converge to the right counterfeit coin, irrespective of what happens at the weighing?
Okay.
And tells me whether it's too heavy or too light. It's mind-blowing shit.
Tell me what it is. Okay.
So I don't remember the sequence,
Right.
but if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not wrong. I'm sure Jimmy could pull it off. I believe that there is a sequence of 3 steps that could invariably identify which coin is counterfeit and if it's too light or too heavy.
So it's not as simple as just weighing them. There's
Well,
other
it
things.
is as simple as
But
weighing
you're
it, but
not-
which ones? Is it you weigh? Is it you take any 2 and you? So let's say I take 4,
Right.
and I put 2 and 2,
Mhm.
and the balance weighs. Then I know that those 4 could not have been the counterfeit
Right.
because it didn't tip one way or
Right.
the other because they're the
Makes
same
sense.
weight.
Right.
So in that case, by taking any random 4, putting them on,
Mm.
I've only eliminated those 4.
Right, but you can do that 3 times. You have 12.
Just try it.
Yeah, but if you do that 3 times, you'll be able to figure it out
No,
really
because
quickly.
if now you got rid of those 4,
Right.
so I don't remember what the sequence is, so we could try to work it out now, but I don't think it's as simple as just us doing it. If I take another 4
Mm-hmm.
and I put them out, and that comes out as even, I get rid of those 4.
Mm-hmm.
I've now done 2 weighings. Now I still have 4.
Right.
If I take 2 and 2, now if it does do one or the other, I won't know which one it is yet, and I won't know if it's too light or too heavy. Correct?
Right.
So that means your strategy of I just take 4 3 times will not converge me to the optimal solution of 3.
Well, so you have to do it in 3 steps.
You have
Right.
to do it in 3 steps. But by the way, he doesn't tell you at the assignment what is the number of
Wouldn't you
steps.
just do 6 and 6 then?
If you
No,
did-
because then
no.
you wouldn't have anything to base it on.
no, if you get 6
Yeah.
and 6, you're sure you're going to get this
Right.
unbalanced,
Right.
and you don't know anything.
Right. You don't know which
So
side.
that weighing
Right.
gave you nothing. It just confirmed that there's a counterfactual one.
Right.
I mean, a counterfeit one.
So you do 4 and 4. If you got lucky, you could catch it on the second one.
No,
But you wouldn't know then because
No.
you wouldn't know it was
But
heavier
if
or
you
lighter.
did what you just said, that means it's dependent on the outcome of that singular time that you
Right.
did it.
You need 3.
What I'm saying is, irrespective of what you do, here is the strategy that will always get
What do you do?
So I don't remember what the
God
thing.
damn it! You're gonna leave me in suspense.
So, but I didn't tell you the other one. I didn't tell you the digit one.
Right. But the digit one, I don't want you to tell people.
It'll blow your. I could give a singular hint
Okay.
that would almost make everybody get it, but
Okay.
I don't want to give it because no, I'll tell you why. Because it is almost a mystical process. I mean, we're seeing that we're all, just give up. Just
tell
tell
us where it is.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, so before I do so, let me give you the hint to see if you'll get it.
Okay.
And you don't think I'm putting you on the spot?
No,
right?
no.
Okay. What does, this is so cool. What does any string, whether it's 1,000,000 strings or 20 strings, always have, architecturally speaking? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes. A number? A finite number?
No. It always has it starts with M.
Jamie? What are you saying?
It has a middle.
A middle. Okay.
If you have do you see where I'm going with this?
Okay.
So meaning, if both you and I
Okay.
know the deterministic rule,
Right.
it doesn't matter how big the string is.
Right.
If I look at the middle of the string, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps saying it.
Okay.
If you look at the middle of this, like, look, if the middle is 111, just bear with me.
Okay.
If the middle is 111, the string is an odd number.
Okay.
Because whether it's odd number or even,
Right.
it doesn't matter.
Got it.
If it's an odd number and I start and the middle is 111, I know that I'm going to win.
The
Why?
middle has to be a 1.
Because
1 or 0. Yeah.
well, no, because if the middle is 111,
Right.
so when we're left with 111, I take a 1 from this side,
Mm-hmm.
you take any other 1, and I'll be left with 1 and I win. Therefore, if we both know the deterministic rule of the game, I will always make sure. So when you take out from this side, I will counterbalance by taking out from this side. And then you take out from this side, I'll counterbalance with this side to make sure that we converge to the middle 111, which I know because it's an odd string and I started the game, I'm always going to get to it.
Got it.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
And so the entire algorithm is based on, is the string odd or even? That will determine if it's the middle 3 or middle 4. And do I start or do you start? Knowing that information, the string could be 73 billion digits long, or it could be 6 digits long. It's a deterministic game. I know who will win. As long as we both know that rule. If we both don't, if I know it and you don't, then there's asymmetry. Then I can always make sure to win. But if we both know it, we don't have to play the game. I just look at the middle and I go, you're starting or you win. We don't need to play. Isn't that cool?
It is cool.
But I wish we hadn't done it because I would have loved to see people's attempts, because you learn from how people are thinking.
Do you understand this quantum computing, this multiverse
Nothing.
explanation?
I don't want to say nothing, but certainly not enough to offer any insights in this conversation.
It seems so strange, and there's no real applications for it yet, which is even stranger. Is that they have this computing power, but they're not using it to do things.
Well, but here's where it does. So, I guess maybe I was being too humble, and when I said I don't know anything about it. Here's a mind-blowing thing. So you know what prime numbers are?
Yes.
Okay. It's an incredibly easy property to define. We know how the number line operates, yet you know that one of the open problems in pure mathematics is basically number theory. It's the purest, most theoretical form of math, which is saying a lot. Pure mathematicians don't have a formula that allows them to generate what is the next prime, right? So usually right now what you do is you have these incredible supercomputers, and through brute force, someone comes out with, we now found the largest prime number ever. But it was done through algorithmic brutish force. So I can see how a quantum computing approach will allow us to, through brute force, calculate much further prime numbers that today we don't have the computational power to do. So I don't know what the application would be, but that would be an example of using the raw computational power of quantum computing to solve these problems.
What I was getting at was we don't have an application for it where it's being used and it's eventually going to be. What I was getting at is that we're looking at this astounding computational ability that's baffling. And what happens when that gets applied to something? This is what my point was. Like, my point is always what happens when that gets applied to sentient AI, when it gets applied to some large language model that's untethered. That's when it's really crazy, because the computing power, one of the big problems with artificial intelligence is the incredible need for power, right? This is why these, like Google's doing this AI thing where they want to develop 3 nuclear power plants to power their AI. It's like, this is nuts. So like, what happens when this insane thing that we have developed called artificial intelligence meets this other insane thing that we've developed called quantum computing?
So I don't know about that, but what I can say is that any type of problem that requires massive computational power because of the burdensome search, you can use that for. Right. So imagine, although I don't think you need quantum computing for this, but say in medical diagnostics where you use an AI system, why isn't it that why do we even go to a physician and provide him or her with our symptoms when it should be so trivially easy to put that into an AI medical diagnostic system, and it can look up rare cases in 1827 in Zambia that exactly map onto exactly the symptoms, the unique symptoms that I'm facing because I went on a safari in Zambia. No physician, even if he's trained in infectious diseases, has probably seen that case from 1827 Zambia. So I would expect that in problems that require huge computational power to search through huge engines is where quantum, but I don't know anything else.
Yeah, well, it's going to have applications. Is the point? And it's right now. It's this insane technology that is so above and beyond anything that's even imaginable. If you just said that to someone 20 years ago, you're going to have a computer that if you took the whole universe and turned it into a computer, it would die of heat death before this thing could figure it out, and this thing could do it in a couple of minutes. You would go, "This is what? What are you even saying?" You go, "What does the world look like when this thing becomes real?" The world looks like we're in some sort of Terminator movie. We're in some sort of space movie, Star Trek type deal. Like, it's not going to be like a normal world, but it is a normal world, and this technology exists.
My wife, just before I came on the show, she called me up and she goes, "Oh, did you see this deep AI stuff with the Chinese?" I said, "Sweetie, I'm about to head off to speak to Joe. Well, why are you having a deep conversation with me now?" She goes, "Oh, because maybe Joe's going to bring up something about AI and you might want to know about deep AI." So anyway, so let me give her kudos. Do you know anything about this?
I do. I do.
What's going on?
There's a lot going on. And what's bizarre is that China is dumping insane amounts of money. I think the estimation in the American dollar is $250 billion into their AI program. Their AI program is also allegedly involves a little bit of espionage. So it involves a little bit of stealing some of the data from OpenAI and some of these other places. And one of the things that does happen, of course, with these sort of enormous technology breakthroughs is that you're going to have certain foreign governments that are trying to infiltrate these research centers.
Yeah.
They're trying to get access to this information, and the speculation is that they have done that, and that they are more advanced because of it than we are even aware of, and that they're dumping untold amounts of resources, sort of unchecked. The response to this is probably what the government just recently announced, what the Trump administration.
Oh, the 500 billion thing.
Right.
Yeah.
This is probably in response to that.
Okay.
That there's an AI arms race that's going on right now, and whoever gets to the front of the line first is going to be in an insane position of power. And
in a sense, it's similar to the space race, but this one is probably more consequential.
Probably more consequential because essentially, when you're dealing with quantum computing and AI, and you put the two of those together, which they haven't done yet, but once they do, what is that? That sounds like a god. It does. It sounds like something that can do things that doesn't even make sense. It's going to have the kind of understanding of the universe that we would only dream of right now.
Right.
And it's probably a week away, or a month away, or a year away, or whatever it is.
So
it's going to happen quick.
In a much less grand context, yesterday I had, this morning I was telling you I was having breakfast with a colleague from UT Austin. I actually also met him yesterday. He came over to the hotel. We went out. He has a Tesla. And he said that over the past month or so, I don't remember the exact time, the AI abilities of the self-driving part of his Tesla, he's noticed a huge improvement, like a really discrete jump. And so we were driving. We were going to a coffee shop, and he wasn't looking at the road, and he wasn't using his hands, and the car was driving.
Oh yeah, I have one.
But okay, so for you, it doesn't seem perceptually. And I was
it's bananas. It's bananas. The auto driving feature's nuts. It stops at red lights, it turns left and right, it changes lanes.
The whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And so this was the first time I was fully immersed in a self-driving car, and I was telling him, "Hey, Richard, are you sure that this is okay?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, no, it's fine. My children come in," and it was like mind-blowing experience.
It's mind-blowing. Yeah. And what is that compared to what it's going to be?
Yeah, exactly.
There was I bought my first one, I guess 7 years ago, something like that, and I made a video of me driving on Sunset Boulevard without my hands. I had my hands on the steering wheel. I Led Zeppelin was playing. I was like, this is so crazy. It was driving down the street.
And how much have you noticed?
It's much better.
Okay.
Oh, your mom, much
500% better.
It's way better. Okay. Yeah, it's like I said.
What specifically? It makes better decisions.
Now it changes lanes to avoid obstructions. It puts its blinker on and makes turns. It stops at red lights and stop signs. It just does everything. It drives like a person. It still feels weird. I don't like to let it drive. I like to drive. I like driving. Right? Yeah. I like. It's fun. It's fun, and it's a fun car to drive because it's so preposterous. It's like it moves like a time machine.
Yeah.
Just It just goes places. It doesn't make any noise. It's real weird. So I like driving, but the auto driving feature that exists now is just the beginning. It's gonna get to the point where it's gonna be stupid to let people drive.
You know, it's funny because linking it back to my area of research in psychology of decision making, there was a psychologist who has now passed away, a very famous psychologist named Paul Meehl, Meehl, who in the 1950s was already doing studies looking at what's called actuarial versus clinical judgments. What does that mean? Let's suppose I were to tell you that when it comes to making decisions for your admissions to university, use an actuarial model, meaning putting in all of your admissions data and allowing a model to decide yes or no, is a much better mechanism than to allow humans to make that choice, because humans can be hungry at 11:45 and they're pissed off because their blood sugar is low, and if they're, depending on whether the blood sugar is low or not, they may make a different decision on the exact same file. So that he tried to argue that actuarial decisions for certain structured decisions will end up having much better, fairer outcomes for university applicants, and people were still reticent to allow the machine to make decisions. They wanted to be in the hands of humans. And so I think the reason why I thought of this example is because when you said, I don't like the machine to be driving, I want to be in control. So what that to me suggests is that no matter how much actuarial evidence you might provide to people, telling them on average, you're much less likely to get into an accident if the self-driving car drives, most people are going to have the bias of saying, no, I can't relinquish control. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a factor. Also, you wonder if the car is paying attention to things that you can see but it can't see, right? So what I like to look at when I'm driving, one of the reasons why I like driving my truck, I have a Raptor, and it's above the rest of the traffic, so I can see people doing stupid things way up ahead. So I could see someone slamming on their brakes, and I know all these other people are going to have to slam on their brakes too, because somebody just cut in front of that guy and stopped dead. I can change lanes.
Right.
The car's not going to know that. It's not going to see that. It's not going to be paying attention.
Just because it's not high enough.
Right. Well, it's not paying attention to anything other than the car in front of it, or the car to the right and to the left. It's not looking at cars like way down the road. I'm looking at things like hundreds of yards ahead of me.
But couldn't a couple of code lines fix what you just said?
It might not be able to see it. It's not going to see it like I see it. It would have to have like sensors up where my eyeballs are.
Okay.
Right. And especially I'll move to the left lane a little bit to see what's going on over there, and I'll move back. I'll move slightly to the left so that I can see past this line.
Right.
When you're taking into account other people's stupidity, the thing is, once we get to a point where automated cars are ubiquitous, then the argument for self-driving, or driving yourself rather, is going to be kind of shitty, because it's going to be so much better than driving.
Right.
Like it's so much safer. If you're not going to worry about ever being distracted by your phone. You're not going to ever worry about, dropping your drink in your lap and changing lanes and colliding with someone. You're not going to think about all those things because the car's going to be doing everything. And as good as it is now, it's way better than it used to be, and it's going to be way better in a few years from now.
Right.
It's like, I do love driving, though. I love the pleasure of driving a car. It's not that I want to be in control and I enjoy it. It's like a ride. When I was a little kid, I remember thinking, boy, one day I'm going to be able to drive a car. That's like going to Disneyland every day. Because Disneyland, you're on a ride. Like, there's some of these little race car rides in Disneyland. They're silly compared to a car. So you're on a ride.
Well, I remember in 1983, I had gone to help my brother move. He had moved to Toronto for a year, and then he ended up moving to Southern California. And I was going with him to help him move, and he took a U-Haul truck, and I took his then, I think it was called an RX-7 Mazda. Do you remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And it had the cruise control on it, which was the earliest manifestation. So I did it a bit on the highway because we have to drive from Montreal to Toronto.
Yeah, you were way back.
But I didn't. I wanted to be in control of. I didn't like being constrained by it's on 110 kilometers.
Right.
I want to be able to adjust.
Right.
And so I played with it for about 50 kilometers, and then I turned it off and I never used it again.
Well, now they have ones that judge the speed based on the distance between the car in front of you, and you can change it. So it's like radar, laser. I think it uses laser. So the laser determines how far ahead of you the car is and slows down so that you have an appropriate amount of stopping distance.
Right.
They're pretty incredible now.
Do you foresee? Have you heard of those kind of flying taxis that they're thinking? Is this kind of Jefferson stuff, or is
I
it
think once we get really good at automating cars, why wouldn't you have automated flying vehicles? The real concern with flying vehicles is people getting in accidents in the sky and falling onto people's houses, which would happen.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how street takeovers where people drive like assholes in the street. Imagine that happening in the sky.
you're walking your dog and
Yeah.
you're dead?
Yeah, you're walking your dog and boom, a car falls on you. That could happen.
So is that an intractable problem that ends the project right there, or
No,
can you
the
foresee?
automation changes all that. So
Okay.
with automation, you have a 3D perspective of everything around it. Everything around it has a 3D perspective of everything around it, and they're all moving in sync. So they all share information. You're going to know
Right.
where one is at every time, but you're not going to be in control. You can't just dive bomb to your ex-girlfriend's house.
Right.
You know, oh, fuck you, bitch, I want to die. You can't, you know, it's like the worry about humans is human error, or, you know,
Yeah.
doing it on purpose, which is an error.
But as someone who used to code in my computer science days, sometimes you forget the semicolon and the syntax of the programming
You
language.
do, but it's going to be coded by AI. It won't be coded by people.
That's true.
There's already, like, people that are coding right now will tell you, don't go to school for coding. Because it's a great thing to learn.
So
but
learn
guess
to
what?
code is now obsolete.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, learn to code. What was the learn to code thing that get you in trouble? Because someone had said it in regards to people losing jobs.
It was like, I think, in the coal industry.
Yes,
It was
yes.
that,
You don't have to learn to code, which is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
But it became a thing where it get you kicked off of Twitter. That's how suppressive. People don't understand how suppressive Twitter was. You get in trouble for writing "learn to code." Like, you couldn't mock people by saying that ridiculous thing that someone had said about coal miners.
So can I take credit for having reintroduced the word into the lexicon?
Did you?
I think you are looking at the one who made the use of the word retard cool again. And let me
Listen. No,
No, I'm not going to
I
get
never
credit.
let it go. I never let it go.
Because I got
held on to
banned from
retard.
Twitter.
Yeah, but everybody did. Twitter retards in quiet circles has always existed. It's like a smoldering ember that
No,
reignites
because
into a
now
flame.
there's a skit that I do whenever I see somebody posting something. There
Yeah.
are two levels. I retweet it,
Mhm.
and then I go, "Are you retarded?" Or if I'm really pissed, "Are you fucking retarded?" And so now people are creating like memes, T-shirts with me and "Are you retarded?" Some people have said my next book after my current one, Suicidal Empathy, will be "Are you retarded?"
Yeah,
So I feel as though, give me a bit of credit.
I don't give you any credit. It's been going around. It's never died in comedian circles.
Okay,
We've
fair
kept
enough.
We've kept it alive forever.
Right.
It's just too good of a word.
It really
And also,
is.
it doesn't have anything to do with Down syndrome. It has to do with a specific way of thinking.
Yeah.
And just because some people, oh, you're an ableist, that's not what it's about. Yeah. I would never use that term if I was talking about someone who had Down syndrome. It's not how you use it. You use it when you're talking about someone who thinks the world is flat.
Right.
That
You're
was
an
like from my
extreme
last
idiot.
comedy special. Yeah.
Instead of saying extreme idiot.
Yeah. There's a time and a place for certain words. That's why they exist. You don't eliminate words and make the world a place.
Are there any words that you've never used? And I've got one. Go.
No, that you've never used?
Like, I've never, obviously there's a million words in the lexicon that I haven't used just because, words that we know that we find too objectionable to use. Can you guess what mine would be?
What is it?
It's the C word.
Really?
I've never used it. And I don't like.
You mean you hang out in England more?
I know, that's what I was going to say.
They throw that around like a beach ball at a concert.
England, it's mate.
In Australia, he's a good cunt.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't like him.
I get it.
Do you feel it? Do you see my
Sure.
reflex?
There's a lot of power in that word, but the less you use it, the more power it has. It's like the old Lenny Bruce bit. Yeah, I think that is going to be a thing of the past too. I think technology is going to bring us to a point where we're going to be able to telepathically exchange ideas, and it's going to be thought based. It's not going to be based on language. And the problem with language, of course, you have objectable words words that are used out of context, words that you see in print, you're lacking the sarcastic tone that the person said it in. So you read it, you could reinterpret it as being a serious statement. There's a lot of weird stuff with language because what we're really trying to do is communicate.
Yeah.
It's a crude form of communication that only exists because telepathy is not good.
You feel that we're going to one day be able to just, our conversation will just be, we're looking at each other in the eyes.
Yeah, I think so.
What would be the material means by which that gets instantiated? How would we do that?
Well, I think initially it'd be technology, but what I think is it's an emerging aspect of human consciousness anyway.
Right.
I think we're getting better at it. I think that ironically, the thing that keeps us from it is technology. Because what is the worst way to communicate with someone where you're not exactly sure what they're saying is text.
Right.
Like people misinterpret things in text messages all the time. Where one person is joking, the other person takes them seriously, or one person doesn't understand that this person doesn't know about something else, wrote something.
So there is, and I may have mentioned this before on the show, I can't remember. There is something to what you're saying, not quite telepathically, but so you know brain imaging.
fMRI?
fMRI, right?
Yeah.
So an fMRI, I put you through the machine and I'm able to look at which areas of your brain are getting more activated, either through blood flow or oxygenation or whatever, right? So if I'm studying the psychology of fear-based appeals or advertising, well, I expect your amygdala to light up more because that's an emotional center where you expect fear to be processed, right? So there is some researchers, I think out of UCLA, that took, I can't remember if it's like a sentence. So let's say 8 different sentences. So I'm getting the methodology wrong, but the general idea is valid. And based on the activation pattern that they see, they're able to tell you which sentence would have been said by looking at the brain image. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because each of those enunciated sentences or things that I thought about will necessitate a different invoking of a particular region in my brain, right? And therefore, so I can't be to the point where I'm able to read your mind in the way that if you and I were having a telepathic conversation would happen, but at least I'm able to know if you just thought about something fearful or you thought about a house and so now they're already doing it.
So I think the analogy would be like, this is the first grunts that ancient man developed to recognize particular things and to point out things before they developed a written language that was eloquent, like Thomas Jefferson.
Right. Yes.
Right. Like as it advances.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've written 2 papers, academic papers on the brain imaging paradigm, and I used a term that I first learned of from my doctoral professor. I did one of my minors in my PhD was cognitive studies of the brain. And his name is Frank Kyle. He's now a professor at Yale University. He called it the illusion of explanatory profundity. He was applying it to something else, but I applied it to brain imaging. Let me explain what I mean by that. There are studies that show that if you take the exact same paper and in one version, you actually put an image of a brain imaging thing, and in the other version of the paper, you don't do that, and you ask people to judge. It's the exact same paper,
right?
But you put the one with the image, people go, "Ooh, this one is more scientific," right?
Right, of course.
The packaging matters because it just showing the brain, which looks cool and sciencey with all kinds of activation pattern, is sciencey.
Right.
This other paper, which is exactly the same paper, doesn't have it. It's not as sciencey. So hence, illusion of explanatory profundity. You're thinking that you're explaining something very profound, but it really is, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So I think brain imaging so far has been very powerful as a diagnostic tool because you could see things in vivo. You could actually see certain things that before you had to do an invasive surgery to see. But to be able to fully, like now there are neuromarketing firms that sell you, based on the activation patterns of your consumers, we can help you design better marketing campaigns. Bullshit.
Right. So they're over exaggerating the capabilities.
Yeah.
This is a problem when Luddites sort of interpret what science is capable of and then try it based on that.
Yeah.
Do you know the story of, I think it was in India, there was a woman who was convicted of murder because through fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imagery, she had a she had a functional memory of the crime somehow or another. And the problem with, I talked to neuroscientists about that, and they said the problem is, like, she could have had that memory based on the evidence that was given to her when she was being tried. You would imagine that that would have a profound effect. If someone told you that you're being tried for murder and they showed you photos of the crime scene, you might develop a functional memory of this crime scene. You're trying to think, like, who the fuck did this? Why am I being blamed? It doesn't, and we don't really have the capability of it. Another one is there was these Italian scientists that were actually tried and convicted because they were liable of not telling people about an earthquake that took place. Because the people that were trying them did not understand that the science involved in predicting earthquakes is not exact. It's not like, I know an earthquake's going to happen Tuesday at noon, or I know an earthquake is definitely even going to happen.
Right.
You don't know. It's just, and because the fact that these people who didn't understand the science were trying them, they wanted to pretend that these people were responsible for not alerting all these, and they were I think they tried them for manslaughter, and they were convicted, and I think they won on appeal.
Wow.
Yeah, see if you can find that story.
That's interesting.
It's a crazy story because the actual people who are geologists are like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, 7-year legal saga ends as Italian officials cleared of manslaughter in earthquake trial. Verdict follows conviction of deputy for advice given ahead of L'Aquila earthquake.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
Incredible.
Crazy, because you have a bunch of assholes that say, you should have known, we're going to take you to court. And like, hey, you fucking idiot, you don't even know how this technology works. And they don't have to know.
Well, even on a much more basic level, eyewitness testimony has been shown to be unbelievably unreliable.
Unbelievably unreliable.
The pioneer of that research, I give so many shout outs to people who become famous after hearing about me on the show. Elizabeth Loftus, who's a venerable psychologist at University of California, Irvine, where I was for a few years. She is the pioneer of having studied the inaccuracy of eyewitness testimony. And once you see her research, you shudder to think how many people have gone to the gas chamber, because someone said, of course, I absolutely saw him. It was him.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I've worked with Josh Dubin multiple times on the show to help people get out of jail.
This is Innocence Project?
He was with the Innocence Project, and now he does this thing with Ike Perlmutter, and he's very involved in helping these people that have, and there's a lot of them that are in jail, either through eyewitness testimony or corrupt prosecutors, or, evidence was withheld, or, there's a ton of those cases.
Are you a consumer of all the crime shows?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why?
Because it's bad vibes.
Oh, okay.
I don't need that in my life. I'm aware of it enough. I mean, I've paid attention to enough of them. I've read enough books. I've read enough books on serial killers. I get it.
You know what? As a psychologist, what interests me is, and you see it almost in every show. I don't know if you know the show. It's called Interrogation Raw, where the whole hour series is there's a case, and now they bring in the guy, and they're actually filming interrogation that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And invariably, in almost every case that I've watched, it's the same dynamic. The guy who eventually is convicted always thinks that he's smarter than these hick hillbilly cops that don't know anything.
Right.
And seeing how the cops play them, how they really are amazing psychologists themselves to know how
good cop, bad cop,
the whole
classic
thing. And so I love watching that interaction because the guy comes in and does his whole song and dance, and he truly, because he's gotten away with it for much of his life. And then, I'm just, oh shucks, a stupid country boy who doesn't know what I'm talking about.
We talked about this the other day too, that I think there's something going on as well, that people that lie all the time, they don't recognize that people can tell that they're lying.
Yeah.
Because they're not good at reading lying, because they lie all the time. So they're not good at reading people because they live in this bullshit world of blinders, where they're just trying to be charismatic and push forth some fake story. like I can't, like I watched this one where this woman hired an undercover police officer to kill her husband.
I know this case.
Yes.
And she goes into histrionics.
Yes, and they all know that she did it. They're all aware, ma'am, your husband was, oh, I can't believe it. And she hugs the officer. And it's like, wow, this is crazy to watch.
How rewarding must it be to be that cop?
Oh my God, it was probably hilarious. With this crazy bitch.
Yeah.
Especially, fortunately, if you're dealing with a murder that didn't actually take place.
So here's an incredible story about serendipity that relates to serial killers. So in 1989, I'm then with a girlfriend. We're going to the Charlevoix region, which is in northern Quebec. It's about 5-6 hours north of Montreal by car, where it's very famous because the beluga whales come there to mate. The white St. Lawrence whales, I don't know if you know them, but they're these beautiful, very rare whales. They're all white.
Oh, wow.
And so we had gone up there, and we end up at this inn in the middle of, Quebec countryside. And I walk in there. There's this tall American greeting me. I'm surprised.
They speak English?
He's speaking English to me, and I put a book.
That's crazy enough up there, right?
Absolutely. And so I have a book with me that I'm reading. At the time, I was thinking, maybe I'll go into maybe forensic psychiatry, which would mean I would go to med school, or I'd go into forensic psychology, because I was very interested in criminology. But then I decided, I think rightly so, that it's too dark for me also as a career.
Yeah.
And so I was reading a book titled Alone with the Devil, which you could probably pull it up, which is a book that was written by a forensic psychiatrist out of LA County system, where he was the forensic psychiatrist who would interview many of the most famous serial killers that were running through LA County back then. The Angelo Bueno, the Hillside Stranglers, the Night Stalker, all those insane ones in Southern California. And so hence Alone with the Devil, meaning him sitting with and as I put the book down, this is the guy who's checking me into this kind of bed and breakfast place. He looks at it and he goes, oh, I know the author. And I'm thinking, how does this American guy who's in northern Quebec know this author who's a forensic psychiatrist in LA? He goes, oh, I used to be a public defender in the LA County system. Then he met a woman who was a Quebecer, and then they moved there together. And I used to work with this psychiatrist. And as we started talking, he goes, all I can tell you, so this is 1989, so I'm like a 23, 24-year-old guy with long hair. And he goes, and I was telling him that I have a brother who's in Southern California, so I always go see him. And he goes, all I can tell you is don't ever, ever do something that gets you to go to LA County jail for even a night. Because if you piss off the cops, they'll throw you in there and they just scream fresh fish out of the water, and then the guys will have their way with you. And so I made sure to never drink and drive in LA County, because I don't think I would have lasted 14 seconds. So anyways, hold on, let me finish. Okay. Fast forward to 2013. I am in Lubbock, Texas. I've been invited to speak at the Life Sciences and Politics Conference. I'm the plenary speaker, and the political scientist who invited me there takes me out for a Texan barbecue. And as we're chatting, he goes, I know you're from Quebec. My father lives in Quebec. I said, your father, you're okay. Can I just take a guess who your father might be? And I said, was your dad a public defender in the LA County system? He looks at me as though I'm like an oracle. He goes, yes, that's my dad. So imagine, I meet a guy in 1989 based on this book, and he knows that guy. Fast forward many, many years later, I meet his son, who just tells me, oh, my dad lives in Quebec. I take a shot at throwing, and it was that guy that I met in 1989. How is that for the metaphysics of life?
That's nuts.
It's a small world.
That's weird. That's weird. There's certain things that are like, okay, what are we dealing with here?
Yeah.
Like, is this a simulation? Like, what is this?
Right.
Have you seen the thing about the book from 1953 that talks about Elon wanting to go to Mars? Like a Werner von Braun?
No.
Have you seen this? Yeah, Elon tweeted it. You can find it. See, look, there's certain things where you go, come on. Just even the name Elon, and Elon's going to take us to Mars. Like,
Sorry, you mean
in
there's a
1950
character.
So here it is. This is in the Werner von Braun book. So Elon is the elected leader of the Martian government, serving a 5-year term. Elon and their cabinet administrator have laws enacted by 2 houses of parliament. Elon in Project Mars, A Technical Tale, is the name of the Martian leader, and the connection between the character and Elon Musk led to speculation about Werner von Braun's influence on Musk's space exploration.
Okay,
So
now,
this is a book from I think it's 1953.
okay, you ready?
Right? Is that when he wrote it, Jamie?
Hold on.
See if you can find the tweet, that Elon's tweet, because Elon's tweet is hilarious. Because like, how is this possible? Because it's like this doesn't even make sense. This is
So
so
I
crazy.
do have one non-sexy explanation that can explain this.
Okay.
One of his parents was a huge fan of that author, read that book, and in honor of that character, actually called Elon Musk Elon.
Sure, that's great. But what are the odds that guy's going to develop rockets?
That's true.
What are the odds that your little baby boy, who you're naming when he's 1 day old, is going to develop?
Yeah,
Like,
that part.
1953 book, Mars Project by Werner von Braun says the leader of Mars shall be called Elon. Someone pulled the original German manuscript out of the archives, debunked this myth, only to confirm that von Braun did indeed predict he'd be called Elon. And Elon writes, "How can this be real?" It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because
What
the guy's
the hell?
literally obsessed with Mars and has created rockets that you can catch. Rockets that
Have you seen when Trump explains that?
Yeah, it's
It's
hilarious.
so amazing.
It's amazing what he can do with these rockets. it's nuts, man. We're living in a very, very strange time. What is this? Is this Elon's dad?
Elon's father named him after reading the book of common knowledge.
Amazing. He
Oh,
did
okay.
have to
So
read the
that
book.
okay. So
Amazing.
I
But
got
also,
that part.
Still, what are the odds?
Still.
What are the odds? There's 8 billion people on this fucking planet. What are the odds that your kid who you named Elon because you read a book becomes the guy? And Elon didn't even know about it?
Wow.
Yeah.
The thing with Barron Trump. Have you heard that?
Oh
crazy
yeah,
thing? Like,
that's nuts too. Find that one. That one's nuts too. That one's completely bizarre.
Baron, the young kid.
Yeah.
What is it?
He'll pull it up. I don't want to fuck it up, but there's a few of those that make you wonder, like, is this a simulation? Is this real? I feel like there's aspects of it that are real.
I'm trying to find the year. There's a series of books from like I think it's the late 1800s or something.
Yeah.
About it's 1900 here, but it's like a person named Trump goes on these adventures, gets a guy from Manhattan to be his like guide. It's very strange and
Wow.
very similar to like what.
See if you can find
Yeah,
what the
kind of,
synopsis is, like what connects it to
God.
Barron Trump. It seems real weird. It's almost like the telepathy thing. Like someone
Right.
in the past says, something's gonna happen one day. I just get this feeling this Elon motherfucker's gonna. You know what I mean? Like I think there's some weird things about the potential futures, and that might be also what we're seeing with this
Right.
alien stuff. I think this alien stuff might be the future.
How many times have you had Elon on the show?
Oh, a bunch of
The
times.
book is called The Last President.
The Last President. That's kind of crazy. Because if shit hits the fan, the aliens land, he is the last president. In 1889 novel called Barron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. It was written by Ingersoll Lockwood. He would go on to write another book called The Last President in 1900. This mystery which involves the Trump family, Nikola Tesla, time travel, and dark forces.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
The castle called Castle Trump.
So follows the adventures of a young aristocrat named Barron Trump living in a castle named Castle Trump, which is fucking crazy. The character is described as intelligent, curious, and somewhat arrogant, guided by his mentor, Dawn. Barron embarks on fantastical journeys, including one to discover a magical portal in Russia.
Uh-oh. Putin connections confirmed.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
It's like, is this
That's
bullshit?
cool.
Is life bullshit? Is life real?
Wow.
I think life's mostly real. But, this is the problem with the whole idea of simulation theory, is that if it's true, if there is a simulation, And the simulation, if we develop technology where the simulation becomes indiscernible from reality itself,
Right.
how will we know?
Right.
Maybe we'll know from goofy clues like that, like silly coding,
Who
Easter eggs that God leaves behind.
I would love to know what was the mechanism by which, for each of those stories that you came up with, who came up with? Like,
Right.
was it just a fan of one of those books who said, "Wait a minute"? And
Right. Well, the weird one is, why is Werner von Braun writing fiction when he's a fucking Nazi? Why what, in Nazi running NASA, and before that he was writing fiction? Like, how's he have time? How's he have time to write fiction when this guy's in the middle of developing rockets for the Germans?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing
Yeah.
story. So what are some of the things that you take away when you interact with Elon? Because I've been fortunate enough to get to know him a bit better now, and so on, and I'm just amazed by what an amazing guy he is. But what are some of your views?
Well, he's just a fascinating human being.
Yeah.
Like, if we didn't live in a time of Elon Musk and you were studying him in history, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, what was that guy like?
Yeah.
That guy must have been insane.
Yeah,
This guy's running 5 different companies simultaneously and trying to develop a Department of Government efficiency at the same time. And he's a very unique human being that exists once every who knows how many generations,
and
if ever.
And to think that there are so, like, when this Nazi salute thing came out,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, I debunked it, and there's some weight to it because I happen to be Jewish and I know him. But do you really need me to come out with my imprimatur to say no?
People don't really believe he made a Nazi salute. They want to believe, so they say they believe because you can get him on that, and he's on the defensive. It's an attack vector.
Okay, so you don't think anybody who
thinks he's a fucking Nazi. He literally wears a thing around his neck that says "Bring them all home."
Yeah,
about the hostages.
Or did you see when he said? I don't know if it was after Ben Shapiro when he went with him to I think it was Auschwitz or something, and he said, "I am Jewish."
Yes. Yeah. He's a fascinating human being, and all fascinating human beings, especially all people that are in incredible positions of power and wealth, which is what he is. You're going to get attacked.
Yeah.
And you get attacked by a lot of bad faith arguments, and this is one of them.
Well, the last time I was in Austin, we had met up in person, and but it was delayed, our meeting, because he ended up having to go to all sorts of depositions, and so he would be texting me and saying, "Oh, I'm in this hellish deposition." And then later when we met, he kind of told me a bit about it. I mean, we'll share some of the stuff, but I think if at my level I get people coming after me,
Mm-hmm.
it's unimaginable to even think at what level, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's a troll coming after me, or an annoying academic, or an Islamist who sends me a death threat. Okay, fine. But I mean, he's getting governments attacking him.
Yeah.
He's getting, but yet it just keeps trucking along. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, it really helps have $400 billion.
That doesn't help.
That helps a lot. But if he didn't buy Twitter, I think the world would be a far more fucked up place right now. I think we would be far more confused, far less free to express ourselves. And the cultural narrative shifted because of people's ability to freely express themselves now on social media in front of everybody, where you just didn't have that before.
Well, I mean, literally within a few days of it being, maybe even the same day of it being announced that he was buying it, I had put out a clip on my channel where I said, of all things that Elon Musk has ever done or will ever do, none will ever count as much as him having bought Twitter.
If it didn't happen, you would have a complete cult-like takeover of all public discourse. All public discourse would be controlled by this ridiculous ideology, this woke ideology, this what you call a mind virus.
Yeah.
And that mind virus would have been used by corporations, and it has been, and used by government, and it has been used in order to enact more control over its citizens under the guise of protecting marginalized people and protecting ideas. It seems like they're doing the right thing, and it seems like opposing that is doing the wrong thing. But it's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's all it is. It's just control. It's just the government they don't give a fuck about DEI. All they give a fuck about is votes and power and control.
Exactly.
And if they can use DEI to get their way, and if they can use whatever green energy bullshit they're pushing, whatever they're doing, they're not doing it because they're trying to save you. That's nonsense. If you look at it from the perspective of this is to gain more power, influence, and make more money, then you'll see things more clearly.
So I've been asked by in many different contexts, do you think that this is it? This is the end of all the parasitic stuff? And I keep imploring people to not be complacent in that. Exactly, because sure, Donald Trump is a huge doorstop to all the insanity. But here's the analogy I like to draw. So you know how there's the evolution of the superbug that comes about because of the misapplication of the antibiotic regimen?
Yeah.
So what happens? I mean, it literally is a natural selection, right? So yeah. So because I'm supposed to take the antibiotics for 5 days, but I only take it for 2 days, and I immediately feel a lot better, I stop taking it. But what that has created is that the weak bacteria have died off, whereas the ones that have survived until that point have only become stronger. And through the misapplication of the prescription for antibiotics, I then contribute to the evolution of the superbug. Right. So I argue, so I'm analogizing now with the woke mind virus. It's if you don't completely do the antibiotic regimen fully, which in this case means eradicating all those parasitic ideas everywhere, right? Because it took 50 to 100 years for those bad ideas to originally be spawned and flourish in the university ecosystem.
Right.
So you're not going to get rid of them in a 4-year term with Donald Trump and we never see them again.
Right.
So it has to be a continuous cultural war to eradicate this. Now, you'd like to think that it won't take 50 to 100 years to eradicate them, but it's not going to start and end with Trump.
Right.
I'm thinking you agree with that. Yes?
No, I definitely do agree with that. And I think that it's also, you have to take into consideration, although Trump won and Trump is controlling the cabinet and all these different people are going to be able to do his agenda, you still have almost half the country that didn't vote for him. So, and people are always tribal, and so they're going to be opposed to everything, even the good things that he's doing. They're going to find fault in it. Did you see the CBS interview with JD Vance?
Just one clip.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, so I should watch the whole thing.
Oh my god, it's a masterclass. He just
he's
so good.
He is really good.
Has he been on your show? Yeah, he's great. Thank God for that guy. He's so good at dismantling those dumpy people and just breaking down. Like, she was like, "This is a country built on immigrants." He's like, "Yes, that doesn't mean that 240 years later we have to have the dumbest immigration policy possible."
Well, and so actually in my forthcoming book that I'm trying to wrap up now, Suicidal Empathy, I have a section where I talk about these kinds of immigration arguments. And I use something from cognitive psychology. It's called categorization theory. How do you categorize something? So when people say, "You're such a hypocrite, Gad, you're an immigrant. Why are you railing against immigrants? Your buddy Elon Musk is an immigrant." And so then I usually give them the following analogy, satirical analogy, but a valid one. I say, Fido the house cat is a feline. So is the male lion in the African jungle. They're both called feline. Therefore, I'm just as likely to want to snuggle when I go on a safari in Namibia next to the feline called the male lion. No, I recognize that even though they're both called feline, there is a distinction between the two. I don't categorize them as an exemplar of the same identity. Whereas what these people play is, you're an immigrant, why do you rail against immigrants?
Right.
So isn't it astonishing that you could have such shoddy thinking that you're unable to recognize what I just said?
It is, but it's, again, it goes back to this tribal thing, is that people don't want to admit that having an open border is going to let in terrorists.
Yeah.
Because the previous administration, which was Democratic, had essentially an open border policy.
Yeah.
And it was based on this concept of empathy.
Yeah.
And you have sanctuary cities like New York. And then as soon as the mayor opposes it, well, guess what? He gets indicted. Like, it's all so transparent. It's so crazy. It's right in front of your face. And so I don't understand what they're doing. And, there's a lot of arguments. They're doing it for cheap labor. They're doing it to get votes. They're doing it for whatever they're doing. You're making things less safe. And to oppose getting rid of cartel members and gang members and criminals and pedophiles and serial killers, to oppose getting rid of them and deporting them is just nuts.
Well,
It doesn't make any sense.
the perfect example of this kind of parasitic idea and suicidal empathy is that bishop that just spoke, that kind of lectured Trump. But right,
Yeah.
they're your dishwashers. But nobody's
Mhm.
questioning that there might be lovely people. That doesn't take away from the fact that you shouldn't have an open border policy.
Yeah.
But she's so committed to empathy that she views any position contrary to complete capitulation of your border as non-empathetic.
Right. And that is the perspective of the extreme leftists.
Yeah.
And it's a cult-like perspective. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It doesn't make sense. It's not empathetic. Certainly not empathetic to the people that are victims to those people.
Right, exactly. Well, it's not empathetic to the, I think, 900 biological women who lost medals. Did you see that study?
Yeah.
Right. So, but what you
And
do,
everyone, it's just a small amount.
it's a small number.
No, it's not.
Well, is 900 small? What would be a
Also,
big number?
Here's the big thing. There was not 900 10 years ago.
Right.
Okay. So what happened in 10 years? What happens 10 years from now? Are we willing to have all female sports dominated by men?
Right.
Who believe that they're women? That's crazy.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. Well, in Canada, there was a 50-year-old man who identified as a teenage girl, so he's competing in swimming events.
Oh, yeah.
I believe he was a professor as well.
I satirized this in The Parasitic Mind, where I said that through transgravity, I identify as much smaller weight than I really am, and through trans-ageism, I am an 8-year-old boy, so I'm competing in the underage judo competition.
Isn't it nuts? And then that actually turned out to be true. Where people were, that's ridiculous. I remember I watched Dennis Prager on Bill Maher's show a long time ago, and he was talking about how menstruate. Next thing you're going to be saying men can menstruate, and the whole place goes nuts and screams and cheers like, "What are you saying?" Because this was quite a while ago, and now it's commonplace.
It's commonplace.
Commonplace to say men can menstruate.
Have
In
you
fact,
seen-
Tampon Tim Walsh, the guy was he was putting tampons in the men's room.
So at Concordia, which is my home university, right? I'm now at Northwood, but my home university had last day a one-day symposium on menstrual equity, because menstruation is a human right. What the fuck does that mean? Like,
what does that mean, menstrual equity? How can you get men to menstruate?
I'll send you privately, like literally.
It's a human right.
It's a human right. Like, until that symposium, women had been stopped from menstruating in Canada.
What does it mean? What does it mean? That's so crazy.
Well, unfortunately for us in Canada, unlike you guys have the savior Trump, yes, Trudeau has resigned officially, or won't be running the country for much longer, but we're much further down the woke abyss than you guys are. So
it's cautionary tale.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, yes, Pierre Poilievre will be an obvious massive improvement over
Is that how you say it?
I mean, if you say it with the proper French accent, yeah, it's Poilievre.
Other people say it differently. What's the wrong way to say it?
Every other way that an American or English Canadian would say it. So
I've even heard people say like Poilievre, right?
No, it's Poilievre.
Poilievre. Yeah, Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah.
He's a very logical guy. It was one of the things that was interesting. A reporter questioned him on whether or not he aligns with Donald Trump in that there are two genders. And he said, well, if there's other genders, I'd like you to tell me what they are.
That's
I'm
beautiful.
open to tell me what they are.
That one was great, but of course, the classic one is the apple.
Yeah, when he was eating an apple. He's great.
That was like straight out of a spaghetti western.
Well, it seems like that's what your country needs, and I hope it happens. I hope he wins.
Yeah.
I hope there's some sort of a recognition that if America changes course and course corrects, and America starts to thrive and do better, which I think it will, and gets the violent crime down and a lot of the issues down and prices down, and if all that stuff happens, I hope Canada comes to its senses and it wakes up from this woke trance.
I mean, I think it will, but it will be a long autocorrection.
Yeah, unless you become the 51st state. Come on, China.
By the way, do you know that I posted a post on Twitter, on X, where I tagged Trump. I said, "Dear Donald Trump, look, can you invade Canada? It won't take more. It won't take more than 4 to 6 committed Marines or something like that. Like really, to show how wimpy we are." And if you saw the tagging of Concordia that I got on X, because people were saying, you have a Canadian professor who is being treasonous and get. How could a human being be so lacking
It's
in humor?
the same thing as the Hitler thing with Elon. It's like you're
So
pretending.
they don't really believe it.
No, it's an attack vector. They're just looking at it as like, I can go after him now. And this is one of the major problems with social media, is that it's really good for that.
Yeah.
It's really good for people to be shitty. And didn't, when we talked about, it's the least connected form of discourse between human beings. It's so much shittier than verbal communication, and what is eventually going to be telepathic communication is going to far exceed that, to the point where you're not going to have to wonder what a person thinks. You're going to know what they think.
You almost. I don't think I've seen you in many years ever engage anyone on X, right?
No, I mean occasionally. I wanted to get Peter Hotez to debate with Bobby Kennedy, and he was calling me a neo-fascist, leanings. And I was like, this is so ridiculous. Like, I'll give a bunch of money to the charity of your choosing.
Oh yes, I remember that.
I said I'll donate $100,000.
Yes.
You pick a charity, debate him here, explain what's going on. If you're so smart and you're so correct, come debate him. And nobody, he didn't want to do it. It's just, the whole thing is just like, I don't like to do that, because I don't like, it's going to sound very hippie, I don't like negativity. I don't want to argue with anybody. I don't even want to argue with people that I disagree with. If I disagree with someone, I'd like to have a discussion with them. I'd like to have a calm, civil discussion with you. I don't think things should be, I think you should avoid personal attacks and all that stuff whenever possible. I think it's bad for you.
Is this something that you adhere to even in your personal relationships?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't argue. I'm not interested. I don't like bad vibes. I can disagree with someone, and I'll have people on the podcast that disagree with them. I'm never mean to them. I never call them names. I don't think it's good for you. I don't think it's good. Even if I'm good at it. Okay, I'm a professional shit talker. I can talk a lot of shit. If I want to make fun of someone, I can make fun of someone pretty easily. I don't want to. Not interested. I make fun in jokes. I do stand up. I make fun on podcasts. We fuck around, we joke around. But in real life, or in actual communication with another person, I don't want it. I don't think it's necessary for you to have a full, rich life. I think it's junk food. I think it's essentially like, you don't need to eat chips. Don't eat chips. Chips are killing you, and Mountain Dew's killing you. Don't eat Mountain Dew.
Right.
I think negativity is bad for everyone. I think it's bad for the person who pushes it out. It's bad for the person that receives it. It's the reason why people don't like being canceled. All these people are dumping on you, and it's all this negativity, and and you feel terrible, and they know you feel terrible, so they keep piling on. And I think it's bad for them. I think it's bad for your soul. I think it's bad for your self-respect, for how you view yourself as an evolved human being. Like, that you want to do that to a person and go after them like that. I mean, the only exceptions are if someone's a criminal. Someone's doing something like, if you're the head of a pharmaceutical drug company that's pushing stuff on people, that's killing people, and you know it is, and you're hiding. If you're a person who's involved in the trafficking of, underage sex workers, or whatever it is, it's evil. You want to go after pure evil in the world? Okay, I get it. But most of what people do when they're really shitty to each other is like political disagreements or ideological disagreements. And it shows your weakness as a person.
Well, so I think it was Henry Kissinger who said this. To your point, he said, never are the battles so fierce as when the stakes are so low. So I think it speaks to your point, right? So people get all animated. And
I think it's also a lot of people that don't understand real conflict. Right, I think people have a certain amount of anticipation, just being a human being, again, with this old operating system that we have.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of anticipation of an enemy and of a threat and of a thing that you have to defeat.
Yeah.
I think it's just naturally built into us, to the point where people become illogical, especially when they get super tribal. They're on a team. We're on a team, so we have to defeat the people on the other team. So you say horrible things about people on the other team on Twitter, and then people retweet it and post it, and you feed off of it. I think it's a stupid way to communicate. I think it's a stupid way for human beings to think and behave. And I think it goes back to what I said before about ideas, that you're not your ideas. You cannot be your ideas. If you want to talk about ideas, just talk about what the ideas and what you think things should be, and what this is what you think is going on, and have respectful conversations with people who disagree. And that's the best way to communicate. So that's just too hard to find.
So I had one negative interaction that sat very badly with me after the fact, I think we've now cleared it. So to your point about not going after someone, I mean, usually, I'm a very affable guy and warm and the whole thing. But sometimes if somebody pisses me off, I just kind of
Call him a fucking retard.
call him a fucking retard. But usually not someone that I know. It's just,
Right. But even if it's a person that you don't know, there's a person on the other end.
that's true. But
Yeah.
usually if I call you a retard, it's because you've been kind of doing stuff
Right.
endlessly after me.
Right.
So you don't punch a guy if he just slaps you one time, but if he slaps you 18 times, you're probably going to.
Now you should punch him if he
Yeah.
slaps you once.
Oh, there you go.
Because slaps usually lead to something else.
There you go.
Can't let a guy get away with a slap.
So we're in Austin, so there was a point where Lex Friedman was doing all the love will conquer everything stuff. And it was pissing me off because it was in the context of, let's say, the Middle East, where I come from, where I know that love doesn't conquer all. And so that shtick was getting me angry. And so I kind of went after him, not like in a mean way, calling him names, but I said, it's kind of infantile to think that love conquers everywhere or something.
Mhm.
And then he got upset and then had blocked me. And that never sat well with me, not because he had blocked me, but because I don't like to have, maintaining a bad vibe with someone.
Right.
Right.
And you kind of maintain it if you're still blocked.
If I'm still blocked, and
Are you still blocked now?
I don't know if I'm still blocked,
I bet you're still blocked.
I don't.
I
Maybe.
don't think you unblocked people.
You can't block people now.
Well, you can block people still. You just still
Oh,
say
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
So you-
But
yeah.
to his credit, and I think mine, we kind of kissed and made up. And he said, "Oh, if you ever come to Austin, I'm always happy to talk to you, and I'd love to, and I'm a fan of your work." And we haven't been able to connect. And
I'll connect you.
Thank you.
I'll connect you.
Yeah, but that makes so. To your point, that made me feel better because there was
Right.
like this negativity,
Mhm.
even though I'd never met him and I
Right.
don't know him. I don't like that there's a guy that exists that is in any way upset at something that I said about him.
Right.
He's not a Nazi. He's not a Islamist terrorist. I don't want
Exactly.
that. And so I take your point, and I'm glad we cleared up. Haven't cleared it up yet with our mutual buddy,
Oh, yeah, that guy?
the Malibu meditator.
Well, he's on his own journey.
But even I've really toyed with just sending him an email, and it doesn't matter. Like it's not like he's in my close personal circle of friends. But I don't like having. So I want to say, hey, buddy, there's no hard feelings between. You think I should do it?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to hurt. I had a conversation with him before. I think, life is short.
Life is
It
short.
goes by very quickly. And like I said, I think that stuff, engaging in that stuff is just like eating junk food. I don't think you should do it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's smart.
Every
But less enjoyable than junk food.
Of all the wonderful conversations we've had, one of the pieces of advice that always rings in my head from Joe Rogan is, "You read your effing comments? Are you insane?" or something like that. You had said to me.
Yeah.
Because one time we were chatting, and you said,
You were upset?
and I was upset.
Yeah.
And so every time I almost feel like I'm falling into that trap where I'm starting to scroll, I go Joe Rogan, and then I slide it. So
There's also a thing, too, where if someone writes something, for some reason it seems more real than if they just say it to their friend.
yes,
People talk shit all the time. They say things and then they say, I should have said that.
Yeah.
But when it's written down, it's out there forever on the internet.
right.
Which is really weird.
Yeah.
Which is, it's another aspect of it that's very strange.
Earlier you were talking about stand-up comedy something. I can't remember exactly what you're saying, but I thought I'll have to tell him this. The funniest bit I've ever seen, of course you will know it, the bit with Bobby Lee and Brian Callen and another guy, I don't know what his name is, where he's telling them that he was molested by a Down syndrome guy.
Yes. Brendan Shaw. Yeah.
So I've probably watched that 10 times, and there hasn't been a tedium in my laughter. Like usually, if you see a joke, the fourth time is less funny. So every time I go back to it and I watch it, I laugh as much as the previous time.
It's very ridiculous. Yeah, but that's the beauty of podcasts. It's like you could never have something that ridiculous on like Saturday Night Live or on the Jimmy Kimmel Show or any late night talk show. It's like the only place that's no holds barred like that is podcasts.
Oh, that guy's really funny.
Bobby's very funny. He's very funny.
I first learned of him. I saw him on Curb Your Enthusiasm, where he was. Do you know that he was on that?
I didn't know he was on that.
Yeah, he's like a Korean bookie to Larry David or something. I mean, whatever, some fun, and he's speaking Korean accent. So I thought, oh, who's this guy? And then I discovered him, and so I watched some of his stand-up stuff. I mean, some of it is a bit harsh, but he is funny.
He's a good dude too.
And I saw him in with Bill Maher recently. And I'm sorry, no disrespect for Bill Maher, but I think Bobby Lee is a lot funnier than Bill Maher. But what do I know? I'm not a professional comedian.
He's purely funny, whereas Bill Maher is very political, opinionated, and
right.
You know, he has that sort of antagonistic personal style of politics, and it's never just about ideas. It's a complete mockery of everything. It's like a comedic bent on everything.
Right.
Which everybody likes different things. You know?
So
some people like that.
You've had him on the show?
Yeah, I've had him on. Yeah, a couple times. I like him. It's just like I don't talk to people like that though. And this is like as I've gotten older and wiser and had more experiences in life and thought about things more and more and more, I've decided to engage in as little of that shit as possible.
So it's interesting because you're interested in a sport that's all about combat and fighting, and yet you live by the motto of the exact opposite of that. Which I wonder if many fighters might have that because a lot of fighters have that because they realize that their physicality is actually quite ominous. I want to live exactly the opposite of that in my personal engagements with people.
They also realize like all that is extra energy. It's all just energy that you're giving out to conversations online, arguing with people online. Just bad energy.
Right.
It's not a good use of energy, I should say. It's an improper use of energy. It's a waste. Right. This is what I describe to people, and I'm sorry if you've heard this before. I say, think of your mind as your mind has units of thought. You have 100 units that you can use, and you're using 30 of them on social media, arguing about
that's a good way to look at it.
Now you've deprived yourself of your music or your poetry or your art, whatever you do that you really like to do. You deprived yourself of your access to your units of thought that can focus on this positive thing because you're spending time arguing about whatever the fuck it is, whatever it is online, whatever it is, whatever. You just, why?
So let's say, forgive me for asking just a question, are you able to stick true to that motto as a fight is brewing with your wife?
Yeah, I don't argue about that. I don't get mean ever. Never. We don't even yell. We'll talk about stuff. We'll disagree on stuff, but it never gets shitty. I don't think you should talk to people like that are your friends. I don't think you should talk to your loved ones like that. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to tell your friend, hey, dude, you're being a fucking idiot. Like, you stop doing that. You're going to ruin your life. Well, you're doing it for their benefit. Right. And sometimes you have to speak in harsh language just to let them know how you actually feel about what's happening. But for the most part, I don't think it's good in any way, shape, or form. And if you're in one of those relationships where you yell at each other and throw things at each other and call each other the worst things possible and then make up, like,
on December 5th, I just celebrated 25 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. How long have you? How long?
15. 15. Yeah, look, it's beautiful to be happy. It's beautiful to be in a good relationship. But like all things, like online communication, like interpersonal communication, it takes work. Yeah. And you have to have, a thought like, this is what I don't want out of my life. I don't want conflict. I don't want bullshit. And I don't want to be the cause of conflict. So you have to have your own shit together too. Some people, they don't want conflict, but they create it all the time by stupid decisions, bad behavior. And you got to learn that too.
And so are you able to completely do this when people are coming after?
People come after me all the time.
But I don't mean troll. I mean like
people I know come after me all the time. I ignore it.
Right. And
I don't engage. Good luck. You can have your opinions on me. Good luck. It's okay. Right. Have fun. Enjoy your life. I self-assess all the time. I self-audit my own behavior. I'm my own worst critic.
Right.
So things that other people that are saying about me, especially if they're inaccurate, it doesn't work. It doesn't affect me. I don't care.
Right.
I'm happy.
You are a model to live by, sir.
Well, I try, but it's hard work. It's not like this is it's an easy thing to try to stay at peace all the time.
Do you ever
work at it?
Do you ever foresee deciding? I've spoken to all the interesting people.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
do.
there could be a point in time I don't want to do this anymore. But I think it'd be more related to not want to be public anymore. Not interested in like having your thoughts out there in the world.
Okay.
It might come a point in time where I want to enter a different phase of my life where I don't think about expressing myself publicly anymore.
Okay.
I could see that where I'm just thinking about just living my life, doing the things that I'm interested in, because I'm interested in a lot of things, and I don't want to limit the amount of things that I'm exposed to that I'm interested in.
What are some of the things that you're taking? The ceramics course that you've always, whatever. What are some of the things that are
Between I'm full of stuff between martial arts and comedy and archery and playing pool and all the different things that I enjoy doing. When people tell me they're bored, I just don't understand. I don't understand how you can be bored. The world is so interesting. There's so many different things to learn.
But by the way, what you just said is exactly why your podcast has been so successful, because you exude, in French you say joie de vivre, right? A joy for living. And that curiosity, that insatiable love of life that makes you open to all these other people who sit in this seat that you say, give it to me. And if you didn't have that quality, you could have had all the other qualities. If you didn't have that quality, I don't think the show would have been successful.
You're right.
So no, but it's true.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
Because I mean, a lot of people will they'll ask me, "Oh, Joe, what's his secret?" I say, "There's no secret. He's a cool guy who wants to have cool conversations." I mean, really,
I think the secret is numbers too. It's putting in the numbers. Like I do a lot more podcasts than most people. So
I do it 5 days a week, right?
4, mostly 4, sometimes 3, sometimes 5.
Okay.
More 3s than 5s, but a bunch of 5s. But the most important thing is just for 15, 16 years. It's like I've done it forever. And so in doing it for that long, over the course of that immense amount of time talking to people, you just get better at talking to people. It's like everything else. You get better at it the more you do it, and then you understand what sucks about what you're doing.
What percentage, I'm not asking you to give names or anything, what percentage of guests that come on your show the first time, you've come to the realization that they're not good enough conversations to ever invite again? Is it
happens? Yeah, it happens.
But I mean,
I don't want to give a number, but I mean, it definitely happens. It's like you don't know until you talk to someone.
Yeah.
Some people, you can tell some people are bullshitting you, and some people are pushing an agenda, and some people just aren't that good at talking, and they're not compelling, and you can't drag anything out of them. And this would be a one-time conversation.
Right.
Yeah, it happens. But thankfully for you and I, what is this? It's our
number 11.
11. Wow. I was going to say 10. Wow.
And I'll just say this. I think my first time was 2014.
Wow.
We're 2025. So that means
years,
we are on one show a year for many more years. Thank you, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
You are such a joy.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate you very much. Thanks. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great to have you in, man. How you feeling? You must be feeling fantastic.
Many things were successful, so even if I was a little bit had a flu, many things.
You had the flu before that fight?
Yeah, for one week, like 5 days, 5 days before fight week, I was in how to say that. Heat, like body's
fever.
Yeah, fever. So yeah,
that's crazy.
That was something but every time, maybe I'm a little bit glad for that, because I'm every time trying to push my preparation too much, that I'm every time hurt myself or I'm overtrained.
Right.
So that's why I'm maybe just a little bit glad for that.
That's interesting, right? Like it's it's so hard because you want to prepare so hard. You're so disciplined, so driven, but you can do yourself a disservice. You can go too far, and then you don't recover enough, and then you go into the fight a little compromised.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we've seen that many times with fighters who just get so enthusiastic about their training.
Because I feel like self-confidence, and still there is something what you can do better, yeah, every day. And that's my idea also, the training life idea, to go better every day, 1% better, 1% better. Even if you can't train, you can sit in a meditation and visualize how you train, how the body is working. Sometimes is the most biggest, like the biggest thing what you can do is just rest, like you show me the floating.
Yes. Yeah, you need one of those, man. If all the people that I know, you need one. The sensory deprivation tank. You should get one of those. Because I know you're into meditation. I know you spend a lot of time in dark rooms. That's meditation times 100. But do you monitor your heart rate every day to see what your recovery's at, or you just go by feel?
Feeling. I did that in high altitude training in all of November in Mexico City, where is 2,300, 200 meters.
7,700 feet above sea level, I believe.
Yes, and there I monitor everything, like take up blood exams before, in, and after this camp, 4 weeks camp there, and amazing.
Well, your endurance was incredible in that fight, because that was such a high and still paced fight.
And still, I felt like after that flu, I felt a little bit down. But
well, that's pretty amazing. Then you must have been in insane shape before the flu. Yeah, it's that fine line, that balance. Yeah. So you went to Mexico City. Did you know a gym up there? Or did you bring your camp up there?
I was there in UFC Performance Institute. There.
Oh.
There's a new one.
Nice.
And you have everything here. In the Performance Institute, like regeneration, training, coaches with the pads, and so I was there especially for to work on the things what I took from the last fight with Pereira, to work on the hands up a little bit, just a little bit.
But we were talking about it in the broadcast. Your hands down sometimes has a benefit. There's a real advantage to it, because no one sees where those punches are coming from.
Yeah.
So for the people that don't know what I'm talking about,
not just punches.
Yes.
Movement,
head movement was excellent.
Everything.
Your head movement was excellent.
And the feeling with the hands up is another one. With with the hands down. Yeah, because this is your natural posture,
right?
Yeah. So you spend most of the time in this, and it's about just feeling the space, feeling the. I can explain to another person like this one, because when I am in the flow, like you wanna be in the flow in the fight, some between the flow and uncomfortable, somewhere in the center. So when I achieved this attitude, that's why I don't need to keep my hands up, because this for me means, and for everybody, that means defending. I don't need to defend myself when I see everything, when I feel everything, and but like I understand in this preparation, where I did all the camp hands up, like this gives you the calm in a close distance. In a close distance, it's not so. Sometimes it's not so smart to keep
hands down.
Right. Yeah. So, but I'm crazy. I'm crazy enough to go through, to be in the moment, to stress my body so much in this situation to see every movement, every start of the movement of my opponent, that I can react before he starts. And the next level is to try to 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 read the thinking of the opponent, what he wants to do before he do that. So there is a many levels of that. So, but sometimes I can't to explain that. Sometimes, like in the second fight with Pereira, I was a little bit punched in the in the end of the first round. So I stepped to the second round, and I said to myself, I was too courageous and keep the hands down. So that's why it happened.
Where you should have been more defensive, maybe to recover.
Yes.
One thing you said after that fight, you said you have to evolve. And one thing that I saw in this last fight with Jamal Hill was evolution. I really saw it, really see it. Like the counters, the head movement and the counters were brilliant. There's one that I put on my Instagram stories. It was so incredible. He threw a punch, you slid slightly out of the way, landed a straight left, and then the right hook that dropped him. But it was so dynamic. It was so fast and precise. I was like, that's a different Yuri Prohaska. Like your earlier fights were always excellent. You always had amazing power and very unusual movement, very difficult to predict. But the sharpness of your counters was on another level in this fight.
That's what I worked on.
Yeah.
To not just connect to the opponent and react what's happened right now, but a little bit be a little bit before what will happen.
Yes. Well, you're definitely getting better, which is so fascinating. You know, so you had a very brilliant approach. You waited until you had reached a certain level before you entered the UFC. You could have been in the UFC years earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They're seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
And I have to say thank you to my coaches for that, because we worked on my style. We are consulting, like communicate about that style, what to make it better, how to do that. That's why I'm keeping like my two coaches, what I began with like all the time with me, because I think that's the only thing you can go to be a master in something, to stay with some people, with some
Tight circle.
tight circle in some, and go deeper. You can go really deep.
Yeah.
So
It's also, I value loyalty. Loyalty is very important.
And this is it.
It means a lot, you know, and when people work really hard to get you to a certain level. What I like is there's some coaches that they recognize that maybe there's other skill sets they can bring in, so they work with other people as well, you know, but always stay with the people that brought, as long as the relationship is good, always stay with the people that brought you to the game.
Sure, because in the end, you can change whoever, but you have to start again with the same people and go. And again, you will go to the same level, to the same problems with these people, because it's not about them. it's always about you to recognize what's in you.
How much tape do you watch? Do you watch a lot of film? Do you watch videos of fights?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was 5 days sick before the fight, so I just watched the Spartans 300. Yeah, Hong back. I watched Hong back one. Man,
That's wild shit.
no wild shit. Like, why? I was really inspiring. I was really hungry to see something because long time I didn't see some good, not good movie. Doesn't matter if it's like good or new, but these old classics of the fighting, Jean-Claude Van Damme with kickboxer and all these things.
Oh yeah.
That's what made a spark inside me to a true love for martial arts, because they in that movies they live that, really live that, and they have no other chance to solve their problems just by martial arts and something. So that's why I'm.
So you got inspired by movies.
Yeah.
Do you watch a lot of films of fight footage, like your fights, your opponent's fights?
Yeah. But I don't need to. I don't need many times to study that. I just need to like see once I just see the attitude of the start of the fight, how he's fighting, his his spirit, his mindset, how he's thinking, how he's the start of moving of his body, how he's reacting for not just for opponent, for the many situation or slipping and movement, but everything like a personal. I'm studying that guy, not
His energy.
his energy, his vibe, how he's reacting, how he's react in some situation like these eye pokes and all these things, like some breaks in the fight every time, because it shows you how he have under control himself all the time. And this is something what Alex Pereira, I don't know what is his story behind, but he handled that. He handled that, and that's why he is how he is. Now he's starting to be more relaxed, and I wish him to stay sharp.
Well, I think he's more relaxed outside the fight, but in the fight, he's always very calm. Yeah, very calm and very focused.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you watch your first fight with him before you watched the second? Before you fought him the second time?
Yes, sure. Yeah, I studied him a lot, but the second fight I a little push it too much.
Too aggressive?
No. I mean, like
training.
After the fight, I was like, I want Alex Pereira. After I'm ready for him. Right now, I'm ready too, but I'm open for whoever will UFC will give me like a next opponent to prove that I am. But I want a true challenge. Like I want a true challenge from the I think top 5 guys.
Yeah. Right. The interesting thing about the light heavyweight division is there's only about 5 really exciting contenders, 4 or 5. Really, there's not a deep pool of fighters that would be very interesting to see you fight.
That's right, because there is like I said today, there's a few guys who really have the taste, have the drive to go to the top. I want to go to the top. I want to take it. I feel the energy of the crowd, and I can take it. So, and that's why I'm doing that. That's why I'm still talking about that, to be there, because I really feel that I can beat it up. And one thing what I needed is that I had to be stable to not just get to the top and back and out, but to go to the top and know how it is to be there. know to keep all these weights on the top. What there is.
Yeah, defending the title is more difficult even than getting the title. And then it's improving while you're champion. They say that Daniel Cormier always says that every champion improves like significantly once they become champion because you have the confidence of being champion. And it's just how long can you maintain the kind of energy that's required to constantly get better? Because it's not just about maintaining, right? It's about constantly improving. It's constant analysis of all your movements and what you're doing right, what your mistakes that were made, and what the thought process was before the mistake, and how to eliminate that.
This is something what is, like I said, the style of Japanese, they call that Kaizen.
Yes.
Kaizen, like daily improvements, small improvement, daily recognizing what's bad, what's good. And sometimes it's like I feel like it's like a sick, like to be too much obsessed in that. Man, you need a little break. That's why I think the life gave me these little break for
little flu.
Yeah.
Was that why you came in so light?
Yeah.
Was that why?
That was why.
Because I was watching a video where Luke Thomas was going over your performance. Everybody was very impressed. He was as well. But one of the things that he was talking about was that you only weighed 208 pounds when you walked into the cage.
I thought I will do my best when I would go to the sauna night before the weigh-in and spend there. And again, I switched myself in the sauna and I was there like for 2 hours.
Oh no!
Like I literally just like 15 minutes, 15, like many rounds.
Right.
2 hours there. And
do you do sauna cold or just sauna relax?
Relax.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Sauna cold.
Sauna okay.
Cold.
So and then
cold.
you go back in the sauna.
Yes, sure. And cold normally like the cold plunge. I'm doing that daily because I have at home the cold plunge.
Yes.
And I'm using that.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah. But the fun is the second day after that, and I didn't drink anything after the sauna. And next day morning, I went to the control weight, and then I don't know, I was in the livers 91 kilograms. I'm fighting in 93 and half, and I was 2.5 kilograms under my weight.
So it's like 200 pounds.
So I was the only one guy who was in the row to the weighing, and I tried to hide myself before other guys, and I drank one liter of the water, second liter of the
wow. Just because you didn't want to weigh in light.
Because I spent too much time in it.
Wow. That's crazy. Because you only weighed 208.
Yeah. I felt really like
you look great. You look very lean and fast, man. Fast. You look fast, like significantly. You've always been very fast, but you looked even faster.
It's just all about this. Man, well, if you have the reason why, and you can not just you want it, like your ego just want it, but you feel it like it's your destiny, these moments, and it's yours. So then it will happen.
So do you feel like maybe even the fights with Pereira are a blessing in that it showed you what you need to work on?
Every time this is the only way how I want to see that. Yeah. Especially the guy like him who's really top guy, and his style, his mindset, what he showed till now was something that I needed to work on. Still, I'm on the way. Yeah.
Well, his style is extraordinary. It's very unusual, as is yours. But the thing that's shocking the most about him is that he only needs to hit you once. Is it much different, the power that you feel from him than anybody else?
Mm, there is a difference from other guys. Yeah, there is a difference. But only one thing I can say, like, I know the recipe.
You know the recipe.
Yeah.
What's the recipe?
What's the recipe? How to, because you have to know how to give the punch and to like to how to accept the punches,
How to move with
how
it.
to move with it, and how to overcome the bad moments and all these things. But it's better, much better, to defend the punch with the hand or defend the punch with the movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch any of his glory kickboxing fights?
Yeah.
This is a good one to watch, the Artem Vahitov
Yes.
fight.
Yeah.
Because Vahitov's very technical.
I think he won. Yeah,
He won a very close decision. It was very close.
Yeah.
It was one of those
Yeah.
fights where you could call it either
Yeah.
way, but he won. But he's very technical, very interesting to watch him deal with the style of Pereira. Because Pereira has such an unusual way of moving. Like even the way he like holds his hands up and he looks different. So do you. You look different. Like there's only a few fighters that if you saw their silhouette, I can go, oh, that's Yuri Prohaska. I can see it right away. I know how you move, you know? And Alex is that way as well. It's a very unique way of moving. But his the way Vahitov handled it is a good blueprint for a lot of people to avoid the power and keep the volume on him. What was your original style? What was the first martial art that you learned?
Muay Thai. Yeah, I started in my high school. I started with karate because it was in a daily schedule.
What kind of karate?
Shotokan, and judo. There was two, and I felt like I need something more contact, more aggressive. So not aggressive, but more potent. Yeah. So I started with Muay Thai. Yeah,
The most potent. Yeah. Muay Thai is fast. That this one island, you figured out how to fight better than anybody on the feet.
Yeah, that's right.
And a lot of it, they did it through gambling. Yeah. That's a lot of it because they're so into gambling that they had so many fights, and then people just fought a lot, and then they're like, "What works best?" And then they figured it out.
Yeah. And right now, after watching On Back, I'm just still realizing what is the best style, what is the best movements, best deadly techniques, what to do, and right now, after I watched the On Back, I see the Muay Boran like in my next chapter to what I want to see real like in Thailand, to see really how to use that and how to because I'm the man who's like taking the piece here, and making
combining it all together.
Together. Yeah.
So, have you trained in Thailand? Thailand?
Yeah, just a little bit for like 3 weeks there before the title fight with Teixeira. Then I was there with for a camp. Yeah, Phuket. Yeah,
The one of the
Bangtao. Yeah.
one of the greatest knockouts that you had was that Dominic Reyes spinning elbow, which is beautiful Muay Thai
Flow. That's
beautiful flow. It's like you just timed that out. That was a real coming out party for you, that fight, because that was when people were like, my God, like this guy.
Yeah, always find a way. Yeah.
Yeah. When you first started fighting in MMA, was this something? First of all, how old were you when you first fight?
When I was first fight in my 18, 19.
And were you looking at it as a career?
Yeah.
Yeah, right from the beginning. Were you looking at it to do, that was what you wanted to do professionally?
Yeah.
Yeah, right away?
Right away, yeah. It's from my 20, around my 20.
You knew you wanted to be a championship fighter.
Yes, because that was something what I was too inspired by because I was a young guy who's tried to challenge everything around himself, everything, every man, every situations, everywhere. I'm better than this. I am better than this. And it may not the school, just not in the school. But I like the fighting. I fall in love with the fighting, with looking for finding my biggest strength, and that's the why I'm going every time to the nature, to sleeping in the mountains. To that's why I'm living in the cottage, to be in the contact with the nature, to feel the present moment and rare natural power of the water, fire, of all these things, of the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Like, when did you start this training in nature? Because when you look at your setup that you have at your place, and everything's outside, you put pads over trees and you punch and kick trees.
Yeah, sometimes looks weird, but wow, I don't like I don't like. Right now, I realize I need to. Right now I want to overcome the people, the sparring partners in the training, but like in my personal way, I was inspired by. Once I was inspired by Masutatsu Oyama, who was the founder of Kyokushinkai Karate, and I saw his movie and how he spent more than 1 year, 1.5 year in the mountains, and he trained just in the mountains under the waterfall in the winter, and he made from himself a really, really something like unshakable mind, self-confidence, so deep, because he found a way how to overcome, how to rule his body, how to. He's describing that in his book like the mind without the thinking, like without the thoughts, pure mind, pure focus, pure consciousness right here, right now. And I took that like my own way, and I think it was year 2014, 2015, and I took everything myself. I took 10, yeah, and I went to the mountains, and I slept there for like 1 week, 2 weeks, 1.5 week, yeah. And I was inspired too much, so I did the same thing. I ran there and I punched to the rock, and 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 I just want to with the environment, like with the nature around me, and in the end, you can realize there is no fighting, there is nothing. Just this is the pure life, because this is the pure life, because the life has the one reason to overcome everything around and survive, and this is the nature what is in us. So this is, and as deeper you can go in this uncomfortable environment and all these things, that deep you can understand the life and like be a philosopher about that, like understand more deeply. And I don't know what to say. Yeah.
No, you're saying it right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So that's why. So I was inspired by the Masutatsu Oyama, and that's why I decide after the second fight with Alex, I need to go to Japan, to the places, to make a black belt from Kyokushinkai Karate, and really feel all these things like a realist, not just think about that, how it can be, how is this style can be, but to live that. That's it. Because I like to take an inspiration and take it and go there. fight that guy, or live that experience. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Yeah.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, you're obviously very physically talented, but I think one of the things that does separate you from other fighters is this mindset that you've cultivated and that you embrace. And I think so. Anyway, there's something fascinating about the fact that you do it outside. I think that scares people. I think something about the fact that you like to be fighting in nature and punching trees, like
because I'm coming like from one village where was a lot of like good guys, but everybody we are like really crazy. When we are celebrating, it's all the time about. Right now, we are trying to slow down to show others like we are adults, like we know we are the man, but still it's about like showing the strength. Yeah, what to destroy, how to punch other guy, how to show the strength above others. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so and when there started on the okay, I can say when on these parties started the level of like it was really dangerous of fire and firearms and the cars and the fire, and it was not safe. Then I said, guys, okay, we are a man. Let's
be mature.
Let's please.
Yeah, take it down a notch
because
somebody could die.
Yeah, that's something what you have to realize. And these essence of are looking for a strength. These something. This true madness, like when I see this picture of that, and it remembered me that when I saw that when I came here,
the JRE,
the logo, and when I saw that, it remembered me like yes, going through all the time, choose the hardest way and go through, overcome whatever, and show you are the boss. Yeah, and this is it. This is why I came from that place where we are trying to show each other this one, and I trying to carry that energy and put it in the calm way, to show it in the cage, and that's why Samurai Ideas, the Bushido Codex, helping me in that to show. That's all.
I understand, and then you feel that in training in nature and then experiencing the wild and getting it out there, it becomes even pure because you recognize that all around you is survival.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You are on the wave.
No. Yeah, we're on the same wave. Yeah. So what year did you start doing this training in the wild?
like I said, in
2014.
yeah, like was inspired by Masuta Tsuoyama, and then I realized it's not about opponents, man. It's about just your body, just about rule your body. How much you can rule your body, rule your mind, rule your emotions, logical state of thinking, yeah, to find the way how to not overcome, how to rule your breath, because this is it, this is the way, and because this is the most primal thing of the body. Yeah, first when the child is born, like first is breath. Everything is like you can settle by the breath in the body, not just by thoughts. And over the thinking and thoughts is like a great serf, but a bad boss.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it serves you well, but you can't let it control you.
Yes, and so there's a many levels what you have to rule in your body, what you have to understand and put it in one way in the present moment. So yeah.
So you had your first fights when you were around 18, 19.
Yep.
And then when did you decide that you were ready for the UFC, and how did you make that decision? Because I do know that you were offered fights before,
Yeah.
but you said, I want more development time.
That was somewhere in the center of between in my 6th, 7th fighting horizon. So around the year to 17 to 18. Yeah, something like that. And yeah, I realized that, man, there is a way in the rising yet. Yeah, so I want to take a title here. I want to prove that I'm how to say, like the king of Japan, like,
Yeah.
to rule these guys really, and then I can go to the league of the best, because if you want to go to the league of the best, better to be prepared for.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think that happens too often.
that's why I can fight for a title in 3 fights. So.
I think boxing has it right, in that boxing, that they look at fighters, managers look at fighters as an investment. So if you're a manager and you have like Floyd Mayweather, you don't give Floyd Mayweather the best fight. You get him right away with the toughest guy. You want to see how he performs with a guy who's an inside puncher, a body puncher, who's a brawler. You want to see how he handles a slick guy like Manuel Augustus with unorthodox movement. You want to how's he handle Diego Corrales, long, tall reach, and you build them with fighters that you got to know when they're ready.
Yeah.
And then there's an objective assessment. Okay, he's ready.
Yeah.
Then you start moving him into top 10 contenders.
Yeah.
Then you move him to a title shot.
It's
The UFC throws you right to the wolves.
Yeah. It's good to have these objective views. And if I like to be just a watcher of my progress of the situation, think about that, how to plan it, how to see that, not personally, just to see yourself as another person, and put it in myself in a way where it will be the best for these targets, and then to go in and do that.
Yeah. And when you had a very quick rise in the UFC to a title fight. So you fought, was Volkan Ozdemir your first fight?
Yeah.
So you beat Volkan Ozdemir, then Dominic Reyes was the second fight,
Yes.
and then bam, title shot.
Yeah.
Crazy. So that's the reason to be so prepared.
Yes.
Because if you're successful, things go very quickly.
That's right.
You have to be ready. When you look at your first fight with Volkan Ozdemir and then you look at your fight with Jamal Hill, do you see significant improvement?
With who? First one.
When you look at your first fight in the UFC, when you fought Volkan Ozdemir, and now you look at yourself now in the most spectacular performance against Jamal Hill, do you see the improvement?
Right now, I can say yes.
Yeah.
Because there was with the Volkan Ozdemir, there was just a pure raw power, raw the aggression, but not so refined. Yeah. So you can see that in the fight, man. There was just a pure
Chaos.
pure chaos, man. I was too much. Sometimes it's the self-confident. Like when you are too much self-confident, it's a bad thing. Yeah, like because ego will take you to another line, and it will destroy you.
Yeah.
It will burn you. So you have to keep that fire under control, and to give these attacks, these aggressiveness in just a small to keep it under control. Just
I like what you just said. That ego will take you to another line.
Man, it's good to have it. We can't live without in this world with cooperations, with collaboration, with talking, relationships. You can't live without, but also you have to cultivate that in so there is a two worlds like without and like, so you have to go in.
They have to be working together. The mind and the ego have to be working together, and the no mind, the zen.
That's right.
Staying the flow. And the ego will take you out of the flow. The ego will I'm gonna go fuck him up, and then boom, you get hit. I like what you said though about it takes you out of the line, because it takes you into a different line. It takes you in a different line of fighting, and then sometimes in that line you'll realize you're out of place. You realize you're leaving openings that shouldn't be there, and you're trying to force.
Good force. Force and power. When you said you realize that it's bad when you don't realize, and sometimes it's good when you have the people around you to bring you back. That's why I'm sometimes really glad for my team, my people around me, to keep me back.
That's what's amazing about having a coach who knows you, having trainers who know you. They know they know where you're at. Calm down. Everything's great, but you're hitting the gas too much. So be a little more technical, move around more.
But not too much.
Not too much. You're right.
That's right, because sometimes it's these wildness, the aggression to take over. It's too necessary. But
that's what I asked you after the fight. I said, there's something about you where you thrive. You get better when it's chaotic. There's something it seems like you relish in the chaos of these wild exchanges. It's very, because sometimes fighters like to piece people up where they're not getting hit. Jamal Hill's really good at that. The Glover Teixeira fight, he did a fantastic job of utilizing his game and his accuracy and reach, and he just put it on Glover. But they don't want to be in these wild exchanges. You seem to want to be in these wild exchanges because you thrive there.
That's right. And sometimes it's, I don't know where it is to keeping yourself, and the control is going from. Sometimes it's going from the fear to be not hit. Sometimes it's going from to be careful for the takedowns. But I want to be fearless in that, to stay before the opponent and have no fear. No, you can go as close you want, and try to hit me, and you will not hit me because I'm here, and I feel I got you. So I can. I don't want to explain it. I want to show that in the fight. So
I know what you're saying. When you one of the things that we were talking about, Daniel and I were talking about when we were doing the commentary, was your head movement was so good. It was different than before. It was at another level. What specifically had you done to prepare that made your head movement so much better?
I have like a long time I was working on that, like since my before I stepped in the no, since my title fight, and I really exactly know what's when I started to work on, especially on that, because I realized that this is my game. This is really what's me, and it was around the title fight with King Molala in the Rising. So that was a title fight in the Rising, and it's about the feeling the opponent, to feel the opponent, but not be to not be how to say, to not let this feeling to 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 push you in some way. You know, I understand to feel the space, but still be calm, be unshakable, and you can feel the then you can feel the space around you, the everything, and whatever will move right now, you will react to that, and naturally, because you will feel the these all these things like yours, like yourself, like everything is you, and then you can step to the level I'm everywhere, because there is no difference between me, this thing, the opponent, but still, and that's sometimes why I need to be a little bit hit to feel the aggression back to the fight. That was before the UFC, and I was needed to get hit because I need to because I felt him, felt the movement, felt the right movement. Everything was right, but I also needed to be more aggressive, to wanted to go through the opponent. Yeah, because I was too nice, for them, to just show them I can sleep and I can move everything. You can't hit me, but this is not the fight. The fight is to answer to catch him in the right moment. So yes, here and now, to be, like I said, to be everything, but still to not be uh, pushed by this feeling, like to be so nice, not too much aggressive, but something in the middle, still control. That it's all about control,
Balance.
Yeah,
I like what you said, like that there's no difference between you and your opponent. Like you're not even, you're just in this flow of movement in life. And this thing you're choosing to do, there's no difference between you and them. You don't even exist. You're just a part of it all.
yes. And the bad for fighting is when you really realize we are doing this, we are fighting each other, and right now I'm going to hurt the other person, and you don't see really the the difference between you and him. So you are doing to yourself, but this is the game what we chose,
Right.
and we are here to have a fun. So not just have a fun to live this experience.
To live this experience and an extreme experience that will teach you about yourself like no other experience.
That's right.
If you want to learn about yourself, go fight. You'll really find out. You can bullshit yourself all you want until you fight.
That's right.
And when you go through a loss, like the losses to Carrera, what is your process like of like evaluating what went wrong and how to change things?
What's wrong?
Yeah, like what's your process? Like what do you do when you lose a fight and then you come back? Like what is your thought process? What do you say? I have to learn. I have to figure out what went wrong. Let me.
After that last the second fight, first time in my life, I realized that, and that was really like I will not say what was that, how hard it was, because I don't like it, but it was something what I didn't experience yet, not like till now. So that time I really realized how powerful the meditation and this true self-talking with true, how the true meditation look like, because I had no other chance than to start stop doing a bullshit, stop doing just pure inspirational training in the garden, stop doing all these things, and start doing just things what really matter, what have a real effect, how you can feel, how you want to be, and yeah, the power of true self-talking, power of true overcoming the mistakes in the life, and be the boss of your mind, because sometimes it's yeah, it was the next level. Yeah,
Very difficult to recover from a loss like that. But you,
yeah, because especially when you lost, like that was bad.
yeah,
That was, for me, like how to say it, like a man who likes the honor and all these codes, like from Bushido moral code, like that was something that was for me uh, really bad.
he got you.
Yeah,
That's how it
man,
goes.
man.
Yeah.
You say it like you say,
Yeah.
you can say it like that, but
Oh yeah.
I really work on every move, every thought, every catching the every move in the fighting. And now this happened. That was not me. That was really, it was me. But then you show yourself your worst, your worst to the world, man. But so that's why.
But then you came after that and showed your best. So this is the thing about overcoming a loss like that, is that I'm sure it was awful, but because of it, the pain that you felt from it caused you to rise to another level.
That's what his life about. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm still. Yeah,
you need the challenge. You need the Tong Po, you know?
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's right. And how I see these worlds, and this is what I wanted to speak with you. What is here right now? The true challenges in this world, in this age, like in a human's life, like what is there? Because how I see that, like there is not too much think what we not too much. There is a lot, but still we can go right now. We have to go to another level, because there is a too much of the comfort life of the people, because like that you have the food, like that you can have a drink, a massage, every, everything. So there is no price, like I see in the young people, what they wants to pay to really achieve something, because
They just want things handed to them.
that's it.
Yeah, this is an entitlement era because things are very easy. And when things are easy, it's very difficult to develop character. That's why for young people, I always tell them you should choose to do something hard. Choose to do something hard for your human development, for you as a human being. Because if you just live your life in comfort, you will have a terrible life.
Yeah, I think, and only one thing that I realized, like maybe the one thing, the step up will be like take us 2 steps back and understand the true life.
I think so. I think we'll realize that the people that live this way are living disastrous lives, and people will learn from that mistake, because this level of comfort that most people have is very new historically. It's very new in human history. There's never really been a time where the poor people were fat.
That's right.
This is a weird time.
That's right. Yeah.
The poorest amongst us have no worries about starving to death. They're in America. They're fat. It's more common than not. I think some crazy number of people in this country are obese. What was the number? It was like 60%. 60% of people are obese. Something crazy like that, which is just nuts. And it's too easy. It's too easy to exist. And I don't mean it's too easy like you don't have to work, and I'm sure everybody has to work and your work sucks and it's hard and you got to get up every day. But physically, you have to do something to test your will and discipline. And if you don't, you're going to have a shitty life.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And you won't be able to control yourself in situations that require you to stay calm.
I think right now it's up to, like it was in every culture, up to the older people to teach the younger, like to real life, to tell them, like tell them the stories, listen the stories, live the true life, man, because we are forgetting for all these things, because we have the phones and this is the fake lives.
It's a fake life. It's a fake life, and it's bad for you. It's bad for your development. It'll hinder your potential. Like whatever you want to do in life, if you want to be an artist, if you want to be a musician, whatever you want to be an author, it will hinder your development if you live the comfort life.
And so this is it.
Yeah.
And how you see the, like in the 10 years, in the 50 years, in the 100 years, what's the next step forward?
Not good.
I'm right now. I'm trying to lead you in some way. But no, this is your podcast. So
no, you tell me.
I'm curious about that, because I'm trying to. This is my a true motivation. The human evolution, the evolution of myself. How to fight better. How to overcome the opponent better. How to show him that I am everywhere and you have no chance around me. Please hold your head down and tell the other I'm the winner. you know this is my ego wants this, but the way to this there is, but still in some humble way to show it like peacefully, show it like
show violence peacefully. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, it was nice seeing you and Jamal Hill out after the fight having a drink together. That was nice to see.
Yeah, I bought him my original drink, what I'm drinking, the vodka soda lime, and I told him we fight together, we drink together. Let's go, let's go for that. Because man, we are one. In the end, there is no enemy. Even with your the baddest enemy of the world, man, it was a good life. It was a good fight. Let's drink together. Let's celebrate together. That's all.
Was it cool? Was it cool hanging out with him?
That was cool. That's something what I like to do with my opponents. Whoever won or lost, you win, you lose, whatever. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see. This one thing that people really do love about a great fight is afterwards when the guys hug.
Yeah, but still, I don't like to speak about opponent in some way, in some bad way before the fight, and after fight, change it. It does not exist. And right now we are the friends and everything good, man. Please.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You talk a shit about me. Okay, so you are the motherfucker, but doesn't matter. Let's drink together. You are who you are. I am who I am. Let's drink together. But stay honest.
Right.
Man.
Keep that edge.
Man.
Yeah.
because that's why I like to keep same word, same attitude before the fight, in the preparation, and after the fight, in the fight, after the fight, all the time, like the same. That's me.
Yeah.
And I want to show me, not me before and me after.
Right. There's a lot of guys just for the sake of promotion. They talk a lot of shit and they're just trying to stir things up and make the fight more exciting by insulting people, insulting the families. Yeah, and it gets very ugly. And I think the audience turns on them over that. And one of the things that's shown with your success and your popularity and guys like Alex is that you don't even have to speak English. Like, it doesn't matter if you kick ass. I mean, if it doesn't matter, you can talk all the shit you want, get everything hyped up. What really matters is how you perform inside the octagon. When you perform inside the octagon, like Alex has, like you have, there's no need for shit talking. It's you people love you, and they love you just by the style of your fighting, and you're expressing your soul inside that cage, like who you are as a man inside that cage. You don't have to talk shit about someone's wife or all that crap.
Yeah, that's why many people around me, like my manager team, are trying to be more focused for a promo and all these things. And man, the fight will do the promo. This is the main thing of everything.
Yeah.
Not selling these things, these. Giving the main thing is the fight, the performance.
That's what kind of drives me crazy about when championship level fighters have to do a lot of promotion before the fight. I'm like, man, leave that guy alone. What's really important is how he's going to perform. If you want to promote it, have a bunch of people like me or Daniel Cormier or Chael Sonnen. Have people talk about the fight, hype the fight up. You don't have to bother this guy at 7 o'clock in the morning and talk to him for an hour about some fucking nonsense.
That's where I like.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, that's where I like in UFC. They are focused for performance.
That's great.
Every time, and no talking before, no one fight, other fight, no special promo before the. Like
afterwards, do interviews like right now. Afterwards, relax. But when leading up to the fight, the most important thing is that you're 100% prepared, and anything that distracts from that should be eliminated.
That's right. And and many fighters are like focused for.
Still, there are things about shit talking that I do like, and what I do like is that. First of all, it gets a lot of people excited about it, which makes me happy because I want more push the sport. But also, there's a psychological aspect, especially Conor McGregor. He's so good at talking shit that he gets people so angry that, like when he fought Jose Aldo, for instance, like no one had ever treated Jose Aldo any way other than with respect. He was one of the greatest champions. He's an elite fighter. He defended his title multiple times. He destroyed his division.
Yes.
But you could tell that all that shit talking from Conor had an effect on him emotionally. And I think his ego made him go out of line. So he ran right at Conor and tried to hit him, and Conor stepped back and cracked him. He was so energetic. So now imagine if instead, if Jose Aldo fought that fight and dragged it into the 4th and 5th round and started using the leg kicks that he used on Uriah Faber and started like picking him apart and be careful in the beginning, but stay inside the game plan, stay inside him, fight the best of your ability. Don't get emotional. That could have been a very different fight.
That's right.
But that's the weapon of shit talking.
And especially if you know how to use that.
Oh yeah, he uses it better than anybody. He gets people so mad.
That's right. That's right. But it's a big weight.
Yes.
It's a big weight. What you need to handle. What you know how to handle that. Yeah.
Well, it's also that big weight weighs on you as well. It doesn't just weigh on your opponent. When you talk a lot of shit, it puts extra weight on you, and it gets that can get you out of line.
Yeah.
The additional pressure. You might hear the audience boo when they introduce you. Like, oh shit, what have I done?
Yeah, that's right. Not everybody has these big self-confidence to keep that.
Yeah, it's an interesting aspect, but I don't like. If I had to choose one way or the other, I would say just fight. There's no need to talk shit. We should behave like martial artists.
You know, my attitude about that is a true self-confident man, a true man who overcome and understand his body, his mind, his the opponent's mind and body, and his mind don't need to. He that guy don't need to talk shit to doesn't matter to add to show that to others,
Right.
to the crowd, or to fear the opponent.
Mhm.
Because why? I know that, and all I don't need to make this show to anybody because I know it. I know what will happen. I have this self confidence. So
The thing about talking shit, though, it does make you more money because it does cause more people to pay attention. Like a good example of someone who doesn't need to talk shit but
So-
talks a lot of shit and becomes successful is Gordon Ryan. You know Gordon Ryan,
Yep.
the jiu-jitsu
Yep.
champion. That's his belt up there. That's his Abu Dhabi belt.
Yep.
Gordon talks a lot of shit,
Yep.
and he's the greatest of all time.
Yep.
And he still talks a lot of shit.
that's him.
But that's also why he's so popular.
Yeah.
Is because like people talk shit back to him, and there's a lot of back and forth on social media.
The most important thing is to be him, to be not like to play it,
Right.
to play to
Right.
be,
Right.
to
Right.
be true yourself.
Right.
When you are like that,
Yeah.
okay, be a bad guy
Mhm.
or whatever, but
Right.
just show yourself. That's it.
Right. Who are you for
Yeah.
real?
That's
You express who you are in there. And
That's
you
right.
might not even like who you are
Yeah,
after it.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of guys, that aggression, especially after a loss, it leads them to a place where they're like, I don't even like how I behave. I don't even like me, especially with the bad feelings of a loss. So when you have all this aggression and shit talking and then a loss, like a bad loss, and you have this feeling of like, I was an asshole and I lost.
Yeah.
And the crowd cheered when I lost. Fuck.
Yeah, but
That's the game they
But-
play, though.
that's the game, and this is something what is for me. I can't forget, like for myself, because I want to show really through myself. So I can't talk shit, and
Yeah. You've got to be yourself. Yeah.
that's me. That's
Yeah, you can't, especially now. If you try to become an asshole now, everybody would be confused. They're like, what? What's going on? If you took a heel turn,
I am asshole, but but so big one. So I need to keep myself like so straight. So I can't do that
Mhm.
because that will be just like I said, equal line. I will
Right.
show you just this one line. No,
Right.
I need to show you the center.
Right.
Yeah, that-
Right. You need to be pure. You need to be you with no bullshit, and that's how you perform at your best. So after a fight like this, there was a lot of space. I brought back to the Luke Thomas video. He was saying like you could be a middleweight champion. Like if you made you fought at 208. Like that's a lot lighter probably than Dricus Duplessis.
Yeah.
Dricus is huge.
Yep.
I look at him. I was like, how does Dricus make 185? He's so big.
Yep.
Have you thought about that? I know there was some talk about that.
Yes. Yes, I thought about that, but the main thing for me is right now I see the way in light heavyweight because I'm this one of the strongest guy in this division, and I still feel like there is a way in light heavyweight. And I said to myself like, okay, you can go to the middleweight, but first show the consistency in light heavyweight. Take a belt, then you can. With the belt from light heavyweight, you can fight for the belt for middleweight in middleweight.
To be a double champion. Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, it's interesting because weight cutting is, in my opinion, the worst aspect of the sport. Josh Barnett was just talking about this. He was on the Ariel Helwani show, and he was talking about the dangers of weight cutting in reference to Arman Sarukian's having to pull out of that fight. Arman is big. He's
Yeah.
big. When I stand next to him, I cannot believe he makes 155. He's very muscular, very dense, and very lean. And so for him to make 155, it must be an absolutely brutal weight cut. I gotta think he weighs 180 easy, maybe more. You know, he's big, and I think off when he's out of camp, I bet he weighs closer to 200. I mean, he's fucking thick, man.
Why
So
they,
for a guy
why
like
they do that? Why they
I know,
don't fighting in
higher weight
in
class.
the higher weight class?
Well, the thing is, at that weight class, Islam Makhachev is so fucking good, and he's so big. He's another one. You stand next to him, you're like, how the fuck does this guy make 170? And he was actually talking about his first fight with Alexander Volkanovski, and one of the problems that he faced was that the fight was very early Australia time so that it could be on pay-per-view in America. So he was getting ready at 5 a.m. So he did not have the time to recover from the weight cut from the previous day. So instead of having a full 24 plus hours, so if you're weighing in at 10 o'clock in the morning now, what time do you weigh in? What time did you weigh in Los Angeles? 8 in the morning.
8
Okay.
in the morning.
So 8 in the morning, and then you have a full 36 hours plus before you fight, which is plenty of time to recover and rehydrate.
Yeah.
But he did not get that with the Volkanovski fight, and you saw it in his performance. He didn't look as good. And because he's fucking big, man. So I think weight cutting should be eliminated. I said this to Ari Emanuel when they first bought the UFC. I said, listen, man, you know what you should do? Get rid of weight cutting. Just stop it. It's not, look, if you can randomly test people for drugs, you can randomly test their weight. Show up at the scale. Hey, buddy, step on scale. You're 190 pounds. How the fuck are you making 145? You know, like, do something like that.
That's right.
And come up with more weight classes. There should be a weight class every 10 pounds. This idea of these giant gaps like 185 to 205, that's a 20-pound gap. That's huge. Like, that doesn't exist in boxing.
That's right.
You should have every 10 pounds, 85, 95, 205, 225, and then unlimited. 265, let them weigh whatever the fuck they weigh. These got giant guys out there that can't fight in the UFC because they can't make 265, which is kind of crazy, right? Like Bigfoot Silva, when he was at his prime, when he was saucy, he was like 300 pounds. It was fucking huge. So
I like the way the open weight.
Open weight, not 265. Let Francis Ngannou weigh whatever the fuck he weighs when he doesn't cut weight. Probably weighs like 290. Instead of having weight cuts, just take the champions, find out what the champion weighs. Like, don't get rid of the championship belts. Find out, what does Islam Makhachev weigh? Islam Makhachev is a UFC champion, best pound for pound fighter on earth. Find out what he weighs. What do you weigh if you were healthy, if weight cutting didn't exist? Would it be 185? Okay. 190? Whatever that is. That's how you fight now. And we're not going to weigh you in the day before and let you rehydrate. That's crazy talk. Fight people your size. And also, the fights would be better because too many guys get depleted horribly by these weight. Like Max Holloway said he would never make 150, 145 again after he fought Ilya Topuria. So I can't do it anymore because he had gone up to 55, he got thicker, and then he went back to 45. He was just drained. He just wasn't himself. He didn't look good. So I think that would be, and I know this is not an easy thing to do, but I do think it's just like getting steroids out of fighting. When they brought in USADA, when USADA came in, you saw people's physiques melt. You saw people that were doing steroids on a regular basis and gaming the system and testing negative on the day of the fight, but all throughout their camp they were using, you saw their bodies change. They started looking like doughy and flabby because they didn't have any testosterone anymore. They fucked up their endocrine system. Instead of allowing that, they brought in USADA, and USADA started randomly testing, and a lot of people fell off. Great champions fell off. Guys like Vitor Belfort fell off. Great fighters who, when they were using, were unbelievably good, but then as soon as they had to be natural. Okay, so we realized that we're going to have to sacrifice some fighters for that. This is the same approach that should be made with weight cutting. Weight cutting should not exist. It's terrible for you. It's unnecessary. It's not necessary. It's just sanctioned cheating that we've done forever. If you're telling me that Alex Pereira, when he fought Israel Adesanya, he weighed 185 one day and 226 the next day. That's crazy. It's crazy.
That's
And it's not a slight against Alex, because Alex is willing to fight heavyweight. He's willing to fight at what he weighs. It should weight cutting is something that exists. It's sanctioned. They allow it to happen.
Yeah.
They know what's going on, and it's cheating.
That's right.
They're not really 170 pounds. That guy's 195. He's depleted and dried out, and then he's going to swell back up again, and he's going to look huge the next day.
Yeah.
Like Trickus.
Everything is evolving.
Yes,
so
they
we
should
have to-
evolve that, because for the safety of the fighters, it's not good to dehydrate your brain 24 hours before a cage fight.
That's right.
It's
No.
dumb.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to listen to me. Nobody listens to me, Yuri. Nobody.
Maybe after this, yeah.
I don't think they should even have cages. I think it should be an open floor. I think it should be an open floor like a basketball court.
Yeah.
Because I think
It was the best, yeah.
the cage allows you to get up when you wouldn't ordinarily be able to get up. You can walk. The cage allows someone to press you up against an unnatural object. There's a cage there, so you can press a guy up against a cage. Whereas if you were standing in the center, you could do Muay Thai sweeps.
Yes.
You could rotate around each other. There'd be more action. There'd be
Yes.
more movement.
That's right.
I also think if someone takes you down at the beginning of the first round, at the end of the round, you're on your back, you start that second round in the same position.
Yeah. You see that, like, I have the similar of the fighting. First, I thought, like, why there is a rules? Why there is the
I got you. Yeah.
eye pokes is not allowed. So well, I'm glad for after these last fight, it's not allowed.
It shouldn't be allowed, but it's very effective.
Man, yeah, but
Yeah.
show all your weapon of your body how you can defeat this man. That's all.
Mhm.
One against one. That's all.
Yes, 1-against-1. That's all. And the minimal amount of rules possible. You know what another thing that I think they should do, and I'm going to talk to Dana about this week, cover the fingers. There's no reason to have these fingers exposed. It doesn't help anything.
Mm.
It doesn't help grappling. You never grapple like this, right? You never use the finger.
No.
Nobody
That's
does.
right.
You do this,
Yes.
or you do this,
Yes.
or you do different things with your hands, but your
But
fingers
still,
they're always close.
still the feeling. Still the feeling.
I understand, but the problem is the pokes, because everybody does this because you're used to sparring with gloves on.
So allow the iPods. Man, everybody, you know what will happen? Everybody will be more prepared not for iPods, for every possible attack for an eye, because eyes is the weapon too. For my especially I can speak about that because I'm using that like I see.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know what you're saying.
maybe it's weird, yeah, man.
The problem is you don't want people to go blind. Like Michael Bisping can't see out of his right eye.
Yep.
You know, and I feel like for the sake of the athlete's future,
everybody will treat every fight so seriously. So preparation will be so, and every people in the crowd will watch that with man. In this fight, there can happen something. What after that fight, we will not nobody can change.
Right.
So we will, like the fighters, we will speak better, perform better, train better, be prepared to die.
Right.
And not like just in our mind, just to die, to show the best performance. I mean that like philosophically, like you have to stop thinking and be in the moment and all these things.
Right.
But that's we are right now speaking like about ancient fights, like about fight for the life,
real fight,
fight,
no rules at all. Do you think maybe get rid of cups too and allow kicks to the balls? That's real. It's a real target. It's a vulnerability of the human body.
Yeah.
To ignore vulnerabilities of the human body.
It sounds weird, especially in this age of the full of laws and all these things.
Yeah,
but that's how I see that. We are living in the age where the laws and the system is working. So we have to put some system on the fighting too.
Right.
So
Eddie Bravo actually came up with an idea. He was joking around, but he wanted to call it ultimate sack fighting, where you were allowed to kick a guy in the balls, and that your balls would be exposed. So it's like when the balls are in play, the game changes. And that the idea was that like your balls are so vulnerable, but yet you cover them with like a tie cup, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And then if the balls were hanging out, like your chin is hanging out, then it would change everything.
Yeah, yeah.
He was just joking around. It was very funny that the guy would just have like iron balls.
Yeah.
But nobody has iron balls. I mean, the human body has the eye pokes and ball shots.
You didn't
bizarre
see
vulnerabilities.
you didn't saw the monks.
Yeah,
How they
balls.
kicking.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I think they're just hitting each other in the taint. I think their balls are tucked up. I think otherwise it doesn't make any sense that you could just slam your foot. Because also the way they're doing it, the monks, they're kicking up. So I think they're just slamming their shin into the into the taint.
Yes.
It's not really the balls,
man.
Like if you front kick that monk in the balls, just front, he would fall down dead. He'd be like, what happened? I got iron balls. Nobody has iron balls. Nobody has iron eyeballs either, you know? The problem with eyeballs is, these guys. Yeah, see how he's doing that?
Yeah,
he's getting kicked in
the middle.
He's getting kicked in the tank. His balls, I can even see the way his sack is pulled up. See that little thing that he's got on there?
But still, he's right.
Yeah. He probably has little balls too, unfortunately. That's stupid. Either way, that's stupid. It doesn't. If that was the only way, like if you could train that way, and like a lot of the Thais, they kick banana tree, kick sandbags. And we have a sandbag out there. But if you do that enough, you'll develop those micro fractures in your shins, and it'll make your shins much tougher. You can't make your balls tougher. You can't make your balls tougher.
I think there is no reason.
This guy just punched himself in the dick.
Reason to.
This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. This guy's going to take. Oh no! Oh no! Don't do it! Oh God! He's getting slammed in the nuts by a log. These guys just hit each other in the balls. But again, I think if you step to one of those guys and front snap kicked him right in the balls, and then they'd fall down. This is stupid.
You know what I realized when I saw a lot of masters of these kung fu doing these weird stuff and all these things. So the way to about obsession of the martial arts, of the doing something in your life to the deepest level. But still, this is a fighting.
Yeah,
this is about the win. So I don't know if this will help you to really defeat the especially this is just defense.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are prepared to defend your boss and so man, really think about it in a real. Don't give it too much on this side of an art of the just doing. It's good to know one thing, one two, really, really deeply, so you can timing that in every situation to know how to do this movement in every situation. But these movements,
they're not an effective use of your time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not going to help you be a better fighter. There's a lot of ancient movements that are probably good for the development of your consciousness, and they're probably good overall for your ability to be a better martial artist, because they teach you certain movements which are almost like a form, like kata. A lot of people talk about forms, and they say it's a waste of time, but I think it's a moving meditation. I used to think it was a waste of time when I was a young man.
Everything is.
When I got my black belt, I just learned the katas, and then afterwards I had forgotten them. As soon as I just learned them so that I could pass the next test, and then once I knew all the forms and the katas, I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to fight. So
but all these moves,
they're important.
Are written in your body. Maybe you don't realize that yet, but in the hardest situation, maybe there will. One move will, wow, will jump up and boom.
Because you've trained
You
your
will do that.
system. You've trained your system with all those things.
Like
yeah.
the Neo in the Matrix, man.
Yeah.
I know the Kung Fu. Yeah.
They think they're going to be able to do that now. This is I was just reading an article about that, and they were comparing it to Neo in the Matrix. They think they're going to be able to download skills into people's brains.
Yeah, it's
which sucks.
This is no,
But it sucks because I want them to learn the way you learn.
I think no, man, there's the ego, the force, the force. We will do that by. I will take it, and there it is. Meet Dimitri. Yeah,
That's Dimitri.
Dimitri. Hey. And instead of like to find a real snake and whatever, I cannot describe on the snake. So
I know what you're saying. Like train those movements. So when the punch comes, you block, you counter, and then that it's in your mind.
You will take some information, and by the force, you will give it in yourself. Yeah. To I don't know which form you meant. Like the way they like the Matrix we spoke.
Let's Google that because Jamie will find the article.
Maybe like Musk have that
Neuralink.
Neuralink or something like that.
I don't think it was that invasive. I think it was some other technology that they think they're going to be able to utilize. Scientists use matrix-style learning to write skills into human brains, non-invasively, so they don't have to inject anything or put a wire in your brain. Techniques use real-time brain imagery and neurofeedback. It bypasses learning processes that require effort, study, or practice. With our method, not only can we nudge complex patterns around in the brain towards known ones, but also for the first time, write directly a new pattern into the brain and measure what effect that has on a person's behavior, said Dr. Coraline Lorden, lead author of the study and assistant professor of brain and cognitive sciences at the University of Rochester. That's crazy.
And this is the one side. The second side, how I'm looking at how I'm taking that is about right now I have no idea.
Right.
But it's not about just about the hair. It's about to be open, to connect with the consciousness. And there, I don't know how it's working, but it's working to be just connected for all the information, whatever happened and will happen is there in this moment, right here, right now. And it's just about the state. If you can be really connect for that,
right.
Because I don't know where many moves I didn't
rehearse them.
I didn't train.
They just came out
while you're fighting. They just came out.
Yeah.
And in the fight, and I don't know where, and I didn't train spinning elbow. Never.
Really?
Never, man.
Really?
I didn't train that. Never.
That's crazy.
And just follow.
You saw it. It was just there.
I just following the flow, following the movement.
Right.
There is one elbow. Okay. You have the, and it's going really slow. You have a second.
Here it is.
Yeah, you have the second elbow.
Let's see it here.
Use that.
Boom, boom,
and between one and second one, there was a long conversation of, you can do that. Try to do that. Okay, I don't believe that. No, do that, please. And
this was such a phenomenal exchange. People love that antenna too. They love that crazy hair. Are you gonna bring that back? I liked you like this.
Yeah, I
streamlined.
I
get worried about that antenna. Like that could get caught in something.
Do what?
It could get caught. Like if you're in a submission situation, and you know how people grab shorts. I don't think anyone should wear shorts either. I think you should wear tights.
Maybe I can grab it like
that's what I'm saying. You could. Yeah, you could. You know what? You could, and it would be legal.
Dominic Reyes caught me in the guillotine. In guillotine, I was there, and I said, "Man, fuck, man, I have the hair, big fucking hair. I can't give the heads up." So
that's what I'm saying.
That was the problem. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That moment,
yeah, I think shaved is better for you, but it looks cool.
And that's what I'm saying. like it's not about right now. I feel like it's not about the hair. It's not about the anything. It's just about to how to say to be there, be here and now. That's all.
Yes.
That's all. What
No bullshit. Just be in the moment. Especially right
in the
now.
moment.
You have all this momentum on your side because of that spectacular victory. So you must be very energized right now. You must be really feeling like you're on the right path.
Yeah, but still, this is this state and this feeling have the two sides. Yeah, so that's why because I know how it is to be a champion. How is this all this feeling, and still, how is what is the to not be the champion, to really lost like a like like a shit, fell on the ground like a shit after, and so I realized that it's about to be just here and now, to be just here and now in this moment and show through yourself,
Right.
not playing, not you don't do stupid shit, don't do don't have the or be angry, be just be. That's it. Show your true self. That's all. That's what I like on the States, on America. Like they everywhere, like they are okay with that to show yourself through yourself. And we in Europe, we have some special thinking about America. Like there is something better than everywhere. And
Right.
you here just pushing more to everyone to just live through yourself. And maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
But
Freedom.
This is freedom. Fuck, man.
Freedom allows you to be your best self. Yeah.
And this is something what is for me so inspirational.
Yeah.
But still, it's a gift, a big gift, but a big how to say big weight.
Yes. Big responsibility.
Responsibility.
Yes.
Big responsibility, because if you don't know how to work with the gun, it can be dangerous.
Right.
Yeah. So
Right. Yeah. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah. Where you sit right now at the top of the heap, like after Ankalaev, especially after that performance, it's very likely that either you or a lot of people are forgetting about Jan Blachowicz. I always like to give him his props because Jan Blachowicz is still one of the best fighters in the world. And I would like to see him get another shot because he's also 41 or 42, I think now.
Yep.
And, he doesn't have much time left in his prime.
Yep.
And Jan is maintained, like even at 40 years old, still doesn't show any signs of deterioration.
That's right. When I thought about my next opponents, there was just like these guys, Ankalaev, Pereira most, but let's see how the negotiations will be. Pereira, Ankalaev, and maybe Blachowicz. So these three guys I see still there. I see the challenge.
Yes.
The challenge, because I want to go somewhere where I will feel I can. Because every time when there is a challenge, there is a new you.
Mm-hmm.
There is something new. What you need to overcome, what you need to rule, what you need to observe.
Yes. Yeah, they're the elite level of the game.
Yeah.
Jan Blachowicz, he's one of I think the only guy to go the distance with Pereira other than Bruno Silva, right?
Yeah, because he had the hands up.
Also, that guy's made out of iron. I mean, I'll never forget the fight with Ankalaev when he was just going shin to shin with Ankalaev, and Ankalaev could barely walk. Jan Blachowicz is made out of rocks, man. That dude
I thought like he won that fight. But
very close fight, but you could definitely see giving it to Jan Blachowicz. There's a lot of those fights. Here's another thing that I think should happen with the UFC. I think we need more than 3 judges. I don't even think that some judges are very good. I think the judging in California was very good. I think overall, I think we need at least 5 judges. I think 3 is too little. I think we need, because there's too many times where 2 judges get it wrong, and the crowd is like, "What the fuck?" I think if you had 5 judges, then you have 2 judges that would counterbalance that other, and it'd be 3-2 in the right direction. You get a good result.
Okay.
I think you're more likely to get a good result, an accurate result of what the fans and the experts see about the result of a fight, than you would if there was only 3 judges.
Or fighting to win.
Yeah, fighting to win. Well, that's the. I mean, what Gordon likes to do, Gordon Ryan likes to do, is no time limit fights. He does no time limit fights with no points. Like, listen, we're going to submission. This is what this game is about. It's a bit strangling. Yeah. Imagine that if we start doing the UFC like the old UFC, like UFC 1, no rules.
Maybe for somebody it will be a little bit like they will not like it because it will be, maybe sometimes it will be long,
maybe. So
but,
what?
Yeah.
That's fighting.
Yeah, that's fighting.
People watch baseball. Yeah. No offense against baseball, but that shit's boring as fuck compared to fighting.
You know what's my theory about that? So there is a lot of sports, but the first
version of sports.
The version of sport was like one man wants to overcome the second man.
Yes.
And it came from
DNA.
From fight for piece of
being cavemen.
From food.
Fighting
from
predators.
Yeah. This is it. This that's why it came from. And in the time there was like let's do another competition.
Right.
To not be
so violent.
But then to be honest, the realest competition is the one man against the second man.
That's why that sport translates through all languages. It's the only sport that translates, like cricket. Cricket is huge in other parts of the world. Nobody watches cricket in America. In other parts of the world, billions of people watch cricket. Nobody gives a fuck about cricket here. Put cricket on TV, no one's gonna watch.
And in a time we gave some rules, the kimonos, all these things. No,
well, that was the beauty of the first UFC. The first UFC was just wild. No weight classes, no real rules other than eye pokes. Joe San was fighting Keith Hackney, and Keith Hackney was caught in a guillotine, and he's just punching Joe San in the balls. It's a famous scene.
Do you
remember that?
I saw that.
Yeah, it was like I remember watching that going, oh, this is awful. This is awful. There's another one in Brazil. Big Daddy Goodrich was fighting this guy named the Pedro. Look at this. Just pure nut shots. Just one after the other, right to the balls. This is horrible to watch.
Show me the monk training.
But here's the thing. If he's wearing a cup, especially if he's wearing a tie cup, a steel cup, which I also think should be illegal. No. I don't think you should have steel cups because steel cups act as a leverage point as well.
Okay.
Not only you can break your foot on it, it's an unnatural object, and then if you get someone in an arm bar with a steel cup, you can break it. It's like it's an extra leverage point. It's like bending a stick over a rock.
Use it like a weapon.
Yeah, and Kenny Florian used to always fight with a tie steel cup. He's like, I don't know why anybody would fight with anything else because it hurts them when they kick me. Yeah, and it really is like a good leverage point. It's also good for the mount. If somebody mounts you, there was a guy that I used to train with, Amir Renovardi, and he used to get on top of you and mount you and drive his cup. He'd drive his dick in your solar plexus if you want to tap. It was horrible, but it was smart. I mean, if it's legal, it's a smart thing.
Find a way between the walls.
Imagine if nobody had cups. If cups were legal, there'd be so much more nut shots.
Maybe somebody will find a way how to jump with these cup to do the face.
Like those guys? Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think that's real. I don't think that would work. But other than that, the rules, they're pretty good. They're getting a little bit better. I'd like knees on the ground as well. Knees to the head. I don't think an opponent should be allowed to be in a turtle when your head is vulnerable. You have to move. You have to avoid those knees, and that's a
Like before my last fight, right now, the referee, sorry, I did with the big mustache.
oh, Mike Beltran.
My Beltran, yes. Sorry, my Beltran. Because he's a good guy, and he tried to tell me like how to because I didn't know that
The change of the roles.
the change of the rules.
Yes.
Like when the hands down,
Right.
when it's not the elbow and the hands down, and you staying and the legs and the hands down, you can knee the opponent.
Yes.
Still, so
Yes.
man,
That's better.
that's better, much
That's
better.
better.
Yeah,
Much
sure.
better. Because guys were gaming the system. They put a hand down so
Yeah.
they couldn't get knee in the face.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You should not be doing that. Yeah, that's a good rule that they changed. Another rule is the 12 to 6. Oh, well, that
Yeah.
should be legal
Yes.
too. Now
Yeah.
that's legal again.
Yeah.
That's the only reason for John Jones ever having a loss. So there's good movement on the rules. Ryzen allowed knees to the head to a grounded
kicking,
opponent
yeah.
and kicking.
Yeah.
Did you get accustomed to that and have to get that out of your system when you came to the UFC?
Yeah.
Is there any moments where you thought about throwing a soccer
No,
kick?
I didn't thought about that, but when you are in the control in the fighting, that's I think the biggest thing of the fighter in the fighting to stay in the control, so you know what to do, what can't to do. But there's a moments when you don't control yourself too much, so it's dangerous. But in Rising, I used that. I did that I think twice.
Yeah, it's very effective. It should be allowed.
Yeah.
I think it should be allowed.
Yeah.
I think the only problem with soccer kicks is the cage. So the cage, if your head is right there and you get stomped, you can't move.
Yep.
So it's the unnatural barrier of the cage that's the problem. That's why I think basketball court. Yeah, matted down basketball court, just two men in the center of it. Have a warning track where you go outside the warning track too many times, you lose points because you're trying to avoid the fight. Plenty of movement, plenty of time to move. And if someone gets you down,
I was just trying to
better, right?
to imagine that, and it's
better.
It's good. It's much better. Yeah,
it's better because you wouldn't be able to just stall the fight out by holding someone against the cage.
Yes.
So sometimes when fighters are exhausted, they'll just clinch against the cage to try to catch their breath. That wouldn't be allowed. You couldn't do it. There would be no opportunity to do that.
That's right.
Also, if you got taken down, you'd have to get up with skill. You can't just use the cage to get up. It's very hard, especially if you got a great wrestler like Islam on top of you. Very hard to get up any other way than wall walking.
Just right now, I was
thinking about it.
I think about what's the name of the movie? Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Just to put somebody somewhere, and they will find each other in the natural environments, and they will fight together, and everybody will watch that. So so give them weapons.
Well, have you seen those? They do have people with armor on fighting sword fights now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time before they take that armor off.
Yeah. That's right.
In some crazy country, some wilder country, they just $1 million per fight with swords. Then you're back to the Roman days, the Colosseum.
Yeah, but still, how I see that, when we are going higher in understanding everything, we have to go. Maybe I'm wrong. Deeper in these raw things. We want to see more raw because to be not to go. And you understand me?
Yes, I do, because the consequences are higher. You have to go more pure.
So balance.
Did you ever read Miyamoto Musashi?
You know I read.
Yeah, of course. I don't even have to ask. But the Book of Five Rings, he talks about that because Miyamoto Musashi was such a great sword fighter that he believed the only way to fight at your best is you have to be a balanced person, very balanced. You have to be an artist. You have to be able to do calligraphy and write poetry. You can't just be aggression. You have to be completely balanced. And he believed in that so strongly and taught that so strongly in the Book of Five Rings that if you think about how he applied it to sword fighting, it makes sense. Everything what you're saying makes sense. Because you have to be completely pure when it's just two men and swords. You can't have any bullshit. You can't let the ego get you on the wrong line because you're not just going to get punched in the face. You're going to lose your head.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. There is no
Yeah.
No time, and that's why I don't like it. There's no time for talking. There is no time for a bad word in your talk. No time for a bad move in the fighting. So your mind had to stay controlled, stay present, and use do nothing what's not useful for this moment. Yeah, right now we are natural here, but when our life will these podcasts, these talking, maybe when you will not talk uh, your everything true, everything honestly, it costs you a life. So we will, everyone, we both, we will pay attention of every word, because in that ages of Miyamoto Musashi, there was even the word can cost somebody's life.
Yes.
So that's why they were so precise in everything, in every. That's the Japan. Every movement, every even the teapot, even the tea ritual is the art. So that's why they was, and still they are, so precise in the thinking, in expressing your true self, not just talking. Whatever, motherfucker. Hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? I don't. This is something what I don't like to America. Like everybody asks you, "Hey, how are you?" and don't care about your and they care about your answer. So, and I want to stand. Hey, I'm great. How are you today? No, he's don't care and he's going somewhere.
Right.
So why you ask me why you doing this?
Right.
So
It's a figure of speech,
yeah,
unfortunately.
but still.
It's a kind figure of speech.
Yeah,
Like, how you doing?
I know.
But it's not real.
Yes,
But it's not real. They don't really care what you're doing. They don't care how
I
you.
understand.
Yeah.
So
It's Kaiser.
yeah,
Kaiser.
let's be real. But sometimes don't push it too much to the I'm important. Every my voice is important. Every movement. So the true power is coming with a lightness, to be lightness, and lightness is not to taking so much seriously and taking too much light. So taking like don't care about what I'm saying. So some still
Balance. It's this balance. It's constant balance and staying pure. Staying your. And do you? Is that what you're feeling when you stare your opponents down? Because like these, one of the fights with Pereira and the fight with Jamal Hill, you just lock on your opponent. You stare. And is that what you're doing in that moment? Just trying to be completely present, just to empty yourself of all bullshit.
That's this is the moment before the fight.
Yeah,
it's all about that, because there is no opponent. There is just a moment. This moment, I'm everywhere.
You're everywhere.
That's I like it. I'm everywhere. Yeah, but this is not something what I'm telling you that because I'm gonna be cool.
No, I don't think
this is a real truth.
Yeah,
that's all.
So now that you have this big victory, what happens next? Do you wait for the UFC to call you? Do you wait for Ankalaev and Pereira to fight to see what happens next?
This is what I am right now, not expecting. What I want to see the fight. If the fight will happen, because they are translating that so much this their fight. So let's see who's the best. And my attitude, and right now I know that what to do to not to get better, to do a real serious preparation to get prepared for both of them, doesn't matter who, and be ready for negotiation about the next fight. I want a title, but I will let the life to give me who's before me right now. Who's the choice right now before me?
So it's just about whatever the challenge is, accept it, and then try to find your best self for this next performance as well.
That's right.
It's an exciting time for you. How old are you right now?
32.
It's a perfect prime. That's in your prime. It's an exciting time. Are you enjoying this life?
Yes, 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 yes. Enjoying. But man, long time nobody asked me for these questions, so I didn't thought about that long time. But yes, since I decide I wanna go this way of the warrior, of a true man, to 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 feel the true power and take it to my life and live with that, not just to feel that and go away, but to keep it in a daily life. Yes, yes, I'm enjoying that, and I don't know who said that. Like, watch yourself like an art, like an David you are.
Right, you make a masterpiece.
Make a masterpiece from your life, and that's what I like to do in my meditations. To take a step up, watch yourself, watch where you're going, who you spend time with, where is your daily what's your daily routines, how it make it better, and then go into the deepest level of the present moment and live that and stay with these your best ideas, what you are connected with. Yes, so yes, you ask me, yes, I live that, but I didn't in the time. Right now I can say right now I didn't expect it will cost you everything, like it will cost you your old personality, and you will reborn like a new personality. Yeah. But still, I know somebody, my spirit, whoever, choose that, because I know this is the way.
One of the things that I have to talk to you about was in the Alex Pereira fight. You thought that they were using some magic spirits,
Magic, yeah.
black magic.
Yeah.
Why did you think that?
You know, okay, I will take it from another start.
Okay.
When I'm doing something, I'm doing that like I'm extreme in everything what I'm doing. So I want to go to the bottom of the start where the source of that, where it's going, and the source of the spiritual world, of that question, what is the spiritual world, where the source is, uh, if there is some weapons, how they use that in the cage. And I went in that so deep, so I get lost, really. So I had another, no other chance, just to totally close these doors. Just believe that I am who I am, who to believe just for ideas which I started with, like the martial arts and all these things, and just be in the gym and train. Don't do another these bullshit, because with Pereira, I really get lost, and I started to believe to another people, to not just myself. And this is something. This is the way to the hell. To when you stop believing yourself, your true yourself, and when you start believing some spiritual guys who's trying to protect you or giving you something and trying to lead you, and they know what's the best for you. And that was my biggest school in this life, I think. To So yeah, that was my last preparation, to just believe in myself, go to the gym, train, do a good camp, do a camp. What was the first your biggest inspiration? So in Japan, I made a camp in Japan. Then I made in high altitude training in Mexico. Then I went back to my city, Brno, for my guys, for my team, and we made a solid, good camp, hard camp. And the last fight, I'm happy.
What is it about getting down to the source that made you think he was using black magic?
Yeah, it's every time a big, no big difference, no experience. I said that word, big power. When you are
Responsibility?
it's big responsibility, not just big responsibility. We are. I want to speak right now, so I don't want to speak about that fully, because still it is something what I am humble for, and I can say this is it. This is it. Yeah, because everyone has their own way, and nobody is like even me prepared for just saying something what can be for somebody, like take it seriously, you know. Yeah, maybe again I get lost in that. So the thing is, I just started to believe. I will not speak about where is the magic, how to use the magic.
But you believed that there was magic working against you.
Man, and that was the biggest power for my opponent, because I was focused for him, not for me.
Mm.
You know,
And that's where the black magic lies,
and then
because it gets you outside of your own head. Is that black magic, or is that just his presence as a champion? Because that's the aura of a fighter.
Yeah.
Is a weapon. Israel Adesanya, when he was in his prime, had that. Like Tyson in his prime had that. There's Anderson Silva had that. There's an aura that champions have when they're in their prime that makes you think about them instead of yourself, and it probably seems like magic.
Yeah, but still, this is just for me, is the pure self-confidence. And to be pure self-confident, you
can't think about your opponent.
And that was something what I made. That was something what I really went to another level. Yeah.
So when you look at yourself now in this amazing performance against Jamal Hill, are you imagining yourself even better? Are you constantly imagining yourself even more precise, even more accurate, even more effective?
Yeah, sure. But right now I'm more in reality about that. Not just in imagination. I want to see that in video.
Right.
I want to be real. I want to see the results of my work, all these things real. Not just still think about I can be better, I can do this, but I want to be a champion, and I'm going for it, and I want to show that to everyone. That's all, and I will show that and then we can speak about the black magic again. Because
So right now you don't even want to concentrate on the idea of that.
Yeah.
And to protect yourself from that, you just don't think about it and be in your own.
it's all about that.
Yeah.
It's all about that, because like I said, the mind is a big, great to serve, but the baddest the boss.
Yeah.
So that's why
It can run away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's why I had to go back to the Japan, where like my all belief started to go really deep, because there I started to be, I don't know how to say, like not just inspired, but to live it, really live it without no, without anything. So
In managing your mind, I'm sure one of the most important things is to not have a lot of like negative influences, not have a lot of negative thoughts in it. Do you spend any time on social media when you're in camp?
yeah, but I'm doing just some posts, and that's all.
Yeah, just post and
Just
ghost.
post and
That's it. That's how to do it.
or post and maybe some answer to just a few of my friends, and that's all. No reading comments, no reading anything, because I'm here to right now. I'm here to show you my way of the martial arts, or my way to the strength, where I still feel the way, and this is it.
What is the days that you spend in darkness and silence? What does that do for you?
Still, it's about exploring your mind. Keep your mind disciplined. Keep your thoughts on the ground. Observe it's all about the mind, and then about the training, because I train there too, in that dark. You mean that dark room? And
Yeah.
So meditation, observing mind, follow your, and find the best of your, what you can achieve in this life, what you can, if you want, really. And this is the question what everybody have to answer for, to ourselves, which life we want to live, which thoughts is the useful, which not, which I need to let go, and which I want to keep in my life.
Mm.
So
And so it's just a deep exploration of your own mind.
yes, maybe because there is a lot of levels, like imagination, uh, see some visualization, some life dreams, all these things. Because after 3 days, there's an opening, the third eye is opening, and you can see, truly who you are, and maybe sometimes somebody needs more days without food, so it's going to be then it's without food, it's going to be like more intensive. Yeah, everything's going much faster. So yeah.
So when you started doing this, you do no food, you just drink water when you're in there?
And if you to understand me, all these things I'm doing because I really decide like to use everything like a weapon in a fighting, to use my mind, use my visualization, use the everything. And that's why I went to do this trip of the spirituality so deep, because I thought there will be some special weapons what I can use in the fighting. And the biggest special weapon is to be yourself, the realest yourself. That's all. That's the key.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Well, listen, brother, I'm a big fan. I love watching you fight. I really enjoy talking to you. I wish you nothing but success, and I can't wait to see you get after it again. And I'm very happy for you and your improvement. The last fight was incredible. And thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell everybody,
Yeah.
do you have a website? Do you have a website online? What is your website?
I have just a brand. You mean like
Do you have a website or you just have social media?
social media? Yeah, sure.
Social media, just Instagram,
yeah.
Yuri Prohaska.
Yuri Prohaska, yes. In Instagram, Twitter too. Twitter is Yuri BJP.
There it is.
Yep.
That's it. What does BJP stand for?
Wow, man. This is wow, where I came from. It stands that's young Yuri, not young Yuri, the true Yuri, who's but UFC don't like that. UFC, because I'm trying to tell them this is the best Yuri Prohaska, but in the real it is in Czech is a bombiak pizza, and that means like bombs as fuck. Yeah. So because that's it.
So it's bomb as fuck Yuri Prohaska.
Right.
That's it.
That's right.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Looking for a biggest strength. That's all.
Yes, sir.
That's
all
it.
right. Thank you, brother. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's always great to be here.
It's been a while.
4 years, January 8th, January 15th.
Was it really?
Yeah, how
4
long ago?
years. Jeez.
Yeah, it's been 4 years.
The last time you were here, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think the last two.
That was like right after a couple months after I moved here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so almost exactly 4 years.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, waiting was great. Because I'm waiting. I mean, the time, 4 years, waiting to have another chat with you. So much has gone on since last we met.
Well, tell me. What's going on?
Where do you want to start? A, Z?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. Let's see. The family's expanding, which is great. All three daughters have been married, and each has a grandchild, which is making me feel old. So I've stepped up my hormonal treatment to keep me on the edge because I want to be around a lot longer to take care of these kids or to be with the kids. They're just 16 months, but they're still fantastic. Unbelievable. I love it.
That's great.
Absolutely love it. But in the world that I work in the medical arena, it's been expanding rapidly. The new administration has a part to play in it, which is great. But even before that, the number of results that we're having, the outcome from TBI, PTSD, and what have you, has been accelerating because of some of our testing that we do, as well as our treatment that we've initiated. That's changed since 4 years ago, since last time.
What have you added in the last 4 years?
Well, we've added a lot more not nutraceuticals, natural products into our regimen. I spent 16 years looking at the science behind things that can get into the brain and alter the inflammation that occurs in the brain. The whole premise of everything that I've been doing for the last 30 years has been based upon inflammation in the brain. And the inflammation is what stops all the chemistry and why we develop anger and problems. I don't know if you saw the article, which is called "Influence of Media on the Mental Health of America," which used to be the Trump derangement syndrome, but I got so much backlash from having that title. People wouldn't read it because of the title. And it talks about how constant stress from the media echo chambers, social media, reading all this bullshit, causes cortisol to go up.
No
and
doubt.
and it shuts down a chemical that protects your brain called fractalkine. And then it starts dumping all this inflammation and causes loss of serotonin, so you become more depressed. It causes loss of melatonin, so you can't sleep. Generates another group of chemicals that induce depression. And
Yeah, it essentially generates this response in your body that prepares itself for a fight that never takes place.
correct.
And then you're always thinking you're about to get into some sort of a physical altercation with an armed enemy coming over the top of the hill.
Vigilant states, just like our army goes through. Constant
exactly.
stress.
Exactly. And the thing, the army and what a lot of these people that you've worked with is from IEDs and from going through doors and stuff like that, they get the pituitary gland. You know, we've talked about it many times on the podcast.
But I think one of the misperceptions is, as you said, and I apologize for that, is that we think it's all due to pituitary gland, but it isn't. In the work that we've been doing, it shows that when you have inflammation in the brain, regardless of how it's developed, whether or not it's IED or slip and fall, or as we've talked in the past, even wave runners, ski dudes, or skiing, or water skiing, snow skiing, or going to the range, the 50 caliber gunners. What happens is it creates this inflammation that shuts off the ability of the brain to regulate the pituitary gland. So you can do all the MRIs as they do at the VA, and they see a normal pituitary gland and says, oh, pituitary is normal, you've got PTSD. But there's no radiological or neuroradiological procedure that will allow you to look at inflammation in the brain. So they assume, they can't find any structural damage, that it has to be all psychiatric.
Sort of like when they used to have to diagnose CTE after you were dead.
Correct, right? Isn't that how they're doing it now?
No, I think they can scan for it.
There's a PET scan that can look for the tau protein.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So it's, tau proteins, hyperphosphorylated tau becomes these NFTs, these neurofibril tangles, which is an interesting issue. It's been part of my last year of deep dive trying to find out why is it that you develop CTE or the symptoms relative to CTE. Why is it that you develop the symptoms relative to Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or multiple sclerosis? Well, it turns out that the biochemistry is all the same. Something called beta amyloid, which is the hallmark for someone with Alzheimer's disease. And then these tau proteins, hyperphosphorylated tau proteins that they call NFTs, that they circulate around the blood vessels, and they create this intense inflammation, and that intense inflammation causes loss of blood supply, damage to neurons, and you develop it. So we've had, using our protocol, we have our 6th case of multiple sclerosis that was totally put into remission. It took 90 days to put them in remission. It was a lieutenant, it's a video up on...
what's the protocol that did that?
The protocol is the nutraceutical that drops the inflammation and replacing the hormones that are deficient that protect the brain.
What is in the nutraceutical?
In the nutraceuticals, there is quercetin. You know about quercetin. It's got EDA, DHA from omegas. It has in it glutathione, N-acetylcysteine. It's got B12. That's on one component of it. The other component has B1, B2, which deals with neural communication. And it's got PQQ and CoQ10. PQQ is a form of CoQ10. It's the sister. It's 100 to 1,000 times stronger, but it's what it does. It increases mitochondrial function. I know you've had a lot of people here talking about mitochondrial function, and that's a major piece in how to reverse things like neurodegenerative diseases and improve mental function. I mean, products like you have, like Alpha Brain, has an effect on improving mitochondrial function. And that's what you want to do. That's a key. So you have to drop the inflammation, because inflammation causes mitochondria that produce ATP. It causes mitochondrial dysfunction. So in all those neurodegenerative diseases, mitochondrial dysfunction has been ignored in the past. And you need to address it. So PQQ and CoQ10 are two very, very potent, when added together, stimulate mitochondrial ATP production and replication of mitochondria. Quercetin does the same thing. That's why it's so important. So
Quercetin, you explained to me before that it's an ionophore,
Correct.
and that it gets ions into the bloodstream
Correct.
better. So it's when you consume it with zinc.
right,
This is a paid advertisement for BetterHelp. Life is kind of like a book, and every new year is the start of a new chapter. Except in this case, the pages are blank, and you can write whatever the fuck you want. Maybe you're working towards buying a new home. Maybe you want to learn how to garden or pick up hunting, or maybe you want to work on your relationships. However you want your story to play out, it's going to take work, dedication, and a little bit of help. Even the greatest authors have an editorial partner to bounce ideas off, and that's nothing to be ashamed about. If you need some help living the life you want, therapy is always a great place to start. Therapy is for everyone, not just people who've gone through a major trauma. It can teach you valuable skills like how to cope with stress, how to communicate better, how to set boundaries, and more. One of the best ways to get into therapy is BetterHelp. It's entirely online, so it's easy to get started and more affordable too. And as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Write your story with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
but that's one. That's one of its functions. But there are 5 functions that it has. Quercetin is amazing. It's an ionophore, which is when we talked about COVID and zinc. It carries zinc into the cell to shut down the ability of the COVID, SARS, from replicating.
Or antivirus, essentially. Right?
Well, it works with SARS, and it works with influenza A and B, works with rhinovirus and enterovirus, gut viruses that you can get during summertime.
So what I was just getting at is it's beneficial for people all year round, not just
Absolutely.
people that think they might be getting COVID.
Absolutely. So I take 500 milligrams twice a day,
Of course,
Of
and
course
how
it is.
much zinc with that?
30 milligrams.
Okay.
I take 30.
Can
And
you do that twice a day?
I do that, the quercetin twice a day, but the zinc, because my levels are where they're at,
Mm-hmm.
I don't put a lot of zinc in, because zinc's involved in about 300 processes in the body. It's antiviral that we just talked about. It's anti-Alzheimer's, because it turns out that the production of the chemical called beta amyloid, there's an enzyme that regulates it, and it's zinc dependent. So if it's working, it's called a secretase. It's called alpha secretase. It's zinc dependent. Beta secretase is not. So beta secretase takes and makes the beta amyloid that causes the Alzheimer's, the inflammation. And with that inflammation, you then start getting the same thing in CTE. So in all these inflammatory conditions, they have the same beta amyloid and cause for CTE, the hyperphosphorylated tau protein that we call NFTs, neurofibril tangles. So they're all related. So what quercetin does is it increases mitochondrial replication in about 7 days, doubles the amount of mitochondria intracellularly. It helps increase in the liver something called IGF binding protein 3, insulin-like binding protein 3. Binding protein 3 is always looked at as being the carrier for IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor, growth hormone, turns on in the liver the production of insulin-like growth factor, which is the main below-the-neck growth factor for our body. It improves protein synthesis, decreases inflammation too.
Wow. Okay. A sidetrack. When you're talking about beta amyloid and Alzheimer's, wasn't there a significant amount of fraud that was exposed about Alzheimer's studies that put into question a lot of the ideas that people had about Alzheimer's? Was that something that happened recently?
Well, in the train of thought on Alzheimer's, they're saying that it's due to the recessive genes. Well, if you look at the studies recently, 95% of the cases of Alzheimer's disease appear to be due to trauma and aging. Trauma and aging. Only 5%.
So trauma, like head trauma?
Head trauma. Because what happens is trauma stimulates the brain because of inflammation to increase the production of beta amyloid, and it's because they found recently another secretase. What secretases are the enzymes that convert a protein called APP, Alzheimer's precursor protein. And it's a long protein, and two enzymes go in and clip it here and clip it here. And that piece is beta amyloid. That's the bad stuff. That's a beta secretase and a gamma secretase. But they also have something called alpha secretase. So if alpha secretase and gamma secretase cut this APP, it generates alpha amyloid, which is inert, not inflammatory. So what did they find recently? Something called delta secretase. Delta secretase and gamma gives you beta amyloid. So how do you generate delta secretase in the body? Trauma, aging. So that's why most of the cases of Alzheimer's disease are inflammatory based. So what are the things that...
I'm sorry, but on most cases, is there a certain age where people start to develop it? And has there been any cases of very young people that get Alzheimer's?
There's a young form of Alzheimer's, and that might be directly due to having had head trauma and developing this delta amyloid or delta secretase, generating amyloid, beta amyloid that creates the Alzheimer's disease. As you get older, 65 years of age and above, that could be 5% genetic, but I think what the literature is really speaking towards is that it's all has an inflammatory basis. Remember, trauma in the brain equates out to inflammatory processes. It's part of the brain's ability to try and protect us.
Right.
Okay. Remove junk, bacteria, mold, viruses from the brain, and also metabolites of abnormal metabolism in the brain.
What was the scandal?
I don't know.
Alzheimer's research scandal, because it was pretty significant, and they were saying that it throws into question all of these previous assumptions and therapies that they were providing for Alzheimer's disease, and this person had made a significant amount of money.
Yeah. It's the antibodies, it's the treatment protocols, the antibodies against beta amyloid. And they found that even though you were against beta amyloid, you were still progressing on to develop symptoms of Alzheimer's disease.
But they were talking about fraud. This was like fraud in
just
scientific
recently.
research.
Yeah, this is recently.
How a retracted paper affected the course of Alzheimer's research.
But it's one paper, and what was the focus of?
Okay. June 2024 landmark Alzheimer's research paper was retracted due to fraud allegations. Do we waste billions of dollars and thousands of hours of scientist time? Maybe not. There are new potentially hopeful drugs on the market targeting the subject of the paper, amyloid beta. The video breaks down the amyloid beta hypothesis, fraud itself, and where we go from here. So what is the fraud itself, Jamie? So you can find an article that's just not a video, not attached to a video.
Beta amyloid data. See, they've been relying on beta amyloid as being the focus. And what they're finding is the treatment that addresses beta amyloid, an antibody against beta amyloid, people are still getting progression of the disease.
I understand this, but I just want to know what the fraud was. Oh, so what is the fraud? Amyloid hypothesis. Scroll down a little bit, Jamie. What's the fraud? Where does it get to what did the paper bullshit about? Okay, 56 paper lead to. Where's that fraud? Where's that fraud? What's it say? Yeah, just find out like what was this seems like very involved. This is a science journal.
Well, you know that there are papers that have been written about reproducibility. Reproducibility is where a researcher does a paper, makes a claim about the results of his science, and then people look at that and they want to go and reproduce it to prove it. They found that 70% of them can't be reproduced. And when you looked at the actual scientist who did the original work, goes back and tries to reproduce it, 7% failure rate. So there are major publications that have talked about this reproducibility error. I mean, you can go on to Google Scholar or else into Google and look at reproducibility.
Okay, here it is. But over the past 2 years, questions have arisen about some of Masila. How do you say his name? Maslia's research. Science investigation has now found that scores of his lab studies at UCSD and NIA are riddled with apparently falsified Western blots. Images used to show the presence of proteins and micrographs of brain tissue. Numerous images seem to have been inappropriately reused within and across papers, sometimes published years apart in different journals, describing divergent experimental conditions. After science brought initial concerns about Maslia's work to their attention, the neuroscientists and forensic analysts specializing in scientific work who had previously worked with science produced a 300-page dossier revealing a steady stream of suspect images between 1997 and 2023 in 132 of his published research papers. Science did not pay them for their work. In our opinion, this pattern of anomalous data raises credible concern for research misconduct and calls into question a remarkably large body of scientific work.
Okay, so it seems like the fact that he was reusing the same images, stating that they were new images, so he was stacking the deck in his favor.
Right.
Because he had a point to make.
God, that's so gross.
$2.6 billion. That's what the budget was. That's the National Institute of Health. Yeah.
Jeez. It dwarfs the rest of the National Institute, the NIA combined.
Charge of the Division of Neuroscience.
That is so crazy. So the budget of the Division of Neuroscience alone was $2.6 billion in the last fiscal year. And this guy was a key leader for the effort. Man, how gross. But that's pressure and competition and very ambitious people who have shitty morals.
Yeah. Well,
right? That's what that is.
Yes. Publish or perish.
Publish or perish is the motto, right?
That's the motto. If they don't publish and have a positive finding, they're not going to get funding for the next project that they have.
And when someone does publish, like this gentleman who allegedly published falsified data, is there someone who goes over that stuff to make sure that that's not the case?
Yeah, the editors of the journal that he's presenting it to.
Right, but is there preferential treatment for people that are established scientists that are thought to be beyond the criticism?
Theoretically,
like a gentleman like this who has an enormous position of power and a $2.6 billion budget behind him?
Well, but look at the bottom line. Which pharmaceutical company was involved in it? Okay. Which pharmaceutical? And, that's one of the problems that, RFK Jr. will be generating, is that as he finds that this science is 70%, you can't reproduce it, meaning that it's maybe not accurate. Maybe there's a little bit of
that's being kind.
Bias.
That's being kind.
I'm trying to be kind.
Yeah, because otherwise it's fraudulent, right?
It is, correct.
I was just reading an article about Alzheimer's that was claiming that Alzheimer's didn't even exist until modern times. Statins cause Alzheimer's? Is that what you're saying? This article was connecting it to our diet, the standard American diet. They were saying that all the bullshit food that people eat is contributing to this condition. And what I was going to get to you is that would lead to inflammation, correct?
You got it.
Because the bullshit American diet filled with crap is terrible for you, and that leads to inflammation.
You look at the inflammatory or degenerative diseases. What does everyone have now? It says a low inflammatory diet.
Right.
That's what it talks about. Also, in HIIT, in high impact interval training and high impact aerobics, what happens is you can increase a chemical in the brain called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is something that helps to improve neuron-to-neuron communication and neurology of your brain. And I don't know if you saw, we have one of your favorite guys, Gerald McClellan. I don't know if you've seen some of the papers that have come out. He had a stroke in '95 fighting Nigel Benn in London. And during that fight, it was a horrible fight. If you've ever seen
it's a crazy fight.
So anyway, he had a stroke from that. He was hospitalized for 11 days in a coma in ICU in London. Gets out, his sister, Lisa McClellan, refuses to put him into a nursing home, into a hospice health, takes him into the house in Chicago, and for 29 years dealt with him. She develops an organization called Ring of Brotherhood, where Muhammad Ali's niece and son, I think, are part of it. And they take care of boxers who are leaving the ring who have symptoms, punch drunk, or what do they call it, precox or pugilistic, dementia pugilistic. And she contacted me and told me about her brother. And I looked at stuff, and what we did was we set up a fund and we paid for his laboratory work and his initial assessment, and we found he was hormonally deficient. So what we ended up doing is putting him onto the hormone replacement and to one of the peptides that we use, which is called NSCL CMAX, which stimulates the brain to produce more brain-derived neurotrophic factor. He's in Chicago. I'm in California, or here in Texas, in Magnolia. And one of our docs in Chicago took the lead. I just gave her what to do. He's 20% better in 4 months on the protocol. He's now remembering things. He's communicating. He's on the phone. And boxing journalist Oliver Fennell came from London to Chicago and wrote a paper which is called A Day in the Life of Gerald McClellan, and talks about what happened and where he's gone. And he's had some improvement.
That's incredible.
Phenomenal. 20%.
I'm sure we talked about Rick Perry before the podcast started, so I'm sure you're aware of his push to legalize Ibogaine and start using Ibogaine for people with traumatic brain injuries. And he was talking about how it regenerates neural tissue and helps people significantly. And then on top of that, the addiction issue, where people have addictions, and Ibogaine is incredible for curing those. Like literally curing them. In one session, it's in the 80% range. In 2 sessions, it's somewhere around 97%, which is just crazy. 93 to 97%.
Phenomenal. I give a lot of credit to Rick Perry. In 2022, they had HB 1802, which is the first bill in any state where the state put money into a research project at Baylor for it was for psilocybin, where he started. So it was Rick Perry, Andrew Marr was part of it, along with Dr. Martine.
Shout out to our friend Andrew.
Yeah. Hello, Andrew. Let's see, Dr. Martine Polanco, who I'll cycle back to because the Ibogaine issue is what he helped to develop. So it was also Representative Alex Dominguez who helped push it through to get the funding for it. And it's at Baylor with a doctor by the name of Lynette Avra, PhD. She's, I believe, the one who's in charge of it. But recently, we have ayahuasca, we've got Ibogaine, we've got LSD, we've got MMTA. The Ibogaine seems to be really good for addiction and for neural regeneration, which is what you were talking about, to improvement in the neural function. Downside is the cardiovascular, so it has to always be under a very strict, very close observation.
Right.
And the doctor that I talked about, MD Martin Polanco, who has clinics in Mexico, uses Ibogaine. And one of our new vets who came on board in one of the other states set up a 508 charitable organization. The 8 is a religious organization. He imports Ibogaine from, I think it's Chile, and gets it here in the States and then sends it to Mexico to Dr. Polanco to do studies. So right now, I believe he has the largest group of studies. And one of the things that really has to be looked at is the compassionate use of these products. You've got guys that are coming back from war who everything isn't working. Everything. So you have to start pulling the stops out and treat them. I mean, if you really want them to get better,
especially when there's real evidence that there's not just anecdotal evidence that they work, but there's actual scientific evidence of their effectiveness. There's mechanisms, we understand.
Right. So I think I might have sent you a preliminary paper I'm working on the neurotransmitters to identify how each one of the psychedelic-assisted therapeutic agents work in the brain. And the science is already out there. So what does it tell you? The foundation for how they work, why they work, and how they work is already there. So why aren't we using it?
Well, because of a stupid law that was passed in 1970 to punish Richard Nixon's political opponents. That's really what it is.
Was it?
Yeah, that's what it is. It was about the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. And so one of the ways to get at these people, they knew that one of the big shifts of culture, if you go back to, like, we talk about it ad nauseum on the podcast, but there's just a gigantic shift in culture from the 1950s to the 1960s. It's almost unimaginable the amount of change that takes place. And what you have to imagine as a person today is 2015. Now you think in time, things accelerate even more rapidly and change is more exponential. It's more crazy in time. And it's kind of sort of true with some technologies, especially today with AI. But if you go back to 2015, and if you were just driving around in 2015, everything's essentially the same. The phones look pretty much the same. The cars look pretty much the same. There's not much difference. There's not much difference in your life. If you go from 1959 to 1969, you have a totally different fucking world. You have a totally different world of culture, totally different world of movies, totally different world of music, totally different world of automobile design. You have a totally different world that I believe is inspired by psychedelic drugs. And when Nixon throws the water on the psychedelic movement in 1970 and makes them all Schedule 1, including things that aren't even psychoactive. By the way, missed a bunch of really good ones. Missed a bunch of really good ones that are still legal. One of them was salvia, which is fucking bananas, an insanely potent psychedelic drug that was completely legal. So you look at it culturally, you see this shift. You see the movies get clunkier and goofy.
Yep.
You see the cars start to look like shit. You see the music starts to suck. It starts to be like real frivolous and very surface. It's cocaine music, right? It's not Led Zeppelin. It's not psychedelic music. It's not the Doors.
Jimi Hendrix.
It's not Hendrix.
Yeah.
It's not Voodoo Child. You know, it's something completely divorced from feeling, right? And this is because of Richard Nixon.
So you're basically saying the importance of psychedelics in expanding the visions that we have to advance our culture and society has been removed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
What you talked about, the sympathetic use.
Yeah.
There's compassionate use. There's people that are going to use things and they're going to abuse things. Just like you and I are having a glass of whiskey. Cheers, sir.
Yeah. L'chaim.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs. You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Fine. But we are responsible
I'm
adults.
entitled to a refill.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Get in there, you fucking drug.
I took my
I know
glutathione.
you did.
Do you know
you did.
I apologize. I finally went back and listened to our first podcast, 438, from August 8th, 2012.
Damn, that long ago?
Wild.
13 years ago?
Wild. It was wild. And the thing that stuck out was the glutathione. So I started this morning with my glutathione. So I knew we were going to finish this bottle.
Oh, well, I'm not finishing that bottle. There's not a chance in hell. I have stuff to do.
Oh.
And I just worked out.
Did you take glutathione?
I haven't taken it yet.
Okay.
No, I take it every night. Sure. You got some? Go get me some. I take it every night.
This is
liposomal.
That's what that is.
There you go. Oh, this I have to suck on this, right? Just
Hey, no.
Brain Rescue number 3.
No.
Is this your company?
That's that's our product, and that is our core product for fixing the guys with TBI. Yeah. How's the new flavor?
That's actually good.
Oh, thank you.
That actually doesn't taste bad at all. I always get nervous when you're eating something out of a tube. He said, like,
depends on whose tube it is.
Yes, isn't that true? It's not actually a tube. I don't know why I said a tube. It's a packet.
There you go. But it's not ketchup.
But it doesn't taste bad at all.
No.
But yeah, you turned me on to glutathione a decade plus.
13.
Yeah,
Long time ago.
long time ago. But yeah, because of meeting you, I mean, I really ramped up all of my nutritional supplements, in a big way. Because back then, when I first met you, it had to be 15 years ago, right? Somewhere around then?
Yeah.
At least. When I first met you, I was just basically taking multivitamins. I wasn't really like strict about it. And then when you started doing blood work and explaining things to me, and and breaking down the nutritional deficiencies, like you need niacin, you need this, you need that, and I started taking all that stuff, and it makes a significant difference. It really does. And I talk to a lot of people that are skeptical about vitamins, and they talk to their doctors, unfortunately. And the reality is that you're very educated in this department, but many doctors have a cursory at best understanding of nutrition. Their specialty is their specialty. If they're a urologist or they're an orthopedic surgeon, that's their specialty. And most of them are very unhealthy, unfortunately.
Correct.
And they are under the illusion that you can get everything that you need to live optimally with a balanced diet. That's horseshit, people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you notice it eventually. Like when I go on vacation, I've gone on vacation before, like 7-day vacations, and not taken vitamins with me.
I feel shitty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Like I feel different. Like at the end of 7 days, I'm like, Jesus, I need some fucking vitamins. So I don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Now when I go on vacation, I take vitamins with me. I'm like, what's the big deal? I pack underwear, pack my fucking vitamins, and I just make sure that I have everything that I need. And if I don't do that, I don't feel the same. And I think it's just the difference between being alive. Do you need to be alive? No. But we're not talking about just alive. We're talking about optimization. And if you want to feel better, and everybody does, you should take vitamins. You should take a bunch. You should take a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the times you're talking about our progression throughout time, back in the 90s, doctors were against vitamins, saying that it's expensive urine, expensive flushing
Yeah.
down the toilet. You remember that?
My doctor told me
Yeah.
that.
And then what happened? And then all the science started coming out saying how we needed B12 because our nutrition was devoid, because the soil not being rotated, devoid in the nutrients to feed the plants to give us our
I thought
vitamins.
B12 was essentially from animals.
It is muscle.
Yeah.
For muscle, but talking about B complex, really.
Mm-hmm.
You can get it in plants as well, but it's the trace elements as well, the minerals. And without having adequate amount, you got to replenish it. And
Right.
if you don't replenish it, you lose important, pathways.
What about folks that are getting their food organically? They're getting like they go to a farmer's market, they get really good organic groceries.
Most of the organic people supplement the animals with quality supplementation food.
I mean, organic vegetables.
Organic vegetables. To be organic, you can't have pesticides on it. You can't have heavy metals, so it has to be nutritionally enriched with positive soil. They might
Compost.
put additives in.
Ideally, you'd like just a natural process of compost and manure and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what
I use chicken shit.
perfect. Chicken shit's great, right?
It works. Yeah, I've got some great lemons and vegetables.
Do you know that people used to go to war over bat shit?
Guano? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
Like guano was so important for fertilizer.
Not only fertilizer, then became the base foundation for lipstick and eyeliner. Yeah.
Bat shit was the foundation for lipstick.
Guano.
Can you imagine kissing someone they got bat shit
They had
lipstick
guano
on?
wars.
Yeah, they really did have guano wars. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that where batshit crazy came from?
Crazy as batshit.
I
don't
think
know.
the term batshit crazy, I think that had something to do with how fervent people would fight in a war over batshit. Is it fervent? Yeah, whatever.
Fervent. Yeah, it's a good word. I like that.
There's a lot of words I don't use, but I read them. And then when it's time to use them, I'm like, that's the appropriate word. I'm like, how do you fucking do that? I think that's where the term batshit crazy came from.
It's
one bizarre link, guano ruled U.S. agriculture and the world. How fertilizer madness sparked into a turd war and turned guano into gold. Yeah, man. People needed that for fertilizer.
Yeah. Does it talk about the cosmetic use of guano?
Fountain of youth. The batshit's the fountain of youth.
What is it? The nitrogen composition of it is very good for growth of plants.
This is interesting. It says, prior to modern science and agriculture, the whys and hows of soil health largely were mysterious. How soil additives functioned or the knowledge of which minerals were needed and when was the realm of the blind. Beyond animal manure, farmers added soil amendments by the barrel, composts, human waste, fish, coral byproducts, chalk, or whatever unholy concoction was hawked by the latest charlatan to pull up in a wagon at town's edge and promise a yield boom. Decade upon decade, the pitfalls of fertilization tormented growers until 1802, when German explorer and scientist Alexander von Humboldt strolled down a waterfront in Peru and felt his nose hairs curl in ammonia rebellion and an odor emanating from barge loads of yellow-brown cake guano. Von Humboldt was told the stinking bird droppings covered the nearby Chincha Islands in deep layers and were massively popular with Peruvian farmers. So this is interesting. So that's how they started doing this. This is in the 1800s.
Can I read the next sentence?
Sure.
Okay. A little dabble do ya. Curiosity building the nostril burning von Humboldt took home a scoop of guano to Europe and turned the spigot on agricultural fountain of youth, i.e. he sparked a fertilizer war.
You know what's the most interesting stuff about fertilizer is
It's shit to me.
yeah. Do you know that soil that they have in the Amazon that was created by man?
No.
Yeah, it's called terra preta, and Graham Hancock told me about it. It's there's a very specific soil in the Amazon that they think people from thousands of years ago figured out how to make. And this is like some sort of a compost process, and it's a very dark soil called terra preta, and this dark soil that exists on the surface layer of a lot of the Amazon was put there by man, and not just put there by man, but created. Like, they had a process that they have not replicated to this day. They don't know what it is or how they did it, but they're very aware that there was a process involved in making this stuff, and that it's not a natural process of this stuff forming. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
But let me see. Show him some terra preta. It's pretty fascinating.
So it's a darker. Yeah.
It's very interesting because you see it and you're like, this is that's what it looks like. So you see the terra preta is on the surface, and then you go below it and you just get like regular dirt. But this terra preta made everything very, very rich, and it grew so much plants. It's just like. Do you know that the Amazon is mostly human planted plants that grew out of control? Yeah. That's the original settlers of the Amazon. This is the theory, right? So they know now that the Amazon was heavily populated. They didn't used to think that. They used to think there was just this quasi wild jungle and there's indigenous populations that live inside of it. But at one point in time, there were cities. So there's grids. They found indications of, some sort of transportation of water. They had, it looked like streets. They had grids that indicate there were structures there all throughout from the use of LiDAR.
Oh, sure.
So they fly. Yeah. So it's from actually drones. So they fly over with drones and they scan the area. They probably could use satellites too, but they use drones. They scan the air, and even airplanes. They scan the area, and then they get these images that show these geometric patterns that exist below. And so they've unearthed a lot of these, and so now they think there were millions of people living in the Amazon. And that what probably happened was Europeans came over and gave them all smallpox.
Yeah, that's the theory.
Just like
that's
they did with
killed everybody.
90% of Native Americans. But what was done there was done in a place where they had made this environment with terra preta, and just because of the lush rainforest, it's like it rains constantly and vegetation grows so well that as soon as they were gone, within a couple hundred years, everything's consumed by the jungle. And then you have thousands and thousands and thousands of years in the future, there's nothing left. And that's what they think they're looking at when they're looking at these large sections of the Amazon that have these patterns and structures that indicate civilization.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I start my mornings looking at archaeology.
You do?
I look at archaeology, but the archaeology that I look at in Blair is in Europe, because I collect ancient coins from Europe, from Italy and Germany and so forth, and Spain. And I've seen the photos where they go over and they see the foundation, as you said, and the structures that are man-made structures.
Yeah.
So it's neat stuff.
It just makes you wonder, how many of those exist out there, in the Mexican jungles and in the Guatemalan jungles, and that we don't even know about?
Toltecs, Aztecs,
Yeah.
Mayan. Yeah.
There's probably a ton of them back there. There's probably a bunch of stuff because the Amazon is so huge, and most of it is not explored. Most of it is, there's a bunch of different uncontacted tribes that live in there.
Right.
In fact, my friend Paul Rosalie, do you know who Paul Rosalie is?
No. Is he the one archaeology?
No. He's essentially working to save the rainforest. And what he does is he goes down there and he hires these people that were loggers to have a new job, and the new job is to protect the forest instead. And they've saved like shit. I don't know what the number is, but an incredible large number of acres they've saved this way. And they continue to do this. They're trying to work with these people to try to stop them from just destroying the Amazon.
I think Sting donated a large amount of money to the Brazilian Amazon. A lot of entertainers who have donated money to protect it.
So my friend Paul, he runs into uncontacted tribes all the time.
Really?
It's many times.
Love to go there.
He sent me a video the other day that I can't share. It's crazy. These uncontacted tribes, these naked people in the jungle in 2025.
Yeah.
It's really wild.
Yeah, they live in isolation.
Yeah, well, isolation from what? From us
From
assholes?
us.
I mean, but they lived the way people lived, 100,000 years ago. I would, God, if I could be a fly on the wall, can you imagine the documentary? If we get really good at drones, to the point where you can have a bunch of drones that really do look like insects and fly them in there and film these folks, and just without them being, but the problem then people would want to go visit them, and then they fuck everything up.
Yeah, you have to keep it hidden, like your video you were talking about, because
that's the reason why he doesn't want the video to get out. He doesn't want people to know that there's these people out there, and there's a lot of them. He said, well, one of his friends was killed. One of his friends was murdered by these people
with the darts.
No, they got it with arrows.
With Carrarian.
They could do that, but they shot him with bows and arrows. They just fucking killed him. And this was a guy that was like giving them stuff too. It's like he was bringing over rafts of food, and they're like, you know what, today, fuck you. Yeah. We killed a bunch of fish today. We don't need your bananas.
Have you seen them where the Indians living in the Amazons, they're shooting down the monkeys for food?
Oh yeah, they love monkeys.
They don't need it. They've already established a culture of hunting, harvesting, and building their homes or building their.
You know what I found out recently? The term Indian is not because Columbus thought that he was in India. I've been told that in fucking high school.
So what is it?
It's the children of God. It's what is the original term of Indios? There's like I forget the term. But it's not about India. It's just they called them Indians because they were the people that were living here in this place that they had named
the indigenous.
But like everybody thinks like America, like you think of Native Americans, that we used to call them Indians because they thought we landed in India. Columbus landed in India, or he thought he landed in India.
Did he really?
What's that?
They had the Portuguese word Indios, but because Columbus was Portuguese.
Right, but there's a term though. There's a term like the people of God. The Portuguese word Indios.
That's what the AI said.
Yeah, but there's another term. There's something that has to do with Indios. See, AI is wrong about stuff sometimes. Where did the term?
That's what I just did. I just typed in with the word.
Right. Just type in, why are Native Americans called Indians? That's not going to get you there either. What was the
origin of the word India?
Right. So I was listening to this guy talk about this in a lecture. I wish I saved it. I absorb too much information and don't follow through on it. There's this one. What does it say? Always in the impression that we use the term India because Europeans were mistakenly landed in India. However, this HuffPost article explains that it wasn't possible that we use the term Hindustan or India. That's what it is. And that Europeans used the term Indio earlier on, which had morphed into India. That's right, it was Indio. So click on the HuffPost article, the name Indian and political correctness.
2007.
Right. This guy was, it was a lecture this guy was giving.
Whoever wrote this could be the guy that gave the lecture.
Could be. Right, could be.
Yeah.
What does he say? What's his term? Because there was something that had to do, that's right, Los Niños, okay, we called them Los Niños, the spelling may be wrong, the children of God. The description by the Padre means something like the children of God. After many years of use, the word Indios emerged, and to this day, the indigenous people of South and Central America are called Indios. So this is what this guy was saying. So it said, stop, scroll back, go back. So it said here, I'm a firm believer that most historians are wrong when they credit Christopher Columbus for coining the word Indian because he thought he was landing his ships in India. By 1492, there was no country known as India. Instead, that country was called Hindustan. I think that it's closer to the truth that Spanish padre that sailed with Columbus was so impressed by the innocence of the natives he observed that he called them Los Niños Indios, meaning the spelling may be wrong in the Spanish words, but the description by the padre means something like the children of God. After many years of usage, the word Indios emerged, and to this day, the indigenous people of South and Central America are called Indios. I'm told that as the word wound its way north, it evolved into Indian. Of course, some will say that there was a place in the East Indies in 1492, and Columbus may have thought he was headed for that region. So how and when did the effort to politicize the name start? I expect some of it started when Native Americans enrolled in some of the white colleges. I think they found the word Indian offensive and set about to remake it. They found that the word Indian was often used in a derogatory fashion, such as drunken Indian or rotten Indian. Perhaps the white people would have found it more difficult to say drunken Native American.
Those white people.
Yeah, those dirty white people.
Absolutely.
Their problem. And finally, when some Indian journalists made it to the newsrooms of large and prestigious mainstream newspapers, they reacted to the word Indian as they did when they were in college. They went to their editors and tried to impress upon them the paper should no longer use the word Indian, but instead switch to Native American or Native. Interesting. But the problem even with Native American is Native for how long? So, like, if you believe the Bering land mass theory, that they came across that way, then in a lot of Native Americans, this is actually tested because of Mormons. So there was a wealthy Mormon who spent a bunch of money on DNA testing for Native Americans because he was sure that it was going to show that they were from the lost tribe of Israel. Because he believed that, the Mormon teaching is that, like, the Indians and Native Americans are lost tribes of Israel. But then he found out when they did the DNA testing, no, they're from Siberia. Like, a lot of them are from Siberia. So that would make sense. They crossed the Bering Land Bridge, their ancestors did, and they wound up in North America.
Well, my people came from Kamenets Podolsky in Russia.
But that's connected.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was from there, from Siberia.
Yeah, we bought Alaska for like $50.
Yeah.
That was like the deal of a lifetime. They talk about
century.
Manhattan might be the better deal. Like, financially, it's worth a lot more.
Yeah.
But goddamn, Alaska's bigger than Texas. Alaska's huge.
Yeah. And you've gone there hunting, right?
Oh yeah, I've gone there a few times. It's an incredible place. Alaska's incredible. It's really wild. Like, that's the last real frontier. If you want to get away, move to a small town in Alaska. Or go live next to Sarah Palin.
I can see Russia from there, so I should become Secretary of State.
Remember when she said that? She said
Yeah.
Russia, but you can't even see the rest of Alaska. Alaska's huge. What are you saying?
Yeah, I loved it there.
It's gorgeous.
The salmon fishing.
I love the people. The people are just different, and they're just rugged people. They're more reliable. They're built better.
Yeah.
Like, you have to, you could usually, you know how certain gene expressions are turned on and off due to stress. And imagine their genes. They're dealing with fucking grizzly bears and moose and shit. I'm sure you've seen this video of this guy goes outside of his house in the morning and two gigantic moose are duking it out in his driveway. Head to head, but bouncing off cars and shit. This guy's like, whoa! And he lives in a neighborhood. It's like, this guy isn't in the woods somewhere, like, on his own. He's in a fucking neighborhood. These moose are duking it out.
I love that. In my neighborhood, the old neighborhood in Chatsworth, we had brown bears coming in.
No, you did. You had black bears.
Black bears. Brown bear of California.
No.
What do you mean? No.
No. Brown bears have been extinct in California since the 1800s. The
They
last
look
guy
brown
to die,
and they're black.
yes, the last guy to die from bear attacks from a brown bear was Stephen Levesque, and he died in what's now Levesque, California. They named the town after him, and it's right outside of Cajon Ranch.
I'll have to
So
show you. Send you a picture.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's called a color-faced bear. So it's a different bear. So there's a brown bear, which is a grizzly bear, and the Kodiak bear,
Right.
and those bears. These are enormous, but they're all the same bear. The difference between a grizzly bear and a brown bear is just mostly what they eat. So the brown bears in like Alaska have so much salmon that they have immense amounts of protein, and they're the largest of all the brown bears. They're fucking huge. They're much, 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 much bigger than a black bear.
Yeah, we had parks and rangers come to our house because one of our refrigerators failed. So we had all this great beef in there, so I had to throw it out.
Oh, the bears found it.
The next day, the bears found it. It was in a canister, and they came there. So I took videos of these, what I thought were brown bears coming in. So you're saying they're not? What's the?
No, they're brown color phase. So brown bears can be, black bears. Black bears can be brown. Most of them are black. Some of them are even blonde. There's blonde color phase bears that they find up in Alberta, but they're black bears. So a black bear is less aggressive than a grizzly bear. A grizzly bear is a brown bear, and they were killing so many people in California that they wiped them out. That's what happened.
Well, this one jumped over a 6-foot fence. But before it jumped over the 6-foot fence, it ended up eating chicken and filet mignon and ribeye and everything. The only thing it didn't eat was the garlic naan.
Well, tell you what, that bear's going to be back.
It came back 3 times.
Yeah.
On the 3rd time, Parks and Recreation came by with a dart gun to try and put it down so that they can transport it to someplace else.
Did they get it?
No.
No.
It jumped over the fence.
Yeah.
I've never seen a bear jump 6 feet.
Oh, they can move.
It was 250 pounds at least. That's what they said.
Well, they can move. They move very, very, very fast.
It was unbelievable.
You'd be amazed how fast they can move. Like when they're chasing after another bear or if something's happening, they move very fast.
And then it jumped into our swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
It was just,
I had a believe. But in Pasadena, they have a lot of those. A lot of them.
In Pasadena?
Mm-hmm. There's a funny video of this guy in Pasadena. He's walking down a street and he turns into an alley. He's just staring at his phone. And he's walking with his phone, and this guy gets within like 30 feet of a fucking bear. Wow. And he just like freaked. See if you can find it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I was like 10 feet away.
In Pasadena, like in full-on Pasadena, not like the outskirts and the bush.
Right.
No, like actual city street in Pasadena, black bear.
Yeah, so what do you do when it's looking you face to face?
Well, you usually make a noise and try to startle it and frighten it and get the fuck out of there. Like, hey, bear. You say, hey, bear. That's what people do. They say, hey, bear.
Okay.
The thing is, like, bears that have been accustomed to people. So that right there is a black bear. Okay. That is not a brown bear.
The one that I saw, and I think
I might
have it on my cell phone, but it was lighter than that.
Yeah, like I said, they get even blonde. So that's a brown, black. That's a color phase black bear. Let's see the difference, though. Pull up grizzly bear. So a grizzly bear is a completely different motherfucker.
Yeah. So on the state flag of California,
that's a grizzly bear.
That's a grizzly.
Yes, that is the brown bear that is no longer. Look at the size of those motherfuckers. See, that's a different thing. Wow. See the difference in the size? So that's a black bear, and that's a grizzly bear. Grizzlies are much bigger, much more aggressive, much more dangerous. But interestingly enough, black bears turn out to be more predatory towards humans. So when a black bear attacks people, usually it's trying to eat them. Whereas when a grizzly attacks people, generally, like a large percentage of the attacks are, a large percentage of the attacks are people accidentally stumbling upon a mother and their cubs. That's the worst case scenario.
Because it's protective.
Yeah, you get near a mama bear. Ooh, that's so terrifying. Because they just try to eliminate the threat immediately, and they just go after you and fuck you up. They don't look at you and go, "What are you doing? What's this about?" They have to protect their cubs, and there's so much cannibalism in the bear world.
They eat their babes.
Oh yeah. Male grizzlies eat cubs, and they hunt cubs, and so there's so much cannibalism of cubs from male grizzlies that the females are always on edge. because everywhere they go, their fear is that they're going to a male who's going to eat their cubs. Grizzlies are fucking ruthless. These assholes that think they want to bring grizzlies back to California,
Right.
there's a movement now to bring grizzlies back, because just like they brought wolves back to Colorado, these people are retarded, and they've never spent a second in the woods. They don't know what the fuck they're dealing with. They don't know what you're bringing back and what the consequences are going to be of those things. And look, there's places they exist, and they're great. It's awesome. Go to Montana, you can see them. Go to Wyoming, you can see them.
Yeah,
They're starting to make their way into Colorado. A friend of mine saw one in the San Juan Mountains. We got video footage of it.
Yeah. I know you go with your archery hunting.
Mm-hmm.
There's no hunting of bears.
There's a lot of
There
hunting
is.
bears,
In
not
which
in the lower
states?
48. So they're trying to
In
change
Alaska.
that. They're trying to change that in Montana because they have so many instances.
Mm-hmm.
And attacks, and a woman was killed a couple of years ago. She was dragged out of her tent. Yeah, it's scary shit, man. And I'm not advocating for the eradication of grizzlies. I'm just saying that with our modern society, when they haven't existed in an ecosystem, to reintroduce that to the ecosystem, you're going to cause chaos. You're going to cause havoc. And if you want healthy breeding populations of them, good luck. Good luck, because now everything changes. All your livestock changes, your dogs change, your dog's going to get eaten. Anything you have a dog chained up in the backyard, that's meat on a stick. That's
Meat
what
on
it
a
is.
chain.
Yeah, it's over. They're going to do that. They're going to target your garbage. You're not going to be able to get rid of them. They're going to keep coming back. They're dangerous animals, and they're beautiful and amazing and an important part of the ecosystems that they exist in currently, like Montana and Wyoming with its elk populations and a lot of food for them.
Yeah,
And Alaska.
I personally can't see for myself going out hunting for bears or elks or moose, and I know you do that, but they're such incredible animals.
Mm-hmm.
They're just incredible animals.
They are.
Yeah, I just
But
can't see
if you
putting them
don't,
down.
the way they die without meat is way worse. If I get them, I'm going to get them with an arrow, and they're going to be dead in seconds.
Yeah.
If they get attacked by a bear or a mountain
Takes
lion,
time.
it's fucking brutal. It's brutal. And the worst, they might just freeze to death. That's how most of them go. I shot an elk a couple of years ago that was 11 years old, and he had almost no teeth left. His teeth were ground down because, they don't live long. And part of it is because they can't grind food after a certain age.
Yeah, because no teeth.
No teeth. Because their teeth they're just digging into the ground and pulling out shrubs and grasses, and they're constantly mashing and smashing. And over a period of 11 years, his teeth had worn down to the roots.
So you've gone after bears?
I've hunted bears before.
You've hunted
I've
bears,
eaten bears
and you've eaten it.
Yeah,
What's the meat like?
it's like beef. It's like a pig fucked a cow. That's what it's like. It's like a weird kind of beef, or maybe a deer fucked a cow. It's good though. It's good, but it's dependent upon the diet of the animal. So like the people that hunt grizzly bears and they've eaten grizzly bears or brown bears, they say they taste so fishy. It's almost tolerable. But you could turn them into sausage. You could with the right spices and stuff. Like bear sausage is great, but you also have to be careful because of trichinosis. So you have to make sure you cook it to 160 plus degrees to kill off the trichinosis. Because I know several people that got trichinosis from bear meat.
Heart?
Well, it's just parasites in your muscles.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have too many adverse effects. It's very painful and brutal for the beginning exposure, the beginning infection. But then the thing is, like, if you're a cannibal and you eat that dude and you don't cook him right, you're going to get it from him, which is really crazy.
One of the reasons why I don't eat pig that you got after me in the last time we were here, pig has a lot of parasites in it, and a lot of them aren't cooked to the level to kill the parasites, cysticercosis and so forth.
And trichinosis.
Yeah,
especially the wild pigs. Yeah. You know what the number one source of trichinosis is for people in America?
No.
Black bears. Isn't that crazy? Think about how few people eat black bears.
Yeah.
But yet it's the number one source of trichinosis in America for people that test positive for it.
So it's through contamination.
From food. From eating them.
Eating them.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that hunt black bears. Wow. Yeah. Want to really get blown away?
Yeah.
What state has the largest population per capita of black bears in the country?
Wyoming,
New Jersey.
No way.
Yep. New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey has an infestation of black bears. New Jersey, we played this video 100 times, but there's these giant bears that are duking it out in a beautiful suburb of Far Rockaway, New Jersey. So it's like nice, normal, not like the woods, not like, fucking
Residential area.
yeah, not the mountains, residential area. They knock over this mailbox and they're duking out in the street. Big fucking bears, big bears. A guy recently shot the state record black bear in New Jersey, and it was 800 pounds. Yeah, you should see it. So pull that video up, the photo rather up of this guy's bear. So I'm pretty sure that was archery as well. They banned bear hunting in New Jersey when the new governor came into place. That lasted for about a year. And then the human interactions with bears were so frequent and so that they restarted the bear hunting program. It's an important tool. Look at the size of the bear. Look at the fucking size.
770.
770 dressed. Wow. That's 770 after they gutted it. And they added another 800 pounds for its intestines and organs. Another 100 pounds. So it's field dressed, the bear, before it was officially weighed in at 770. So it's probably quite a bit heavier than that. Pretty nuts.
Crazy.
So if you see, there's other pictures of it when you really get a better size of it. See if you can find some other pictures of it.
It's huge.
Yeah, some other pictures of have it laid out, and you can see what it looks like. It's a fucking giant bear, but it's because they have so much food there, and a lot of these bears exist. Look at the size of that thing. A lot of these bears exist around humans.
And you've gone after a black bear?
Not that big.
Not big.
The black bears that I've shot are like 200 pounds, 250
babies.
pounds. Well, they didn't look like babies.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, you eat them, man. And it's an important part of conservation because if you don't control their populations, no one does. This is the thing about bears. They are the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
So if you're not controlling them, no one does. And so what they do is they eat each other. That's the only control of bears is the infanticide of the cubs by the males.
So,
and the females too, by the way. Yeah. Want to hear a crazy thing? My friend Jonathan, he watched this bear and this female bear. So the male bear came around, the female bear is trying to fight him off, and she eventually can't. And the male bear gets a hold of one of her cubs and kills it, and she chases him off of her dead cub, and she eats her cub. Whoa. That's the real world. Whoa. That's the real world. She ate her cub right in front of him, and he came back to camp. And he was like, "Fuck."
Yeah. So that's the balance that has to be struck in, where was it, Montana, where they had open season for elk or for moose?
No.
Was it moose?
No, there's no open season. There's no
Which state was it?
Well,
Where they had
open season.
where you didn't need a permit?
Right.
They had a call to halt.
There's no way. They would never do that with elk. Elk is a very
So it's
valuable.
moose.
No. They
What
would never
was
do that with moose either. They would never do that with it. They wouldn't. They do it in some communities with white-tailed deer, and the reason why they do it is because they're completely overpopulated. And oddly enough, this happens a lot in the suburbs. Like there's places in the suburbs, where there's like people who bow hunt in the suburbs. Because, look, if you're bow hunting, your arrow doesn't go more than 100 yards, right? It's not like you have to worry about you shoot and someone a mile away gets hit by a bullet.
Right.
If you miss,
Yeah.
your arrow drops. It arcs, right? Archery, it arcs.
Sure.
So it drops down to the ground. It only goes so far, and so it's safer if you have competent hunters who are skilled to hunt in the suburbs. And most of these suburbs have wooded areas, and they're infested with deer. So I think it was Pennsylvania. The states that were bringing in bow hunters, in New York, in all their wisdom, these fucking dorks, in the area around the Hamptons, they have this issue, but the people are so fucking retarded.
Long Island.
That it's the Hamptons because they're rich.
Yeah.
It's like if you have
East
regular
Hampton.
Long Island would probably say, we should hunt them because they're food.
I'm from Queens.
Yeah, there you go. So
Explains it.
they decided they were going to just try to sterilize the deer and give them birth control. They came up with all these wacky concepts, but they didn't want to bring in bow hunters.
But wasn't there in the last 5 years there was an overpopulation of moose or deer
Never.
or elk?
There's never been
On
an
this side?
No.
No?
There's been times where they had seasons in winter for elk in Montana, and the reason it was a complete depopulation effort. So they had this before the reintroduction of wolves, though. So the reintroduction of wolves, which is in the 1990s, has significantly impacted the elk population, and now it's actually more difficult to get a tag. But back then, they would have certain seasons that would have in the winter. So you'd be able to get these elk that were out there in the snow, moving very slowly in the deep snow, and you could just kind of pick them off. And it was basically just a meat hunt. And it was a lot. They killed a lot of cows that way, cow elk, and it was just a way for people to get meat. And also, they were trying to put a dent on the population because it wasn't sustainable. So they would have an elk herd of thousands of elk, where it really should have been like 800 elk with the sustainability of the area. And the bear couldn't keep up. They couldn't eat enough of them. The mountain lions couldn't eat enough of them. And then they brought the wolves. And the wolves were way better than everybody else because they hung together. And they started really chipping away at them. And now they've knocked the elk population down. I think it's in the neighborhood. They dropped it by 40% plus.
What was the need for reducing the elk population?
Well, if you don't have a balanced ecosystem, right? If you don't have enough predators, and you have a large animal like an elk, like a bull elk is an 800-pound animal, and a cow elk, a mature cow elk is north of 300 pounds, 400 pounds. So this is a lot of food, and they can decimate vegetation. And there was a documentary that's kind of like poo-pooed by people, but interesting nonetheless. It's how wolves changed rivers, and it's all about how the Yellowstone ecosystem changed because of the introduction of wolves, and more songbirds came in because there was more vegetation. Because the introduction of wolves, they killed off a lot of the elk. The elk had been just like maybe overbalanced in the fact that like overrepresented. They were eating too much vegetation. So it's all interesting, but what you really want is things to happen naturally, and then when there's a problem, really the best way to handle the problem, if there's like an overabundance of these animals, is to bring in hunters. The other solution would be to bring in predators. The problem with bringing in predators is if you have a predator like wolves that has been forever maligned because they go after livestock and they do target ranchers. Like there was an article I read today actually about these ranchers that were kind of optimistic about wolves being introduced into Colorado, and now they vehemently oppose it because they've seen the impact. And one of the reasons why they saw the impact is because the governor of Colorado, in all his fucking infinite wisdom, he had a mandate to get these wolves introduced during a certain amount of time, and they didn't have the wolves. They got wolves from Oregon that they had captured while they were preying on livestock. So these wolves were already accustomed to preying on livestock, and those are the wolves they reintroduced into Colorado. They reintroduced wolves that had already been like naturalized to killing livestock. And so what they start doing? They started finding livestock and killing them again. But that's the thing. Yeah. It's like you're fucking around with nature, and you don't know how this calculation is going to end. Look, a good example is Australia. Australia is a fucking mess because they kept bringing in animals, and then they bring in animals to kill the animals, and then they'd have an overpopulation of certain animals, so they bring in cats, and now they have an overpopulation of feral cats, to the point where they hunt feral cats. Like if you look at an Australian bow hunting journal, they have bow hunting magazines. My buddy Adam Greentree, shout out to Adam Greentree. My buddy Adam gave me a magazine from Australia, bow hunting. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? It's all cats. These guys are holding up house cats because they kill feral cats whenever they can. Because feral cats have decimated ground nesting birds, and they destroyed just a shit ton of native animals that were in that area. So they brought them in to kill some other animal that they brought in. It's like, you can't fuck around with nature like that. No. You don't know what the consequences are. And when you do ballot box biology, which is essentially what this stuff is. So the reintroduction of wolves is something people voted on. The people that voted on it are living in fucking Denver, all right? They don't encounter wolves. They don't know what they're doing. It's like the same thing happened in Vancouver. So in British Columbia, they outlawed grizzly bear hunting. Why they do that? Because, man, why would you kill it? They call it trophy hunting. But it's important to manage the predators. And the people that knew this were the people that lived in the rural areas that were vehemently opposed to this ban. And then what happens? Well, you get ballot box biology. You get people that have no experience with bears, don't encounter bears, don't have to worry about bears. And they say, yeah, let's not ban them anymore. Now you got bears breaking into people's houses, and there's much more of them than ever before. People are freaked out. Yeah, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I freaked out when the bear came to the house.
Yeah,
it's like, whoa. You should see this fucking bear 250 pounds swimming in my swimming
Yeah.
pool, you know, going back and forth. And then the Department of Parks and Rangers came in to try and deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said, stop feeding it. I'm not feeding it. I put the fucking, beef into the garbage can because it's no longer, it wasn't frozen. The
Right.
bear kept on going, don't put it there. Where should I put it?
Yeah.
Where do you
We
put the
should
beef?
put it at your asshole neighbor's house. You have some guy that's annoying. Go use his garbage in the
I've
middle
got
of
a
the night.
bad neighbor. I'm going to have to put it in.
Yeah, you should dress up though. Dress up like a Ku Klux
Yeah.
Klan member or something like that.
No,
So they don't
dress
know
up
you
as
look
a
like.
bear to go to Rolls Royce to destroy Rolls Royce. Remember that one?
No, what was that?
You didn't see that? This
Oh, that's right. A guy was wearing a bear suit.
bear suit. And they brought
Insurance
in
fraud.
insurance fraud. They brought in the bear expert and said that bear would not have gone into the Rolls Royce and there was scrape marks on it.
So this guy was trying to get rid of his car.
He was trying to get insurance money.
Oh, what a
With-
moron. What a silly
car.
bitch.
Yeah. I've learned right now so much more about bears. Incredible.
Yeah, they're a wild animal.
Yeah.
I mean, not wild, just wild, but
I
fascinating.
love
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt, when he did his bear hunting,
Mm-hmm.
loved it. The bears are such.
You know what the scariest bear to
incredible
run across is? There you go.
No.
Polar bear.
Oh, white bear. Yeah.
You know why?
No.
Because they don't eat anything.
So
At least
they're
grizzly
after you.
bears. If you find a grizzly bear that's in a blueberry field, you probably don't even have to worry about them.
They
They're
eat
going to be.
blueberries?
Oh yeah, they'd be gorging up. But black bears and grizzly bears are omnivorous, so they eat vegetation and they
Yeah.
also eat meat.
Meat.
Polar bears are just carnivores, and they're hyper aggressive. Yeah, they just eat seals and occasionally people, but they hunt people. Yeah.
No way.
Oh yeah, they'll go after you. They smell you from a distance to hunt you.
Bad body odor or something.
Just you smell. Everybody smells.
Yeah.
You'd be amazed at how much a bear can smell. There was a video where my friend was in, I forget what part, I think they were in Montana, maybe Idaho, and a bear was 700 yards away plus, and the wind hit the back of his neck, and the bear started running. And he's like, did that fucking bear wind us? Like, the bear caught their smell from 700 yards away.
It went after him.
No, the other way. It was a black
It ran
bear.
away.
Black bears run
Smart.
away. Yeah.
Absolutely. Human, run.
Yeah. Well, in any area where the bears get hunted, they run away.
Sure.
Like in Alaska, if they smell you, generally they run away because people hunt bears in Alaska. They don't have any experience with getting hunted. Black bears do, but grizzly bears don't in the lower 48. In the lower 48, it's not legal to hunt. But they're trying to change
Grizzlies.
Grizzlies. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Great new information for me.
It's important to know.
Yeah. In case
It's
I
a
go up.
wild world out there.
Absolutely.
It's a wild world. And you live in the city and you think it's cute. Oh, let's go for a hike.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you meet a fucking mountain lion.
Well, we have mountain lions where
Oh, fuck
the
yeah, you
houses, yeah, mountain
Oh, fuck yeah, you
lions,
do. Bobcats.
deer, bobcats,
Mhm.
a lot of.
You'd have a lot more deer if it wasn't for the mountain lions. And that's what the wildlife lovers want. They want nature to balance itself out. The
Yeah.
problem is they eat your cats and dogs too. A lot of them. In
Yeah.
San Francisco, it was like 50% of the problem cats that they caught, they found out their diet was pets.
Yeah.
50% of their diet was pets.
I lost 2 cats.
Yeah.
And they were
Coyotes mostly, right?
the coyotes
Yeah.
were the ones. They were indoor cats, and every now and then they would go out.
Right.
And gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
Owls get them too.
Do they really?
Oh,
they
yeah.
they swoop in and pick them up and
Yeah.
take them away.
A buddy of mine has a friend who works in tree service, and they found a nest, an owl nest. It was filled with cat collars. It had like 10 cat collars in there. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had owls. We're in Santa Susana Pass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot
so,
of owls up there.
A lot of owls.
Do you know owls are stupid?
No.
Yeah, they're dumb. You know that whole
In
thing
what
of
sense?
wise old owl? They're one of the dumbest birds. They don't learn things. They're stupid. I talked to a lady who's a falconer, and she trains birds. She has an owl, and she's like, it's the dumbest bird I have. She's like, this idea that owls are wise. She was like, they're the second dumbest bird.
Who's number one?
I forget.
Ostrich?
See if you can find it. It's in the ostrich family.
Yeah.
It's another animal that's in the ostrich family. Ostriches might be dumber than owls. They're really dumb.
Always got their head in the sand.
Well, they're also big.
Yeah.
They're they don't fuck
What's
with
the other?
you. And they'll kill you. They
What's
kick
what's the other breed that's it's not ostrich, but it's in the same family?
Castaway. It's Cassoway. I think that's
Is it
called.
Cassoway?
That's the one that's dangerous. They kill people. That's you ever seen that fucking weird bird?
No.
Is that what it's in that? Am I saying it right? Cassowary. That's right.
Cassowary.
Yeah, they're freaky looking. They're freaky looking. Yeah, they're a big ass bird too, but they kill people. The people have died by being attacked by these birds.
And what? Pecks them on their face?
I think they claw them. I think they attack you with their claw. It might be their face too. Their face looks like a fucking hatchet.
Beautiful bird.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
God, look at his eyes.
Wow. I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the comb.
Google cassowary kills people.
And where are they found? Just in Australia?
I don't know where that one is. A massive flightless emu-like creature.
That's the word.
As the most dangerous bird in the world, owing to the fact that it can seriously injure or kill a human or a dog in an instant with its deadly claws. Yeah, it's the claws.
Yeah.
They just rip you apart. So they go for your guts. You know, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at their tips. Oh my God, they got fucking talons for claws. Jeez.
5-inch.
They can eviscerate a human being with a single kick. Although there's no record of this happening. Also because the people are dead. They can run 13 miles an hour.
A 5-year-old man was raising one
In Florida.
tripped and fell on it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's coming to us.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, that's a bird I'm not going to collect.
Yeah. What's the dumbest bird, Jamie?
So it's
Cassowary.
it said owls are smart when I Google are owls
Lies.
dumb or smart.
Lies.
It said they're almost as smart as a crow or a raven.
That's horseshit.
But I did see some stuff saying they're not that smart or their brains are different, but they have really good eyesight and stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
Says what? No, owls are not.
yeah, that's right.
Lies. Lies. I was talking to a lady.
And one lady told you they're not
Two
dumb.
ladies.
Two
Different
fine.
falconers.
And if you have three, it's a done deal.
Two different people. And now, in the last year, I've hung out with two different falconers and their animals.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. One of them had an eagle.
Yeah.
She had a female bald eagle. It was amazing. Dude, I caught it on my arm. You know, you put the glove on. You have to put a different glove for the eagle and the other animals because its talons are so powerful. But having that thing land on your arm is great.
The shoebill might be the dumbest bird,
Shoebill?
even though it makes that cool ass sound.
Oh, yeah, they're cool. Have you ever seen that fucking thing? A shoebill? They make a sound that sounds like gunshots. Like, they slap their jaws together and they stand like that. That's what it looks like. See how the thing's standing up? That thing's like 5 feet tall. Imagine a 5 foot tall bird with those evil eyes and that giant face. Look at its fucking mouth. Look at that
Wow.
beak. Get a video of
That's the dumbest bird?
Yeah, there's multiple articles repeating
the
it.
dodo was a really dumb bird too.
Yeah,
Right?
dodo.
But can you do Google shoebill makes noise? Shoebill noise. Yeah, it's really cool. It sounds like a machine gun, doesn't it?
So they kind of shake the bottom and the top of their beak or their bill backwards and forth at different speeds.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut this dude up. Shut this dude up. How crazy is that?
That is.
Now
AR-15.
imagine that getting a hold of your face. Imagine that, or a fucking
Any
massive beak.
appendage lower down.
It's a big animal too, man. They're big.
What's the height of it?
I think they're like 5 feet tall. Isn't that nuts? And they look like they're from a different time. They look like they're like you went back 3.5 to 5 feet tall. You know? I think they look like they're from dinosaur times.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, look at that thing. You ever heard of a terror bird?
No.
Terror birds used to exist like more than 1 million years ago, right?
I work in human, anatomy.
I know, but
human
you're a human.
science.
I
Yeah.
work in meat fighting.
Oh, yeah.
I work in
You
people
collect
beating the
it.
shit out of each other.
Yeah, and I want to complain.
About
I
what?
was expecting to find some elk sticks out in your front.
I've got some.
Yeah. First
You
time
have
I
to
had it
complain.
was, yeah, well,
You just
no, I'm not
asked.
complaining.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
But I asked and they said it's not available.
Jamie, if you Google terror bird, like, yeah, that image with a human being.
Where is it?
Right there. So that is what they used to look like. Imagine that.
Whoa.
A 9 foot to 10 foot tall giant flightless bird. And they called them terror birds.
Terror, like T-E-R-R-O-R.
Terror.
Uh-huh.
Like you'd be terrified if you saw that fucking giant bird.
Yeah,
Look at that
fucking
thing.
scared shitless.
Killing
Yeah.
horses and shit.
Terror bird.
Yeah. It was huge.
So where can we get one?
They don't exist anymore.
Oh, gee.
When did they die off? Look at that. Ooh. Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Imagine seeing that 10 feet tall. Holy shit.
I'll take 2, please.
Look at the size of it. That's what they used to
Where
look
is
like.
that? It's,
No, that's a recreation, obviously.
Yeah,
but
obviously.
I don't know where that is.
The stuff for fossils.
Yeah.
Fossil remnants,
What
yeah.
year did they go extinct?
55 billion years ago.
I think it was a couple million.
Yeah. 55 billion years ago.
It says right there, when did the terror bird go extinct? Cenozoic era? When's that?
What date was that?
Okay.
Was January?
66. Oh, a lot more. A lot longer ago.
66.
So the current geological age of Earth. Oh, it's the current geological age, beginning 66 million years ago and continuing to the present. Oh, when did the terror birds go extinct? Does it say? When did they go extinct?
How do you pronounce that word?
I think it says
Hold on. How do you pronounce that? P-H-O?
Forusrasitis? Forusrasitis? How would you say it? You're a doctor.
Terror bird. I would say a terror bird.
Oh, it's only thousands of years ago?
One of them survived into the late Pleistocene.
Whoa.
I mean, they could have been the longest, driest. You know.
Holy shit. One of them survived up until 6,000 years ago? Between 96,000 and 6,000. I thought it was millions.
So late Pleistocene.
Wow.
100,000 years ago.
Oh, we're so lucky.
Yeah,
We're so
Neanderthal
lucky those
male
are around.
man ate it up, right?
No, I don't think Neanderthals were here. They were European. I think there's probably a bunch of assholes who want to bring those back too. You know, they want to bring back the mammoth. That's probably next. Let's bring back the
they've been
terror.
working on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll probably just call it a different name. They won't call it a terror bird. They'll call it something cute. You know, the conservation bird. He's gonna
Big
make
bird.
sure that all
They'll
the
call it big bird.
big bird. Yeah,
Big
we're gonna bring
bird.
back
Hey,
big
big
bird.
bird.
Just make him yellow so people love him. Hello, big bird. Weird.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So,
Natural world. So speaking of which, since we're talking about ridiculous shit, and you are a doctor, I wanted to bring this up to you because Jamie and I were exchanging text messages yesterday about these mummies that they found in Peru that have 3 fingers.
the
Not
aliens.
yeah, well, they don't know what they are, but they have 3 fingers, and not 3 fingers because they cut the fingers off. They actually their structure genetically is 3 fingers, and their cranial capacity they have a large head, which a lot of times they think was due to, they would form their head and like press boards to make their head stretch out, which they definitely did in some tribes.
Chinese do
But
with
the
the
question is, why were they doing that? And were they doing it to replicate something else?
feet. That's it.
So the thing about these is they had a cranial capacity that is larger than most human beings.
That's
And look at
alien.
it looks like a fucking alien.
That's correct.
But is that real? Here's the question. 3-fingered alien mummies. Click on that article. See where are they getting this from? I know it was in New York Post. So 3-fingered alien mummies found in Peru have fingerprints that do not appear to be human. So the fingerprints that it has, instead of spirals, I think they're lines. And scroll back to where you were. Look at that image. That's X-ray image of their fingers. So these are like real bones and digits.
Yeah.
So this isn't a statue that someone made.
Right.
This has real bone structure that is exact to like what a human being has, all those little tiny muscles in the mid-hand, right? I mean, not all the normal, but weird, with the 3 fingers and 3 toes. And so when you scroll down, you'll see more images. So this is what it looked like when they found it. So the body is covered. Go back so I can read that, please. It says the body is covered with how do you say that?
Diatomaceous earth.
Diatomaceous earth, a type of white powder made from the sediment of fossilized algae found in the bodies of water. The only possible explanation for the unusually straight fingerprints could possibly have something to do with the way her skin was preserved, he said, noting that it's very odd. So the U.S. medical examiners traveled to Peru last April to study the bodies with the lack of human fingerprints is puzzling. he said it would be extremely premature to make any statements about the mummy's origins. So they know for a fact that these things are biological and they're not created. Have they done any sort of DNA? Look at the picture of what it actually looks like. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That does look like an alien. I mean, that's exactly what people expect to see at their bed in the middle of the night.
Yeah. You said it looks like an alien.
Yeah.
It is an alien.
If it's real. It's so hard. And no disrespect to the post, but people bullshit. Not those I think have proven to be horseshit. But if you scroll back to where you were, that thing. Okay. I want to know what that is. Like, what is that? If it's got 3 fingers and 3 toes, and it's got an alien face, it looks like a gray. It has a tiny slot for a mouth and tiny dots for a nose. It looks like the archetypal angel, or the archetypal alien, rather, that people see in like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And what was that other movie? The Whitley Strieber movie, Communion.
I didn't see that one.
That's a weird one because Whitley Strieber is also a fiction writer, and he wrote this book about his own personal experiences with aliens, which I want to believe in.
Yeah, that's a classical impression, face-wise, of an alien of the gray, as you said.
100%.
Yeah.
Even with the shape of the eye, like the eyes are kind of slanted, like not like a human's, like they're at angles, just like they always show them with these kind of, they're like,
the big eyes, the almond eyes, the large.
Or somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, you probably have
aliens all over this fucking place. But that classic look is exactly what those mummies look like. So they have straight fingers. Go back. What you just read?
3 fingers.
Jesus Christ, with pop-ups. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It says the humanoid 3-fingered alien mummies have straight fingerprints that do not match those of humans, according to an attorney who reviewed one of the controversial specimens. Oh, an attorney said that.
You believe me?
I don't know.
This guy didn't believe.
Mm-hmm. So Joshua McDowell, a former Colorado prosecutor and current defense attorney, examined one of the tiny, strange bodies named Maria with 3 independent forensic medical examiners from the United States. Scroll. It said he and the experts were shocked to discover that the fingerprints in the ET-like corpses were in perfectly straight lines. They were not traditional human fingerprint patterns, he told the Daily Mail. Well, did they do an analysis of the tissue? Like, did they
DNA.
find out that it's actually biological tissue? Can you scroll down further? Doesn't say that.
So I was trying to go to different articles to find better.
So I'm a forensic prosecutor, criminal defense attorney. I've seen lots of fingerprints, and these were not classic fingerprints. Look how weird it is. Look at that image. That's so crazy looking.
Yeah.
And also, how did I just find out about this yesterday? Like, I know, but I never saw it look like this. What I saw were those other ones that I think have been proven, I might be wrong, but I think at least allegedly have been proven to not be real. That the person who was exposing those are the tiny ones that were like laying down straight, that guy had a history of doing some deceptive stuff, allegedly.
Yeah.
So,
but you believe that they're I mean, you believe that the aliens are here.
I do not believe.
Do not believe. So
I don't disbelieve.
Ambivalent as to the fact that I believe that they're here.
I wouldn't even say I'm ambivalent. I am open-minded.
Okay.
But
you won't say yes.
Yeah, I'm logical.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of deception going on.
Okay.
I think there's also the possibility that what we're dealing with is not as simple as we like to think. Yeah, these things. So these things I've heard are bullshit. Might be wrong, but
we're trying to find out. Well, might
so
that be misinformation?
That journalist that unveiled the bodies, and the guy who exposed the bodies. The guy who exposed the bodies, I think, was the guy who came up with it.
So I was trying to figure out how. So there's an issue of them being found in Peru and taken to Mexico.
Oh,
there's already that issue.
Okay.
And then where they said they were found near Nazca in 2017. I'm trying to figure out, okay, who found them?
Yeah, that was the thing about that alien-looking one with the 3 fingers that was even more interesting to me, because that's that area where there's these incredible patterns that are made on the ground that you can only see from space, or not space. Right, you can only see looking down on them. So it's like, why would anybody even make those things? And some of them look like the images look like animals and stuff.
Yeah, spiders.
Yeah, weird stuff. And some of them look like maybe even a person. Mexican doctors have examined the two bodies, which featured elongated heads and 3 fingers in each. Same thing, 3 fingers. They found no evidence of any assembly or manipulation of the skulls, but other scientists have panned the discovery as an elaborate stunt. Mao San, 70, who touted the purported extraterrestrials, the most important thing that has happened to humanity, has denied any wrongdoing. Scroll down. Look at that. How fucking weird.
Yeah, I believe that there are aliens.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? Why would we be the only people on a planet when there are millions and billions of planets out there? And we've reached a level of technology that allows us to send a ship to the moon, anticipation with Musk to go to, to Mars and so forth.
Right.
How about there are other people on other planets who have accelerated, been there millions of years longer than we have? Why isn't it that they're able to come to us to see what we're doing? We're going out to other planets to see what, who's on other planets. I believe that, there are other people out there.
According to the UFO aficionado, by the way, as you say, according to UFO aficionado,
Right.
I started looking at
You believe that? Yeah.
The analysis showed that the humanoids are not related to any known earthly species and that 1/3 of their DNA is unknown.
There you go.
Well, take it and map it. Let's make a new one.
Yeah, let's look at the
Get those
DNA
Mastodon
relative
guys.
to ours.
Get those Mastodon guys and introduce some simian biology to them and turn it into a new kind of alien.
Yeah, just do a 23andMe.
It says these specimens are not a part of our evolutionary history of Earth. The university has since distanced itself from Malsan, claiming its scientists took no part in the research and never came in contact with the full corpses. In no case do we make conclusions about the origin of these samples. The university's National Laboratory of Mass Spectrometry with accelerators said in a statement. Okay. The presence of carbon-14 allegedly detected in the specimens proved the samples were related to brain and skin tissues from different mummies who died at different times. What does that mean? From one individual? Is that saying from one individual? The presence of carbon-14 allegedly detected in the specimens proved that the samples were related to brain and skin tissue from different mummies who died at different times. So they're all different. They come from different times, and they're all different little mummies. So that they're saying. So what they're saying is that the carbon isotope dating is showing that. That's what it is, right? Is that what they're saying? Okay.
So how do you account for the fact that in Egypt and in the Mayan ruins and so forth?
Hold on. This is our buddy Ryan. U.S.
Ryan
Navy
Graves.
pilot Ryan Graves, who attended the hearing to share his personal experience with alleged UFO sightings, later slammed Malsan's presentation as a stunt. He said yesterday's demonstration was a huge step backwards for this issue. Graves wrote on X, formerly Twitter, "I am deeply disappointed by this unsubstantiated stunt." Well, he's a very legitimate guy, Ryan Graves is, and very intelligent. If he's saying it's a stunt, now I'm super skeptical. He has a history of making controversial claims about other alien remains that have been widely discredited. Okay. In 2017, he participated in a TV documentary about other specimens recovered near Peru's Nazca lines, which experts have said to have been concocted out of modified mummies. So I wonder if they're talking about that other thing when they're saying that.
It's older than the one we're looking at.
The one we're looking at, when did they find that one? When did they find that alien?
It's at the same time. That's why I was trying to get into this. The sources aren't great. It's all this. They're all coming from the same area around the same time, but they all look different.
Yeah, that looks super different. That one looks more like the way something you'd find dead. Like the way it's like, even the way its legs are rotted away. Like it doesn't look fake.
One video we watched, or you sent me, was getting more towards like they could have been found in a burial type site that other groups used similar things.
Where did they find this one, though? This is the one I'm interested in.
It doesn't say specifically.
But the fact that they did an X-ray and they show the actual fingers and toes, and that it looks just like real fingers and real toes with actual bones, that's crazy.
Cubiform bones, the phalanx, they're consistent with, looking at human hands.
Right, but it's consistent with a human hand that would have 3 fingers, right? It doesn't have, there's not missing digits.
So you say it's genetic abnormalities, so they only have 3 fingers?
It could be. Well, there's a group of people in Africa that have like bird feet. Have you ever seen them?
No.
They have toes. It's like a genetic mutation that exists, and it's thought to be like a prized thing. And these people have like two toes, and their feet branch off like this. There's a bunch of people in this village that have these feet that are like this. I forget what they call them, like bird feet, or I forget how they describe them. Yeah, these are the folks. So see that?
Yeah.
So now, if you found these guys, and there's not just one of them, substantial minority of Vadoma have a condition known as you said that, you're the doctor.
Ectrodactyly.
Ectrodactyly, which means the middle three toes are absent and the two outer ones are turned in, resulting in the tribe being known as the two-toed or ostrich-footed tribe. So go to images and see what that looks like. It's really wild because there's like a bunch of them hanging out together. Like, look at their feet. So now, if you found a body that had those, you would say, oh, those are aliens.
No, but look at that alien. If you go back to the one that was original with the eyes, the face, and the size.
Yeah, definitely.
These are grays. Okay.
Well, it certainly looks like what I would
Looks
think
like.
a gray would be.
Correct.
And the fact that it doesn't have a thumb is odd too. But that is also one of the things that people have said about these things. There's also this, they always have said that they have very long fingers. And you look at his fingers in relation to the size of the body, they're very long. Long fingers and very long toes. Yeah. I mean,
So how do you account for the fact that there are multiple, from the Assyrians to the Egyptians to the Aztecs, Toltecs, Mayans, would have on their structures, they have imagery of flying saucers,
Right.
helicopters, on alien. There is coupled with they look alien.
I
How
think,
do you account for that?
the helicopter one, I think, is a fraud.
You think it's all fraud?
I think that one
Well,
is.
why
I
is
think
it
that's
duplicated?
photoshopped. I think it is.
But they
I'm pretty sure that's been shown. But the planes that they found that are like wooden carved planes, like they look like airplanes they found in tombs. That's fascinating. They have a rudder, they have a tail, they have
Right.
wings, and it looks like a
I've seen
plane.
it. Yeah. So how do you account
That's
for that?
crazy.
How do you account for that?
Well, I don't know what we're looking at. And I think there's more to reality than we see. I have a feeling that our senses are extremely limited and that there's other dimensions that we don't have access to that might have access to us. I don't necessarily discredit the idea of something traveling from another planet.
Right.
I think we might be dealing with
Dimensional.
that too. I think we might be dealing with a bunch of different civilizations and entities that are at very different stages of evolution. So if life exists all throughout the galaxy, we know a bunch of things, right? We know that planets have certain ages. We know that some planets are very old and some planets are much younger. And we know that some planets are much closer to the sun and some planets live in a very hospitable environment. We know that some planets like ours are essentially in a shooting gallery because there's 900,000 near-Earth objects or more that are flying around, slamming into things. And if it wasn't for Jupiter, we'd be fucked. If it wasn't for Jupiter's enormous gravity and mass pulling everything into it, that's like basically our catcher. It catches all the shit that flies into our solar system and slams into Jupiter. And of course, the moon itself is pockmarked with. So imagine a planet that doesn't have that issue. Imagine a planet that has a different environment where there's not a bunch of shit flying around. And they think that flying around stuff is largely a part of collisions, like planets colliding with each other in the distant past. And that's actually how Earth got formed. You got a bathroom?
Yeah, go. Thanks.
This is a good time. I'm investigating this stuff.
Jamie's
I'll be back.
investigating. Yes, I'm excited. Investigating.
Why would there be
Go pee. Go pee. Come on, buddy.
to the left?
To the left. This dude's already lit. He's had 3 giant glasses of whiskey. He's 78 years old.
Yeah, I got a clear picture of that egg too.
God, I hope my brain works that good when I'm 78. You know what I'm saying? Like that dude he doesn't even know any notes. He's just pulling all this information out of the ether.
So the guy who took him, you're gonna wait?
Which, the egg?
No. Fuck the egg. This is the Nazca mummy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He said he removed as many as 200 sets of remains from the cave.
Whoa.
Some of the bodies have been smuggled out of Peru to France, Spain, and Russia. In an interview with Reuters, he said, this is from...
What would you do? Let's ask this. What would you do if somebody got you one of them mummies? If somebody say, hey, Jamie, Give me that money that you won from Shane. Ooh, look at that. Whoa. The same thing, though. 3 toes.
Yeah.
Look how long the fucking toes
I
are.
think that's where the X-ray comes from. Is these?
Ah.
It's the same guy, the McDowell guy.
Oh, the same guy keeps finding them?
Yeah, it's the same people.
A little sus, right?
They found about 8, I think, is what they're saying here. And then McDowell's father is saying they're having a hard time getting them to the U.S. to do more studies.
Oh, yeah, super hard. Let's cut the fucking shit.
They're already
Let me call Elon.
disappearing.
He'll shoot a rocket over there. Pick those things up quick. Let me see the skull again. Have they done an X-ray of the skull? Of the skull? Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, dude. It looks like
one of the smaller ones, though.
Yeah, but whatever. Look at
This
that
could
thing.
be eggs.
What? What is that?
Like the ribs.
Imagine if you found out those like animal toys and they're just freaks.
I do believe one of these they were saying was made up of different animal parts.
Come sit down and put a microphone on.
Yeah.
So we're looking at X-rays of one of them is bullshit. Look at the fucking X-rays of the skulls, man. Like, you're a doctor. Look at that. That looks like real shit. Right?
That looks like real. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like real bones.
Well,
A
yeah, the
completely
density,
different.
you
Yeah.
know, X-ray shows it, the capillary, the space for the brain.
What is that thing across his chest? What's that thing?
Instead of the sternum, it's their form of sternum.
Yeah, I guess, right? It's
Yeah,
like
because
some.
the sternum holes are 2 sides left and right together.
Maybe had surgery.
Yeah.
Maybe he had surgery. Jesus. Yeah, maybe it's like neural.
Where's this from?
So this is I was like digging more. This is from this year.
Look at that one. Look at that. Show that to Dr. Gordon. Look at the same thing. Different finger, the long fingers, long toes. Same
Still
thing,
3.
3.
Yeah.
And real similar in the way they look.
So all these coming out of Peru,
They all came from the
same area.
That's what when you disappeared. They said they've gotten close to 200.
I didn't disappear. I'm here.
You disappeared.
I just went to the bathroom.
Yeah, I have allowed to go. I didn't disappear. I just had to pee. Come on.
It's like he left you.
Yeah.
look at that X-ray of the skulls, the skeletons. Though, rather, it's
Those look
so
real.
fascinating.
Yeah, those look.
It looks very weird.
This is what I was thinking too. The videographer isn't known. They don't know who shot this video.
Mm-hmm. Well, it says the videographer behind the new footage is unknown in no small measure due to the thorny legal and ethical dimensions of handling these allegedly historical and culturally priceless ancient remains. That makes sense. I don't know exactly who shot the video, but there are context clues in the longer version. One source who had also been granted the tape told DailyMail.com. They call them Huaqueros, who has long been involved in promotion of these Nazca mummies, was convicted of assault on public monuments for taking artifacts in 2022. So if you take these artifacts, they go after you. The man received a 4-year suspended sentence, was fined about 20,000 Peruvian soles, which is $5,190 US, according to Reuters. A clear example of the high-risk, extra-legal measures some have taken to seek either truth or profit from these aliens. That makes sense. So it's dangerous to pull them out. You can get in trouble.
I think that what I was getting to too was the journalist has a lawsuit.
He's taking the Peruvian government to court, hoping to negotiate with Peru, as he put it, to be allowed to export the samples to be done in America. The lawsuit is already in for $300 million. Wow. Explained he's pursuing monetary damages to repair his enterprise's damaged reputation, but intends to spend the cash on a museum for the mummies and hookers. And a Ferrari. I want a Ferrari. And Dr. McDowell himself has also recently pled with Peru's government in an open letter published in one of the country's top newspapers, asking for official permission to study these specimens at top flight scientific facilities in the U.S. Well, I like that. I like that at least he's trying to get them, if it's true, that he's trying to get them studied. But you imagine if you were one doctor who did find these things, you would receive a tremendous amount of skepticism and assholes like me, like making fun of them. West Hollywood,
you're doing it.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, man. So when you look at that as a doctor, does that look like horseshit to you? Or does it look real?
No, it looks real. I mean, the X-rays that you were showing. You know, the fact that they came from Nazca with all those lines, and I know about
and Machu Picchu.
And Machu Picchu.
which is a really amazing place that they,
Yeah,
to this
14,000
day,
feet.
don't really understand how they built it.
Correct. Allison went there to Machu Picchu. Yeah. So she was
I wanna
chewing
go
on,
there.
she was chewing
Coca
on
leaves?
coca leaves
Yeah.
in the candy and
Yeah.
so forth. But I gave
have
her
coca leaves everywhere
Diamox.
up
I gave her Diamox so that she can
Oxygen.
oxygenate. Diamox is the tablet you take to boost your.
Cordyceps mushroom's good for that too.
There's a lot of things good.
Yeah.
This is from a super pill. But, in my mind, knowing that it's Nazca lines and the association of possible aliens, and then finding these, these corpses coming from Nazca, you put one and one together and it makes sense. That
Sort of. It
yeah.
also makes sense if you're going to hoax things. That's where you would hoax them.
Correct. I got it. And that's the skepticism
Look at
that you
the
have
fingerprints.
for it.
Well, I'm just being rational. I'm not being skeptical. I'm honestly not skeptical. I'm kind of open.
So you don't believe that it's real?
I don't know if it's real.
Yeah.
I like to think it's real, but that's the problem is that I really want.
So what do you do? You say it's not real, but it looks real.
I don't say nothing.
Okay.
I just talk shit.
Yeah. That's what got you here.
That's what we're doing. We're just talking shit. I don't know. I'm not an expert in biology. I don't know. I mean, the skeleton looks real to me, but what do I know? If I was going to make a fake skeleton, could I do that with a bunch of discarded bones? Maybe. What I'm skeptical about is the way the joints, they extend.
On the fingers.
Well, not just the fingers, yeah, but they look like ours, right? Like the same way. If you go back to that skeleton again, please.
Correct.
If you look at it in the X-ray, what you see is the bones. They're formed that they're very similar to the way ours are formed.
Correct.
Where at the end of it, not the one of the actual skeleton, Jim. Yeah. So look at how the bones are at the top and where the joint is. That looks like how our bones are. Like the hinge in the joint of the elbow looks exactly like how a human's is, except it's one bone instead of two, which is, let's be honest, probably a better design.
Yeah.
The two bones. That little, I broke that little one before. You ever broke the little one?
The little ulnar.
Yeah, I broke the fibula too.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The small one.
Yeah, the small one on the leg.
And
jiu-jitsu? No, kickboxing.
Kickboxing.
Not even checking kick. We were kicking at the same time. And
Let's put it this way.
Hit my shit.
It looks suggestive, of it being something that might be real.
It definitely looks suggestive of something that might be real and very unique, right? Very different than our anatomy.
And it's our prejudice that says that, we're the only people here.
Well, I don't think that.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the possibility that something could be so advanced that all of our ideas of how it got here and how long it's been here are just silly. I think we might be just like these people in the Amazon that my friend Paul Rosalie is running into. They don't know that he goes on the Joe Rogan Experience and reaches 15 million people. They don't have any idea. They have no idea. So what do they see? They see some guy with clothes on. Like, what's this asshole doing? And he's out there in the Amazon, and and then he takes a picture, and this is their experience with him is probably kind of similar to our experience, except like much more exaggerated with aliens. Like if you came into contact with something that's a million years more advanced than us, like what would that contact be like? Are we so limited in our understanding of how you move through the universe that we assume that everything has to use rockets and everything has to burn fuel and shoot things and to defy gravity by pushing against it? Maybe not. Maybe there's much more advanced propulsion systems that exist.
Yeah.
These are the hands. They're dissecting it. Whoa. What the fuck, man? Whoa.
Yeah, the dissection, they'll know.
That looks like weird bones in a hand. That's creepy. That's so creepy. Look at their skin. I mean, obviously mummified, but how fucking weird. How weird. Look at the bones underneath it. That's crazy. That is so crazy.
And you're going to tell me someone put this together as a joke?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at this. I don't know who's a part of this, but when he peels that back and you see those bones again, that is fucking nuts. Yeah. That's so wild. But also, why are those bones so clear for a mummified thing? Those bones look, in my mind, they don't look mummified. They look more recent. Well, what do I know? It almost looks wet. Go back to that image.
Yeah, it was wet.
Shine, the other thing was shiny too.
Right. So is that because they put something on it? Or is that what happens when you cut that thing open?
I'll try to find one of the video.
Oh, them putting like distilled water on it during the process of
clean it
dissecting it. Yeah, to dissect it.
Maybe they're trying to clean off the bones and they did something to it to brush it and put
So,
water on it there.
You know,
Whatever that is.
How old did they say that was?
That's a good question.
Did they carbon date it, or see, that would be the thing to do, is to carbon date it to find out whether or not, if it's that old, then it should be petrified, and therefore it shouldn't look like that.
Right. Right. Like if it's a million years old.
If it's a million years
But if
old,
it's only 500 years old,
it's
then
a totally
things get
different
real
story.
weird.
So the way that the bones
Yeah.
should look.
Yeah. It's weird as shit.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, there's so many people that essentially make a living off of lying. they make a living off of bullshitting. You know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah. So religiously, I mean, look at from a religious standpoint, what's the impact of acknowledging that there are species in extraterrestrials? What's the impact on religion here in the United States or here in the world?
It depends on which religion you're talking about, right? I think the Vatican has been pretty open to the idea that we're not alone and that God could possibly have created other life forms.
So
See if that's true. I'm pretty sure that's true. I think the Vatican gave a statement within the last decade or so about this.
Yeah.
But they probably
probably have it. And, you know, you've seen some of the Russian stuff. Yeah, you've seen some of the Russian studies that, I mean, where they had aliens crash in the flying saucer and they abused the aliens.
The Vatican astronomer says if aliens exist, they may not need redemption.
Oh,
that's cool. Jesus gave them a fucking hall pass.
Blessed be those who come from other planets.
They may be a different life form that does not need Christ's redemption, the Vatican chief astronomer said. That makes sense. I mean, if they come from somewhere else. Difficult to exclude the possibility that other intelligent life exists in the universe. He noted that one field of astronomy is now actively seeking biomarkers and spectrum analysis of other stars and planets. That's true. They definitely have done that. These potential forms of life could include those that have no need of oxygen or hydrogen, he said. Just as God created multiple forms of life on Earth, he said, there may be diverse forms throughout the universe. That makes sense. That's an open-minded religious person. Yeah. It's not in contrast with faith because we cannot place limits on the creative freedom of God. That makes sense. Yeah, if you're going to be logical and be a believer in God, that's the way to do it, right? To say, look, if God exists, we just might be too limited in our understanding of the world to think that we think that God just made us and this is it. But it might be God has made life all throughout the universe.
If you believe in God, you have to accept the fact that he's on other planets. We're not the exclusivity.
Maybe God is the universe.
Well, that's what they've been saying. God is the universe.
The universe is God. Yeah, which makes sense because the universe is a creative force. It makes things constantly. It's constantly making stars. There's stellar nurseries and planets.
So, what's your take on Bigfoot these days?
I think Bigfoot is mostly nonsense. That is a sort of a historical memory. I think for sure we know that Gigantopithecus was a real animal that coexisted with human beings, and we know that what's the date of the Gigantopithecus? It's somewhere. It's more than hundreds of thousands of years, right? But it just makes sense that if human beings have been around for that long, and that thing's been around for that long, and then 200,000 years ago, 2 million to approximately 300,000 to 200,000 years ago. So as recently as possibly 200,000 years ago, but that's essentially based on what they found. Now they're constantly finding new things, right? So like they didn't even know Denisovans were a thing, which is a new type of human.
Is that the gigantic ones?
No, they're not gigantic. They're just a different, like there was Neanderthal, Homo sapiens. Denisovan was another branch of the human tree. And they didn't discover them, I want to say 2010. When did they discover Denisovans?
Recent.
I think they discovered them in Russia, and they found them in China, and so they know that there's that. And then there was another species that they found recently that's even more recent, that's large-headed people they had larger heads than us that existed with us. They had like big fucking eyebrows and big heads.
What about that? They're 17 feet tall, 16 feet tall.
What's that?
Gigantic humans. That they're, I don't know.
What's that?
Here's the problem. You don't know what is real.
When was Denisovans? When did they discover that?
Well,
They lived,
I think 75,000 years ago. But
right.
How tall to differentiate? They were like Neanderthals.
When did they discover Denisovan fossils?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. They had it's one piece they found.
Right. But it was pretty recent. 2014? Yeah.
You're right. There's a lot of shit that's coming on the internet. The last thing that I was reading from that class, but one of the things that I read was they found the of people that were like
giant people.
Giant people.
Yeah, I've read
Giant
that
people.
before. I've never seen any of it. I wouldn't dismiss it.
Mhm.
You know, there's giants in the Bible. There's giants in the historical record. Yeah. It's completely possible that if you have pygmies and you have, the Hobbit people on the island of Flores.
No.
You didn't know about that?
No. But they're Hobbit.
Yeah, I think they call them Homo floresiensis. And what these are is these little tiny ape-like humanoids that lived alongside people. I think they've dated them to 100,000 years ago. It might be earlier. At one point in time, I think they thought it was 10,000 years ago, but I think they pushed it back. But these were like another branch of the human tree, and they were really tiny. And they used tools, and they hunted, and they think that, that they're probably wiped out, at least partially. Yeah. Homo floresiensis. And that's what they looked like. And they lived alongside us. So they think that might be a case of island dwarfism as well. There's a thing that happens to mammals when they're on islands where they get smaller. And weirdly enough, reptiles get larger. That's why you have Komodo dragons. Pretty cool, right? So there's Homo sapien and there's Homo floresiensis.
Monster lizards.
There's like a bunch of different types of humans that existed, and we're the most clever and the most vicious.
Yeah.
We win, ha.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, and the smartest. We're the smartest. We're the ones that are the most.
The Calperian, the size of the skull as it got bigger.
But the thing is these ones that they found recently. See if you can find that article. The large-headed people that they found recently. Another totally new branch. Larger
Same
than ours.
height as.
Same height as ours, but larger heads, probably much stronger. Like, Neanderthals, far stronger than us. Yeah, dubbed large-headed people. Enigmatic group once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia. According to Science Alert, fossilized remains unearthed from sediment layers dated about over 200,000 years ago revealed individuals with disproportionately large cranial volumes. So see, click on that where they have some images.
2024, just last
year. Yeah, real recent. Yeah, real recent they found this, or they've come out with this. I think they had images of what they look like, what they think they look like. Or someone did like a detailed, large-headed people. You get regular folks. There's regular folks with unfortunately big heads.
I bet.
Yeah, Homo juliensis. Yeah. So this is another branch. Look at the size of that fucker. Jacked.
New humans.
Yeah, wild. Big heads. Larger heads and bigger brains.
There we go.
Bigger brains than us. Lived 200,000 years ago. It's funny because we have them like with like a stupid stone tool. Like maybe they were smart. Maybe we just fucking wiped them out. Look at the size of their heads though. Jesus Christ. Crazy. Look at that one there. He's got a six-pack.
Yeah.
The guy standing there. Look at the one down where he's walking like Bigfoot. Click on that. Yeah. This guy's jacked.
Huge.
Imagine running into
biceps
that.
And
his fucking head.
Look at it.
Yeah. Imagine running into that dude.
No.
He's dead. Yeah. That's probably why.
Look at him saying,
yeah.
Yo.
AI is awesome. Yeah. AI is awesome. Look at that. Make that bigger. Look how fucking cool it is. Bro, could you imagine walking through the jungle and running into these dudes, like a bunch of them?
Yo. What you want?
Look at it. Imagine.
Yeah. There is so much more to be found,
Well, just in our own history, right? The history of Earth, the different forms of life that don't exist anymore. And there's so much variety that it really does make you wonder, like, what are we seeing? We're seeing these alien bones that they're X-raying. What are we seeing when, people report that they're experiencing contact with these entities? Are they from another dimension? Are they from another planet? Is everybody crazy? Is everybody just making things up?
Yeah.
I don't know.
How do you account for all the people that had said that I've been taken?
Yeah, it's very compelling.
I've been taken.
It's very compelling, but here's the question: were they physically taken? Here's the question: the realm of dreams is a gigantic mystery, and the realm of dreams is hyper realistic. Sometimes I had a hyper realistic dream. I wish I could remember what it was, but it's one of those things. It was crazy. But I got up in the middle of the night. It woke me up, and then I got up to pee, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with me?" And then I went back to sleep. But while I was experiencing that dream, I remember being aware that it was a dream eventually. But while it was all going down, I was like, "This is a crazy dream." Like thinking, like this is so vivid and so realistic. So if you live in a dream for the rest of your life, you are still alive and you are still experiencing things. You're just experiencing things in a non physical way, the way we interact with reality today. So you and I are interacting with reality with a couple glasses of whiskey, a cigar, we have a wooden table, we're talking into microphones. But the reality that you interact with in dreams is it's not tangible. It's existing, you're experiencing it, but it's in some other realm. It's some realm of the mind and some realm of consciousness. And maybe what you're doing is accessing a dimension of possibilities that's entirely created by consciousness. And maybe there's multiple layers to that, and things can come from other places to us that way. It's always been interesting to me that these people that have these abduction experiences, it seems like the vast majority. And I've read Abducted, which is John Mack's book, and you know I'm aware of the Betty and Barney Hill story, and this is Travis Walton, the guy who got abducted
That's
in
the black
Arizona.
and white couple.
No, Betty and Barney Hill.
Benny Barty Hill.
Actually, Angela Hill, who's the granddaughter of them, is a UFC fighter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was on the podcast and didn't tell me that until after the podcast was over. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
That was your
Great
grandfather?
conversation,
That's
yeah.
so crazy. Her grandfather was Barney Hill. But so these people all have very compelling stories. Now, the difference between Travis Walton's story and the other stories is people saw Travis Walton go up to that UFO. Travis Walton disappeared for 5 days. Travis Walton came back from being in the woods for 5 days with this crazy story. And the other people, most of them, it happens at night, right? And so when you're dreaming, like who knows what the fuck is really happening? And if you're lying in bed and you get abducted by aliens and they return you to your bed, like what really happened? Is there a video of you disappearing? Or if we had like a video in that room, would you have this same experience, but your physical body never goes anywhere? It's like, what are you really experiencing?
Yeah.
That's the question. And I'm not doubting that these people have something happen to them. But we do know that when people are dreaming, there's an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals. There's this crazy experience of dreams and of vivid dreams and lucid dreams. So what is that? And if that is something that can be traversed, is that something that someone can enter into? Is it possible that other intelligence that's different than ours, that's more advanced than ours, that lives in a different dimension than ours, has access to the mind in these exchanges?
Yeah, in the subconscious.
Yeah, and maybe
space,
even physically. I'm not even dismissing physical contact, but I'm just saying that many of these cases where people claim to have been abducted happen at night. I don't think that is a coincidence. I think the realm of consciousness is, I think we're very arrogant in our belief that we understand what's going on.
We
with
don't.
how we interface with reality.
No, we don't.
We know we have things that we count on because they're, like every time I come here, I'm pretty sure the same garbage is going to be on this table. It's going to be the same. But I don't think we're really sure with how consciousness interacts with the world and how much of it is real.
I agree. In the subconscious space, you know, the question is that when the extraterrestrials invades our space, our psychiatric space, and therefore gives to us in our brain the perception of everything that we perceive, meaning the alien, the
maybe even Bigfoot. Maybe
whatever,
that's what Bigfoot,
everything.
But maybe that's
everything.
What Bigfoot is,
yeah.
right?
But you think so?
Maybe. I mean,
That
maybe
it's our perception,
it's something,
unconscious?
Maybe it's something you're experiencing that's from somewhere else. Or maybe it's your consciousness interacting with reality in a completely alien environment that is guaranteed to give you a heightened sense of anxiety. The woods at night, right? A lot of these people are experiencing these things in the woods at night. Maybe there's a level of consciousness you reach under those circumstances where you interact with things that you ordinarily cannot interact with. And maybe that's why there's a lack of physical evidence in our dimension. Like the physical evidence in our dimension is very limited. One thing that's compelling, and maybe the only thing that's compelling, is dermal ridges that they find on these footprints. So they find these footprints in muck, like where they step in mud and muck and stuff, and they leave behind not just footprints, but footprints with dermal ridges like fingerprints, which is very difficult to fake, especially in like the 1970s and the 1980s, or some of these things were required. So it's like, I don't know what we're dealing with, but there's enough people that talk about that experience, and it makes you pause. I don't believe, but I don't disbelieve. And as far as Bigfoot being an actual large ape that lives undisturbed in the Pacific Northwest, I'm very skeptical, because there's too many hunters now, too many people with cameras, and too many camera traps. There's too many cell phone cameras, where they trail cameras snap things that are going by. Right. Wildlife biologists use them. Right. We know of like a couple of jaguars that exist in the United States. And the reason why we know about them is because of trail cameras. So the fact that there's zero trail camera footage, it doesn't. The Bigfoot thing is like maybe, but maybe you're interacting with something that's not physical. It might be something that's interdimensional, or something that you might be looking at the past. You might be interacting with whatever experience this thing has had many, 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 many years ago. It's like left echoes. It might be echoes in space, echoes in time. And that under certain states, you can briefly access these echoes, briefly access these things that may have existed or might exist in other dimensions. I'm not ruling it out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet the house on it.
Wow.
I wouldn't bet the house on it.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a lot of bullshit artists too, though. I've talked to a lot of Bigfoot people that are bullshit artists.
Yeah, the balance that obviously you're talking about is the fact that there are so many people who are trying to present the factual evidence that it exists that causes you to doubt it. So, I believe that there's a possibility of all the things that we talked about, from Bigfoot to aliens and so forth. But there's a tempered perception of it as being reality, that it might be there, but we would rather deny it as opposed to accept it, because what happens if you accept it as 100% truth? What is the mindset?
Well, you can't accept it as 100% truth unless you have 100% evidence.
Yeah, you
right?
want to have physical. You want to have physical evidence, but we don't have it. So
you know who believes in him?
Pardon?
You know who really believes in Bigfoot?
No,
Jane Goodall.
Oh, okay.
Which
the
is
gorilla
wild.
lady. Yeah.
Have you ever heard her talk about it?
No. Why does she believe in it?
She believes, from all the eyewitness sightings and the possibility, and her time living with primates.
Right.
See if you can find Jane Goodall talking about it, because when she talks about it, she talks about it with great enthusiasm. It's really interesting.
Okay. Enthusiasm with facts to back it up, or just the large number of people who have stated that they have seen it or experienced it, or
I don't know. One thing though is, like, when she was saying this was quite a while ago, like more than a decade or two ago, and I think that over time, when there's still no evidence, people get more and more skeptical. I've talked to a bunch of people that have had Bigfoot experiences. I don't necessarily believe any of them. I don't disbelieve them, but I'm just like, there's not one story. I've talked to UFO abduction people, and I believe them. I believe them.
You believe them?
Yeah, I believe Travis Walton. I talked to that guy. He does not seem like a bullshit artist, and he hasn't changed his story in like fucking 30 years.
That's good.
Everybody talks to me. I would like Bigfoot to exist. I've met people who swear they've seen Bigfoot. And I think the interesting thing is, every single continent, there is an equivalent of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. There's the Yeti, there's the Yari in Australia, there's the Chinese wild man, and on and on and on. And, I've had stories from people who, you have to believe them. So there's something, I don't know what it is. I'm always open-minded.
What about
Yeah.
supposedly mythological? I guess I should say, like the Loch Ness monster.
Loch Ness monster obviously doesn't exist.
Right.
Alien being, which thing?
I don't. I think that it doesn't make sense to think we're the only intelligent form of life. This wall that was built between we're just the only really intelligent, capable of this, that, and the other. Difference in kind between us and the other animals, that wall is broken down, and the chimps help to break it down.
Do you?
Chimps.
Well, her experience with chimps, she's been embedded with chimps.
Yeah.
I definitely don't not believe. Like I said, don't disbelieve. It's not like I say aliens aren't real, UFOs aren't real. It's all lies. All the people are lying. I don't think that at all. I think I think reality is weird. I think it's weirder than our senses are capable of detecting. That's what I think.
Absolutely. I tend to be more on the side that they exist until you prove that they don't exist.
You know what's really weird is underwater aliens, underwater extraterrestrials, or underwater
Oh, the cities.
UAPs.
Yeah.
I don't know about cities. Are cities under there?
Yeah, cities where they have their spaceships
What?
at the trenches, in the trenches. Yeah.
I don't never seen any data.
No. Yeah.
But I have
See,
seen
that's
video.
the point.
There's
You need
video
to see
of
it.
things moving underwater at very high rates of speed. In fact, some of the whistleblowers, and again, how much that's real, but some of the whistleblowers from the government have claimed that they have detected things underwater that are enormous, like the size of a football field, and they're moving 500 knots underwater with which no visible means of repulsion. Right? They think that this is where they hide in plain sight. They just exist in the water.
So those videos that have come out recently of the Navy aviators who have chased UFOs that have gone up into the water, and you've seen these large reflections under the water of huge spaceships and so forth.
I haven't heard any of I've heard there was the Commander David Fravor, the Tic Tac event where there was this thing that was like 20 foot wide. Yeah. It looked like a Tic Tac. And they think there was something under it in the water. There was a disturbance that looked like, like an underwater submarine that's emerging or reaching the top of the surface. And then when they were flying near it, it went down. And then there's been other pilots that have actually seen large physical crafts in the water. But again, I've never seen any photos that are complete.
So the chasing of the UAP,
that's fascinating.
Yeah. Is that real, or is that
wasn't chased? The what they call those, what do they call them? Extra medium, intermedium, transmedium. They call them transmedium crafts, which means they can fly in the air and they can fly through the water.
Right.
They have seen things dunk into the water. They have video of one, but it's very grainy. It's very grainy. Night vision, thermal vision of this thing dunking into the water, and then they don't know what happened. Then it came out of the water. It was flying around again. They don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah. They're just guessing.
And looking at the physics of it, the fact that it was able to do a 90-degree change in motion.
Oh yeah.
And then down into the water and then coming up.
The crazy
for that.
You don't.
Yeah.
Okay. The really crazy one is the Tic Tac, because the Tic Tac, they have a bunch of different types of data. They have, first of all, the pilots who saw it. They have the video from the pilots' cabins. They have this radar footage that tracked this thing going from above 50,000 miles to 50 feet in like 1 second. Right. They don't know how the fuck anything could do that. Yeah. And then it takes off. When they video it, this thing taking off from their visual, from their recording, their screens, it takes off at such an insane rate of speed. They said anything biological would just turn to jelly instantly.
Yeah, because of
the G-force is just insane. It's just insane rates of speed. And no visible means of propulsion. It does it from a completely stationary perspective, and then it takes off. Yeah.
Yeah, they talked about dimensional, the fact that those unidentified flying objects, they go into a different dimension. A dimension as well,
maybe
account
for dimension too.
Dimension. They're in a state of dimension.
Yeah, this is the one that goes in the water. Yeah. So look how grainy this is. It's like, what am I looking at?
So the fact that it's grainy means what?
Well, they're just looking at it from a long distance with aircraft, so optics. So these are weapon optics, right?
So graininess means it's less.
Well, it's dark. Well, it's dark. and this is how they're seeing this thing. And then it just goes into the water. And if you hear it, you hear the recording. You hear the recording too. Listen to them freak out.
Yeah, they're freaking right into the water. Yeah.
So the thing went into the water,
Yes.
and then also went out of the
That's
water.
Tic Tac.
Yeah. But the thing is, how many of these things are ours? Not zero. How many of these things? Like, have you ever seen that underwater drone that the United States developed?
No,
Fucking cool. It looks like a UFO. Looks like a UFO that flies underwater. It goes underwater. It's not. I don't think it goes above the water. I think it only goes underwater. But it looks like a spaceship.
yeah. Well, with the rate of acceleration and the ability to change direction,
Mm-hmm.
those are things that are in the reality, in the real world. The physics behind it. As you said, everyone, if it went in that rate of ascent or descent and movement, it would kill everybody inside.
Right.
Momentum.
But then the question is, like, what is it doing? Is it actually experiencing G-force at all? Because if it's some sort of a gravity
zero.
propulsion device, it might be experiencing no G-force.
Right.
And it might be just pushing space out of the way as it moves forward. We don't understand.
Yeah.
That's like,
Do we have that technology?
it's a good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
If we have that technology, then it explains it all. But
Yeah.
the question is, as long as we don't acknowledge the fact that we're at that level of technology, then you have to account for where's it come from.
Right. There's definitely a lot of questions. I mean, I definitely don't claim to have any answers.
Yeah.
What is this one?
But it's cool.
Oh, yeah,
What
look
is
at this
this?
sucker. Look at this.
This is the one that goes.
This is a drone that we developed. It's like a manta ray drone.
It's
really
mini
cool.
sub.
Well, it's not so mini. It's pretty big.
Is it?
But look at it. It looks like a fucking UFO that goes under the water. And it flies through the water. And also, like, what are we looking for? Are we looking for foreign subs? Or are we looking for aliens?
Both.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder. That's imagine if they knew some stuff was under the ocean and they don't want to tell anybody because they don't want to freak people out.
Duh.
Yeah.
Duh. Yeah. I've seen articles where it talks about cities, communities underneath the ocean in the not San Andreas Fault. What is that fault line called? Not the fault.
Outside of California?
No. The deepest
Mariana
trenches, the
Trench?
Mariana Trench. Yeah.
Are there cities down there? What websites are you reading?
I think I know what his algorithm.
You know what I'm talking about? and I'm not doing psilocybin, or ibogaine, or ayahuasca.
Just normal. So
just normal.
I haven't heard anything about cities in the Mariana Trench. Jamie, have you heard anything about cities?
Yeah, look it up.
I know I'm maybe on this YouTube channel.
I haven't smoked anything or taken any pills.
You've been drinking whiskey since.
That's nothing. Come on.
Quite a bit of that whiskey.
It's nothing.
That's a lot.
Glutathione.
Yeah, I don't know if it totally helps. You sound a little hammered.
You think?
Yeah, give me another one in glutathione.
Oh, you need another one? Okay.
How many you got?
Yeah, I
How
got
many
plenty.
did you take? While you
I took two. I took one early this morning and just took another one because I figured we'd finish the bottle.
Jesus, you went to finishing the bottle.
Absolutely.
You're gonna die from that.
No.
It's really
Nick, who's sitting outside, he and I sit down and we'll drink a bottle.
Yeah.
Over a period of about 4 hours.
You might want to go to an AA meeting.
You think? Been there.
What is the Mariana Trench cities all about?
No, it's not just that are out there in the world.
Just Google trench,
Yeah,
underwater,
trench,
UFO city.
UFOs. Yeah, that's a good one.
You're gonna go right to Reddit.
Yeah, you know what? We've been on this discussion about bears and Mariana Trench
Birds.
and UFOs
Yep.
and abductions and so forth.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, it reminds me of 438 where we were talking about every fucking thing. I mean, you blew me out of the water with that. I'll tell you the truth. We were there for 3.5 hours on the first one, and when I left the studio, because I thought it was in Woodland Hills, I thought it was only supposed to be like 30 minutes or so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I left. And I sat in my car for an hour to recuperate from that first visit with you. It was just way beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah. If there really are things that are monitoring us and checking us out, it makes sense.
Yeah.
If life exists and it's more advanced than us somewhere else, whether it's in another dimension or it's in another planet, it completely makes sense to me that they would visit us.
Yeah. They
Why
want to
would
see
they?
how fucked up we are in terms of nuclear weapons.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if we're on a path, a predictable path of evolution that almost all intelligent life goes on, there's probably going to be pitfalls that they could help us navigate.
I would think so. I would hope so.
Right. Like if Jane Goodall's studying the chimps, like let's imagine they're still studying the chimps 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now,
Okay.
100,000 years from now. Let's imagine civilization still exists, chimps still exist. We've protected it. We've done the smart thing, and they still. What if they start making tools? What if they start making weapons? What if they eventually start going to war with each other? What if one chimp figures out gunpowder? Look, if their brains keep growing like ours allegedly did.
Sounds like us.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
That's
Like
what
so,
I'm beginning.
imagine if we're observing emerging intelligence in other
Evolution.
primates other than us. How would we handle it?
Yeah.
Like, how would we handle it if all of a sudden chimpanzees, all of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of years now, what would our future society do if in the future chimpanzees start developing weapons and buildings and planes and doing all the shit that we do when we're far more advanced than that then?
Is that Planet of the Apes?
Well, it's not, because like you would think that they would become a different thing. You know, they would
You would
become
hope.
like we did, right? Like we used to be Australopithecus, we used to be all these different hominids. What if they eventually become like more hairless? They start wearing clothes. It'd be fucking real interesting to see how human beings would handle that. You know, like what would we do 1,000,000 years from now if hominids kept advancing down an evolutionary plane,
Right.
and they eventually got to a place where they were like ancient humans? How would we do? I mean, if we were like super advanced, like, oh, you guys can't go to war. Don't war. We stopped war a while ago. Like, you guys need brain chips. Brain chips stop the war.
Control.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Well, I mean, it is interesting because, like, what's different between us and any other people that have ever lived is that we've figured out a way to optimize your health in a very substantial way. In the past, someone who was my age, I'm 57, someone who was my age, your body's probably broken. You know, your body is probably like beaten down. Your hormones are dead. You know, you're probably like real tired all the time. You know, and I'm not. You know, and because of vitamins and hormones and all the different things that I do to keep my body healthy and exercise, we're living in a different time. And because of that, you stay vital. You have vitality much longer than anyone ever did before. So you can explore things and you have more curiosity and energy for thought more than anybody ever has before.
Yeah. Wow.
Right?
Yeah. Do you see here?
Nope.
Good.
Those guys out
Watch
there
your
know
lips
how to do it.
He does it.
Yeah, Jamie's really good at it. Jamie practices every night with different
He
dudes.
does. Yeah, I can imagine. No. One of the greatest fallacies is that as we age, we don't need to do anything to reinvigorate our body.
Right.
Supplements are very important. Hormones are key. Exercise is important because, as I said about the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, you can increase it to improve brain. This guy out of USC, Kelp Finch, who talked about, he believed that the reason for why we usually die is because we lose our hormones in our brain. And therefore, extremely important. Where's Scotch? Yeah, for this.
That's what you need more of that.
Yeah, I need to clear the throat. Yeah, look at that. I got my voice back. Yeah. So, as you said, you're 57 years of age. I'm 72 years of age. And I think the reason why I'm at 72 with the level of clarity and functionality, aside from my back, is the fact that I've always, 30 years, I've been in hormone replacement, nutraceuticals, getting in good vitamins, so forth, because our body loses it over the course of time, and you need to keep replacing it. And the people who are listening to this might understand that you need to supplement. You need to be proactive on your quality of health, otherwise you start losing it.
And exercise, not just for that, but also just to maintain your physical presence,
Right.
Your strength, your bone density.
Yeah. You know, at my age, people say I still have my pecs, I still have my, trimness and fitness. I don't know about general energy.
Do you still do martial arts anymore?
No, I stopped doing the martial arts. What I do in place of martial arts is I dig holes and put plants in. Not the other holes.
Digging holes is hard work.
Yeah. I remember one time you sent me an email says be careful because I was using a big pike to cut holes in in the ground. But I ended up with lemons and make limoncello, pomegranates, make pomegranate
Nice.
wine, and so forth.
That's the trend here.
Yeah, and I said, I sent you
Everything's
some
down.
kumquats. Did you ever get the kumquats?
I
I said,
did,
yeah.
thank you.
Did you eat them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yeah. High in vitamin C. A lot of
Kumquats are really good for you. Yeah,
awesome,
like
awesome.
much more high in vitamin C apparently than even oranges.
Oranges, right? Every morning I have three
That's great.
of them, and it's great.
Do you take liposomal vitamin C as well?
I take liposomal vitamin C.
See, yeah, I take that stuff too. That's such a great thing too if you're sick. Is high dose intravenous vitamin C. It's a big one.
IV, yeah, IVs.
Yeah. I had a skeptical friend of mine who dismisses all kinds of quackery. He was real sick with the flu. He couldn't get over it for weeks. And I told him, listen, man, I'm going to hook you up. Do this. Get IV zinc and vitamin C and high dose vitamin C and B12. And he was better immediately. He said 24 hours later, he just couldn't kick this fucking flu. He said, I had it for 2 weeks.
Yeah. In 23 years, I've been sick 16 days.
That's amazing.
That's it. I never got, well, let me be honest. I got COVID for 12 hours.
12 hours?
12 hours. Tested twice, positive for COVID. That was a Wednesday. Let's see, it was a Wednesday. I think we were having Yom Kippur. No, we were having Passover. And I got sick that night. And 24 hours later, no symptoms.
That's amazing.
Nothing. Quercetin, zinc, little ivermectin, you know.
That's crazy. You shouldn't talk about that publicly.
No, I should not.
Ivermectin.
Yeah, ivermectin. Horrible shit.
It's weird that you can talk about it now.
Oh, good.
Now, fucking people are taking it.
Yeah. I think I sent you the ivermectin paper with ivermectin and bendazole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a 76-year-old veteran who was diagnosed with a Gleason 7. You know, Gleason is the grade of cancer of the prostate. And it was a Gleason 7. He went on 12 milligrams of ivermectin every day for 8 weeks. And at 12 weeks, he got a PET scan done, a special PET scan done, looking at abnormalities in the prostate. They couldn't find anything.
That's amazing.
And his PSA, prostatic specific antigen, when his initial one with the cancer was 12.6, he's now at 5.3.
Is that your phone?
I don't know. What does this cell phone sound like?
Sounds like that.
It does?
What do you think about all the people that are very? Yeah, you had a Samsung.
Oh,
Is that a Google phone or Samsung? Google, you like that?
Let me shut that. Yeah, I like it. They keep on trying to get me out of the first grade, first generation into the seventh, until it dies.
Oh yeah,
I use it. Yeah,
ride or die, huh?
Yeah, I don't like the software they put in there.
Google just gave me the new Pixel 9 XL Pro. It looks sick, and then they gave me the Pixel Fold as like a gift when I went to the inauguration thing. Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, the Fold seems crazy. I'm addicted enough to watching YouTube videos on a regular phone. I don't need a fucking tablet. Have you seen what Huawei's made?
Oh.
Huawei, they're banned in America because they're too awesome, and also they spy on you. But Huawei has developed a 3-fold. Apparently, Samsung's going to come out with one next year. And it's a 3-fold, though. It literally comes out to like a 10-inch tablet. It's and it's very thin. Look at this.
Well, yeah.
Look at that.
That's
a 3-fold.
Yeah.
That's the Huawei 3-fold. And super thin, amazing cameras. They were so advanced. I was trying to get a Porsche design Huawei phone. They were working with, Porsche design makes a bunch of things. They make like watches and sunglasses. They don't just make cars. Like Porsche design is like a separate entity of Porsche. And Porsche design worked with Huawei to make like the ultimate cell phone. And I was ready to buy it because I'm a dork. I'm really into technology.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that thing's crazy. Let me get it. And then I think it had a 100 megapixel phone camera on the phone. And this is a while ago. And a 5,000 milliamp battery, which was also crazy. But then they banned Huawei products in America. Mm-hmm. So you can't get that trifold.
Backdoor right to the CCP.
Yeah, allegedly, but isn't TikTok too? Like, isn't all these things? There's a lot of backdoors. There's a lot of data getting scooped up.
Yeah, my cybersecurity people keep on telling me don't use Zoom because it backdoors into the CCP.
Oh boy, yeah, that's great.
So I haven't used it. So I use Microsoft.
What the fuck can you use?
Yeah,
I don't trust anybody anymore.
No,
I'm scared.
I'm there with you. Yeah.
Scared of all of it. But I think it's all inevitable, and I think if you look at the what's going on, like in terms of like what's the direction that technological progress moves us into? Well, it's the direction, it seems, of more and more connectivity, which means less and less privacy. So we're going to have to work that out, because when quantum computers can crack all encoding, it's like any encryption that exists, quantum computing is going to crack all that. So you're not going to have real encryption anymore. So like, what happens with Bitcoin and digital currency? What happens with all that stuff? What happens with your bank account? I don't know. Weird times.
Yeah, one of the things that scared me was in the Wi-Fi. We now can go back and using AI, use the transmitted wave form to see who's in a room.
Yeah,
you saw that.
Yeah, accurate 3D representations of the people moving around.
Yeah, so I turned off all my Wi-Fi extenders.
It's all so crazy. It's just like we're living in an ultra surveilled world, and I think the good news is that the new government is emphasizing privacy and freedom of speech, and the other government was emphasizing cracking down on what they called misinformation and disinformation, and more control of what you say and do and where you go. And the way to get more control is more invasive technology. That's what scares the shit out of me. Because it is people. It's not necessarily the technology. It's people taking advantage of the technology in order to have more control of the population, which makes their job easier.
Yeah, that's the reason why I only use my cell phone when I travel. Otherwise, I don't use it. People call me and say, "Where are you?" So I use my cell phone.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's off all the time.
My friend Adam Curry, he's a super paranoid. Maybe not paranoid. Maybe super aware of like digital surveillance and all that stuff. So he has a de-Googled phone. He has a phone that doesn't have Google on it, and it's what are those? What's that operating system that they use for that stuff? Do you remember, Jamie?
Doesn't your friend Musk have a phone that's coming up?
No. I
he
just
doesn't.
asked him the other day.
He said no.
We were talking the other day at the inauguration. I was saying, dude, every other day I get an article about a Tesla phone. He was laughing. I hope we don't have to make a phone. That's what he said. I hope we don't have to make a phone. It's very difficult to make
But whoever's promoting
it. That's it, Graphene OS. So Graphene is de-Googled phone. So they take these pixels and they de-Google them, and they put this Graphene OS, which is a completely different operating system.
Yeah.
And then you have another phone called the unplugged phone that, that's it. And so they use these things, and they work just like a regular phone.
Yeah.
And you can get them where they don't have 5G, because some people think 5G is bad for them.
No, I still work off of 3 and 4, and I don't update the software, because updating the software gives them more access to you.
Dun, dun, dun.
I got to go again.
Well, let's just wrap it up. We're at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Mark Gordon, I love you to death. You're an awesome guy. I appreciate you very much. It's always good to see you. Thank you for all your research and all the work you do and spreading information and knowledge. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the fact that you've supported me over all these years in the work that we do with our veterans, and they've been receiving the benefits of the work that we've done. And stopping the suicide is the goal for the Millennium Health Centers. That's it.
Yeah, and tell everybody the website so they can finish.
The educational one is www.tbi.
I don't think you have to say www.
I don't have to say.
No,
How about WQ?
You can just type in the
TBI Help Now.
TBI Help
Now.org.
And then is Warrior Angel Foundation still?
Warrior Angels Foundation's there, but they've melded into this is
improved brain health by fixing the root causes.
Yeah, this is Biohack Yourself, and I'll give a minute on it. A family called Lolly Group, and if you were in Washington for the inauguration, the Biohack Group, which is the Lolly Group, which is Anthony and Teresa Lolly, they're the ones who put together Biohack Yourself, which has been picked up by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as being their representative for media, because they trust them, because all they want to do is get the science out there that's real, not the bullshit that's been thrown at us. So they've been pulled in, and there were 32 of us, quote, experts is what they call us, who participate in this program. So what they're doing is really cool, because it's presenting the science behind what you've already experienced with us in what I continue to promote for brain health, for well-being, and longevity, anti-aging.
Beautiful.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
sir. Appreciate you.
Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, pleasure to meet you. My pleasure. I wound up seeing you, as many people did, those videos that you were making where you were talking to students. You know, just kind of like exploring critical thinking, and asking students questions and why they're upset about certain things, and getting to the bottom. And I'm like, wow, this guy's like, he's young. He's obviously an academic, but super reasonable. I'm like really level-headed. I'm like, we need more of this. This is really interesting. And then, then I found out you got fired for doing that. And I was like, if this isn't an encapsulation of all that is wrong with our current higher education system, then I don't know what is.
But to be fair, I didn't get fired for that. Technically, I think I got fired for posting another one similar to it, but I think they were looking kind of, that whole thing was so bizarre for everyone. It was so big. I think there was, at the school where I teach, there's kind of one, sorry, I gotta get used to this, one like person in control of everything that makes these decisions. And it was so nuts. I think they genuinely, like, we don't know what to do because if we fire him, our name might get out there, which is their primary concern, I think.
Do you not want their name to get out there?
No, it doesn't feel right.
Okay. It's not important.
Yeah, it's not.
No, what's important is that what it is that this is a resistance to thinking. I mean, it's really what it is.
It's out there for sure.
It's a resistance to questioning why people have like certain like deeply ingrained thought processes that are a part of an ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what you were doing was really pretty brilliant. It was awesome. And I love the way you were handling it. It was like, you know, very calm and rational, just having discussions with students, and you kind of see like a lot of their flailing and trying to rationalize where they have these sort of incoherent beliefs.
Yeah, and I don't teach critical thinking. When I was a teacher, I was teaching multimedia, like what we're doing now, working with cameras, did a lot of podcasting. I had this lab that I developed over 4 years with a bunch of Mac computers, with Adobe Premiere Pro, Photoshop, a 3D printer. So I was using technology to make art at a special education school with kids that had behavioral challenges and a variety. Anything you could come up with, we had it there. It was like the last line of defense kind of for public schools that couldn't handle these kids they would see that. And so I would just use this tech to work with them in a therapeutic way. Kind of that was my goal, the way that would most benefit them. And so one day they asked me to do hey, can you do a newscast for the school? Like this week at the school, you know, there was this field trip, the soccer team did this, blah, blah, blah. Sure. If we want this kid to be on camera and like to do, he's really good at that. And he was getting really nervous on the day. And so I was like, let's just sit down. You've seen like Joe Rogan and stuff. Just treat it like a 5-minute warm-up podcast. Here, I'll sit down and be on camera. You ask me whatever you want. Well, you know, how have your thoughts on how it changed given J.K. Rowling's bigoted opinions? And so that's where the video came from. So I just want to teach. We're going to sit down and learn in the moment. We do have conversations like that because when you are doing something like this with students, well, what are you going to talk about?
Right.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Be as effective as you can. So a lot of students have questions. Students ask me, what's the difference between fascism and socialism? What's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican? They don't know. And they're genuinely curious. And sometimes you can get I had one teacher, the music teacher I worked closely with, and he was like my best friend. And he would be in the room often. We would have little debates. And he was from Romania. Yeah, no, I think Romania. I'm making, but and so he had a very different political perspective. And when you're in those debates, the kids are like locked in, and you can tell. Normally, they're just making noise and they're just quiet in their seats. They turn around and watch it. They're in effect.
Well, I think most kids are aware that you're being forced to think a certain way, or at least to talk about things a certain way. And most people they don't like being told what to do. People don't enjoy that. And when they feel like there's like a lot of social pressure to adhere to a very specific ideology, I think people don't like it. And so when you see debates where people have differing opinions and they have, these sort of logical, objective ways of describing why they think about things a certain way, it gets people like, okay, is there another way to think? Is there, like, how's this guy doing this? Like, what does this mean? Like, why do we have to say, well, what is wrong with what J.K. Rowling said? And it's exciting to people. And the videos were exciting. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of response to them. I know you're aware of that. I mean, there's so many comments and so many people were interested in them. They got very popular. And then when I heard you were fired, I was like, oh, of course. It was too good. Because it gave me hope. I was like, more people should be doing this at schools. And, it would help a lot because a lot of this really sort of polarized positions that people are taking one side or the other, that they just want to win and they dig their heels in and they don't exactly even know why they have this particular opinion that they're defending. They just know that they're supposed to. And so they just kind of bite down and dig in and, you get these shouty, sort of polarizing arguments.
I've been playing with the idea of how we see the world through stories. I think that has a lot to do with it. People kind of labeled me as the critical thinking guy all of a sudden, so I really started to think about it. What is critical thinking? And the best I can articulate it, it's thinking for yourself to contend with the stories that make up the world. So a lot of the stories are nonsense, some are true, and there's usually a middle ground. And my background's in filmmaking. I kind of fell into teaching. I spent time in LA and made some movies. And I teach at Emerson a filmmaking course still, where I went to grad school and got my master's. Film is probably the wrong term now because it's all digital. It's like visual media art, but I think you can study movies today like scholars are now studying the great thinkers. The movies will be the artifacts. People look back on for our time, be in museums and things like that.
Sure. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So forget dry January. This year, you're doing private January with ExpressVPN. Podcast listeners can get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the banner. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description. Yeah. So, no, we talk about it all the time, that it's a great sort of postmark for culture. Like, if you go back and watch movies from the 50s and then the 60s and the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and then today, you can see how different the narratives are, how different the way the films are made, the way people communicate, the subjects covered, the quality of the acting and filmmaking, the quality of the cinematography, and it really just shows. Like, if you really think about it, you know, human civilization, human history, like modern society, is so recent. You know, the Industrial Revolution and giant cities and cars and transportation and all this. It's so recent. It's a couple hundred years maximum. You know, you go from trains and horses to cars and cities, and you have Morse code to all of a sudden now you have digital communication that's instantaneous worldwide. I mean, it's a rapid change in humanity, and a lot of it is it's the artifact, as you said, is really our media. Like, what have we created? You know, we were talking the other day about the limitations of mainstream television and how mainstream television, you know, they're trying to kind of like adapt more towards what is going on the internet, but they're so hampered by their format. The censorship, the format, and the fact that they're sponsored by a bunch of different enormous corporations that they can't really critically talk about. So there's a bunch of things that they can never actually say. So there's news that they can't cover. There's like significant health problems that have probably been a direct result of medication that they literally can't cover because they're being sponsored by these companies. So they're so hampered. And if you go back and watch the early broadcasts from 1945, people had like this way of communicating. It's changed. Right. It's not the way, like if you were having dinner with someone and they were saying, "Tell me, Warren, where did you grow up?" You'd be like, "Oh, this is not a real person. This is bizarre."
Yeah. The transformation in acting is remarkable.
Remarkable, right? Yeah. Or you go Marlon Brando. It's like Marlon Brando is probably like the first example of someone. But yeah, it was like, sounds like a real person. Like, this is what I really expect a person to be behaving like under, you know, on the waterfront, like under duress. Like, this is a real human being.
Yeah, it became internalized.
Yeah.
And now we're in this phase now where the best actors are doing both the external, like Heath Ledger is my favorite actor of all time and had a huge impact on me. That's why I went into filmmaking. And he, think about his externality in The Joker and all his roles. He had this, I think the key to acting is about what is not said, what's unspoken. And it ties into everything about critical thinking. It's the best metaphor I ever got from a directing professor. He drew on the board the ocean with a squiggly line. And they drew little boats on the surface and said, "These are words. This is everything you need to know about directing actors. Everything beneath the surface is subtext, which is really important." So if you're an actor and I hand you a screenplay, well, anybody given enough time can memorize those words. What really sets an actor apart is everything else. What's not said, what they do with the words, the intention behind the words. The words are just floating on the surface. They're just the tools that we're trying to use to communicate the elusive intangible, the subtext, everything that's. And the best we can do, our bumbling selves, will formulate with these tools. So to treat words as the end all be all is so silly. You know, like people say the wrong thing now, and it's politically incorrect. Papa John's CEO, right, with no context is gone up, but it's a larger issue. But it's just fascinating how that correlates beyond just film to, like, it's true that most communication is nonverbal. So the more time you spend studying it, working with actors, studying movies, you start getting really tuned into body language. It has great utility. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. So when you were doing these videos, when you initially did it, did you have any idea of the impact that it was going to have? Did you think like, oh, this is actually like really unique and interesting? I think people are going to really enjoy this, or were you like really shocked?
Yeah. I had been playing with YouTube as a medium since discovering Jordan Peterson in 2017. Because I remember maybe it was even earlier than that. So I arrived at graduate school in 2016, Boston, Emerson, and all hell breaks loose, Trump gets elected, and there seemed to be a huge pushback. And I had never thought about these things before. And then being a grad student and seeing, I witnessed at school protests claiming Emerson was racist, which is like, it's one of the most far left schools I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's super far left. Can you provide any evidence of
Right.
that? It was just nuts.
And did it come out of nowhere? Was it like right after the election? Like, what year did you first attend? What was
2016.
2016. So was this what time? So this is like September of 2016, August of 2016.
Year.
So this is like when the elections are kind of heating up, and people didn't think that Trump was going to win yet.
I remember, because I vividly remember the day of the election, because I was renting a house with 3 roommates, and I was watching the election, and I was like, guys, I think Trump might win this.
Yeah.
It's not even worth watching, you know. And they were walking around. Time goes by, I'm like, guys, like, and then they started to, what? So no one saw that coming. And my big takeaway was, how could so many experts get something so wrong? And that caused me to question my presuppositions, basically my view of the world. And then that opens your mind to someone like Jordan Peterson and all these other great thinkers, intellectual dark web, you know. But that is suddenly, it's so difficult to articulate what that does to someone like me, an average viewer, like a genuine lover of this space. So it's surreal to be here because, like, it suddenly causes you to, if you feel like everyone's moving in slow motion, all of a sudden you feel like you're waking up, and it doesn't. I don't want to talk like the Matrix, because it's such a strange. It's gotten all this momentum in a different. But it's what it felt like. It felt like you're suddenly like, how? What? This is so much more interesting and complicated than I thought, and there's no going back.
Yeah, I think we'd like to adhere to certain narratives about the world, and we will want to think. The big thing is we want to think that there's some sort of competent control, some sort of competent leadership that exists, and that the structure of government and the structure of media is established, rock solid, and logical, and that these are the smartest people in the world. That's how they've risen to this position, and now they're there to provide this. You know, like, if you have a knee injury, you want to go to an orthopedic surgeon because he is an expert in knee injuries, and he's going to tell you what's wrong with your knee and what can be done. And you know, that's a real expert. And we think of politicians and we think of the media as being real experts. Well, it turns out no. It turns out not even a little bit. They're terrible at it. They're not just not good at it. They're really bad at it. They're really bad at it, and they lie a lot.
Yeah, they're not much smarter than you or I. Yeah. And then you realize that about your professors.
Right.
This guy really doesn't know much more than my dad, or what makes you a professor? What qualifies you? And often there's just this, and that's what, going back to that core thesis that we see the world through stories. Professor means something.
Yes.
Politician means something. These are experts. But
yeah,
they're not much different than us.
You were in school, so you. At the beginning, everybody's thinking there's no way Trump can win. You know, these experts. I think on the day of the election, I think they had some crazy odds of Hillary winning. It was like in the 90%. And we watched it from the Comedy Store. We did a podcast from the Comedy Store called the End of the World Podcast. And we did this like live stream while the election was going on. And we just kept bringing in different comedians. We had a whole like a conference table, and it was fun. We did it in front of a live audience, and then we updated the crowd whenever. And then when marijuana became legal, Bert Kreischer takes his shirt off and runs around stage. It was really funny. It was fun. It was a fun time. But what was most fascinating was the podcast was over, and then we all went to the bar. The Comedy Store has this like private bar in the back, and on the television, Jake Tapper was just seriously bummed out, talking about Trump winning all these different states. And then we watched a little bit of the Young Turks, and Cenk Uygur was fucking freaking out. In the beginning, they were so cocky and so confident, and by the end, they were just fucking freaking out, and they couldn't understand how everybody got it wrong. And I think for a lot of people, that was the end of trust in mainstream media. That was the first nail in the coffin. There was like, you guys, you were so wrong. You were so wrong.
Yeah. How could you get something?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And it was just fascinating to watch what's supposed to be the news, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the news is supposed to be at its best, an objective analysis of what's going on, giving you the facts. But they were so clearly upset. And, there's a lot of editorializing on how bad this is and what this means to the world and what does this say about us, that this guy who said grab him by the pussy is now the commander-in-chief of the greatest army the world has ever known. It was just, for us as comedians, we're like, this is gonna be fun. It was just like they opened up the door to the candy store and said, go crazy, have fun. This is all free. But it was a real wake-up call for a lot of people that this system is not really as well managed as we'd like to believe it is.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to go back to those days and thinking about it, but it was at Emerson. I remember I was taking a class with the dean of the student body, and it was a pedagogy class, the philosophy of teaching, and it was right in the midst of these protests. And it was the day of the protest. So it was like 10 people in the class. It's a 4-hour class. So we're going to devote the 4 hours to talk about the problematic racism occurring at Emerson. Sitting around, but the white students were not allowed to speak. We had to concede our space for 4 hours. And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Why was that? What was the reason given for that?
Because it was the moral right thing to do, because they said to me, I remember he said, what can I did say, I was like, what can I do about this? I genuinely believed everything. And I was I was just starting to question things. So what can I feel terrible speaking to the student who had just spoken. Like, you genuinely feel every day you wake up and come to class, you feel oppressed? That sucks. What can I do? They didn't have a response because you said, you can just listen. Just take your time to concede your space in this. And so that was the reason given.
Concede your space. And then why did they feel so threatened? Did they articulate that?
There was a Facebook group that was designed to provide that evidence called Emerson, hashtag Emerson So Racist or something. And it was like a student, like a teacher said, no, you can't, you gotta turn in the work or you're gonna fail the class. And so my first teaching gig occurred shortly after that. And I remember this vividly. The teacher, I was going to be teaching the screenwriting course with undergraduates for the first time. And before the protest, she said, don't let them walk all over you. They will try and take advantage. If they don't do their work, just be fair, honest, give them the grade they deserve. After the protest, yeah, Warren, remember when I was saying that? Because she got called out on the Facebook page for some stupid, I don't remember what it was, quote. Yeah, Warren, remember what I was saying with that? I was wrong. Don't forget to be compassionate, because that student is Black, and she reminded me of how difficult it is to be Black at Emerson, and so I couldn't fail her. I couldn't give her the grade that, so
that objectively she deserved. Yeah. Why was it articulated that it was so difficult for her, uniquely difficult as a Black student?
Honestly, abracadabra. Yeah, it's just like micro. That's the thing about these claims, though, is there is no concrete evidence. It's things like microaggressions. Someone made a reference about fried chicken that was. I've heard that one. That happened to my mom, as a professor, runs a study abroad program. She said, "We're really excited. This place is. They have really worked. They were in Italy doing a study abroad program." She's like, "I know you guys have been missing American food. This place has fried chicken, and it's really good here." And two of the students she was talking to at that table were Black, and they claimed that was racist. She was like, what?
The fried chicken one is so crazy. Fried chicken and watermelon. Those are the two things that are associated with racism for as far as foods, which are universally loved. Like, fried chicken is delicious. Watermelon is delicious. Like, how could that possibly be a negative that certain people like delicious food? Like, to this day, it's one of those things. It's so bizarre. You could bring up all kinds of different delicious foods, but if you bring up fried chicken, which everybody eats, everybody who eats meat and but loves delicious food. Loves a good fried chicken. Have you tried Gus's in town?
Is that the where you get the slabs of meat?
No, that's Terry Black's. But Gus's fried chicken is in Austin. Fantastic. So the best fried chicken you're ever gonna have in your life. But if you brought that up to a black friend, they might like, sorry, like, what the fuck are you trying to say? Like, I'm trying to. Food's good food. Like, let's go eat good food.
And keep that analogy in your mind about like the boats floating on the surface. And they're just the tool. What's the intent?
Right.
If there's no intention there, you can't claim that's racist.
Right.
Unless you want it to be. So,
Right.
And this goes back to like seeing the world through stories. If you believe a story is true, I'm oppressed, the world is active, there's systemic racism, there's active racism at my college, I'm a victim, you're going to start seeing what you believe to be true. You're going to start finding hints of it.
Right.
And it's true as well for like why it's important to have a moral code. I personally believe in a higher power. But if you believe in objective truth, you're going to see those lessons when they occur in life. It's going to be a guiding star for you.
Yeah.
But it can be wielded in both ways. It's like the response that I got about J.K. Rowling. It was the ContraPoints YouTuber. Everyone was like, you gotta counter ContraPoint. She's the one who's taken down J.K. Rowling. The argument essentially is, I'm so done arguing. I'm not even going to debate this. If anyone who believes in transphobia can see that J.K. Rowling is obviously transphobic, that's it. It's the same thing. If you believe in that definition of transphobia, well, you can find it in infinite places.
Well, the problem with that kind of arguing is that it's a total cop out. Like, if there is any sort of debate, and there clearly is when it comes to trans issues, if there's any sort of debate, you have to be able to discuss things. And as soon as you say, if you want to debate, we're done. If you want to have a discussion, we can't. You don't see it, well, we're done with it. Well, what you're essentially conceding is you don't have a logical ability to shut this down, because if you did, you would just do it. You would have a rational conversation with that person, and you would say clearly, look, this is why this is racist. This is why this is transphobic. This is why this is sexist. Look, whatever the argument is, and you would lay it out. And as soon as you say, if you don't believe that, then we're done talking.
Mm-hmm. I can't even do that. That's when I started. My mom disagrees with me heavily on politics, which is okay. In the wake of, we were talking about 2016, I found Jordan Peterson. I was like, yeah, this guy, look at this is really interesting. And if I had any kind of conversation with her about it, even to this day, it's often, I think she's getting better now that I've been making content. But it was often a formation of that pattern. I just can't do the war.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. And it's just neutralizing the debate because they can't have the debate.
Well, they can't have the debate because they're not equipped for it. That's all it is. They don't have any weapons. Right? If you're going to go to battle, you have to have some sort of resources. There's nothing there. And when there's nothing there, and you just say, I can't, instead of saying, like, is there a logical argument that there are men who are manipulating this in order to control women's spaces?
Mm-hmm.
And like, it used to be that we protected women against men, and particularly we protected women against predatory men, right? Like perverts or sex offenders, for example. But somewhere along the line with this woke ideology, we completely eliminated the even possibility that a man in a dress that wants to go into the woman's room could be a pervert. Mm-hmm. Which to me was the most insane thing. It's like you've just given a hall pass to the grossest members of society that we've always feared. Mm-hmm. We've always feared people that would try to take advantage of women and do so in a weird way where you claim to be one, but you have a penis. You're walking around with an erection in a locker room, and anybody who calls it out is transphobic, right? It got real weird.
And people would counter and say, Joe, but like you're taking the extreme. You're claiming that trans people walking around with erections, it allows for that capacity. It allows for that to occur.
Mm-hmm.
I went after all this craziness occurred with the viral video or whatever. I went back to North Carolina for the first time, and my best friends, who I've grown up with, we discussed fine. They were deeply concerned about what I was doing. Right? You're talking to too many people from the right. I sat down with Destiny for 6 hours, but it's never enough. But I laid out what you were saying, and I was amazed that they couldn't follow that logic. What about the mother in the dressing room, the 6-year-old? Does she have a right to decide if that 6-year-old is exposed to male genitalia? Keep it as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Take out erections and all that. It's like, is it fair to her? And they just can't.
Right.
It seems so clear.
But they're just scared. They're scared of thinking logically, because if you do, you will be cast out of this group. You'll be ostracized. Like there's very specific rules, and they're very much like a cult. Like you have this very cult-like thinking, and if you deviate from that at all, you run into the possibility of social ostracization, and that's what happens to a lot of people. They're scared of that, and so to defend against that possibly happening to them, they attack things like without any logic at all. They're just like, so you don't think, you don't know. Well, I'm done talking to you. Like this, and that it's like a get out of jail free pass. You can just get away from the conversation, and you don't have to confront the logical fallacies. You don't have to confront all the problems of what you're saying.
The only solution I've been able to find is to just push through.
Yeah.
And I say to them, Chris, like one day, I genuinely believe you'll look back and understand. Like one day. And I believe that.
No, I believe that too. If it's done logically and you can have reasonable discussions. But even in the opposition to that, right, you have people on the right who adhere to a right-wing cult-like thinking, right? And, they'll push back against it in a way that's also not logical. And so they dig their heels in on their ideology. The left digs their heels in. And, you have things like people say, people on the left don't get it. People on the left, this. Like, no, there's a giant spectrum of people on the left and a giant spectrum of people on the right. I don't like any of those labels.
Right.
I don't. Exactly. And I really don't like it because of me. Like, I don't fit in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
If people want to box you in on that, and this goes back to seeing stories, which story do you fit into? If my mom has a story of what a Democrat is, she can never think of the story of what a Republican is. She'll never deviate from that.
My parents did the same.
Right.
It's exactly the same.
I'd rather be homeless.
They're blue no matter who. They're just locked in. Yeah.
Yes. I dread the question. Are you a Republican or Democrat? Who cares? It doesn't. I'm not a part of any. I'm just going to be. Call it as I see it. Follow the logic.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to be on a team, right? It doesn't make sense at all. Even for someone like me, like who. Yeah, I went to the inauguration. I was bizarre, but I don't consider myself a Republican. I don't consider myself a Democrat either. I consider myself an American. I'm a human being. And there's a lot of things that the Democrats believe that I believe too. There's a lot of things they say that I